I accidentally met her in the park, that very problematic student everyone gossiped about. All dirty, in tears, alone under the rain. I brought her home with me, thinking I would just let her stay the night. But as soon as we entered, she started tearing off her clothes.
I have nothing but this body. This is how I can repay you.
I didn't even have time to say anything before broken wings sprouted from her back, her eyes flared red, and fangs gleamed in her smile.
I am a vampire.
I should have been afraid, but instead I asked. If you bite me, will I also become a vampire? She blushed and whispered.
That is only possible through complete union of soul and body.
At that moment, I didn't even understand what came over me. And what if it's the other way around? If I try to taste your blood? She faltered, then stepped closer and quietly said.
You're the strangest person I've ever met.
Her fangs sank into my neck. I expected pain, but felt only warmth and a strange pleasure. And in the morning, I woke up next to a white-haired girl. Her t-shirt had slipped off her shoulder. I turned my gaze away, but she just yawned and asked, looking at the photo of my ex.
Is that your girlfriend?
I grew flustered, averted my eyes, and fell silent for a moment. And suddenly, the memory of that day surfaced, the day when it all began. The day my life was turned upside down. You're a good person, but you can't give me what I need. We are destined to belong to different worlds. So, Lee Muhan, don't cling to me anymore. Goodbye. The girl with an angelic face bowed to Lee Muhan, then got into the passenger seat of a luxury sports car. The car sped away, leaving Lee Muhan standing there, still holding 2 ice creams in a daze. Everything was fine, so why was he suddenly dumped? And with the most standard breakup lines. Lee Muhan sat on a park bench, eating both ice creams at once, while his mind kept replaying everything about Guruashi. He and Guruashi were childhood friends, went to the same middle and high school, and officially became a couple in their senior year. For Guruashi, Lee Muhan even studied desperately hard and finally got admitted to the same university as her. But in just the first month of university, he deeply felt what his best friend had once said, that once you enter college, both boys and girls change. Because their horizons broaden, they see many things they never saw before, and their hearts are struck by countless shocks and temptations. Lee Muhan didn't believe it. He thought Guruashi must have had some hidden reason for breaking up with him. So for the past few months, he had been trying to win her back, even gritting his teeth to buy a bracelet worth 2,000 yuan. For someone like him, working part-time to support himself, that was already a big expense. But today, when he saw with his own eyes Guruashi stepping into the future she wanted, far away from him, he finally realized that the bracelet in his hand was nothing compared to the life she longed for. Dragging his tired body, Lee Muhan returned to his rented apartment. He had rented the place to live together with Guruashi, but she only stayed there for a week. At some point, she had already moved all her belongings out, leaving behind an empty room. In that moment, Lee Muhan felt like he had lost everything. Ding ding ding. His phone rang. Lee Muhan, Xiao Wang from the night shift has something to do. Come and cover his shift. It was his boss at the 24-hour supermarket where he worked. Love was gone, but life had to go on. Rent was due next week. Lee Muhan's parents had died early, and he had lost contact with his relatives. So there was no one to turn to for help. After washing his face, Lee Muhan went to the supermarket. Fortunately, there weren't many customers that night, so no one noticed that he was in a daze almost the whole time. At 5 in the morning, when he left the supermarket, it had started raining. He held up his umbrella and dragged his exhausted body home. But as he passed a park near his place, he suddenly saw a girl sitting on a swing without an umbrella. Xia Yu? Lee Muhan recognized her. She was somewhat of a celebrity at his university. Although only a freshman like him, she was known for her cold and aloof personality and flawless looks. Even as a fellow freshman, people kept their distance from her. Rumors even said she was a delinquent, smoking, drinking, fighting. The gossip about her only grew worse. Even someone like Lee Muhan, who rarely cared about school gossip, had heard her name many times. He stared at her sitting blankly on the swing in the rain, stunned for a moment, then gathered his courage and walked over. Are you Xia Yu? In the heavy downpour, her lonely figure looked so small. Her once beautiful black hair was now dull and soaked. Only when Lee Muhan's umbrella shielded her from the rain did she slowly raise her head. The girl looked at him with a puzzled expression. Raindrops slid from her wet hair down her face. Her hoodie, plaid skirt, and black stockings were all completely drenched. She'll catch a cold like this, Lee Muhan thought. You'll catch a cold if you stay like this. None of your business. Her voice was weak, maybe drowned out by the rain. Lee Muhan felt that if he had come a little later, this girl might have been completely swallowed up by the storm. She had already made it clear she didn't need his concern. But looking at her small figure, he remembered how he had once endured everything alone in the pouring rain too. And what had he wanted then? Someone to help him, someone to notice him. "I'll take you home." He finally spoke. He looked at her clothes, soaked, the hoodie worn out, the skirt creased, the stockings torn in places. It looked like she hadn't changed clothes in days. Gripping the swing chains, Xiaoyu stared ahead and muttered, almost to herself. "I don't have." "What?" Li Muhan leaned closer, not hearing her clearly. "I don't have a home." "Why?" He instantly felt it was a stupid question. Sure enough, she didn't answer. She only pressed her trembling lips shut. "Leave quickly." A voice in his head urged him. She was just a delinquent girl wandering around at night, don't get involved. Indeed, her reputation at school was terrible. Some even said she brought boys home at night. A girl like this, sitting here so late in the rain, must have problems. Best to stay away. But his mouth moved faster than his brain. "Then, do you want to come to my place for now?" Even her icy expression showed a hint of surprise. Li Muhan himself couldn't believe what he had just said. "Staying here isn't good. And it's late, there could be bad people around. At least you can take a shower at my place." Damn it. He wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to say even that, taking a shower? Was he secretly expecting something? Xiaoyu stared at him. After a long silence, her expression changed slightly. "Is that okay?" Her voice carried both reluctance and sadness. In her eyes, Li Muhan saw none of the rumored delinquency, only a girl desperately clinging to her last straw. "As long as you don't mind, of course." "Thank you." And so, under one umbrella, Li Muhan and the girl walked through the rain back to his small rented room. Everyone must have once imagined living together with a beautiful girl. Actually, Li Muhan could already be considered to have experienced it, though only for one short week. During that week, they did nothing. Yes, Li Muhan and his ex-girlfriend Guruashi had gone from childhood friends to dating, but their physical relationship had only stayed at kissing. Now, he sat in the living room, listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, staring at the girl's clothes piled in the laundry basket outside the bathroom, lost in thought. Today I finally gave up on my ex-girlfriend completely, and yet tonight I brought another girl home. What exactly am I doing? Li Muhan covered his forehead. At this moment, he seemed to finally realize how irrational he had been. What if it's a honey trap? If Xiaoyu really was like the rumors said, a delinquent girl with a messy private life, then pulling a scam like that wouldn't be strange at all. Were there already a few strong men waiting outside, ready to rush in? Just then, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, followed by rustling noises, and then the bathroom door opened. The girl with damp hair leaned out slightly. "Thank you for letting me use your bathroom. And also," she walked out, wearing a loose t-shirt and denim shorts. "Thank you for the clothes." Seeing Xiaoyu fresh out of the bath, Li Muhan's heartbeat quickened. Her slightly wet black hair rested on her fair shoulders. Her cheeks were flushed from the hot shower, and the loose t-shirt collar slipped slightly, exposing a bit of shoulder. All of it created a strange atmosphere that made Li Muhan uneasy. Did I say something wrong? Noticing his gaze, Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion. No. I'll wash your old clothes and return them to you later." Li Muhan quickly turned his head away, not daring to look at her again. He had always been so natural with Guruashi, so why, with another girl, a completely unrelated girl, was he suddenly so nervous? Thump, thump. He could even hear his own heartbeat. Xiaoyu lowered her head, looked at her body, then glanced around the room. Finally, as if making up her mind, she slowly walked toward Li Muhan and said, "I understand what you mean." Li Muhan didn't understand what she had realized. Just as he lifted his head, he suddenly found Xiaoyu standing right in front of him. Her small, thin figure stood so close that droplets of water from her hair dripped onto his pants. "As thanks, I will let you do what you want." Li Muhan froze. His brain stalled, unable to give his mouth any command, so he could only stare blankly at the girl in front of him. Usually, when a boy brings a girl home at night, he must be thinking of that kind of thing. "Especially for a girl like me, homeless and penniless, I only have this body to repay you." As she said this, she slowly put her hands behind her back, turning her head to the side, seemingly shy about her own words. God, does she even know what she's saying? Li Muhan was shocked inside. Though he had indeed felt a fleeting impulse earlier, he had just broken up. How could he possibly be in the mood for such a thing now? And to take advantage of someone like this? He raised his hand, wanting to push her aside or pull her down to sit so he could escape the situation. But just as his hand lifted, the girl flinched nervously. "Wait." Her trembling voice stopped him. "I have something I must tell you. If you can accept it, then do as you please." Li Muhan wanted to say he didn't mean that at all, but before he could speak, the girl sighed softly. Her eyes turned cold as frost as she looked down at him sitting on the sofa. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered, flashing bright and dark. A power issue? He hadn't turned on any high-power appliances. Confused, Lee Muhan glanced up at the ceiling light. Crash. Everything fell into darkness. When adjusting to the dark, a person's hearing becomes sharper. Lee Muhan seemed to hear something. A faint, rustling sound, something unfolding. As you can see, I am not human. With her voice came a pair of glowing crimson eyes. As his vision adapted, Lee Muhan clearly saw, no, that was no longer the girl from before. From her small back sprouted a pair of broken, demonic wings. Her face was still beautiful, but now carried a dangerous charm. Her slightly open mouth revealed two sharp, fang-like teeth. Most shocking of all, her long black hair had turned pure white. Lee Muhan's mouth hung open, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This was a demon? His words stumbled out. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyu slowly closed her eyes. When her crimson pupils were hidden, the lights came back on. The wings behind her disappeared, and she returned to her appearance from just after the shower. Close enough. I am what you humans call a vampire. If you're not afraid, I can still give my body as repayment. After all, besides my body, I have nothing left. But don't worry, I won't resist, and I won't hurt you. Lee Muhan swallowed hard, still caught in the shock of what had just happened. If you don't want this, I'll leave right away. As she spoke, the girl looked down at the white t-shirt she was wearing. I'll wash the clothes and find a way to return them to you. Seeing Lee Muhan still frozen on the sofa, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. By the time he came back to his senses, she was already at the door. Wait. Lee Muhan stood up from the sofa. Xiaoyu slowly turned her head. Her eyes had returned to that same despair and loneliness he had seen in the park. He didn't know what to say. She was a vampire, a monster? Yet it didn't seem like she wanted to hurt him. I bought breakfast on the way back. Do you want to eat together? Finally, Lee Muhan pointed to the soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table. Eh? This time Xiaoyu was the one surprised. She looked at him in disbelief and asked in confusion. After knowing I'm not human, you still want to eat with me? You said you're homeless, right? And it's still raining outside. No matter what, the way I was raised doesn't allow me to drive a homeless girl out of my home. Anyway, let's eat breakfast first. He scratched his head, as if not sure what he was even saying. Thank you. Xiaoyu's eyes turned slightly red, as if Lee Muhan were her savior. He sat across from her at the table, watching as she took a bite of the fried dough stick. Delicious. She spoke to herself, then began eating quickly. Her two sharp fangs faintly showed as she chewed, reminding Lee Muhan that what he had just seen was no illusion. So strange. Lee Muhan said. Eh? What's strange? Chewing, she lifted her head and looked at him. Vampires eat human food too? As if expecting this question, Xiaoyu calmly replied. Human food can give us basic energy. But as you know, to survive long-term, human blood is essential. Hearing this, Lee Muhan's hand holding the soy milk trembled slightly. As if noticing his fear, the girl leaned her chin on her hand, took another bite of the fried dough stick, and with a trace of teasing in her eyes said, Don't worry. If you're not willing, I won't drink your blood. If a vampire drinks someone's blood, will they become a vampire too? The sudden question stunned her. She seemed to think for a moment, then answered. If I wanted to, yes. But it's troublesome. Humans won't allow vampires to multiply casually, and turning someone into a follower requires a very special condition. What condition? Lee Muhan asked. Xiaoyu's expression became troubled. She sipped the soy milk slowly, but finally, unable to resist his eager gaze, said, Our bodies and hearts must become one. So that was it. So don't worry. I won't drink your blood, and I won't make you my follower. If you want, I can let you drink my blood. Plop. The fried dough stick fell onto the table. Xiaoyu stared at Lee Muhan in disbelief. What did you say? I'm a little curious what it feels like to be bitten by a vampire. He had to admit, part of him was giving in to despair. Being dumped by his childhood sweetheart for such realistic reasons, there was no way to let it go easily. At least not in the short term. Another reason was that he was just tired. He had grown up in an orphanage like hell. Every day, he had to fight other kids just for a little food. The director and teachers were like demons. They punished the children with the harshest beatings, stole donations, and demanded complete obedience. If someone stayed in darkness forever, they would stop yearning for light. Guruashi had once been Lee Muhan's first glimpse of dawn in this world. But that light had faded too quickly, leaving him in darkness again. If he were killed by a vampire, wouldn't that be a new kind of experience? Suddenly, he realized the vampire girl across from him was blushing deeply. He understood she had misunderstood his words. I just mean drinking blood, nothing else. Not becoming your follower. Sorry, I didn't explain it clearly. He gave a bitter smile. Even asking a vampire to drink my blood is already crazy enough, isn't it? Xiaoyu stared into his eyes, as if seeing the same despair and emptiness she herself had once felt. Whoosh! In the next instant, she was in front of him. She stood by his side, cupped his face in her hands. Her crimson eyes glowed, and on her face was a smile both mad and seductive. Her sharp fangs gleamed with a chilling light. You really are interesting. You bring a stranger home, ask for nothing in return, and even after knowing I'm a vampire, you ask me to drink your blood. You're the most fascinating human I've ever met. As she spoke, her fangs sank into Li Muhan's neck. He braced himself for excruciating pain, but there was none. Instead, warmth spread through his whole body. He felt tired, his eyelids heavy, his body collapsing forward. The girl caught him in her arms, greedily drinking his blood. Your blood is special, why does it make me feel this kind of excitement? Li Muhan felt himself pressed onto the bed. He had no strength to resist, only to let her wrap around him. Sorry. I lost control for a moment. At those last words, Li Muhan completely lost consciousness. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock woke Li Muhan. He slowly opened his eyes. That sleep had been extremely comfortable, probably the most peaceful rest he had gotten since losing his parents. He sat up and looked at the time. It was now 6 p.m. Had he really slept straight from 7 a.m. until now? Normally, sleeping that long should make him dizzy, but right now Li Muhan felt completely clear-headed, and his whole body was relaxed. He picked up his phone and saw that his ex-girlfriend, Guruashi, had just posted 2 updates on her moments. I forgot to cancel the special concern setting. Li Muhan sighed. At first, he didn't want to check what she had posted, but curiosity pushed him to open her feed. Last night was the first time in my life I attended a banquet, and also the first time I wore such an expensive evening gown. This will be my most unforgettable day. The photo showed Guruashi at a grand banquet hall, dressed in an elegant light blue evening gown that already looked incredibly expensive. Her figure was graceful, her hairstyle carefully styled. Holding a tall wine glass, she stood beside a tall, handsome man. Though she looked slightly shy, she was beautiful and striking. Li Muhan knew, this was the other world she had spoken about. Just the decorations on her dress, not even the whole gown, were things he could never afford. The winter night sky doesn't shine with such brilliant stars, but if I could get closer to it, I think I could even catch the moon. The second photo showed Guruashi on the rooftop terrace of a luxury restaurant, leaning against that tall, handsome man, admiring the moon. It seemed that man was the key to the other world she wanted. Li Muhan felt unwilling. He thought he had let go, but seeing this, a sound came from beside him, startling him. Turning his head, he saw a black-haired girl lying next to him. She opened her sleepy eyes, lazily looking at her phone. Is that your girlfriend? Ah? Li Muhan nearly jumped out of bed. Why are you here? And why aren't you wearing clothes? He stared at Xiaoyu, who was half sitting up under the blanket, rubbing her eyes. There's only one bed in your room, so I had to sleep with you. She yawned as she spoke, clearly not fully awake. Li Muhan tried to recall last night. He had brought home a vampire girl, and even asked her to drink his blood. And after that? He had no memory. Only that Xiaoyu had bitten his neck. I already granted your wish. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. Just as Li Muhan was about to reply, he noticed that as Xiaoyu sat up, the loose t-shirt slipped off one shoulder. If it slid down just a bit more, her chest would be exposed. He quickly turned his head away, not daring to look. Put your clothes on first. He waited outside the bedroom until she was dressed before continuing the conversation. So, being bitten doesn't necessarily mean death? He looked at Xiaoyu, who sat across the table. High-level blood clans don't rely on human blood to survive. Drinking blood is only to maintain strength. You know, being bitten by a vampire actually felt kind of good. Li Muhan recalled the feeling last night. Besides the warmth he felt when his blood was being drawn, he also experienced another sensation in his sleep. A comfort he had never felt before. Hearing Li Muhan's words, Xiaoyu suddenly sprayed out the water she had just drunk. What the hell? Li Muhan was startled and quickly went to get her a towel. Why such a big reaction? Xiaoyu grabbed the towel from him and in the process, also held onto his hand. Don't bring up last night again. Her tone wasn't stern, instead, it carried a hint of pleading. Please. Li Muhan was slightly stunned, but he still nodded. Can I take another shower? Xiaoyu suddenly asked with a red face. The water she had just spat out had soaked her clothes. Go ahead, shower as much as you want. I'll get clean clothes ready for you. Thank you. While Xiaoyu went to bathe, Li Muhan was thinking about whether to order food or cook, when suddenly the doorbell rang. Coming. He walked to the door and opened it. The moment the door opened and he saw who was standing there, Lee Muhan froze. Because the person at the door was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Guruashi. At first glance, Lee Muhan didn't even recognize her. Her ponytail was gone, replaced with a carefully styled hairdo. Her once playful clothes and jeans were now an expensive, elegant gown, the price obvious at a single look. And those gentle, lively eyes that had given Lee Muhan hope to keep going more than once. Now they were covered with a thin layer of frost, looking at him as if he were just a complete stranger. That cold pride, this was a Guruashi he had never seen before. I came to get some things. Her tone was flat, without emotion. Lee Muhan stood dumbfounded for a moment, then nodded. I already packed up your things, there. No need. Guruashi coldly cut him off. Looking at the suitcase full of clothes and belongings, she showed a trace of disdain. Just throw them away. I don't need them anymore. Throw them away? Lee Muhan was at a loss. Those were their shared memories, most of the clothes and jewelry were gifts he had given her. Now in her eyes, they were just trash to be discarded? Ignoring him, Guruashi walked straight inside. When her gaze landed on the dining table, she let out a mocking laugh. Is there a problem? Lee Muhan closed the door and turned, meeting her disdainful expression. Lee Muhan, we're adults now, not children anymore. I know you love me, but it's impossible between us. Her sudden words left him baffled. She came here, at night, just to say this? I told you before, stop hoping. You're a smart man, Lee Muhan. Don't waste your heart on something impossible. What are you talking about? Lee Muhan frowned slightly. Guruashi walked to the dining table, picked up a cup, and turned to him with a smile. This is my cup, isn't it? You actually kept it, and you even use it? Don't you think that's disgusting? I think you misunderstood. Lee Muhan tried to explain, but she tossed the cup into the trash. Don't use my things anymore. Don't keep anything of mine. Otherwise, I'll look down on you even more, Lee Muhan. Lee Muhan fell silent. Looking at this beautiful but unfamiliar woman, he felt a wave of sadness. I know what you're thinking. You think I'm materialistic. That's right. Lee Muhan, you're an orphan. My parents are just ordinary wage earners. They've been poor their whole lives, so poor it terrifies me. Once, I thought about working hard together with you. But that was because we were ignorant, we hadn't seen the world. Guruashi's parents had once been like saviors to Lee Muhan. When his orphanage was exposed, they had adopted him. So, in a way, he and Guruashi had even been like adoptive siblings. But now, the way she looked at him was as if he were trash. She lifted the bag in her hand slightly. Do you know how much this bag costs? It's more than you could make in a year. And this bracelet, this pendant, do you understand what these mean? Seeing him silent, Guruashi spoke even more passionately. These are the keys to the upper world, Lee Muhan. You must have seen my moments, right? Last night, he took me to the garden restaurant. The luxury there is something you could never imagine. Lobster, abalone, every ingredient flown in and cooked on the spot. Do you understand what that means? It means you're a rich lady now? Lee Muhan sneered lightly. It means a gap, Lee Muhan. It means happiness. A happiness you will never be able to give me. Guruashi looked around, her face showing undisguised disgust at the apartment Lee Muhan had rented for them to live in together. I actually once wanted to live with you in this pigsty. This isn't even a place fit for people. Do you know where I live now? What exactly are you here to take? Can you hurry up? I live in Shengshihuading now, the most high-class rich district in Tianhai City. And then? Lee Muhan was already impatient. He didn't know why, but his feelings for Guruashi had completely changed. Yes, he had once tried to win her back, even spending a huge amount of money on a ring. But now, he just wanted this woman gone. Sure, she was beautiful, but some things are hard to change, like temperament. The way she was now, dripping with jewelry, she looked more like a clown desperately trying to force her way into a world that didn't belong to her. As for the cup she had mentioned, it was only because he didn't have any extra cups at home. He had simply washed it clean and given it to Xiaoyu. Now he didn't even have the chance to explain. My boyfriend is waiting for me downstairs. You've probably seen that car. I won't tell you the price, it might make you uncomfortable. But it's normal if you feel that way. Lee Muhan, listen to me, let go. Stop thinking about me. I came here today just to take our photo together. Without a word, Lee Muhan went into the bedroom. Moments later, he came back holding a photo frame of him and Guruashi. Back then, they were young and innocent, leaning tightly against each other, smiling with happiness. But now, everything had changed. Guruashi didn't even want to look at the photo. Maybe because her status was different now, she disdained looking back. Or maybe, deep down, there was still a trace of guilt toward Lee Muhan. In the end, she opened her bag and placed an envelope on the table. This is the compensation I could think of, Lee Muhan. Take it. Is this from your boyfriend? Lee Muhan sneered. Yes. What's inside is enough for you to finish college easily. You won't have to work yourself so hard anymore. Take your money and leave. Seeing his attitude, Guruashi thought he was still hung up on her, so she spoke bluntly. If you keep clinging to me, then I'll. But before she could finish, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Wrapped in a bath towel, Xiaoyu walked out. Her face was flushed from the hot shower, her body still glistening with drops of water even after a light wipe. It was enough to make any man's heart stir. And with features even more striking than Guruashi's. All of it left Guruashi frozen in place. Who is she? She pointed at Xiaoyu, her tone arrogant, as if she were still the mistress of this home. Not your concern. Did you get your things? Lee Muhan had no intention of introducing Xiaoyu. But Guruashi refused to let it go. She looked at him angrily. Lee Muhan, I haven't even moved my stuff out yet, and you already brought another woman here? You're really something. Ignoring her sarcasm, Lee Muhan was about to drive her out again when Guruashi suddenly noticed something. She studied Xiaoyu's face carefully, then let out a cold laugh. So it's her. Turns out it's the famous figure from school. Her expensive heels clicking against the floor, Guruashi walked up to Xiaoyu with a mocking smile. You're Xiaoyu, right? Same freshman year as us. But I've heard plenty about you. They say you're the kind of girl who'll sleep with anyone who has money. So, how much did Lee Muhan pay you? Maybe it was because she saw a girl with looks far above her own standing in Lee Muhan's home, but Guruashi suddenly felt a surge of unwillingness. Her so-called pride couldn't accept that Lee Muhan might find someone even better than her. Even just having a beautiful face wasn't enough. And so, that unwillingness in Guruashi turned into extreme malice toward Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu showed no reaction. She simply leaned against the bathroom door, twirling her still damp hair with her fingers. As if she was already used to such comments. Lee Muhan, let me give you some advice. A woman like this has nothing but her looks. She's just trash who leeches off rich men. Don't fall for a woman money can buy. I didn't. Xiaoyu lifted her head slightly and glanced at Lee Muhan, as if she wanted to explain. But she was immediately cut off by Guruashi's sharp voice. You don't need me to remind you what kind of person you are, right? Think no one knows what you've done? Sugar dating, messing with thugs outside school, and even how your foster parents died is still a mystery. Maybe it was related to you. But before she could finish, Lee Muhan was already standing in front of Xiaoyu, staring at Guruashi with cold eyes. I'll take your advice, Guruashi. A woman who only leeches off rich men, a woman money can buy, I'll make sure never to be obsessed with one again. Lee Muhan, you. Guruashi instantly heard the mocking tone in his words. The worst part was, she couldn't refute it. Leeching off the rich? True, she was relying on a spoiled rich second generation to climb into high society. A woman money could buy? True, she had abandoned her longtime boyfriend for money. Every word was the truth. The irony was that she had just used those same words to lecture Lee Muhan. Ashamed and furious, Guruashi pointed at Xiaoyu. How could a filthy woman like her ever compare to me? With money, she's no better than any random. Bang. Lee Muhan slammed his fist into the wall behind her, forcing her back against it. His eyes were ice cold, like sharp blades of frost. Lee Muhan, you'd actually hit me, for this kind of woman? You. I won't hit you, Guruashi. But listen carefully. The kind of woman you're talking about, she's 100 times cleaner than you, and 100 times better than you. Let me make this clear, she's my woman. So watch your mouth. This was the first time Guruashi had ever seen such a Lee Muhan. Back when they dated, he had never even raised his voice at her. She had always thought he would never show anger to anyone, like a docile dog that silently endured everything. But now, that dog bared its fangs. And it was all because of that slut who would sleep with anyone. Xiaoyu herself was stunned. She was just a monster. Yet a human, even after learning what she really was willing to stand up and protect her like this. You're hopeless, Lee Muhan. This isn't over. Take your money with you. Lee Muhan shoved the envelope back into her hands. Guruashi strode to the door. Before leaving, she turned to look at Lee Muhan, then at the silent Xiaoyu. What a desperate slut, you'll even pick up a man no one else wants. Whore. With those words muttered coldly, she slammed the door and left. Lee Muhan let out a long breath. Looking at the hand that had almost struck her face, he sank into thought. Why had he lost control like that? Suddenly, someone gently held his hand. At some point, Xiaoyu had walked up to him. She held his hands tightly, her expression full of worry. I'm sorry. I should be the one to say that. She's my ex, don't mind what she said. I'll take a shower to calm down. He tried to pull his hand back, but suddenly Xiaoyu pushed him against the wall, her strength shockingly great. She gripped his hand firmly. When she lifted her head, those alluring blood-red eyes locked onto his. Sorry. I can't hold back anymore. Can I drink your blood again? Huh? Didn't you say high-level blood clans? I really am sorry, but after drinking your blood last night, I've been losing control. Her voice trembled. Her eyes, filled with thirst, carried an irresistible seduction. It was clear she was trying her best to restrain herself. Maybe it was just like she had said. Without blood for a long time, she might weaken, but she wouldn't crave it this strongly. But after tasting his blood yesterday, it was like throwing fresh meat before a starving beast. The temptation was impossible to resist. At least let me take a shower first. Li Muhan gave a helpless smile. Although she was extremely unwilling, in the end Xiaoyu still let go of Li Muhan's hand. Her face was full of reluctance. Her slightly open lips revealed two faint fangs, but instead of frightening Li Muhan, they only made the girl before his eyes seem all the more enticing. Bear with it for a bit, I won't run away. Li Muhan raised his hand and gently rubbed Xiaoyu's hair, then hurried into the bathroom as if escaping. While showering, Li Muhan organized his thoughts. Too many things had happened recently. His childhood sweetheart and longtime girlfriend had cheated and decisively abandoned him. At his lowest point, he had actually brought home the school's bad girl, only to find she wasn't human, but a vampire. And he had even let her drink his blood. It was all too unbelievable. After finishing his shower, with a towel still draped over his head, Li Muhan opened the bathroom door, only to find Xiaoyu standing right outside. The girl had now fully revealed her vampire form. Long silver hair, blood-red eyes, sharp fangs, and that hungry, dangerous gaze. All of it told Li Muhan there was no escape. Excuse me, may I now? Even so, she still asked politely, her face blushing faintly. Li Muhan nodded. As soon as he spoke, a pair of enormous demonic wings folded around him, wrapping him inside. The girl's slender, delicate body pressed close against his, and the towel around her slipped away. In that instant, Li Muhan's body was pressed tightly against hers. Before he could even feel the softness of her skin, those sharp fangs had already sunk eagerly into his neck. Just like last time, the moment they pierced him, an indescribable pleasure spread through his whole body. The feeling was addictive. He didn't resist, instead, he gently embraced the vampire's body. As his consciousness faded, he heard the girl's soft voice whisper in his ear. You just said I'm your woman, so you'll have to take responsibility. Then he heard nothing more. At the same time, after leaving the apartment, Guruashi went downstairs and directly got into a luxury sports car. That bastard! He actually dared to hit you? Damn it, I'll skin him alive. No need, darling. Don't stoop to the level of a pauper like him. He was just upset. Let's ignore him. Fine, whatever you say, baby. So, shall we go now? I booked a seaside restaurant and even invited a music master to play for us. I remember you like piano, right? Darling, you're so good to me. Let's go quickly. Guruashi casually tossed the photo frame she had taken out of the window. She didn't care about the frame, nor the photo inside. Because she was now this young master's fiancée, she absolutely did not want such things, symbols of her black past, left with her ex-boyfriend. But just as the sports car started, from the shadows, a pair of scarlet glowing eyes suddenly appeared. Filthy, lowly humans, how dare you humiliate my master like this? The sports car had just started when one of its tires suddenly burst. The car instantly skidded and crashed into a tree with a loud bang. Watching the man and woman crawl out of the wreck in embarrassment, a shadowed figure let out a cold snort. If not for the Bureau of Special Control, today you wouldn't have gotten away with just such a small lesson. With that, the figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. When the sounds of the crash and the alarm came from downstairs, Xiaoyu quietly sat up from the bed. Underneath her lay the already sleeping Li Muhan. She put on a coat, walked to the bedside, and looked out the window. A luxury sports car had crashed into a tree due to a burst tire, and many people were gathering around to watch. Her gaze shifted past the crowd to a deserted alley nearby. As she stared at the lifeless alley, her purple eyes turned crimson. Come out. Her voice was cold. Then, a shadow flashed through the window. By the faint moonlight, a tall, slender silver-haired girl appeared in Li Muhan's bedroom. She wore a white blouse on top, a black long skirt below. Her delicate face looked even colder under the moonlight. Master. The silver-haired girl slightly lifted her skirt and gave Xiaoyu a graceful curtsy. You did this, didn't you? Master, I don't want anyone speaking to you with disrespect. Don't call me master. You are not my servant. While speaking to the silver-haired girl, Xiaoyu seemed like a different person altogether. Her eyes were cold, her face proud. None of the timidness she had shown in front of Li Muhan could be seen. The era of the Blood Clan is over. Now is the era of human rule. If the Bureau of Special Control takes notice of you, don't expect me to save you. Please don't worry, Master, I will never bring trouble to you. Unless, you care about this human. The girl's gaze turned toward the sleeping Li Muhan. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed red. In the next instant, she was in front of the silver-haired girl, looking down at her coldly. Don't even think about him, Chimiya. I am not your master, and you are not my servant. You don't need to keep following me. Go somewhere else. No city will allow two blood clans to exist. Master. The silver-haired girl wanted to say more, but in the end, she lowered her head. Her body dissolved into a shadow, then scattered into a flock of bats and flew out the window. Xiaoyu turned back to the bed. Looking at the sleeping Li Muhan, her expression softened, and her eyes returned to light purple. She gently reached out her hand, as if to touch his cheek, but stopped just short. Finally, she simply lay down quietly beside him and closed her eyes. The next day was Monday. Li Muhan and Xiaoyu both had morning classes. After breakfast together, they went to university. My classroom is over there. After saying this, Xiaoyu waved at Li Muhan and walked away. For some reason, Li Muhan felt that Xiaoyu didn't want to talk much to him at school, as if she was afraid others would see them together. Muhan. After class, his friend Luo Yang called out to him. This was one of Li Muhan's few friends. They had been classmates in high school and both knew Guruashi. Of course, Luo Yang also knew about what had happened between him and Guruashi. So, it's completely over between you and Guruashi? On the way home from school, Li Muhan walked with Luo Yang, who was pushing the old bicycle he had ridden since middle school. Yeah. Over. What a pity. You two were so good together in high school, always showing off your love in front of me. TSK. Back then, Li Muhan and Guruashi were inseparable every day. Since Li Muhan was an orphan, Guruashi's parents often took care of him, even treating him as their future son-in-law. Who could have thought it would end like this? If Li Muhan told Luo Yang that just yesterday he had even slapped Guruashi, Luo Yang's expression would probably be something to see. Seeing Li Muhan stay silent, Luo Yang thought he had touched a sore spot and said apologetically. Alright, don't be upset. You're not working today, right? No work today. Good. Then I'll treat you to barbecue. I know a place that's really good. Li Muhan was about to decline, worrying about when Xiaoyu might return home, or if she would eat. But then he remembered, he had given her a spare key. At worst, he could bring some barbecue back for her. So the two went to the barbecue stall. Muhan, look at you, tall, good-looking. You think you can't find a good woman? A girl who dumps you to chase a rich boy? Forget her, who needs that kind? After a few drinks, Luo Yang was already half drunk. He patted Li Muhan's shoulder, trying to comfort him. But Li Muhan felt calm inside. This barbecue really is good. Rare of you to have good taste for once. Li Muhan joked, remembering the last time Luo Yang had dragged him to a noodle shop. When the food was late, Li Muhan had asked the owner to hurry. The owner had replied, "Don't rush, it's almost pulled out." That had left Li Muhan completely dumbfounded. Looking around now, he saw the barbecue stall was lively. Most of the customers were young people, though there were also some elderly couples sharing tables. But none of the tables were like theirs, just two men sitting together. Muhan, you don't believe me, do you? I told you, you'll be fine. If you want a girlfriend, you could get one in minutes. Hey, look, that girl isn't bad. Li Muhan followed his finger, and saw a waitress working at the barbecue stall. The waitress was slim and petite. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and she wore a mask that covered her face. She had on an ordinary white long-sleeved sweatshirt, but it looked too big on her, clearly not her size. Wait a minute. Li Muhan narrowed his eyes. That sweatshirt, why did it look so familiar? He seemed to own one exactly like it. Although the waitress wore a mask, her eyes were very beautiful, faintly glowing with a soft purple light. Hello, is this your barbecue? Just then, the girl walked over and placed a skewer of grilled meat onto the tray. Her voice was airy, carrying a trace of coldness, like a breeze in the night, clear and refreshing. And to Li Muhan, the voice was extremely familiar, as if he had heard it more than once, just recently. Yes, thank you. Li Muhan nodded. The girl turned and left. But Li Muhan's eyes stayed fixed on her back, as if he was just about to remember. Hey, Li Muhan. What's wrong with you lately? Luo Yang's voice cut off his thoughts. You've had 6 bottles already. And your face isn't even red. I remember you used to be a lightweight, 2 bottles and you were dying. What happened? Why are you so strong now? Only after Luo Yang mentioned it did Li Muhan realize, he had indeed finished 6 bottles of beer. Not a huge amount, but compared to the already drunk Luo Yang, he felt absolutely nothing. His face wasn't even flushed. Forget it, let's not talk about that. What do you think of that girl just now? What do you mean? Li Muhan asked while eating a skewer, then lifted another glass and downed it. This time, he carefully paid attention. After the beer went down, aside from feeling full, there was no other effect at all. It was as if alcohol no longer worked on him. I'm telling you, even though she's wearing a mask, with my experience from seeing countless women, she's definitely a beauty. Old Luo, you've never even had a girlfriend, and you dare call it countless women? Li Muhan laughed and teased. Luo Yang was clearly drunk. He raised his cup, pointing at Li Muhan with a shaky finger. Don't look down on me. I just don't want a girlfriend. If I wanted one, I could get one in minutes. Seeing the disbelief on Li Muhan's face, Luo Yang got worked up. He yanked Li Muhan along as they walked to the side. You don't believe me? Fine, I'll prove it to you right now. It was now 10 p.m., the busiest time for the barbecue stall. That same waitress seemed to be a newcomer. She had been scolded by the boss a few times earlier for mixing up orders. Now, she was cleaning up the trash from a table where customers had just left. Hey, girl! Suddenly, Luo Yang dragged Li Muhan over and loudly greeted the waitress. Hello. The girl lifted her head, her bright eyes looking at Luo Yang. Will you go out with me? Li Muhan hadn't expected Luo Yang to really say it. The atmosphere instantly felt unbearably awkward, because the girl tilted her head, staring at him with a strange look. Sorry. I already have a boyfriend. After a long pause, she said it calmly. Luo Yang looked like he had just taken a devastating blow. I told you not to embarrass yourself. Now look. Li Muhan patted Luo Yang on the back. But before Luo Yang could respond, the waitress had already walked up to Li Muhan. She looked up at him and said, Tonight is my first day working. I might be back late. You don't need to wait for me. Li Muhan froze mid-motion while trying to comfort Luo Yang. Luo Yang was also stunned. He turned his head, staring blankly at Li Muhan, then at the girl. You two know each other? Before Li Muhan could speak, Xiaoyu had already nodded and said, He's my boyfriend. Luo Yang collapsed into his chair, pointing at Li Muhan in shock. Xiaoyu? Li Muhan finally recognized her too. What are you doing here? Since I'm living in your house for free, I wanted to work part-time like you to earn something, at least enough to help with living expenses. Looking at the girl in front of him, Li Muhan suddenly felt it unbelievable, this beautiful vampire girl working late at night in a barbecue stall. Luo Yang was completely stunned now. He didn't even have the strength to ask Li Muhan what was going on. Seeing him like this, Li Muhan had no choice but to call a taxi for him. As for his bicycle, Li Muhan could only push it home and return it to him the next day. After sending Luo Yang away, Li Muhan went back to the stall to settle the bill. Clearly, Luo Yang had said he would treat him, yet in the end, Li Muhan was the one who paid. He gave a bitter smile. Xiaoyu was still busy, and Li Muhan didn't want to bother her. He had originally thought about waiting for her to go home together, but sitting around without ordering anything made him feel out of place. So he stood up, found a moment, and said to her, Be careful going home. Then he left. Pushing Luo Yang's bike, Li Muhan walked along the road home. The cold winter wind cut into his coat. Usually, when he returned home after late-night work, he felt unbearably cold and tired. But tonight, he felt nothing. It was already nearly 11 p.m. He had no sleepiness at all. Even stranger, on this stretch of road without streetlights, he normally had to rely on his phone flashlight. But now, he could see clearly into every corner of the darkness. Just as Li Muhan reached the middle of the road, a car suddenly pulled across and blocked his path. 4 or 5 men in black suits got out. Li Muhan instantly sensed danger and tried to back away, but another car blocked him from behind, with more suited men stepping out. You're Li Muhan, right? The last to get out was a tall, handsome man, about the same age as Li Muhan but radiating the aura of a rich young master. That's me. You guys aren't here to rob me, are you? Li Muhan smiled, stalling for time while scanning for an escape route. Having grown up in a hellish orphanage, he was highly alert to danger. He knew these men weren't here with good intentions. He was good at fighting, but these men looked like trained fighters. One against many, he didn't stand a chance. You're the one who slapped my girlfriend, aren't you? The young man sneered as he walked up. He held a silk handkerchief over his nose, as if the very air here disgusted him. Yes, that was me. What can I do for you? Of course, Li Muhan already knew. This was the rich young master Guruashi had attached herself to. The man took a deep breath against the handkerchief, his face softening slightly. After confirming Li Muhan's identity, the young master turned back toward the car. Before getting in, he waved his hand and said coldly, Do it. Immediately, the suited men rushed at Li Muhan from both sides. He shoved Luo Yang's bicycle forward, blocking the men in front, then spun and charged at the ones behind. He had already decided he would fight with everything he had. Even if he was skilled, facing so many trained men, there was no chance of escaping unharmed. Despite his resistance, the men were too strong. Within moments, Li Muhan was knocked to the ground, fists and kicks raining down on him. He quickly gave up struggling. At times like this, fighting back only made the beating worse. He curled up, shielding his head and stomach, trying to avoid fatal injuries. Enough. Bring him here. The young master sat in the passenger seat of his car, the door open as he watched. Like a ragdoll, Li Muhan was dragged over, his body covered in bruises, barely able to stand. You think I came after you because you slapped her? He squatted in front of Li Muhan, lit a cigarette, and looked at him with disdain. You're wrong. You really think I care that much about that woman? I just think she's pretty. I wanted to play. Of course, she can use my resources to climb higher. Kid, your ex is much smarter than you. He grabbed Li Muhan's hair, forcing him to look up. What the hell did I do to you? Li Muhan asked weakly. She told me you were chasing her since high school, pestering her until she agreed. True or not, I don't care, I don't want you near her again. Zhao Qiankuan slapped his face lightly. What surprised me is, she was still a virgin. And she actually asked me to take responsibility. Hilarious. You've been with her for so long, and she never let you touch her, did she? But me, just 1 week. I added her contact, bought her a meal and a phone, and she came to bed with me. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and blew the smoke into Li Muhan's face. Your girlfriend is very sweet. Zhao Qiankuan snapped his fingers. A suited man immediately brought over a video camera. Li Muhan had no strength left. He could only let them prop him up. Let me show you something good. Zhao Qiankuan tossed away his cigarette and shoved the camera in Li Muhan's face. Slowly, Li Muhan's eyes shifted to the screen. The video showed a man and a woman naked in bed, doing unspeakable things. And that woman was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Guruashi. What, you can't recognize her once the clothes are off? This is your ex-girlfriend. Look at her, so slutty in bed. This must be a side of her you've never seen in your whole life, right? Zhao Qiankuan threw his arm around Li Muhan's shoulder, as if they were buddies enjoying something funny together. I know you're angry right now, but you need to accept reality. Let me tell you something, your girlfriend is just one of my many toys. You know? Women like her, who've never seen the world, are really the best to play with. Angry? Was Li Muhan angry? He should have been. But deep inside, he felt only calm. When he saw Guruashi beneath Zhao Qiankuan, panting and moaning, he didn't feel rage, only sorrow. Sorrow for Guruashi, and nothing more. Clack. Zhao Qiankuan shut off the camera, then yanked Li Muhan's hair. Kid, no matter how much I talk about the gap between us, you'll never get it. So I won't waste my breath. I'm a clean freak. Until I'm tired of that slut, you're not allowed to say a single word to her. Got it? Instead of getting angry, Li Muhan smiled. He turned his head. A mouthful of bloody spit landed on Zhao Qiankuan's face. A flash of killing intent crossed Zhao's eyes. He wiped his face with the handkerchief, then stood up, went to the trunk, and pulled out a baseball bat. With a cold smile, he walked back. You really have a death wish. Bang! The bat smashed into Li Muhan's head. A dull thud echoed in the silent winter night, blood instantly streaming down his forehead. Trash. You'll always be stuck at the bottom, a worthless beggar. He tossed the bat away. The men in black let go of Li Muhan and turned to leave. Li Muhan was dizzy, his vision red with blood. He could barely hear anything anymore. He tried to lift his head. Through the blur, he saw the rich air and his men get into the car. He tried to breathe, but each breath made his chest explode with pain. Maybe he was dying. His body grew colder, the pain slowly fading. Darkness surrounded his vision, dragging him downward, as if countless hands were pulling him into a bottomless abyss. Then, an ancient and mysterious voice awakened him. His chaotic mind cleared. Where is this? He touched his head. No blood. No pain. It was as if the beating from Zhao Qiankuan and his men had been a dream. He pushed himself up, looking around. Everything was pitch black, except for the massive stone gate standing before him. The iron gate towered dozens of meters high. Beyond it, only darkness. Hell? Did I go to hell? He laughed bitterly at himself. He hadn't done much bad in life. Why would he end up in hell? The gate was carved with endless runes, glowing with ancient mystery. Around them, reliefs of twisted, monstrous figures. Cautiously, he pressed his hand against the door. Pushed. Nothing. Then, whispers. Indescribable, seeping into his mind through his hands. Key. Unfamiliar words poured in. A language he had never heard, yet somehow etched into his soul. He could recall every syllable. He recited the incantation. With a deafening boom, the heavy gate began to creak open. Li Muhan expected a sea of corpses, or a demonic hellscape. But instead, it was an opera house. A vast opera house, with circular seating around a stage. And somehow, he was already standing in the center of the stage. Clack! A spotlight shone down on him. He squinted until his eyes adjusted. The audience were not people. They were statues. Countless statues of strange shapes. So this is the afterlife? That's way too bizarre. He couldn't help but mutter. Then, one statue's eyes glowed red. His gaze locked with it. And instantly, he was dragged into another space. A ruined temple. Dim light. Crumbling walls. Only a throne remained intact. And on that throne sat a boy. Handsome. His skin black, covered with golden runes. His messy white hair fell over his shoulders. His clothes were strange, ancient, maybe Babylonian. But his eyes, glowing faintly gold, were lifeless. He stared ahead, not at Li Muhan, but through him, into the endless void beyond. Excuse me, is this heaven or hell? Li Muhan asked as he walked toward the throne. But the boy didn't answer. He just rested his chin on his hand, mumbling to himself. Why did I lose? Why exactly did I lose? At that moment, a mechanical voice rang in Li Muhan's mind. Demon Ball. Level, world-destroying. Soul state, damaged. Mission, help Ball restore his soul. Each stage of recovery grants part of Bale's power. Current recovery, 0. Ball? Li Muhan looked at the dazed boy in front of him. So this was the first of the 72 demon gods who had signed a contract with King Solomon, King Bal. Li Muhan didn't know much about Solomon's myths, only that he was a king of ancient Israel who signed contracts with demons to gain supreme wisdom. No wonder this Bal looked half-witted. His soul was incomplete. A sudden thought struck Li Muhan. Maybe he wasn't dead yet. If he could gain Bale's power, could he strike back from the edge of despair? With that in mind, he straightened up and tried to talk to Bal. After all, to help him recover, he needed to know the root cause. Hello, my name is Li Muhan. You're really Bal? The first of the 72 demon gods? Hey, you know what? You're in a lot of games too. In games, you're a general who commands thunder and lightning. Pretty awesome, huh? Come on, at least say something. No matter what he said, the boy ignored him. Helpless, Li Muhan decided on a last resort. He raised his hand and slapped Bal across the face. Smack. The crisp sound echoed through the ruins of the temple. Bal suddenly seemed to wake up. He lifted his head slightly, looking at Li Muhan, his eyes full of confusion. Who are you? Before Li Muhan could reply, the voice in his mind spoke again. Bale's soul has been awakened. Recovery progress, 1, you have gained Bale's attention. Receiving power from Bal. Holy shit. Li Muhan cursed inwardly. So it only took a slap? If he kept slapping him, would the progress speed up? Before he could act, his body was suddenly filled with a mysterious power, rewriting every cell. It felt like being reborn. When the power subsided, the voice came again. Skill acquired, domain, 10,000 thunders execution. Domain effects. Within the domain, strength, endurance, speed, and spirit x10. Within the domain, you gain Bale's power over thunder. Within the domain, you can absorb electricity from all devices to strengthen yourself. Within the domain, as long as lightning does not die, you will not die. Domain radius, about half a mile. Domain level, 2. Li Muhan was stunned. He had slapped a demon, and gotten all this. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to keep slapping. But now the boy had snapped out of his daze. He stared at Li Muhan, as if seeing what had been taken from him. Power is not so easy to control. If you don't believe me, you can try. The boy lifted his hand and flicked his fingers. Li Muhan's consciousness was instantly ripped out of his body and dragged deep into the temple's darkness. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianquan spat on Li Muhan's unconscious body and cursed as he got back into the car. Fuck, how could Guruashi ever like this idiot? Handed money back, just looking for death. He lit a cigarette in the passenger seat. Young master, he's not dead yet, should we? You handle it. Not our first time. Clean it up. I checked, he's an orphan, no relatives. Even if he vanishes, no one will care. Wait, rain? He glanced out the window. The quiet night sky was roiling with thunderclouds, lightning flashing inside. Damn weather. Still, good cover for you guys. Once the rain starts, dump the body, huh? He froze. Li Muhan's body was gone. Bang! A thunderous crash from the roof of the car. What the fuck was that? The rich heir looked up at the caved-in roof, dumbfounded. The men in black rushed out. One looked up and collapsed to the ground in terror. Because Lee Muhan, who should have been lying unconscious, was now standing on the car roof. His shirt torn, exposing skin covered in glowing runes. His hands had become black claws crackling with lightning. From his head sprouted horns like a demon's. From his spine extended a long black tail. Golden eyes glared down at them. His lips curled into a wicked smile. Domain, open. 10,000 thunders execution. The moment the monster spoke those words in a hoarse voice, the thunderclouds instantly surged down toward the earth, spreading out from the demon as the center to a radius of 1 kilometer. Then the lightning did not fade, but instead wrapped that entire kilometer completely inside. It formed a domain made of thunder and lightning. Monster! One of the men in suits shouted, which seemed to draw the demon's attention on the car roof. All of them pulled out their pistols and aimed at the demon standing above. Fire! Bang bang bang. Bullets rained down like a storm, but the moment they neared the monster's body, every single one was blocked by a current of electricity. When the gunfire finally stopped, all of them were stunned. Right before their eyes, countless bullets had gathered into a dense wall in front of the demon. What the hell is that thing? One of the men screamed in terror. But before his voice even fell, looking down, he saw the demon's lightning-charged claws had already pierced through his chest. Blood sprayed out at once. His body convulsed violently a few times before going completely still. His eyes were filled with endless fear and disbelief, as if he could never accept that his life had ended so quickly. Help! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Shit! Don't kill me! Then came a massacre. Wherever the lightning flashed, a man in black was torn apart into pieces by the monster. In an instant, screams, gunfire, and thunder fused together into a requiem of hell. When the last man in black died under the monster's claws, everything returned to silence. And Zhao Qiankuan? He clutched a pistol in his hand, curled up in the back seat, trembling all over. No, no, no. Outside, there was no more sound, but Zhao Qiankuan still didn't dare lift his head to look. He prayed it would all pass quickly, prayed that the monster had not noticed him. But that was impossible. A heavy breath broke the silence. Who? Who is it? I'm the young master of the Zhao family consortium, don't touch me. My father. Before he could finish, a claw suddenly shot in through the car, yanking him out of the back seat. The young master was lifted by his neck into the air, struggling to raise his gun and fire several shots point blank at the monster's head. But the bullets were again stopped by the invisible shield of current in front of the demon. All of this left Zhao Qiankuan in utter despair. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll give your woman back to you. I'll give you whatever you want. You want money? I have money. I have lots of money. The monster tilted its head slightly, those emotionless golden pupils staring at Zhao Qiankuan like a lamb waiting for slaughter. Suddenly, it smiled, that same terrifying smile. Then the monster raised a hand and snapped its fingers. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down with perfect precision, blasting Zhao Qiankuan's right hand into ash, leaving not even bone or flesh behind. Ah! My hand! Pain and fear tormented Zhao Qiankuan. From childhood until now, he had hardly ever even scraped his skin, yet now he had lost an entire hand, and it had been blasted into nothing by a monster's lightning. Snot and tears covered his cheeks. He knew without doubt he was going to die tonight. Only, this monster did not seem in a hurry to kill him. It wanted to drag out his suffering. Just as the monster was about to stretch out its claws to gouge out Zhao Qiankuan's eyes, the thunderclouds above the domain suddenly split open as if torn apart by force. A bright full moon appeared in the sky. White moonlight shone down through the broken thunderclouds. And with that moonlight descended a girl with enormous wings. Her long silver hair danced in the wind, and her blood-red eyes gazed down at the demon from above. Domain open, Crimson Hunt. As her voice fell, the moon instantly turned crimson. Blood-red moonlight scattered the thunderclouds completely and poured down over the city. The demon raised its head to look at Xiaoyu. A trace of excitement flickered in its golden pupils. It dropped the nearly unconscious Zhao Qiankuan and turned to face the girl floating beneath the blood moon. Wake up, Li Muhan. Xiaoyu's voice was cold as she looked at the demon. But the demon had no reason left, only killing intent. Now, it saw Xiaoyu as another hunter, an intruder into its domain. Xiaoyu seemed to understand she could not reach him with words. She sighed softly, then slowly stretched out her claws. Boom! Lightning roared again. The demon bent down slightly, then shot up toward Xiaoyu in the air, its speed and force like a thunder-charged cannonball. But in her vampire form, Xiaoyu simply pressed one hand onto the demon's face, stopping its charge cold, then dove down, slamming it into the ground. At the same time, the sharp tips of her wings stabbed like nails through the demon's arms, pinning them to the earth. Through the gaps of her fingers, the demon's chaotic eyes stared fixedly at the vampire before it. Then came another twisted smile. Xiaoyu's face was like ice. She knew Li Muhan would soon resist. Before he could, the hand pressing on his head slammed down hard enough to crack the ground beneath them. Calm yourself, Li Muhan. Learn to control this power. Don't let it lead you by the nose. Li Muhan's pupils slowly lifted, his gaze on Xiaoyu filled first with confusion, then mockery. Ancient words spilled from his mouth. A bolt of lightning shot at Xiaoyu. Her wings flapped with great force, carrying her out of the strike's path. The freed demon moved with shocking speed, seizing Xiaoyu's throat before she could steady herself. Then its massive tail pierced straight through her small body. Her frame was lifted into the air, blood spilling endlessly from her abdomen. But her face showed no pain. Instead, the demon froze. After impaling her, its golden eyes dimmed, and its body began to tremble. Looking around at the torn corpses everywhere, Li Muhan's mind suddenly cleared. He had killed many, many people. Finally, his voice trembled with a sob as he looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu? Did I hurt you? Was all this done by me? Hanging from the demon's tail, Xiaoyu slowly raised her hand, cupped the demon's face, and spoke gently. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. Her wings closed in, wrapping Li Muhan's body completely. Then Xiaoyu opened her mouth wide, her terrifying fangs gleaming in the storm's light. They sank into Li Muhan's neck, like an injection of a tranquilizer. His trembling slowly stopped. The glowing runes on his body faded. The horns and tail disappeared. He returned to his human form. The lightning barrier around them collapsed in an instant. Li Muhan felt the wild power and violent emotions drain away completely, leaving nothing behind. His face softened. His eyes cleared. I killed so many people, what's wrong with me? His body went weak. Everything just now felt like a nightmare. You're just tired. Sleep. A trace of his blood still lingered on Xiaoyu's lips. She licked it away, then gently lifted the unconscious Li Muhan into her arms. Her gaze flicked to Zhao Qiankuan, who sat on the ground clutching his severed arm, soaked in his own urine. No, don't kill me. I was wrong, don't kill me. He was pale from blood loss, his face smeared with tears and snot. Xiaoyu ignored him completely. Hugging Li Muhan, she turned into shadow, then scattered into countless bats that vanished into the silent winter night. High above, the crimson moon slowly faded back to its original form. At this time, inside a certain bank building in Tianhai City. The bank's first-floor lobby, long since closed for business, still had people coming and going. But none of them used the main entrance. Instead, they took a hidden side elevator straight down to the 5th basement level. This was a special operations point set up by a certain organization. Right now, sharp, piercing alarms echoed through the 5th basement floor, urging staff to hurry to their posts. A woman, still rubbing her sleepy eyes while putting on her suit jacket, took the coffee handed to her by a colleague and quickly walked with the others toward the deepest part, the intelligence hall. At this moment, 4 people had already gathered in the intelligence hall, 2 men and 2 women, each exuding an extraordinary aura. 2 abnormal domain reactions appearing at the same time. Is it a turf war? Is it related to that sudden thunderstorm just now? A middle-aged man in a black trench coat frowned as he spoke. If it was just a turf war, would we still be sitting here calmly discussing it? A sharp-looking woman with glasses replied coldly. According to our field agents, the incident took place in the West District of Tianhai City, on a remote path rarely used by people. There were almost no residents or shops nearby, and neither the street nor the building suffered any damage. Another tall woman projected the intel. The image showed a street where a dozen black uniformed workers were placing bodies into body bags one by one. 10 dead on site, 1 injured. And one of the domain reactions from an abnormal type, we have no record of it at all. After hearing her report, the man in the trench coat snorted coldly. And the other one? Disaster class domain reaction. The moment those words were spoken, the man in the trench coat jumped to his feet, cold sweat soaking his back. What? Disaster class? What the hell are the Special Management Bureau people doing, letting a disaster class abnormal appear in the city? The girl who had been silent in her chair now stood up. She wore a black bureau uniform, looked about 20 years old, her shoulder-length black hair tied into a neat ponytail. Her face carried a constant, unreadable smile. Now that she stood, all eyes focused on her. Regarding that point, let me explain. This disaster class is a registered individual under our Special Management Bureau. The others were surprised at once. There's a registered disaster class abnormal in Tianhai City. Why have we never heard of this? Deputy Director Lin, would you care to explain? The girl called Deputy Director Lin glanced at the trench coat man, but ignored his questioning. The others also stared at her, clearly sharing the same doubts. She slowly lifted her coffee cup, stirred it, and said with a smile, "The Special Management Bureau is independent of all agencies. Whether it's your Central Intelligence Bureau, the Ministry of State Security, or the military, we have no obligation to report to you." "Director Lin, that's not quite right. If you don't need us, then why call us here?" The woman with glasses adjusted her thin frames, her tone showing discontent. "Director Wei, don't be upset. Since you're here, we won't be hiding anything from you." The girl casually picked up a tablet and walked to the screen. "As you've just learned, there were 2 domain reactions in the city this time. The disaster class abnormal has already been under our bureau supervision for 15 years. Her fingers tapped the screen, and immediately a file appeared in the projection, an archive of a black-haired girl. The name written on it was Xia Lia. Then started by explaining. "What's the story with this Xia Lia?" the man in the trench coat said. "Xia Lia. Real name unknown. Mythology of origin unknown. Years of existence unknown. She is a rather special abnormal. Her type is vampire, but different from the usual kind. She isn't interested in creating thralls to expand her power. Instead, she insists on rooting herself in human society, trying to live as a human. 5 years ago, she was adopted by an elderly couple and took the name Xiaoyu. And 15 years ago, I personally vouched for her entry into the Special Management Bureau. Now, without reason, she's made contact with another abnormal and even used domain powers. Naturally, this matter falls on me. I will take responsibility to investigate thoroughly, including the other newly appeared abnormal." 15 years ago? Everyone present was shocked. Lin said that 15 years ago she vouched for this outsider to enter the Special Management Bureau, but she looks less than 20 years old. 15 years ago, wouldn't she have been just a child? As if she could sense everyone's doubt, the girl smiled a little shyly. "A girl's age is a secret, I hope you can understand. Alright then, the Special Management Bureau is an agency that handles outsiders. For someone who can command such an agency, who can say she isn't a different kind of outsider herself?" After a short explanation, Lin Zhe put down her tablet, casually picked up her coffee cup, and walked toward the door. "Hey, where are you going?" The man in the black trench coat called out to her. Lin Zhe reached the doorway, turned back to look at him, and gave a faint smile. "To investigate thoroughly, sir." With that, she closed the door and left. "This woman is too rude. Just leaving us hanging here like this? I'm going to complain about her to her superior." The tall woman patted the trench coat man's shoulder and spoke earnestly. "I advise you not to. By rank, you should be calling her Officer Lin. And the work she's going to do cannot be delayed for even a moment." "What? Isn't she just a deputy director? She. Do you not understand the Special Bureau's administrative hierarchy? And when it comes to outsiders, we ordinary people have no way of dealing with them. The Bureau has the ability, that's just how it is. Then why call us here at all?" The man in the trench coat sat down helplessly. Soon his question was answered. A mission briefing appeared on the projector. It showed a photo of Zhao Qiankuan, along with a short mission description. "This man is the only survivor of this incident, Zhao Qiankuan. His father is the head of the Zhao Corporation. So we hope all your departments will work together to properly handle the aftermath." The 3 of them showed annoyed expressions. Especially the man in the trench coat. "You called us here just to clean up after the Bureau? Why should we? Not even a shred of respect. I'm not doing this. If you want to wipe their mess, go ahead." This time, the heads of several top institutions all reached a consensus. What kind of nonsense was this? Assigning them tasks in such a way, were they being treated like underlings? But just then, everyone's phone buzzed with the same text message. The sender was someone none of them could ever defy. The message contained only one line: "All department leaders must fully cooperate with the Special Bureau's work. No mistakes allowed." They glanced at one another, but in the end, all the discontent turned into helpless bitter smiles. The Bureau's special status in Huaxia was essentially that of a department independent of all administrative organs. Its administrative rank was unimaginably high. "Fine, since it's been said like this, let's just go back and do the work." The tall woman was the first to speak. She smiled slightly at the others, then was the first to leave the office. The woman with glasses adjusted her frames, nodded at the man in the trench coat, and left as well. At last only the trench coat man remained. He wanted to speak, but in the end, all his thoughts condensed into a single word: damn. Meanwhile, in the top-floor operating room of Tianhai City's first hospital, the most authoritative in the city, a group of top doctors rushed in from different places and were urgently operating on Zhao Qiankuan. Although his arm was intact, it had been torn off by brute force. The cells at the connection had died. Even if it were reattached, it could never be restored. Now all they could do was preserve Zhao Qiankuan's life, making sure this car accident left no lasting aftereffects. At the operating room door, a tall man sat in a chair. He looked to be in his 50s, with a stern face, especially the sharp eyes like a hawk locked tightly on the operating room door. He was Zhao Zhijiang, head of the Zhao Corporation and Zhao Qiankuan's father. When he learned of his son's car accident, Zhao Zhijiang immediately flew in from out of town. Although he had more than one son, and this one had never satisfied him much, he was still his flesh and blood. Zhao Zhijiang did not believe what the police had told him about a car accident. All the bodyguards who had followed his son were dead. He had people inspect the scene. There were no traces of any car accident at all. This was a targeted act of revenge. Having spent years in the business world, Zhao Zhijiang knew well that the marketplace was a battlefield. He had offended too many people. For the moment he couldn't even determine who the enemy was. But he swore that no matter the cost, he would make those who harmed his son pay the price. Li Muhan suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a familiar ceiling. He was already back in bed, with Xiaoyu lying asleep beside him. His awakening seemed to disturb her. Xiaoyu slowly stood up. What exactly happened last night? Li Muhan vaguely remembered being humiliated and beaten by Zhao Qiankuan before losing consciousness. But he could still sense that he had seen a lot of blood, that many people had died at his hands. When he regained consciousness again, he was already in the arms of Xiaoyu in her vampire form. I killed people? Li Muhan looked at Xiaoyu with trembling eyes. Sitting by the bed, Xiaoyu gently raised her hand and placed it on his shoulder, speaking softly. The first time you awaken the power of a domain, losing control is normal. Then in the future, will I lose control every time I use this power? Just as Xiaoyu was about to answer, the door was knocked. It was 9 p.m. How could someone be visiting so late? Li Muhan didn't have many friends. Could it be Luo Yang coming to ask for his bicycle? While Li Muhan was still dazed, a young woman's voice came from the door. Sorry, could you open the door? I'm not a bad person. Hearing this voice, Xiaoyu's expression clearly grew tense. When Li Muhan got up and opened the door, standing outside was a tall, beautiful girl in a suit. Her short hair was tied into a ponytail, her face carried a faint smile that revealed nothing, and in her hand she held a plastic bag. I bought some dinner on the way. Can I come in? The woman lifted the bag in her hand toward Li Muhan. The smell of food drifted from inside. Li Muhan didn't know this woman, but having seen all kinds of people since childhood, he could read a trace of something from her eyes. Although she wore a smile, in her eyes there was a hidden killing intent. Sales? I don't buy things. Even so, Li Muhan still tried to refuse. But clearly this woman had come prepared. She suddenly reached out her hand and tapped Li Muhan's forehead with her finger. At once, Li Muhan felt his body become as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. I'm already working overtime, I really don't want to waste more time. She walked straight past Li Muhan's body into the room. What's going on? Li Muhan struggled to turn his head, looking at the woman entering the room. She tossed the bag onto the table, then waved at Xiaoyu, who was standing at the doorway. What are you standing there for? Come sit. She acted as if this were her own home. Let him go first. Xiaoyu was not friendly toward her. Her eyes, now blood-red, stared fixedly at the woman. Don't look at me like that. You know I yield to softness, not hardness. Call me sister, and I'll let him go. The woman pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for herself, leaned back in the chair, and looked at Xiaoyu as if nothing were wrong. Sister. Li Muhan was stunned. Was Xiaoyu really that obedient? Or was it that this woman was so strong even Xiaoyu couldn't oppose her directly? Ah, good. Let him go. Xiaoyu's tone turned cold. The woman slowly blew out a ring of smoke, then raised her hand and snapped her fingers. At once, the crushing weight on Li Muhan vanished completely. First time meeting, let me introduce myself. She stubbed out her cigarette on the table, then pulled a business card from her suit pocket and placed it down. Li Muhan understood this woman was no ordinary person. He stepped beside Xiaoyu, facing her as if against a great enemy. My name is Lin Zhe. I belong to the Special Management Bureau of Huaxia, responsible for containing special groups that don't belong to humans. As she spoke of special groups, Lin Zhe glanced at Xiaoyu. You should already know the true identity of the young lady beside you. I'm her guarantor. So the commotion she caused last night really troubled me. If it's not handled well, I'll be in big trouble. What happened yesterday was done by me. It has nothing to do with her. Li Muhan blocked in front of Xiaoyu. Lin Zhe leaned back, examined Li Muhan carefully, then her face once again revealed that calm, unbothered smile. I know it was you. At first we didn't know who the other target was, but the moment I stepped into this apartment, I understood. The place is full of a strong scent, the scent of a demon. Xiaoyu suddenly raised her hand, and 5 blood-formed spikes appeared in the air. They circled around Lindsay, ready to pierce her body with just a flick of Xiaoyu's finger. Hiss! Lindsay inhaled sharply. Seeing the blood spikes so close, she couldn't help but shake her head with a sigh. I'm your guarantor. Do you vampires all repay kindness with hostility? What do you want to do to him? Xiaoyu did not withdraw the spikes. Her hair began turning white, her whole stance one of battle. Don't be so agitated. I just came to investigate. Whether he's a demon or something else doesn't matter. What matters is whether he will harm humans. He won't. Xiaoyu spoke firmly. Little cutie, this isn't for you to decide. Last night I was busy all night gathering those broken corpses. Lindsay looked at Li Muhan. Can you tell me, are you a born demon, or a human possessed? At least according to my memory, I should be human. Li Muhan said. Lindsay nodded, then stood up and walked to stand in front of Li Muhan. Xiaoyu was about to say something, but Li Muhan raised his hand and shook his head at her. He could see that this woman named Lindsay had no malice toward him, and she seemed to have done favors for Xiaoyu. Rather than letting them clash here, it was better to see what Lindsay wanted to do. Good, so sensible. Seeing Li Muhan stop Xiaoyu, Lindsay smiled slightly, then raised her hand, took off her glove, and placed it on Li Muhan's chest. Li Muhan did not move, just quietly let her feel his heartbeat. This power. Lindsay frowned slightly, which made Li Muhan nervously swallow. But after a moment, Lindsay's face once again showed that indifferent smile. Tell me, what did that demon say to you? Do you still stand on the side of humans? He hardly said anything to me. Am I still considered human now? Lindsay looked into Li Muhan's eyes and said. Unfortunately, no. In the end Lindsay seemed tired of this standoff. She sighed and said. I can give you a choice. Join the Special Management Bureau. Use your power well to protect humans and your country. This way, you can conditionally keep your current life. Do I need to remind you? You killed 10 people. At this moment, Li Muhan finally felt something real. The reality of having killed. He had killed, and the ones who should have come for him were the police. Yet the ones who came were from an organization called the Special Management Bureau. And for non-humans, this organization was essentially the police. If he refused this offer, what awaited him would naturally be endless hunting. And from the glimpse of this woman's ability just now, she was by no means ordinary. And let me remind you again, the young master you offended is no ordinary person. His father is the head of the Zhao Corporation. Without our protection, he probably won't let you go. Lindsay opened the plastic bag, picked up a piece of bread, and began to eat. As she ate, she said, Of course, the vampire by your side surely doesn't take him seriously. But if she harms humans because of you, the Bureau will list her as a kill target. Do you want her to meet such an end? I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Lindsay saw the confusion in Li Muhan's eyes. She wanted to stand up, but the spikes still circled around her. So she smiled and looked at Xiaoyu. I haven't settled the matter of your foster parents with you yet. What, do you still want to make me angry now? At the mention of her foster parents, Xiaoyu froze. Then she slowly closed her eyes. Her hair returned to black, and the spikes gradually disappeared. Don't worry. I'm not a bad person. You could say the Bureau is the best place for you now. After speaking, the woman wiped her hands with a tissue from the table and walked to the door. Think about it. Think carefully. With that, she closed the door and left. Xiaoyu and Li Muhan stayed silent in the room. Li Muhan sat on a chair, staring at his hands. Thinking that these very hands had taken 10 lives last night filled him with dread. Xiaoyu wanted to comfort him, but suddenly Li Muhan looked up at her with a foolish smile. It's fine. When the boat reaches the bridge, it'll straighten out. There will always be a way. You really are a fool. But in truth, Li Muhan's personality had always been this way. No matter how big the blow, he could always stand back up. It wasn't because he had a happy childhood, or good teachers and friends. On the contrary, his upbringing had been as cruel as hell. Even now, Li Muhan could still feel the demons inside the theater of his heart staring at him with greedy eyes. They were happy to see him discouraged, to see him fall. That way, they could take this body all the sooner. It's just that maybe now I can't really be called human. A bit of a pity. Li Muhan scratched his head with a smile. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something. She reached out, grabbed Li Muhan's wrist, and looked straight into his eyes. I'll show you something. Without waiting for him to object, she pulled him by the hand straight to the window. Close your eyes. Huh? Why? Don't ask. Close your eyes. Looking into Xiaoyu's clear eyes shining under the moonlight, Li Muhan was moved. He felt his heartbeat speed up, then he slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a feeling of weightlessness came over him. He felt Xiaoyu pulling him as they leapt out the window. The world was silent. Only the sound of wind roared in his ears. It was as if time itself had stopped. Holding Xiaoyu's cool hand, Li Muhan felt utterly calm. He even had the leisure to wonder about a vampire's body temperature. You can open your eyes. He didn't know how long had passed, maybe very long, maybe just an instant, before Xiaoyu's voice sounded by his ear. Against the biting cold wind, Li Muhan slowly opened his eyes. He was stunned by what he saw. At this moment, held in Xiaoyu's arms, the two of them floated above the entire city. Below their feet were countless lights and flowing cars. All the lights of 10,000 homes shone beneath them. In the distance, the sea connected with the city's harbor, its black waves rolling in the night. This was Li Muhan's first time seeing the city from such a view. Born in an orphanage, he had never even left Tianhai City, let alone been on a plane. Xiaoyu said nothing, just held him tightly, making sure he wouldn't fall. Li Muhan gradually understood her meaning. Looking at the city, or the world, from another perspective might not be such a bad thing. Just like what Xiaoyu was doing now. She was a vampire, yet living in a human way. So as a human, why couldn't Li Muhan live once more as a monster? The view here is better than from the top floor of a fancy hotel, isn't it? Li Muhan was stunned for a moment, then understood her meaning. She still remembered the time she had seen Guruashi's social post about a luxury hotel's rooftop view. Compared with this, it wasn't worth mentioning. Think of it as a gift for taking me in. Of course I know it's not enough, but… Xiaoyu smiled at Li Muhan. Before she could finish speaking, Li Muhan was already holding her tightly in his arms. Thank you. He embraced Xiaoyu's small, cool body firmly. Being a monster didn't seem so bad after all. At the very top of Tianhai City's TV tower, Li Muhan sat there, staring blankly at the night view below. If not for the biting cold wind stinging his cheeks, he might still feel as if he were dreaming. As for Xiaoyu, she had already taken on her vampire form. The girl sat tightly beside Li Muhan, her huge bat wings folding gently around the two of them. Still cold like this? But I'm still confused. This body was so badly injured, yet after waking up, I don't feel anything at all. Except for the blood-stained clothes, there wasn't a single trace of injury on his body after he woke up. The demon's power will heal your body, Xiaoyu said. Li Muhan touched the area of his heart. He was surprised to find his heartbeat extremely slow, so slow it didn't seem like he was still a living human. At this moment, he remembered the earlier explanation in his mind about the power. Within the domain of 10,000 thunders of execution, his recovery speed increased tenfold. In other words, his wounds had already healed while he was inside the domain. What a convenient ability this was. But still, I really don't want to join any special management bureau. Xiaoyu was slightly stunned, about to say something, but Li Muhan had already turned to look at her. In the boy's eyes, there was still a trace of golden demonic light. It wasn't a color of hope, but one of despair. Yet Li Muhan showed no fear, only a carefree expression. Although that woman called Lindsay spoke politely, in truth she just wants to chain me like a dog. That way, it's easier for them. Li Muhan raised his hand, looking at his palm with a bitter smile. As for the demon's power, I don't plan to use it again in the future. Xiaoyu did not answer, because once the bureau marked an outsider, there were only 3 endings. First, join, become an outsider under bureau control, and work for them. Second, be directly hunted down, eliminating the threat forever. Third, if an outsider was too powerful but chose to remain detached from the world, the bureau would not insist too much on control. After all, those of that level, if they truly wished to destroy the world, regulation would not be enough to stop them. Li Muhan looked up at the bright moon. From the top of the tower, it didn't seem any closer. Whatever. I came back alive this time, I've already gained. Maybe it's all my fault. It's my appearance that made you go through these things. I'm really sorry. Xiaoyu lowered her head, a trace of apology in her eyes. Li Muhan turned slightly, looking at the girl beside him. His gaze softened. It's really great. Then he suddenly pulled Xiaoyu into his arms, which left her stunned. What are you doing? Thank you. Really, thank you. Because you appeared, I was able to come out of the shadow of heartbreak so quickly. It might sound strange to say this, but you truly were sent by heaven to save me. Xiaoyu did not understand. Love, this kind of feeling she had almost never experienced. After wandering this world for thousands of years, she had never met anyone who could stir such emotions in her. It made Xiaoyu once believe that vampires were creatures without the capacity for love. But this human before her, was love really so important to him? If she could fall in love with him, would that be the best repayment? At this moment, Xiaoyu didn't really understand what love was. She thought it was a form of gratitude to Li Muhan. So she gently returned his embrace. The next day, Lee Muhan went to school early. Even if he wasn't human anymore, he still had to attend classes. When he arrived, he found the school covered in an air of gloom. Everyone was whispering to each other. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but it felt like everyone was talking about him. Muhan. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Lee Muhan turned and saw Luo Yang running toward him. Last night? Did I fall asleep last night? You still have the nerve to say that? The taxi fare was 30, pay me back. Lee Muhan showed no mercy to the panting Luo Yang and directly reached out for money. Hey, I haven't even asked you about my beloved bike yet. Forget that for now. Do you know what happened last night, right on the street near where we had barbecue? Luo Yang's expression was exaggerated, as if he were talking about some earth-shattering secret. What happened? I don't know. Lee Muhan's expression was a bit unnatural. If he guessed right, not only did he know, he was the very cause of it. I'll tell you, that street near where we ate barbecue, someone died. Someone died. Lee Muhan's eyes instinctively flickered, but of course Luo Yang didn't notice. He continued explaining what he knew. A car accident. 3 cars. They crashed on that street. 10 people died. And one more, an important one, didn't die, but his arm was broken. Do you know who it was? Who? That famous rich kid from our university, Zhao Qiankuan. Wait, you just said, car accident? Lee Muhan suddenly caught the flaw. Why are you focusing on that? The point isn't the car accident. It's Zhao Qiankuan. Zhao Qiankuan lost an arm. I know he lost an arm. You what? I saw the news after breakfast. Luo Yang looked annoyed. Then why the hell did you just tell me you didn't know? I thought you had new info. Don't interrupt. You just said it was a car accident? Yeah, didn't you watch the news? Strange thing is, that road is deserted, no shops, no houses, usually no cars at all. But last night, 3 cars just happened to crash there. It's like seeing a ghost. While Lee Muhan and Luo Yang talked and walked toward the lecture hall, a dazed figure came walking from ahead. Lee Muhan accidentally looked up and saw it was Guruashi. At this moment, Guruashi's eyes were unfocused, her face pale and haggard, as if she hadn't slept all night. It wasn't hard to guess. After Zhao Qiankuan's accident, she must have stayed by his side all night. After all, Zhao Qiankuan was her golden key into high society. How could she let him die? Guruashi also saw Lee Muhan and Luo Yang. Hey, Muhan, that's... Don't bother. Lee Muhan's face was calm. Even seeing Guruashi like this, broken and lost, he felt nothing at all. Guruashi slowly stopped. She raised her hand, wanting to greet him. But Lee Muhan walked straight past her without even looking at her. Guruashi's hand froze in midair. She felt wronged. Why was Lee Muhan treating her this way? She only wanted a better life. She just didn't want to suffer anymore. Was that wrong? What mistake had she made? But she completely forgot that everything she wanted had once been built upon Lee Muhan's pain. Muhan, so heartless? Heartless? Not really. I just feel I don't want any connection with her. There wasn't a shred of sympathy in Lee Muhan's words. Luo Yang gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. As expected from someone with a new girlfriend. Lee Muhan suddenly remembered. That night Luo Yang had seen Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu wasn't his girlfriend, they were now living together and taking care of each other. If he said she wasn't his girlfriend, no one would believe it. That evening at 8 p.m. After carefully dressing up, Guruashi arrived at the hospital ward door, but the bodyguard stopped her. Do you know who I am? She pointed at the bodyguards and cursed. I'm your young master's girlfriend. The bodyguards exchanged glances. Even through their sunglasses, Guruashi could see the disdain on their faces. This had never happened before. These bodyguards used to fawn over her, always respectful. Girlfriend of the young master? Which one? What do you mean which one? He only has me as his girlfriend, don't you know that? Guruashi's little face flushed red with anger. With her makeup, she looked even more delicate. You really take yourself seriously? A bodyguard sneered. Our young master only sees you as a toy. You slut, did you really think our young master would like a filthy woman like you? Filthy? You call me filthy? Guruashi's eyes widened with rage. You two dare to talk to me like this. When Zhao Qiankuan wakes up, When the young master wakes up, he probably won't bother with you. Still putting on airs here? A whore who can be bought with money, stop pretending to be high class. You, what did you say? Guruashi tried to argue, but one guard casually pushed her to the ground. She was wearing high heels. The fall made her butt ache. Look at yourself. Even if the young master wakes, he probably won't be interested in you anymore. Don't talk nonsense. The young master said, after playing with her for a while, he'd throw her to us. Then can't we start now? You all. After we're tired of you, we'll sell you overseas to be a whore. Damn it, I've hated this bitch for a long time. Whore. Slut? Bought with money? How familiar these words sounded. She herself had used them just days ago to scold that woman named Xiaoyu. And now, she had become the victim of those very words. You bastards, just wait. This isn't over. Zhao Qiankuan. For you. I abandoned my boyfriend of so many years. You bastard. Stupid bitch. Keep spouting nonsense, and we won't be polite anymore. In the end, 2 bodyguards threw Guruashi out of the hospital doors. Her once glamorous clothes were now torn and ragged, her hair a mess. She no longer had the aura or pride she once flaunted. Wearing broken high heels, she walked alone down the dark night street. Though she wore an expensive coat, the cold she felt seeped from inside out. She slowly stopped, looked up at the night sky, and in that instant, she seemed to see the past. She saw the boy who wasn't good with words but said he would protect her forever. She saw the youth who cared for her tenderly, who wanted to be her support. And she saw the man who had brushed past her without even a glance in his eyes. She slowly exhaled a breath of white mist. And silently asked herself in her heart, was I wrong? At the top floor of the Zhao Corporation building in Tianhai City, Zhao Zhijiang, once a legendary figure in Huaxia who built his business empire from nothing, had been navigating both politics and business for decades. By now, he had established a commercial empire of his own. The Zhao Corporation carried a resounding name across Huaxia. All of this had brought Zhao Zhijiang countless wealth and supreme power. But now, he was troubled. Because of his son's matter, he couldn't find a single clue. What did you say? The surveillance was broken? Can't be retrieved? How is that possible? What about the nearby cameras? All broken too? Fuck you. Bang. He smashed his phone to the ground and walked angrily to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city where he had built his career. He had thought this city was already in his pocket. But now, Zhao Zhijiang faintly realized, deep in the shadows of this city, there seemed to exist something he had never touched, something he could not touch. And this existence was now opening its bloody jaws toward him. President Zhao. His secretary walked in holding documents. You haven't been at headquarters these past days. There are some matters that need your. My son's been crippled. And you want me to deal with some fucking paperwork? Zhao Zhijiang roared as he turned, scaring the secretary into fleeing the office like escaping for his life. Zhao Zhijiang was 58 this year. Of course, Zhao Qiankuan wasn't his only son. He had 3 wives, each of whom had given him 2 children. To be honest, Zhao Qiankuan wasn't the child he was most satisfied with, he even felt some disdain. Because the boy, just like his mother, only cared about pleasure, never knowing how to improve or learn. For such a massive business empire, Zhao Zhijiang had already decided he would never let Zhao Qiankuan touch even a fraction of it. But now Zhao Qiankuan had lost an arm. This was a direct slap to his face. Hello. He dialed another number. This was an absolutely encrypted line, one Zhao Zhijiang normally would never use. President Zhao, we found some traces of the matter you asked about. The voice on the other end was altered through a voice changer. This was an illegal organization in Huaxia that specialized in underground intelligence trading. Even Zhao Zhijiang had never seen their true faces. But one thing he was certain of, they had their ways of doing things. The price was sky high, even Zhao Zhijiang felt it was expensive. But worth every coin. Yet this time, the man only said they had found some traces. What do you mean? Even you can't find it? The voice on the other end gave a cold laugh. President Zhao, I won't lie to you. If it weren't for your request, we wouldn't even want to touch this case. The level of secrecy is beyond imagination. Brother, this is like picking up a red-hot potato. Cut the crap. With the fees you charge, do you think I ask you to investigate trivial shit? Tell me what you found. It's already been sent to your phone. Beep. At that moment, Zhao Zhijiang's other phone chimed with an email. The email, protected by layers of encryption with no way to trace its source, contained a surveillance recording. The video clearly showed his son leading bodyguards in beating up a young man. The boy looked about the same age as his son. Just as Zhao Qiankuan struck the boy's head with a baseball bat, the video cut off. What happened after? Where's the rest? Zhao Zhijiang asked. All the follow-up footage is missing. This clip is already something we risked everything to recover from a place you'd never imagine. Then it's fucking useless. President Zhao, don't be angry. What happened to your son may very well be related to this person. Didn't my son beat him to death? Zhao Zhijiang didn't care whether the boy lived or died. Even if he had been killed, so what? As long as his son cleaned up properly, that was fine. He didn't die. As a bonus, I'll give you some information about this man. Zhao Zhijiang clenched his phone, furious. Now he could confirm, This wasn't some bullshit car accident. Someone had harmed his son. And the man in the video, the one beaten by his son, was the key. That same day, at 6 p.m. After finishing his last ideological and moral class, Lee Moo-han was ready to go home. He had agreed with Xiaoyu today to pick her up after work at the barbecue stall. Although Xiaoyu said he didn't need to worry about her safety, Lee Moo-han still felt it wasn't good for a girl to walk alone late at night. Xiaoyu hadn't said much, just lowered her head with a smile and replied, then I'll wait for you. As Lee Moo-han walked onto a street, an unlicensed van suddenly stopped beside him. A few masked men quickly grabbed him and dragged him into the vehicle. Lee Moo-han didn't resist. He knew their methods were very professional and clearly premeditated. If he resisted, he might suffer something even worse. Where are you taking me? I don't have money, I'm an orphan, kidnapping me won't. Before he finished, a hood was pulled over his head. Be quiet. In the darkness, Lee Moo-han felt bumps and jolts. The car drove for about 40 minutes. At first there were sounds of traffic outside, but now it was completely quiet. Clatter. The car door opened. Someone dragged Lee Moo-han out. He felt himself being hauled into some building. When the hood was removed, his hands were already cuffed and he was hanging up in the air. This was some unknown basement. Who the hell are you? I really don't have money, it doesn't have to be like this. Let me down first, okay? The men didn't answer. Judging from their builds, Lee Moo-han's earlier thought was right, these people were likely ex-special forces. He had no chance against them. Soon, one man's phone rang. He spoke a few words with his back turned, then hung up. When he turned back, his expression had completely changed. Done for. Lee Moo-han's heart went cold. Sure enough, with a wave of the man's hand, several of them began to beat him. They skillfully avoided vital spots, but struck areas that caused excruciating pain. Within half an hour, Lee Moo-han was barely conscious, blood dripping to the ground. At that moment, the door opened. A well-dressed middle-aged man walked in. His brows were furrowed with fury as he stared at Lee Moo-han and said coldly, "You're the one who chopped off my son's hand? Who are you talking about, uncle?" Lee Moo-han lifted his head slightly, taking a glance at him. He already understood, this man was Zhao Qiankuan's father, Zhao Zhijiang. Looks like you're not awake yet. Zhao Zhijiang waved his hand. One of his men spun and kicked Lee Moo-han hard in the stomach. Hanging in midair, Lee Moo-han spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swinging back and forth like a sandbag. "I'll ask you again, are you the one who harmed my son? You and your son really are both disgusting." Lee Moo-han spat out blood, his face covered in it, but showing a strange smile. "I checked, you're just a damn orphan, raised like a dog in a rotten orphanage. And just because my son took your woman, you dared to cut off his arm? Uncle, can't you speak properly? Wasn't it your son who came to mess with me first?" Lee Moo-han fought to stay conscious through the pain. He knew if he fainted, the demon inside him would come out again. Without Xiaoyu here, if the demon went on a rampage, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Zhao Zhijiang sneered and threw down his cigarette butt. "Kid, I'm busy, but I've set aside tonight just for you. I believe we'll have a pleasant time together." He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A bodyguard immediately handed him a sharp axe. "You took my son's hand. I'll cut off one of your legs. Of course, your worthless life can't be compared to my son's. One leg is just interest. Tonight I'll settle the score with you properly." With that, Zhao Zhijiang waved his hand, and several bodyguards held Lee Moo-han steady. Lee Moo-han had no strength left to resist. He could only watch as Zhao Zhijiang, holding the axe, walked step by step toward him. Just as Zhao Zhijiang raised the axe to strike. Ring ring ring. The phone in his pocket rang. Impatient, he clenched the axe, gritting his teeth, but finally decided to answer. Seeing it was a missed call, his anger rose even higher. He picked up and cursed. "Who the fuck is this?" The next moment, everyone saw Zhao Zhijiang's face turn pale. His aura instantly vanished. Yes, it's me, leader. I'm sorry, just now, I was wrong. I'm at the company, about to hold a meeting. Zhao Zhijiang, I know exactly where you are. You're in the basement of your private villa on the outskirts of Tianhai City. I also know what you're planning. I'm warning you, Zhao Zhijiang, if you dare harm a single hair on that boy's head, I'll flay you alive. Leader, you mean? Release him. Now. Beep. The call ended. Zhao Zhijiang's hand trembled. Because the caller was someone of such a level that even a man of his status couldn't dream of reaching him. He slowly turned back, staring at Lee Moo-han in a daze. This kid was just a backgroundless orphan, wasn't he? What the hell was going on? Why would a leader of that rank personally call to protect him? Bang! Zhao Zhijiang smashed the phone in his hand onto the ground. In all these years, it was the first time he had lost control of his emotions like this. Back when he built the Zhao Corporation empire, countless people had tried to curry favor with him. Whatever he wanted, he could always find ways to get. But now, Zhao Zhejiang felt deep helplessness. All because of this orphan before him, the one who had caused his son to lose an arm, now hanging in chains, beaten half to death. Who the fuck are you? Zhao Zhejiang roared at Li Muhan. Li Muhan only hung his head, bloody spit dripping from his mouth. At that moment, his head hurt badly. He knew that if he used the demon's power, opened the domain, then everyone before him would become lambs waiting for slaughter. But afterwards, he would lose his current life completely. Growing up in a hellish orphanage, Li Muhan cherished the life he had now. After all, ordinary peace was the truth of living. But he was definitely not some lamb to be slaughtered. Though dizzy from the pain, he had heard everything Zhao Zhejiang said on the phone just now. Li Muhan wasn't stupid, he knew someone was protecting him. And that someone seemed to be someone even Zhao Zhejiang didn't dare cross. So now, what he had to do was see how far this person would go. This might become his hidden card in the future. Enough, so noisy. Can't you shut up? Finally, Li Muhan's ears hurt from Zhao Zhejiang's yelling. He couldn't stand it and cursed back. He did it also to deliberately provoke Zhao Zhejiang. Zhao Zhejiang froze. He hadn't expected Li Muhan to suddenly say that. Since he had risen to power, no one had dared insult him like this. With a cold laugh, Zhao Zhejiang walked up to Li Muhan. Kid, even if you have heaven itself as your backer, you're still in my hands right now. Shouldn't you show me some respect? Respect meaning, what, I should do to you what your son did to me, cut off your hand. Slap. Zhao Zhejiang suddenly swung his hand and slapped Li Muhan hard across the face. The blow was so strong that Li Muhan spat a mouthful of blood. I don't plan to take your life. But you must pay my son back with a hand. Li Muhan spat blood, sneered coldly, and stared at Zhao Zhejiang with chilling eyes. Zhao Zhejiang grabbed the axe, yanked Li Muhan's hair, and swung hard toward his suspended arm. But just as the axe blade was about to touch Li Muhan's arm, a woman's voice came from behind Zhao Zhejiang. So much anger, President Zhao. Looks like the person who called you didn't make things clear enough. Zhao Zhejiang froze. He and his bodyguards turned their heads. There, on the chair by the door that had been empty before, now sat a woman in a black suit. She looked at Zhao Zhejiang with a faint, indifferent smile. Zhao Zhejiang was about to lash out and ask who she was, but then realized. His villa was full of guards, yet no one had reported anyone breaking in. Did this woman just appear out of thin air? Or were the people outside? You don't need to worry about them. The woman took out a cigarette from her suit pocket, then lit it. Click. The sound of the lighter and flame echoed sharply in the otherwise silent basement. They're all still alive. Who are you? Zhao Zhejiang chose to stay calm. After all, the leader on the phone had said he knew exactly where Zhao Zhejiang was. Could it be the area was surrounded already? Impossible. If so, they wouldn't have sent just one woman in. As if she could read his thoughts, the woman crossed her legs, her eyes playful as she looked at Zhao Zhejiang. I hadn't wanted to come to you, President Zhao. But it seems you don't understand the rules. What fucking rules? My son lost an arm to this brat. Isn't it only right I take one of his in return? Very reasonable. No problem. Go ahead. Li Muhan stared at Lindsay. She seemed to have already guessed that he was about to act. Indeed, if she hadn't appeared just now, Zhao Zhejiang would likely already be a corpse. I'm doing this for your own good, President Zhao. Lindsay smiled faintly as she spoke. For my good? My son almost died at his hands. What's the rush? Lindsay flicked off some ash and looked at Zhao Zhejiang. President Zhao, I know you hired some shady organizations to investigate this matter. It was indeed our mistake, we didn't realize that those rats in the sewers would take on any job for money. The woman took out her phone, dialed a number, and turned on the speaker. Soon, a man's miserable screams came through the call. I'm sorry. This matter was all forced on us by that Zhao guy. Cold sweat ran down Zhao Zhejiang's face, because he knew exactly who that voice belonged to, the very man from the underground intelligence group he had hired. Even they had been found? President Zhao, sometimes the state doesn't bother with these rats, not because they can't find them, not because they don't have the means, but because the ecosystem needs them. But if those rats eat what they shouldn't. As Lindsay spoke, a gunshot rang out from the phone, and then there was only silence. What do you want? Sweat broke out on Zhao Zhejiang's forehead too. Things had already gone far beyond what he expected. He thought it was just some orphan without any background. If he died, no one would ask questions. But now, it seemed he had kicked an iron plate. I don't want anything, President Zhao. You're one of the country's top entrepreneurs. The state still needs your taxes. How could I ever lay a hand on someone like you, one of our providers? That made it clear, The woman was working for the government. Lindsay smiled again, but in the next second, her smile vanished. From her narrow eyes shot a killing intent as cold as ice. President Zhao, I'll give you one last chance. Do not harass Li Muhan again. Do you understand? Zhao Zhijiang said nothing. After a long silence, he snorted coldly and waved his hand. His bodyguards lowered Li Muhan. President Zhao is a smart man. I like talking to smart men. Lindsay smiled, stood up, and went to take Li Muhan from the bodyguards. President Zhao, today I saved your life. From now on, I hope you'll think carefully, why is this person untouchable? Why is this person protected by so many? And her gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold. And why, even when you held a blade to his throat, did he still dare look at you with those eyes? You've weathered storms. Think about it. Zhao Zhijiang clenched his fists tightly, but had no way to stop the two from walking out of the basement. President Zhao, are we just letting it go? Let it go, your mother. Zhao Zhijiang swung around and slapped the bodyguard who spoke, knocking him to the ground. Then he grabbed a knife and hacked off the bodyguard's hand. This isn't over. The guard's screams and Zhao Zhijiang's furious roar echoed through the basement, while Lindsay helped the wounded Li Muhan out of the villa. The ground outside was littered with fallen bodyguards. They weren't dead, just unconscious, with no visible wounds, as if they had simply fallen asleep. Lindsay personally drove Li Muhan home. At the bottom of his apartment building, Xiaoyu seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Her face was cold as frost, but when she saw Li Muhan struggling out of the car, her expression softened slightly. See? I told you I'd bring him back. Lindsay leaned against the car door, speaking to Xiaoyu. You came just in time. Supported by Xiaoyu, Li Muhan looked at Lindsay with a cold expression. If he really had swung that axe down. Lindsay raised one finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. I know you could have handled it. But don't say things like that in front of me, all right? She moved to open the car door. Can I at least learn more first? Li Muhan suddenly asked. Learn? That special management bureau you mentioned? If you want me to spend the rest of my life under their supervision, I should at least understand what it is, shouldn't I? Lindsay smiled, patted the car door, and said, Get in. Later that evening, with bandages covering his body and face, Li Muhan sat with Xiaoyu in Lindsay's car. When he saw Lindsay walk to a hidden door inside Tianhai City's largest bank, open it, and reveal an elevator, he was stunned. Isn't this basically digging a hole under people's wallets? He muttered, making Lindsay laugh into her hand. When the elevator doors opened, Li Muhan was even more shocked. He had thought it was just a secret office beneath the bank. But this was an underground hub. The bank's basement was only one node, from which other branches of the bureau could be reached. The structure was vast and complete. Director Lin. Waiting for them was a girl in a black uniform. She parked a black sedan on the underground road outside the elevator. This is like an underground kingdom. From the car, Li Muhan marveled at the sight outside the window. Xiaoyu, however, seemed unsurprised. It wasn't her first time here. But she stayed close to Li Muhan, clearly distrustful of Lindsay. Xiaolia, don't glare at me like that. Yes, we had some grudges in the past, but that was ages ago. And you've had grudges with so many people. If you treated everyone like this, wouldn't it be exhausting? Relax a little. You're not trustworthy. Lindsay had wanted to smooth things over, but Xiaoyu cut her off coldly. She could only shrug helplessly. Li Muhan, though, was curious. Xiaoyu was a vampire, her age, no need to ask. 100 years was nothing for her, at least 300, if not more. But Lindsay, what was she, really? The car drove for more than 10 minutes and arrived in front of a building. One could imagine just how vast this underground area was. This is the Tianhai City headquarters of the Special Management Bureau. Lindsay walked ahead, leading the two. Everyone they passed showed great respect to her, each greeting her with a Director Lin. Soon, Lindsay brought Li Muhan and Xiaoyu to the registration center. Name: Li Muhan. Age: 21. Type of outsider. When the registrar asked this, Li Muhan froze. Right, demon. Lindsay smiled as she told the registrar. The registrar paused, raising his head for the first time to look at Li Muhan. Demon? Director Lin, is there a mistake? We've never contained a demon before. No mistake. Didn't I just catch one? Lindsay joked. All right then, as you say. Li Muhan, come with me. The registrar stood up and gestured for him to follow into a room. Li Muhan looked at Lindsay and Xiaoyu. Go on, it's fine. Just an assessment of your calamity level. Calamity level? It was the first time Li Muhan had heard the term. He was curious. I'll explain to you afterward, Lindsay waved. Go on now, our staff are very busy. As soon as Li Muhan stepped into the room, a strange pressure came over him. The room wasn't bright like he had imagined. There weren't rows of advanced detection devices. Instead, it was dim and shadowy. Just as Lee Muhan was puzzled, his eyes fell on a wheelchair in the center. On it sat a young girl, dressed in a snow-white long gown. Her eyes were covered with a white cloth, as if she couldn't see the world. Her long silver hair flowed like a waterfall, strikingly beautiful even in the gloom. Her face was delicate, like fine porcelain, making one afraid to touch it. "Miss, this is a new outsider. Please help us with the identification." The registrar spoke respectfully. Hearing the voice, the girl slightly turned her head. "Come closer." She smiled at Lee Muhan, as though the cloth over her eyes didn't affect her at all. Her warm smile made him feel at ease. "Hurry up, don't waste time." The registrar urged him. With no choice, Lee Muhan walked over. "Please hold my hand." Lee Muhan reached out and gently held her hand. In that instant, she felt a force pulling at her, trying to draw her in. She didn't resist much, she had to go deeper to understand what kind of power this was. That was her mission. A theater. An empty theater with a stage. The silver-haired girl stood at the center of the stage. Her legs could now move freely, and her eyes slowly opened. She looked around at the eerie theater. Demon. Her lips whispered the word softly. Because she had seen faint outlines of one or two demons hiding in the shadowed audience seats. Why does his body harbor so many demons? She muttered to herself as she looked at them. Fortunately, their power wasn't too strong. But they were filled with chaos and evil. No matter, just a few small demons. At last, she reached her conclusion, then closed her eyes. Her figure vanished from the stage, and one by one, the spotlights went dark. From the shadowy seats, someone suddenly let out a mocking chuckle. Then a second. And a third. Mocking laughs, sneers, and wild laughter swept across the entire theater. Countless demonic eyes opened in the darkness, like mischievous children laughing crazily at the woman who had just left. Until everything was swallowed by the abyss of darkness, and the world returned to silence. The woman released her hand and still gave Lee Muhan a smile. "Sorry, there was something in my head." Lee Muhan apologized to her, knowing that she had just seen the same things he saw. Maybe that was her ability. The silver-haired woman slowly shook her head. "You're very special. Your soul is pure, yet it houses demons inside. This is my first time seeing such a case. Calamity level, chaos." After speaking those words, she turned her back and said no more. "Understood, thank you for your effort." The registrar didn't react much, as this level wasn't particularly high. Only after Lee Muhan and the registrar left did the woman let out a quiet sigh of relief. She didn't understand. If she hadn't pretended not to see those things, would they have let her go? Her hand was still trembling, still afraid. What exactly were those things? After Lee Muhan left the room, Lindsay walked out from the darkness, smiling at the silver-haired girl. How was it? What kind of soul could contain so many terrifying demons? Even the offspring of Di Ting rated him so highly? Seems I really found a treasure this time. The silver-haired girl was doubtful of Lindsay's optimism. He's a demon. The Bureau has never contained a demon, nor does it have experience dealing with one. That human won't last long. Once the demon takes over his body, then. Don't worry. Lindsay squatted in front of the girl and gently stroked her hair. If things really get out of control, I'll act. Then Lindsay explained to Lee Muhan how the Bureau classified outsiders. The lowest level was chaos, usually minor creatures that had slipped into the human world. Ordinary police could deal with them. Next was disorder. At this level, if an outsider caused trouble, the Bureau would intervene. Above that was calamity. Outsiders of this class were under direct supervision. Without special permission, they could not live freely among humans. Then came plague, annihilation, and catastrophe. Outsiders of these three levels were forbidden from interacting with humans and had to live under strict Bureau monitoring. Xiaoyu was an exception. The Bureau's deputy director, Lindsay, personally vouched for her, guaranteeing she wouldn't harm human society. Only then could she live freely in the world. The last level was World Ender. Since the Bureau's founding, it had only been seen once. In human history, it had only appeared twice. One time was 1,000 years ago in Huaxia, when humanity nearly went extinct. The second was over 700 years ago in Europe, when a disaster wiped out nearly 1/3 of the world's population. That was the Black Death. When Lee Muhan heard the term World Ender, he froze. Because in Bale's temple, the rank assigned to Bale was exactly World Ender. And Xiaoyu was catastrophe level. Which meant, if he truly gained all of Bale's power, he might even surpass Xiaoyu. Since you've decided to join the Bureau, wear this. Lindsay took a pendant from a staff member and handed it to him. Wait, I never said I'd join. I said I just wanted to take a look. Lee Muhan didn't reach for it. But Lindsay shoved it into his hand. This will help when you use your demon power, so you don't lose self-awareness. She smiled as she spoke. Lee Muhan glanced at Xiaoyu. Seeing that she didn't object, he put the necklace on. Even though he'd said he wouldn't use demon power again. If something like Zhao Zhijiang's revenge happened again, he couldn't escape on his own. Since the bureau was giving it for free, why not take it? I thought it would react or something. If I use demon power, how does it actually help me? Lindsay didn't answer directly. She just smiled. You'll know when the time comes. Also, don't take it off once it's on. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen. What the hell? You should have said that before I put it on. Lee Muhan felt like he'd stepped into a trap, but Lindsay just laughed it off. Now, onto the last matter. In the bureau's cafeteria, Lindsay sipped coffee while looking at the two sitting across from her. Your guarantor. Whether or not you join, you must have one. Unfortunately, I'm already the guarantor of the girl beside you, so I'll be his guarantor. Before she could finish, Xiaoyu spoke up. Lindsay seemed to be considering. She took a sip of coffee, her eyes scanning between the two. You've slept together, haven't you? The sudden question made Lee Muhan jump. What? No. Nothing like that. We're clean, nothing happened. His face flushed red as he explained. Sure, he lived with Xiaoyu, they'd hugged, even slept in the same bed, but nothing happened. Well, even he didn't sound convinced by his own words. Xiaoyu, hurry and explain. Panicking, he turned to Xiaoyu, only to see her with her head bowed deeply, her face scarlet. Wait, why was Xiaoyu reacting like this? Suddenly, he remembered what happened the first time she drank his blood. He'd lost consciousness, and when he woke up, her behavior afterward? Could it be? Xiaoyu buried her head lower, her ears red. Lee Muhan decided to stop thinking about it for now. But later, he had to ask her properly. When he was unconscious? Enough, stop. I agree. You'll be his guarantor. From now on, you two must live together. Lee Muhan, you can't leave Xiaoyu's sight for more than 24 hours. Otherwise, the bureau will issue an immediate kill order against you. Lindsay cut off Lee Muhan's messy thoughts, but her words left him even more unsettled. Feels like I've been turned into livestock. After that, Lindsay brought the two of them to the bureau's training center. This was the place where special humans who could fight against outsiders were trained. It was also then that Lee Muhan realized there were actually many outsider staff members working inside the bureau. Looks like the only way to fight magic is still with magic. Not only that, even humans, after undergoing special training, could learn powers like the domain. But this training was extremely harsh, and the chance of dying was very high. Because of this, most current bureau staff worked in support roles, while combat personnel were relatively few. The main fighting force still relied on outsiders who had been recruited. This is the bureau's training center. Here, every member must go through a physical assessment. Only those who qualify can participate in special training. Lindsay explained to Lee Muhan, but at this moment, he was puzzled. Why would these people join the bureau's combat department, even knowing there was such a high chance of death? Couldn't they just work desk jobs and still be useful? Lindsay seemed to notice his doubts. She smiled but didn't say anything. Director Lin. At that moment, the door to the training hall opened, and a tall man in a beret walked in. Huatian, you came just in time. This is your new squad member. Get to know him. Lindsay stood up, hands behind her back, and looked at the man who entered. The man was tall and had a resolute face, clearly a professional soldier. Lee Muhan, this is Huatian, captain of the Bureau's 7th Operations Squad. Starting today, you'll be under him. Cherish it, he's got a demon. Lee Muhan jumped in shock and quickly tried to explain. Sorry, I haven't decided if I want to join the Bureau yet, and the power inside me isn't something I chose to have. Hearing that, Huatian's eyes instantly grew cold. Director Lin, I'm not a babysitter. This kind of brat has no right to be in my squad. Just looking at him, I can tell he grew up in a greenhouse, without any real trials. That hit hard. Lee Muhan felt his pride stung. Come on, you said you needed more people. I found one for you. Even if he hasn't decided yet, isn't this your chance to win him over with your charisma? If he doesn't want to join, then we follow the rules. No exceptions. When it comes to outsiders, there's no probation period. Huatian's tone left no room for compromise. This put Lindsay in a tough spot, because he was right. The Bureau's stance on outsiders was very clear: either you joined and accepted supervision, or you were hunted down. Outsiders, most were creatures from myths and legends. Aside from the true gods at the very top of mythology, there were no outsiders the Bureau wouldn't touch. At this moment, Xiaoyu's eyes turned scarlet. She stood firmly beside Lee Muhan, her attitude clear. If they wanted to follow the rules, she would turn hostile right here. Lin Zhe sighed. Then suddenly, Huatian changed his tone. Unless he fights me. Brother, we just met. No need to fight, An. Fine. Fight then. Li Muhan tried to ease the tension, but before he could finish, Xiaoyu cut him off directly. Clearly, she was unhappy that Huatian had belittled him. Huatian glanced at Xiaoyu, but in that single look, he felt unprecedented fear. What kind of terrifying power was hidden inside that small body? Even just the killing intent she released made his legs nearly tremble. 10 of you wouldn't be enough for him. Xiaoyu continued to add fuel to the fire. What did you say? Huatian was a straightforward man. Even though he knew the gap between him and Xiaoyu, being insulted like this was hard to endure. In the end, it was Li Muhan who spoke up. All right, Captain Hua, I'll fight you. Not to join the bureau, but to prove I'm not the weakling you say I am. Hearing this, Lin Zhe's smile grew wider. She hadn't expected Li Muhan to be so considerate of the bigger picture. It surprised her. Since that's the case, then fight. This is a training hall anyway. Perfect chance, Li Muhan, you can get used to using your demonic power. Whether or not you join later, it won't do you any harm. All right, Director Lin. Li Muhan imitated the others and gave Lin Zhe a slight respectful nod. This time, Xiaoyu, you can't help him. Lin Zhe set the final condition and stepped aside with Xiaoyu. Huatian took off his jacket, his muscular frame on full display. Just looking at him made Li Muhan uneasy. If it came down to raw strength, he wouldn't last even a few lives. Oh, and one more condition. Just as the two were about to start, Lin Zhe raised a finger. Huatian, you're not allowed to use your domain power. But Li Muhan, this rule doesn't apply to you. Li Muhan looked confused. He turned to Lin Zhe and said, isn't that a bit unfair to Captain Hua? But before Lin Zhe could reply, Huatian sneered. Kid, talk to me about fairness when you can actually force me to use my domain. The so-called domain wasn't something only outsiders could use. Most combat members of the Bureau could use domains. And domains were ranked according to the same disaster levels. Level 1 to 6 corresponded to chaos, disorder, pestilence, annihilation, calamity, and finally world's end. By rights, Bale's 10,000 Thunders killing domain should be world's end level, but what Li Muhan had mastered was only level 2, disorder. But he wasn't stupid enough to tell Lin Zhe and the others that the demon power inside him was actually world's end level. If he did, they would use every means to keep him locked in the Bureau forever. After all, if he lost control and harmed humans, even if it wasn't intentional, it wouldn't matter. Got your last words ready? Seeing Li Muhan remain silent, Huatian sneered. I have a question, Captain Hua. Go on. Why did you join the Bureau? Huatian froze for a moment, not expecting the question. What, trying to butter me up so I'll go easy on you? Too bad. With outsiders, I'm always ruthless. Hope you're ready. I just want to know, what makes you risk your life going through that kind of training? That touched Huatian's sore spot. His face instantly darkened. Damn it, I'm an idiot, talking to a monster like you. A monster like you will never understand what it costs a human to protect something. Li Muhan was baffled. What did I say wrong? Why's he so pissed? I'm actually human too. But before he could finish, Huatian's fist, like a cannonball, was already right in front of his face. Li Muhan's body reacted by instinct, trying to dodge. After all, he grew up fighting every day in the orphanage, and later, for Guruashi, he often carried injuries. So Li Muhan's physical ability had always been better than that of most people his age. But this punch was absurdly fast, and full of force. Even though Li Muhan dodged at the very limit of his speed, he was still struck on the left side of his face. In an instant, his body spun and flew out, then crashed hard onto the ground. I've said this too many times already, Huatian, keep it under control. Lin Zhe yawned as she spoke to Huatian. Sorry, Director Lin. This is the Bureau, and he's an outsider who refuses to accept our supervision. I can't hold back. Fine then, just finish it quickly. Today's my day off. Don't worry, Director Lin, it won't take long. Huatian sneered, his sharp eyes locked on Li Muhan, who was sprawled on the floor. Cough, cough, you bastard, you're really trying to kill. Li Muhan braced himself on the ground, trying to get up. Before he could finish speaking, the burly man had already rushed in again, swinging another fist straight at his head. Bang! Li Muhan rolled to the side, dodging. That punch hit the training room floor, leaving a crack. Don't damage the training room. Or are you fine with losing your salary this month? Lin Zhe frowned in dissatisfaction. When it comes to outsiders, I can't show mercy. Huatian sneered at Li Muhan, who had just dodged. Your reflexes are pretty good. No, that first punch, you read my move? You've got a fighter's instinct. But that's all. Not that exaggerated. But yeah, I can tell, you really do want to kill me. Li Muhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, spitting out blood and a few broken teeth, glaring at Huatian with cold eyes. Huatian roared, charging again. He swung a whip kick at Li Muhan's head. Li Muhan had indeed read some of his moves. He suddenly crouched, dodging the kick, and threw a punch at Huatian's stomach. But right after Huatian's kick missed, he spun, slamming his boot into Li Muhan's abdomen. Bang! Li Muhan flew back, slamming into the wall. Ha 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 ha. You're good at brawling, but real fights don't stay the same. I'm not here running drills with you. Huatian laughed, mocking him. Xiaoyu wanted to rush forward, but Lindsay raised a hand to stop her. Trust him a little more. Then Xiaoyu looked at Li Muhan, who was struggling to rise from the ground. What's wrong, Li Muhan? Can you do this? Don't tell me you thought street fighting would be enough to take down our captain. Li Muhan knew well that in Huatian's eyes, his fighting was childish. To win, there was only one option left. But what if he lost control when he used his demonic power? It seemed Lindsay saw his hesitation. Li Muhan, you're a chaos-level demon. Even if you lose control, so what? Quit stalling. Be a man. With those words, Li Muhan finally made his choice. He stood slowly, taking a deep breath. 10,000 Thunder's domain. Boom. The massive indoor training hall began to gather thunderclouds. They spread rapidly, wrapping nearly the entire building. Other bureau staff were curious. Who's opening a domain in the bureau headquarters? It's that kid Director Lin brought. No need to worry, Captain Huatian of the 7th Squad is sparring with him. Inside the thunder-filled training hall, Huatian wasn't afraid. Instead, he smiled in excitement. Ha 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 ha. Yes. That's more like it. He rushed forward, raising a fist high, slamming it toward Li Muhan's face. This punch held nothing back. If it landed, Li Muhan's head would likely explode. But Li Muhan calmly raised his hand, catching the punch with ease. At the point of contact, thunder and lightning burst outward. Good kid. Strong power. Huatian grinned wildly, pressing harder. Li Muhan slowly straightened his body. His pupils turned pale gold, a demon horn grew from his head, and a thick tail slammed against the floor. He turned his gaze, meeting Huatian's directly. Both pairs of eyes showed madness, both mouths curled in crazed smiles. Ha 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 ha. This is fun. Keep going. Boom. Huatian's punch pressed harder, forcing demon-formed Li Muhan to one knee. Li Muhan's golden eyes flashed as he looked up. Bang. A military boot kicked his face hard. Demon, huh? Outsider, huh? Domain, huh? Huatian's fists pounded his demonic head again and again. Each blow burst with thunder and sparks. Xiaoyu's brows furrowed, but Lindsay still smiled. Just as Huatian prepared to smash his fist down to pulp Li Muhan's face. Li Muhan, lying on the ground, suddenly smiled. Had enough fun yet? Li Muhan spoke, his voice low and hoarse, as if from hell. Boom. A surge of lightning blasted Huatian straight off his feet. The moment he hit the ground, a hand gripped his throat and lifted him into the air. Let go. Let me go. No matter how Huatian struggled, the fist clamped around his neck would not release. In panic, he punched and kicked with his free hand and legs. But the attacks against Li Muhan had no effect, not even shaking his body. The hand gripping Huatian's throat lit with sparks of lightning. In the glow, Li Muhan's face twisted into a near-maniacal smile. Boom. The lightning surged through Huatian's body. The giant man, almost 2 meters tall, convulsed a few times before collapsing to the ground. Li Muhan released him, then turned toward Lindsay and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was tense. She knew very well, if Li Muhan couldn't maintain his self-awareness, the Bureau would absolutely treat him as an uncontrollable ticking bomb. Lindsay, hands in her pockets, still wore her usual calm smile. Relax, it'll be fine. But Li Muhan's grin twisted even more strangely. Those golden pupils were full of bloodlust. He's lost control. Xiaoyu said flatly, about to step in, but Lindsay blocked her. Now. Just watch quietly. Possessed by Bale, Li Muhan pressed Huatian, who had just risen to attack again, back down onto the ground. Holy shit, what strength! Huatian's face showed shock. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move the demon's hand at all. Then, Li Muhan's hand began to turn black, fingers morphing into claws, almost covering Huatian's entire face. Just as the demon was about to crush his skull, a dark green glow burst from Li Muhan's chest. Fear instantly flashed across his face. The glow came from the pendant Lindsay had made him wear. It tormented him painfully, forcing him to fling Huatian aside as he clawed at the pendant. But the moment his claw touched it, the pendant transformed, countless black threads shot out, weaving around the demon's body. He tried to rip them apart, but each touch burned his flesh, the sound of searing echoing as his painful roars filled the training room. Damn, that's intense. Barely surviving, Hua-Tian scrambled over to Lin Zai's side, joining the others in watching the demon's transformation. The green-black threads converged on his face, wrapping half of it. Clatter. The threads tightened around Li Muhan's lower face, forming a muzzle-like restraint mask. It stretched to his ears, and when the mask finally solidified, Li Muhan threw his head back, pupils unfocused, his whole body trembling. He wanted to roar, to destroy everything in sight, but the mask kept pressing his power back down. In the end, he dropped to his knees, head lowered, body shivering. You didn't tell me it would do this. Xia Yu frowned at Lin Zai. Sure I did, I said it would help control him when he used his demonic power. About 3 minutes later, Li Muhan slowly raised his head. Sweat drenched his bangs, his hair messy. His eyes still glimmered faintly gold, but the twisted evil had vanished. I'm still alive? That was his first sentence, though muffled by the mask. Realizing, he touched his face. When he felt the mask, he panicked. Director Lin, what the hell is this? He looked helplessly at Lin Zai. She studied him with interest. Looks good on you. Stylish. He tugged at it, glaring. You're saying this thing doesn't come off? Of course it does. Once you cancel your domain, it reverts to the pendant. This is a new creation from our Bureau's Science Council. Since we've never contained a demon before, it was specially made. The chief scientist calls it Demon Suppressor 10. It suppresses excess demonic power in your body, distributing it properly based on your strength. Basically, like installing an external processor. Very expensive, by the way. Lin Zai smiled. When Li Muhan finally cancelled the domain, the mask reverted to the pendant. This feeling is so strange. He stared at the pendant on his chest, no longer glowing, unable to understand its workings. And that it came from the Science Council, was science really bordering on mysticism? 1 hour later. Cheers. Welcome, new teammate. In a small tavern, Hua-Tian laughed heartily, slapping Li Muhan's back. Li Muhan didn't like drinking, but in this setting, he had no choice but to raise his glass. After waking up, Hua-Tian insisted on dragging him to the gathering. The rest of the 7th squad joined too. There was Yin Qi, a short-haired girl in charge of intelligence scouting. Su Shui, a tall girl providing long-range fire support. And Lin Ziyu, a boy handling equipment maintenance and logistics. All 3 were about Li Muhan's age, and all were human, meaning Li Muhan was the only outsider among them. A tall girl with light pink hair, Su Shui, came over with a glass of wine and sat next to Li Muhan. She had an impressive figure and a delicate face. Even though she was wearing office-style suit pants, her long legs were still eye-catching. Li Muhan, I heard you fought with the captain. Our captain's little brain develops faster than his big brain, so he only knows how to think with his muscles. Don't hold it against him. Xiao Taozi. What kind of way is that to talk? Although Hua-Tian's face was already red from drinking, he still heard Su Shui's words and immediately shouted with his booming voice. Li Muhan guessed she was called Xiao Taozi probably because of her cute pink hair. This gathering was meant to be a welcome party for him, organized by the 7th squad. His strength had earned Hua-Tian's recognition, and since the others trusted their captain, they accepted him too. Li Muhan also learned the squad's current situation was rather awkward. Damn it. Why don't they give us missions anymore? Drunk, Hua-Tian slammed the table while roaring. Lin Ziyu, the boy in charge of logistics, tried to comfort him while warning his captain not to break the table, since the squad's funds were already running low. Captain, if you break more stuff, we'll really have to sell that old car of ours. Yin Qi, stop just eating and say something too. Yin Qi, their scout, stayed mostly silent during the party. She was small, wore a cap, and looked like a child. Her big eyes occasionally glanced at Li Muhan, which puzzled him. Our squad's situation is a bit special. Su Shui smiled bitterly at Li Muhan while watching the drunken Hua-Tian. Normally, combat squads in the Bureau are made up of human fighters, but each squad also has one non-human member. That way, the team's pressure in battle is reduced, and they're less likely to be wiped out due to lack of power. But doesn't Captain Hua hate non-humans? Li Muhan asked. Su Shui took a sip of her drink, a trace of bitterness flashing in her eyes. Yes, but he can't go against Bureau regulations. So, the 7th squad never had a non-human member? There used to be one. This time, Yin Qi spoke. Her voice was so soft it was like a kitten's. But during a mission half a year ago, he betrayed us. Betrayal? Li Muhan froze. The word wasn't unfamiliar to him. From childhood, he had experienced betrayal countless times. Even recently, his childhood sweetheart and ex-girlfriend, Guruashi, had stabbed him in the back. But he knew the betrayal In-chi spoke of was far more painful than what he had endured. That mission was supposed to be simple. An old factory was detected with an unregistered chaos-level non-human. Our squad was sent to investigate. Of course, our non-human teammate was with us too. At the time, she was still one of us. Su Shui spoke evenly. Everything went smoothly. It was a newly awakened vampire. She was weak, confused about the world, hadn't hurt anyone, just shivering in the abandoned factory. When Li Muhan heard vampire, he grew alert. Seeing his reaction, Su Shui waved her hand lightly. Relax, it has nothing to do with your guarantor. That vampire was very weak, a low-tier one. We tried to calm her down. It was fine, we were about to take her back. At this, Su Shui clenched her glass tightly, confusion and frustration filling her eyes. But then our non-human teammate suddenly opened her domain. She struck down the captain and In-chi from behind, then took the vampire and escaped. Since then, she's been missing. Betrayal by a non-human is very serious. All the blame fell on the captain. Since then, our squad hasn't been given any real missions, only minor police assist cases, often unrelated to non-humans. And that traitor has never appeared again. The captain never stopped searching for her. Since then, he's refused to let any non-human join. He always mutters the same thing, as expected, non-humans are beasts. They'll never truly help humans. So, Li Muhan, if during future missions the captain says or does something harsh to you, don't take it personally. Getting out of that shadow hasn't been easy for him. After the party, Su Shui and In-chi left together. Li Muhan helped Lin Ziyu carry the drunken Huatian into the car. Muhan, could you help me send the captain home first? I'll take you back after. Lin Ziyu, probably just 18, looked at him timidly. Li Muhan knew he feared his demon identity, so he simply smiled and nodded. He guessed Lin Ziyu had something to say, otherwise he wouldn't have asked him to come along. Sure enough, as soon as the car started, Lin Ziyu spoke. You must be wondering why our captain hates non-humans so much. Yeah, I'm a little curious. Lin Ziyu gave a bitter smile as he drove. Our captain used to be the chief of police in Tianhai City. That surprised Li Muhan. He hadn't expected Huatian to be such a figure. He's been in the bureau for 5 years. From the first day, he pushed himself through training. He nearly died several times. Oh, I only know this from others, I hadn't joined yet back then. Lin Ziyu scratched his head awkwardly, and Li Muhan reminded him not to drive with one hand. Then Lin Ziyu continued. Don't look at Captain Huatian the way he is now, he once had a family. A wife and a son. His son even became a policeman with top grades in the whole school. Although Huatian looked strong, he was already over 50. This made Li Muhan find it even harder to believe, why would someone at this age still risk his life joining the combat division? But he faintly felt he would soon hear the answer from Lin Ziyu. Glancing at Huatian in the rearview mirror and seeing him snoring soundly, Lin Ziyu continued. But 5 years ago, before he joined the bureau, a terrifying case happened in Tianhai City. Young women went missing one after another. The victims were all female university students or young office workers. The police took the case very seriously. The captain couldn't sleep for nights because of it. Finally, he really found a clue. All leads pointed to a taxi driver named Zhou Zhigua. Li Muhan said nothing, sitting quietly in the passenger seat, listening to Lin Ziyu tell the past. At that time, Huatian had just become police chief. His future was bright. A case like this in his district caused him deep pain. He stopped eating and drinking, spent nights sorting clues, and led the entire department to finally lock onto Zhou Zhigua. Just as he was preparing to close the net, a phone call from the provincial department warned him not to pursue the case further, saying someone else would handle it. Though angry, Huatian suppressed his urge and ordered his officers to stop investigating. Only one person opposed him, his son, a rookie officer who had just joined the criminal police team. Father and son quarreled fiercely, parting on bad terms. The next morning, tragedy struck. Huatian's son was found dead in an abandoned warehouse. His internal organs had been removed. And that warehouse was exactly where they had planned to close the net. After that, Captain Huatian completely broke down. More than once, he took a gun to go after Zhou Zhigua. In the end, he even lost his job. The strangest thing is, the missing girls suddenly all returned overnight. But it was like they'd been brainwashed, none of them remembered anything. Lin Ziyu turned to look at Li Muhan. You should know who did that, right? The Bureau. Li Muhan answered without hesitation. That's right. The Bureau intervened, recovered the missing girls, but had no evidence proving Zhou Zhigua did it. In the end, they could only tighten surveillance on him. The matter was declared closed. But for Captain Huatian, that was only the beginning. Li Muhan said. Lin Ziyu nodded. The month after he lost his job, the bureau found him. They told him his son was killed by a non-human, but they couldn't prove it was Zhou Zhigua. At this point, Li Muhan already understood the answer to the question he had once asked. Why did Hua Tian join the bureau? Because he wanted to avenge his son. Don't think of the captain as too narrow-minded, though. Revenge is part of it, but after learning about the existence of such monsters, he felt that as a former policeman, he had the duty to protect the people. So he resolutely joined the bureau and forced himself to become a combatant capable of using domains. Those who hold on to such obsession may be the only ones able to survive that hellish training. At that moment, Hua Tian slowly opened his eyes in the back seat. In them flickered a rarely seen sadness. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Zhao Corporation building in Tianhai City, the lights shone bright even late at night, as if refusing to let darkness fall. Zhao Zhijiang sat at his desk, chain-smoking. He was waiting for results. Soon, someone knocked on the office door. Zhao Zhijiang stood up immediately. Come in. A bodyguard entered, speaking nervously. Boss Zhao, we've already posted the kill order for Li Muhan on the underground assassin list. The bounty has been raised to 10 million, but still no one is taking it. Damn it. Is a worthless orphan really that capable? Zhao Zhijiang angrily smashed the ashtray on the floor. This wasn't just about his son anymore. He had kidnapped Li Muhan, yet the boy returned unharmed. He himself was threatened. The organization he hired was even wiped out. It was like someone had shit on his head and forced him to smile. At that moment, his phone rang. The caller ID was unknown, which puzzled him. Very few people knew this number. Who is this? He answered coldly. 50 million. I'll take the job. A cold girl's voice came through the line. Huh? What 50 million? You. Suddenly, Zhao Zhijiang realized something. You're an assassin? 50 million. Are you insane? An orphan's life is worth 50 million to you. 50 million. The voice repeated mechanically. 50 million wasn't much to Zhao Zhijiang, but being extorted by some unknown person annoyed him. Still, no one else had accepted the job. Helpless, he gritted his teeth. Fine. As long as you bring me his head, I'll give you 50 million. Beep, beep, beep. The call was cut. Zhao Zhijiang sneered. The voice sounded young, probably some reckless fool. But that didn't matter. Sometimes, rash fools actually succeeded. And even if she failed, he just wouldn't pay. What a rookie, she didn't even ask for a deposit. Zhao Zhijiang laughed coldly. Raise the bounty again. 20 million. He had no intention of relying on that phone call. He ordered his men to keep increasing the price. As long as the trail couldn't be traced back to him, no one could touch him. People die every day in this world. The death of an orphan, would it affect the world at all? Not in the slightest. The next day, when Li Muhan sat up from the sofa, he felt a bone-piercing chill. This doesn't make sense. Even if it's winter, this is indoors. Is the heater broken? He got up to check the heater and knocked on the bedroom door. From inside came a slightly annoyed girl's voice. Let me sleep a little longer. This was the agreement between him and Xiaoyu, or rather, one-sidedly forced by Li Muhan. He would sleep on the sofa, while Xiaoyu had the room. Even though Xiaoyu said she didn't mind sleeping together, Li Muhan still covered his face and insisted it wasn't right. As for whether they had really done anything, Li Muhan never asked. It was far too awkward to say aloud. He prepared breakfast, reminded the still sleeping Xiaoyu to eat, and went out. He was already used to her skipping classes often, probably one reason her reputation at school wasn't very good. Besides, she was a vampire. Sleeping by day, active at night, it kind of made sense. After stepping outside, Li Muhan was surprised to see that it was snowing in Tianhai City. No wonder it was so cold. This city hadn't seen snow for 5 years. On the bus, he checked his phone and saw that he had been added to a WeChat group chat. The name was 7th Squad, Forever a Family. Welcome, Muhan. The first message came from Su Shui, whose profile picture was a cute little sheep. Peach, are you still half asleep? Didn't we already welcome him yesterday? This came from Lin Ziyu, with an anime girl as his avatar. Welcome. This was from Yin Chi. To Li Muhan's surprise, her profile picture was a small cat. And indeed, it fit her, quiet, petite, with big eyes. Where's the captain? Captain, come welcome him. He's probably still sleeping. Last night you guys were really heartless, just dumping him on me and Muhan before going home. It took us a lot of effort to haul him upstairs. Lin Ziyu added a crying emoji. No helping it, the captain was just too happy. After all, our squad is whole again, and that's thanks to Muhan. Peach, you're ignoring me. Do you even realize how heavy the captain is? Doesn't matter. As long as we can do missions. Yin Chi replied coldly. Chi. You're ignoring me too. Reading the chat, Lee Muhan couldn't help but smile. He had never had this many friends before. Never had he been so welcomed and embraced. Since childhood, the only person close to him was Luo Yang. But even Luo Yang had his own social circle, one that Lee Muhan couldn't enter. Luo Yang was smart. He never forced Lee Muhan to join his circles. He kept them separate, making sure Lee Muhan never felt uncomfortable. Thank you, everyone. But I don't really count as a bureau member yet. At most, a trainee. Lee Muhan finally typed. This was the agreement he made with Lin Zhe. He would act as a trainee, joining 7th Squad's missions for now. Whether he would officially join or not, he would decide himself. Bundled in his thick coat, he got off the bus and arrived at school. But something felt strange. At school, the chill was even stronger. Almost as if the campus itself was the source of the cold air. God, it's freezing to death. Yeah, what's with this weather? No forecast said today would be this cold. It's winter, sure, but this temperature is too much. This is a southern city. Listening to his classmates complain, Lee Muhan walked toward the teaching building. All along the way, the topic most students were talking about was the arrival of a transfer student. She's unbelievable. The new transfer student, super gorgeous. Guess how tall she is? About 5'9". My God, those legs. I heard she's an exchange student from some northern icefield country. She's just too beautiful. These conversations did not make Lee Muhan pay much attention. Having foreign exchange students or international students in college was very common, and everyone would naturally be curious about students from abroad, whom they rarely came into contact with. In a certain classroom, by the window, a tall girl with fair skin and breathtaking beauty, her golden hair shining, rested her chin on her hand and looked out of the window. Miss Hattie, are you getting used to living here in Huaxia? Is it very different from your country? Wow, your skin is so well cared for. So white. Do you have a boyfriend? A group of students surrounded her, asking all sorts of questions. The blonde girl ignored the students crowded around her. She kept her cold face the whole time, until her eyes happened to fall on Lee Muhan, who was walking downstairs. Her face, which had shown no expression, suddenly revealed a strange smile. Found him. At noon break, Lee Muhan received a call from Xiaoyu. Did you get up and eat breakfast? Xiaoyu's voice still sounded lazy, with the rustle of blankets in the background. Today it's really cold outside. Oh right, this weekend I plan to take you to buy some clothes. You can't keep wearing mine. Sorry. I'm not blaming you, I just think since you're so good looking, you should wear clothes that fit you better. On the other end, Xiaoyu let out a small laugh, then suddenly seemed to remember something. You said it's very cold today? Yes. You're still half asleep. Look outside, it's snowing. Then came the sound of curtains being pulled open. Xiaoyu's voice became colder. Lee Muhan, do you have a part-time job tonight? Yes, why? Don't go to work for now. Come home early in the evenings. Lee Muhan felt strange, but Xiaoyu's tone sounded very serious. If I don't work, where will I get money for rent? I'll find a way. Anyway, just come back after class, or I'll come pick you up. Even though you're my guarantor, you don't have to go as far as picking me up from class. Lee Muhan laughed and reassured Xiaoyu, promising there would be no trouble, then hung up. As for the job, how could he not go? Now there was one more mouth to feed at home. Even though Xiaoyu had started working too, he couldn't just rely on her. So after class, Lee Muhan still went to the supermarket where he worked. Xiao Li, you don't need to come anymore. But the supermarket owner drove him out directly. He was very confused. He hadn't done anything wrong, why was he being fired? Boss, did I do something wrong? Lee Muhan walked back in, wanting to get an answer. The boss stammered, then, after looking around to make sure no one was there, said quietly. You offended someone you shouldn't have. Now people are coming after you. I'm afraid you won't find work anywhere. Lee Muhan instantly understood. It was Zhao Zhijiang's doing. He couldn't kill him, but he could use power and money to ruin him. Even if Lee Muhan graduated smoothly, he wouldn't be able to find a job. Helpless, he went home. Walking alone on the snowy streets, he thought of Guruashi again. That woman had once been his lighthouse. But now, when he thought of her, he only felt sorrow. Passing the park, Lee Muhan remembered, this was where he met Xiaoyu. That rainy night, if he hadn't reached out to her, taken her home, would he still be drowning in betrayal and pain now? Almost without realizing it, Lee Muhan walked into the park and sat on the swing where Xiaoyu once sat. In just half a month, so much has happened. Muttering to himself, he took off his gloves and looked at his hands. These hands had taken 10 lives just days ago. Even though it was because of power running wild, he felt like his hands still carried the warmth of blood. Forget it, better go home. Just as he put on his gloves and was about to leave, he noticed someone was sitting on the swing beside him. It was a silver-haired girl, tall, wearing a white cloak, with long legs wrapped tightly in black stockings, and a face so beautiful it made one gasp. The girl didn't look at Lee Muhan, as if he didn't exist. Lee Muhan also didn't pay much attention, planning to get up and leave. What's so special about you? The girl suddenly spoke, looking at his back. Lee Muhan stopped walking and slowly turned around. She was smiling strangely at him. What did you say? He asked. What is it about you that attracted my master's attention? The girl stood up and walked toward him. She leaned closer, sniffing around him. So you're a demon? Before Lee Muhan could reply, the girl opened her mouth, and sharp fangs appeared before his eyes. Something's wrong. This woman, something's very wrong. Lee Muhan's shoulder was bitten, and a large chunk of flesh was torn off. His clothes were ripped to shreds. That woman was a vampire. Unlike Xiaoyu, she was extremely aggressive, and maybe she carried very strong hostility only toward him. Lee Muhan had no time to think about the reason. He had just managed to escape from the vampire's grip, and now he was running through the street. Because of the heavy snow and the late hour, there were almost no pedestrians on the street. Blood from his shoulder flowed everywhere. Clearly, both drank blood, but why did this vampire act as if she wanted to tear him apart alive when drinking his? Where are you going? A woman's voice came from above his head, extremely close. Lee Muhan looked up. The woman was hanging upside down on a street lamp, her face level with his. Then, with a strange smile, she pressed her hand onto his face and forced his body down into the snow. Let me taste the demon's blood again. The silver-haired woman's mouth was stained with blood, all of it Lee Muhan's. Maybe that blood had excited her, because now her attacks were even fiercer than before. She pressed down on Lee Muhan's body, stretched out her claws, and squeezed his neck hard. It really is delicious. She licked her lips, her smile widening. Girl, cough, who are you? Do we even know each other? Lee Muhan was almost unable to breathe. His hand reached for his school bag. Inside was a gun, the one the special bureau had given him. But just as his hand touched the bag, the woman's wing nailed it to the snow. The sharp tip of her wing, like steel, pierced straight through his palm. Blood instantly poured out like a fountain. 50 million. Your head is really expensive. At last, the woman curved her mouth into an evil smile, the strength of her hand squeezing his neck increasing even more. By this time, several passers-by had witnessed the scene. Are they filming a movie? The props look so real. But I don't see any cameras. Should we call the police first? That blood looks real. The woman ignored everything. In her eyes now there was only Lee Muhan. Just as she was about to tear his head off with her bare hands, Lee Muhan realized he had no choice but to fight back. 10,000 thunders. If you open a domain here, all these humans will be in danger. The silver-haired vampire smiled wickedly at Lee Muhan. Only then did he realize, at some point, many bystanders had gathered. They were all recording with their phones. Ha 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 ha, this is the first time I've seen such a kind demon. The silver-haired woman's smile grew wild. She looked at Lee Muhan coldly, as if she already saw her victory. Taking advantage of his hesitation, she drove her hand straight into his chest. Lee Muhan was hit with a wave of pain, as if his heart had been caught in her grip. You're supposed to be a demon, why the hell do you have a heart? Disgusting. He wanted to fight back, but his body would not move. He could only watch as the woman kept tormenting him. In her eyes was a frenzied excitement. Having a heart is disgusting? Screw you. Get the hell off me. Cough, damn it, pressing down on me in public, do you have no shame? Right now, all Lee Muhan could do was shoot back with words. This woman really wanted to kill him, and he couldn't even lift a hand. New wounds kept appearing on his body. I'm getting bored of you. But 50 million is enough for me to live well for a while. The silver-haired woman leaned close to his ear and whispered. Then she opened her mouth wide, ready to give him the final blow. Domain expansion, frost devours snow. At that moment, the wind and snow surged. The phones in the hands of all the bystanders instantly froze into ice. Damn, my phone. Why is the wind suddenly so strong? The whirling snow scattered the onlookers. The phones they had been filming with all froze into solid ice. The storm also made the silver-haired woman's frenzied attack gradually stop. She could feel it, she was inside a domain. As for who had expanded the domain, she slowly turned her head and looked toward the figure that was appearing at the end of the storm. Who? The silver-haired woman asked in a low voice. When the figure became clear before her eyes, the silver-haired woman's pupils suddenly widened. How are you here? This was no longer a question, but the shock and fear in her heart. Before she could finish speaking, her face was rudely grabbed by the newcomer, as if in a silent interrogation. This figure was like a mountain with endless strength, pulling the silver-haired woman off Lee Muhan with one hand, then throwing her aside like a rag doll. Why are you appearing here? The silver-haired woman gasped, astonishment and confusion shooting from her eyes like sharp arrows. Lee Muhan finally got a chance to breathe. Struggling to prop himself up, his eyes met the person standing in front of him. It was a pair of turquoise eyes, like those of a beast. At this moment, they were looking down on him from above. It was a tall girl, at least about 1.75 meters. Her long, slender legs were tightly wrapped in white stockings. Although she wore a loose coat, it did not cover her enticing figure at all. She did not speak, nor did she pay attention to the terrified silver-haired vampire nearby. She only stared at Lee Muhan, her face carrying a faint smile. "Who are you?" Lee Muhan asked as he looked at the girl. But she only raised a finger to her lips in a gesture of silence. Her eyes were full of desire, looking at Lee Muhan as if he were an irresistibly delicious meal. At that moment, Lee Muhan heard the sound of a car braking. The blonde girl seemed to hear it too. She turned her head toward the direction of the vehicle, then looked back at Lee Muhan. Finally, she spoke softly. "I've set my eyes on you, demon." Then she turned and disappeared into the swirling snow. "Hey! Lee Muhan! Where are you?" The first shout came from Hua Tian. Soon, his tall and broad figure appeared out of the storm. "What the hell are you doing?" Hua Tian pushed through the snow and came to Lee Muhan's side. Seeing him covered in wounds and his demon power awakened, he roared. "What exactly happened?" "Ran into a variant. I was attacked, then saved by another variant." As he spoke, Lee Muhan glanced at the place where the silver-haired girl had been. But she was already gone. "Who saved you? Was it Xiaoyu?" "No, I don't know her." "Forget it, let's get out of here. This is a domain." Hua Tian shoved Lee Muhan into the car while grabbing the radio. "There's a variant who opened a domain in the city. Hurry, send support." But the storm quickly subsided. Apart from the frozen phones of the onlookers and their later erased memories, there was no damage. Lin Ziyu was driving. The two of them rushed Lee Muhan straight back to the special bureau. In a special area of the bureau, Lee Muhan opened his domain, and his wounds began to heal quickly. After the medical team gave him a simple treatment, he and Hua Tian were taken into an interrogation room. "Don't worry, just routine." Hua Tian smiled at Lee Muhan. Indeed, it was just a few simple questions before they let Lee Muhan go. But later, Lee Muhan learned the seriousness of the matter. Although he had not joined the special bureau, the supervision of him was temporarily in the hands of the 7th Squad. Each squad was assigned one variant to strengthen their combat power. But a variant's battles had to be supervised by the squad captain, and if the variant had a guarantor, the guarantor's approval was also required. Although this incident happened suddenly, and Xiaoyu admitted she bore responsibility, Hua Tian was still punished, 2 months' salary docked. Afterwards, though, he laughed and slapped Lee Muhan on the back, saying it was his fault as captain for not explaining things clearly. At that moment, Lee Muhan really wanted to say, "I'm not even officially a bureau member. You don't need to take this on for me." But seeing Hua Tian's hearty smile, in the end, he couldn't say it. "Ha ha ha, it's fine. Once we do a few missions, the bonuses will make up for it." It was Xiaoyu who came to take Lee Muhan home. She was wearing his clothes and a baseball cap, probably coming straight from her part-time job at the barbecue shop. When she heard from him that the attacker was a silver-haired vampire, her expression instantly grew cold. "By the way, the one who saved me seemed to be a variant too. But the snowstorm was so heavy, I couldn't see clearly who it was." On the way home, Lee Muhan said this. Xiaoyu didn't answer, lost in thought. That night, while Lee Muhan slept, she quietly slipped out the door. The swirling snow became her best cover. Even when she spread her wings and soared through the night sky, no one could notice her figure. Finally, she arrived at the top of Tianhai City's TV tower. Once, she and Lee Muhan had looked down at the city from here together. But now, sitting at the edge of the tower, was another woman. A beautiful blonde, blue-eyed girl. Hattie. Looking at the girl's back, Xiaoyu spoke the name. The girl named Hattie did not respond to Xiaoyu. She only hummed a song, her face showing no expression at all. Looking at the city beneath her feet was as if she were looking at a vast graveyard. Only when Hattie walked up behind her did she slowly stop humming the tune. "Long time no see, little moon." At the same time, Lee Muhan, in his sleep, was once again pulled back into the opera house. And at this moment, the opera house echoed with a melodious singing voice. If Lee Muhan didn't know that the audience were demons, he might have thought he had entered a cathedral. By touching the statue of Bale, Lee Muhan arrived at that ruined temple. Looking at the demon Bale, seated on the highest throne, Lee Muhan's anger immediately rose. Because Bale was still wallowing in self-pity. "Why exactly did I lose? Why? What, you very unhappy? Li Muhan walked straight up and grabbed Bal, pulling him down from the throne. Although I don't know who you lost to, how long are you going to wallow like this? Bal, dragged by Li Muhan, did not answer. He only turned his head slightly and glanced at him, speaking faintly. You wouldn't understand. You are just a mortal, a piece of trash. Aminos. You wanna fight, huh? I'm the landlord. You're inside my body. Not only do you not pay rent, but you even insult me. Just as Li Muhan was about to argue properly with this demon, Bal had already closed his eyes, as if unwilling to say another word to him. Li Muhan knew that Bale's soul was now incomplete. If he wanted to communicate normally with him, he first had to repair his soul. But how could he repair it? To repair Bale's soul, he would need to harvest the souls of other variants to fill in the missing pieces of Bale's. As if aware of Li Muhan's problem, a solution immediately sounded in his mind. Harvesting other variant souls? That really was a simple and brutal method. In the end, he glanced at Bal once more, watching as the Demon King slowly sat back down onto the throne. He could not help but wonder. Bal, such a powerful monarch, just who was it that struck him down so completely? That was Li Muhan's last thought before the sound of a phone alarm dragged him back to reality. Ding ding ding. He picked up the phone and saw Lin Zai's name on the screen, so he knew it must be a call about what happened yesterday. How are you, Li Muhan? Rest well? Your wounds should all be healed by now, right? Li Muhan glanced at the time. It was only 6 a.m. Turning his head, he saw the room was empty. Could it be that Xiaoyu hadn't come back last night? The wounds are mostly healed, I'm now, Li Muhan tried to push himself up from the sofa, but when his hand pressed to the side, he felt something soft. Looking down, he saw that Xiaoyu was actually sleeping right beside him. Li Muhan? What happened? On the other end of the phone, Lin Zai's voice carried some doubt. Xiaoyu was disturbed by Li Muhan and slightly opened her eyes, but immediately turned over to face him, hugging his arm and falling back into sleep. Are you taking a dump? Should I call later? On the other end of the phone, Lin Zai was already a bit impatient. It's nothing, I just haven't fully woken up yet. Li Muhan tried to calm himself, while deciding in his heart that he must have a serious talk with Xiaoyu. Doing this could scare someone to death. After finally managing to free himself from Xiaoyu's hand, he put on his slippers, went to the doorway, and continued speaking with Lin Zai. All right, you can continue now. Didn't expect you to be a henpecked guy, Li Muhan. Enough, Director Lin, you must have something to tell me. Lin Zai dropped his joking tone and spoke with a bit of seriousness. I read your report from last night. The one who attacked you was a vampire not registered under supervision. We will continue to track her. What about the one who saved me? Li Muhan asked, leaning against the stairwell railing, playing with his door key in his hand. Her name is Hattie, nicknamed North Wind. She is not under the supervision of Huaxia's Special Management Bureau. Oh, and she has some old grudge with Xiaoyu. If possible, try not to get involved with her in the future. Li Muhan gave a bitter smile. No matter what, she did save his life. One thing is one thing. If she and Xiaoyu fought, he could just cheer from the side without interfering. And besides, in all the things that had happened recently, which of them had been his choice? Except for picking Xiaoyu up and taking her home, none of this was voluntary. Could he really just avoid her by deciding not to? As for the old grudge between Xiaoyu and North Wind, Li Muhan didn't ask, and Lin Zai didn't bring it up again. By the way, I heard you're still working a part-time job? Lin Zai suddenly said. But not anymore. I was fired. At this, Li Muhan felt a bit deflated. He still had some savings, but he couldn't keep living like this. That works out, then. The 7th squad is now complete, and soon we'll begin normal missions. After that, you won't have much time for part-time work. Li Muhan felt annoyed. He was only helping out for free, so why did it feel like he had already signed a lifelong contract with the Bureau? Director Lin, I've said it so many times already. I haven't decided to join the Bureau yet. How can you start arranging work for me? And I still don't even have my rent covered. Thinking of rent made him angry. He was so poor yet still paid on time, and the autistic demon inside his body even had the nerve to call him trash, as if he owed him something. Ding dong. Alipay suddenly popped up a notification for Li Muhan. Alipay deposit, 30,000 yuan. Li Muhan was stunned. What was this? Why had 30,000 suddenly arrived in his account? Rent? Right, you're still a student. Consider this my personal support for your living expenses. Once you officially join the Bureau, your starting salary will be about the same. The money should already be transferred, check it. It's here. Wait, salary of 30,000 a month? That's just the base salary, without including other benefits or mission bonuses. Since you're new, your actual take-home won't be too much, but around 30,000 per month. Boom. Lee Muhan felt as if Bale's thunder had struck his chest. 30,000 a month? What kind of insanely high-paying job was this? Of course, if you don't want to accept my support, I can. No, Director Lin, I'll take it. Even though I haven't joined, I can still help you. What was that you just said? Work? Fine, during this time I'm your man. And so, Lee Muhan became a probationary member of the Special Management Bureau. 1 hour later, he and Xiaoyu arrived at the bureau, because today the 7th Squad would face their first mission. Inside the 7th Squad's meeting room, Hua Tian, Su Shui, Lin Ziyu, and Yin Qi were already there. When he saw Lee Muhan, Hua Tian was about to step forward, but suddenly noticed Xiaoyu walking in right behind him. Shocked, he immediately took 2 steps back. Captain is still so afraid of Miss Xia. Su Shui teased. Peach, shut up. Hua Tian lowered his head and muttered. Lee Muhan was curious. This seemingly fearless tough man Hua Tian, he actually had someone he was scared of? He turned to look at Xiaoyu. What's going on? I disciplined him once. That was when he had just joined the bureau. Xiaoyu said it lightly, with no expression, as if she were casually talking about having eaten a piece of bread that morning. Lee Muhan more or less understood. For the sake of his captain's dignity, he didn't ask further. Alright, so all members of the 7th Squad are here. Miss Xia, are you also joining our mission? Lin Ziyu was always the one giving the mission briefings. He had no grudges with Xiaoyu, but because he was naturally introverted, and Xiaoyu was a disaster-class abnormal being, he was understandably nervous. Xiaoyu shook her head. She seemed cold to everyone, except Lee Muhan. I'm his guarantor. I'm only responsible for bringing him here. Now that the 7th Squad has taken over, I'll leave. As Xiaoyu walked toward the door, everyone in the squad except Lee Muhan let out a sigh of relief. This was a disaster-class abnormal being. The name Blood Clan Xiaoyu was as terrifying as death itself in the Special Administration Bureau. Being under her supervision, Lee Muhan's life must have been unbearable. When Xiaoyu reached the door, she suddenly turned back, and everyone tensed up. But she only looked at Lee Muhan and spoke in a gentle voice. Tonight I'll bring back some barbecue. The boss said I can take what's left. When she said this, her face carried a trace of expectation, as if waiting for Lee Muhan's praise. Lee Muhan didn't let her down. He smiled, stepped forward, and rubbed her hair. No need. I got my salary too. Tonight I'll take you out to eat, and on the weekend I'll buy you some clothes. Xiaoyu lowered her head slightly, her face faintly red. Lee Muhan still found it hard to imagine Xiaoyu working part-time in a barbecue shop. It was said Lin Zhe had introduced her to that job, which meant the shop's owner probably wasn't an ordinary person either. After Xiaoyu closed the door, the mouths of the 7th Squad members were still wide open. Even the usually expressionless Yin Qi now had her jaw dropped, wondering if she was seeing things. What the hell? That's Xiaoyu? You too? Lee Muhan? Damn it! What's going on? Hao Tian was so shocked he could barely speak. He had thought Xiaoyu was only Lee Muhan's guarantor. But now, it seemed their relationship was anything but ordinary. Muhan, what's your relationship with Miss Xia exactly? Su Shui leaned in, gossiping. Unbelievable. Who would have thought that Xiaoyu, that disaster class her, could actually be so gentle to someone? Lee Muhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoyu really didn't care about her reputation. In college she was rumored to be a delinquent girl, even a whore. And here in the bureau, her reputation wasn't any better. After a round of gossip, everyone finally turned back to business. Lin Ziyu projected the mission intel onto the screen and began his explanation. This mission is a request from the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Since this is Brother Muhan's first time joining our missions, I'll give a quick overview. The commissions we receive at the Bureau are almost always related to abnormal beings, cases that human agencies can't handle, so they get handed over to us. Lee Muhan listened intently, even taking notes. This made Lin Ziyu nod with approval. This was the first time someone had treated his briefing with such respect. Although Hao Tian and the others usually listened carefully, they never gave him that kind of feedback. The case originally looked like an ordinary kidnapping of a young woman. Last winter, a female employee of a Tianhai company disappeared on her way home from work, suspected of being abducted. A photo of a delicate-looking woman appeared on the screen. Lu Yu, 24 years old. She disappeared last September while waiting for a bus after work. Note, she vanished right in front of everyone. She's still missing. At home, she has 2 elderly parents in the countryside and a boyfriend, who has already been cleared of suspicion. The projection showed surveillance footage. In the video, Lu Yu, dressed in business attire and carrying a bag, was waiting for the bus while looking at her phone. But at exactly 8:24, in the next instant, Lu Yu vanished without a trace, leaving the old man beside her utterly shocked. Because it was late and few people were waiting for the bus, only that old man noticed. Then another photo appeared. Zhou Yunyun, 25, bank employee. A month after Lu Yu's disappearance, she went traveling with friends. She went to the restroom and mysteriously disappeared. Next, Kong Yuhua, 23, Zhao Li, 25, Yang Ying, 22. Up to now, 15 women have gone missing. The most recent was 2 months ago, Qin Yuhan, a 22-year-old junior at Tianhai University. They all had one thing in common: they vanished suddenly without any warning. Li Muhan frowned deeply. Why did these cases sound so familiar? The serial abduction of young women. Wait. He turned suddenly toward Hao Tian and saw that the usual mocking look in his eyes was gone. Now Hao Tian's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the projection with clenched fists, knuckles cracking. That's right, Lin Ziyu looked at Li Muhan. These cases are exactly the same as the serial abductions from 5 years ago. At this, he turned toward Hao Tian. I suggest the 7th squad give up this mission and hand it to another team. No. Hao Tian stood up, his voice cold. If we hand it over, it'll just be swept under the rug again. His eyes were filled with rage, clearly furious with how the bureau handled things back then. Lin Ziyu sighed helplessly and continued. The Tianhai police were completely stuck. The missing cases had left no trace, no leads. So last month, after evaluation, the bureau accepted the case and conducted preliminary investigations, which finally pointed to an abnormal being called the Jiagua. Jiagua, also known as Manhwa, is a mountain spirit native to Huaxia. It was first recorded by Eastern Jin historian Gan Bao in Search of the Supernatural. This monster looks like a monkey and kidnaps women, forcing them to bear its children, otherwise it won't release them. Currently, Jiagua exists only in Huaxia, or rather, only our bureau here has records and keeps them under supervision. There are 3 in total. 3 photos appeared on the screen. They looked no different from ordinary men, around 40, a little bald, 3 greasy middle-aged men. The first Jiagua, alias Zhu Chang. First recorded 50 years ago. He's now a minor, basically with no access to women. The second Jiagua, alias Zhang Yu. First recorded 30 years ago. Now a sailor, always at sea, also unlikely. Then the third photo appeared. Zhou Zhigua. First recorded 7 years ago. Currently a taxi driver here in Tianhai. At the same time, Lin Ziyu looked at Hao Tian and saw the murderous look in his eyes as he stared at Zhou Zhigua's face. At the same time, he was also one of the suspects in the serial abductions 5 years ago, and the one most likely to have committed them. Looking at Zhou Zhigua's sleazy face, Li Muhan felt uneasy. Were those women still alive? Where were they? What had he done to them? The thought sent chills down his spine. Zhou Zhigua's eyes in the photo seemed especially sinister. This time I won't let him escape. Hao Tian picked up the tablet and locked eyes with Zhou Zhigua's photo. Crack. He crushed the tablet in his hands. Captain. That's government property. They'll deduct our pay again. Lin Ziyu's wail echoed through the meeting room. Evening in Tianhai City. At the entrance of the first hospital, Guruashi was once again driven out. She had clearly heard that Zhao Qiankuan had woken up. She thought he would contact her right away, but no matter how long she waited, she received no message from him. Helpless, she called. Zhao Qiankuan, who had just regained consciousness, sounded very weak, which made Guruashi feel distressed. So she dressed up carefully, planning to visit him at the hospital again. This time Zhao Qiankuan was awake. Those bodyguards shouldn't dare to treat her like before, right? But what Zhao Qiankuan said when he saw her made Guruashi feel like she had fallen into an ice cave. Fuck off, you stinking bitch. Don't let me see you again. Or I'll fucking skin you alive. Zhao Qiankuan, who had been lying on the bed, pointed at her nose and cursed as soon as he saw her. Akun, what did I do? Get out. I don't want to see you again. Get out. Zhao Qiankuan, with his only remaining hand, grabbed something and threw it at her. Guruashi ran out of the hospital and wandered aimlessly down the winter night streets. The snow had stopped today. The night streets were full of pedestrians, but she felt as if she was walking on a dark, endless path. She didn't understand. Why was this happening? Guruashi only felt tired. She wanted to sleep. So she went back to the single villa Zhao Qiankuan had bought her. But at the door, neither fingerprint nor face scan could unlock it. She even triggered the alarm. Rich people's houses had private security companies. In less than 2 minutes, several security guards arrived. They saw the confused Guruashi and asked what she was doing. I'm the owner here. Guruashi took out her ID, saying the house was hers. The guards checked it and told her. Sorry, Miss Gu, the house was never in your name. And just now, all the information you had in our system was deleted by the real owner, Mr. Zhao. What? But Zhao Qiankuan bought this house for me. Many of the furniture inside was bought with my savings. My luggage is still inside. We don't know about that. But now, please leave. Guruashi tried to argue but was directly dragged into a car and thrown onto a street a few blocks away. She felt deeply wronged. She not only had no home now, but all her belongings were gone. But then again, was that really her home? Covered in dirt, she climbed up from the ground, thinking of staying at a hotel for the night. Before, Guruashi was the kind of girl who would plan a trip with her parents a month in advance, bargaining with guesthouse owners for 10 yuan. But now, she walked straight into the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Tianhai City without even looking. To her, everything here was deserved. She ignored her current situation. She booked a luxury suite on the top floor. Lying on the soft big bed, just as she was about to fall asleep, the door suddenly opened. Half asleep, Guruashi was dragged downstairs to the front desk. Sorry, miss, the card you just used has been frozen. What? She stared in disbelief, then took out another card. This one is frozen too, miss. Wait a second. Guruashi flipped through her wallet, card by card. As expected, all of them were frozen. Finally, she understood why. Because all those cards were from Zhao Qiankuan. The money was never hers. Driven out by hotel security, she sat dejectedly on the ground. Where should she go tonight? She still had a little over 1,000 yuan in WeChat. She could only stay at an ordinary hotel. But how could she bear such a place now? She decided to eat something first. At the entrance of a high-end restaurant, she hesitated for a long time, but in the end didn't go in. That money was her last support. One meal here could bankrupt her. Finally, wandering aimlessly, she was drawn by the smell of barbecue. How long had it been since she last ate this kind of food? Looking at the busy barbecue shop, she gritted her teeth and went in. Sitting on an outdoor chair, she was looking at the menu when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. No need to pick me up, I can go home. I'm afraid you'll get upset and go sit in the park again. Shut up. Guruashi turned toward the voice and saw a familiar back. The back she had once cherished the most. Li Muhan. Ah. Guruashi instinctively wanted to call him, but saw him chatting with a slender girl. The girl wore an oversized hoodie and jeans. Her black hair was tied in a ponytail. Though she wore a mask and hat, her eyebrows showed she was beautiful. Who was she? Li Muhan's girlfriend? Impossible. That silent man, besides her, who would talk to him? Then she remembered, last time, Li Muhan had taken that infamous slut Xiaoyu home. Could this girl be Xiaoyu? She looked carefully. After studying the girl's face, she was shocked, it was really Xiaoyu. That Xiaoyu was actually working in a barbecue shop? She was the one who had just handed her the menu? Did she deliberately pretend not to recognize her, and then talk with Li Muhan in front of her? What was this, showing off? Guruashi found it funny. A man she had abandoned, how could she still care? But in fact, she already felt uncomfortable. Watching Li Muhan and Xiaoyu chatting happily, even seeing him adjust her crooked hat. Guruashi's anger flared. How could he be so close with another girl? She cleared her throat, stood up, tucked her hair behind her ear, and pretended to be surprised as she called out to Li Muhan. What a coincidence. But unexpectedly, Li Muhan acted as if he didn't hear, not even turning around. He didn't hear? Impossible. Even Xiaoyu had seen her. Hey! Xiaoyu glanced at Guruashi and signaled Li Muhan with her eyes. Li Muhan froze, then turned his head, just in time to see Guruashi standing awkwardly, her hand half raised for a greeting. Oh, that was you calling me? Sorry, why didn't you just call my name? Li Muhan smiled faintly at her. What? Guruashi felt very upset. So if she didn't say his name, he couldn't even recognize her voice? On purpose. He must have done it on purpose, to make her angry. Thinking this, she pretended to be relaxed and said to him. It's fine. Want to sit together? No, I came to pick her up from work. We'll leave soon. Enjoy your meal. After just a polite greeting, Li Muhan turned back to Xiaoyu. Guruashi froze. She was not unfamiliar with this behavior. As an orphan raised in an abnormal orphanage, Li Muhan had grown up early. He was smooth, always keeping a subtle distance from people. Never too forward, never too cold. But he had never been like that with her. With her, he was always different. Yet just now, Guruashi felt that, in his eyes, she was no different from anyone else. So Guruashi turned all her anger toward Xiaoyu, who was next to Li Muhan. It must have been this woman who stole Li Muhan. She had completely lost her head, forgetting it was she who abandoned Lee Muhan first, and vented all her rage on this girl, who even dressed simply, wearing a mask and hat, was still more dazzling than her. Lee Muhan, just to spite me, you're dating this kind of woman? She angrily stepped forward and said to him. Lee Muhan, with his back to her, rolled his eyes, then turned around, expressionless, and looked at her. Miss Gu, I hope you show some respect to my friend. Lee Muhan, how dare you talk to me like that? Who do you think you are? The fact that I'm even talking to you now is already me giving you face. Miss Gu, as you said, we're not from the same world. You'd better stop talking to me. Hearing this, Guruashi became even more convinced he was just trying to spite her. She sneered coldly. She straightened her chest and said to him. Lee Muhan, even if I don't want you anymore, you shouldn't sink this low. Do I even need to remind you what kind of woman this is? Maybe she'll sleep with you today and be in another man's bed tomorrow, you. Lee Muhan's gaze suddenly turned vicious. He glared coldly at her, and said word by word. Don't take my tolerance for weakness. Seeing Guruashi's face reminded him of those videos Zhao Qiankuan had shown him. He wasn't angry, just felt that this woman he once loved so deeply was filthy. How can you talk to me like this? Lee Muhan, I'm telling you, I thought we could still be friends, but now, I think I should cut all ties with you. This was a tactic Guruashi had used many times before. No matter what she did, as long as she said, then let's break off, never speak again. Lee Muhan would immediately lower himself to coax her. She thought it was because he couldn't live without her. But she never realized it was because of his love for her that he had always indulged her. But now, Lee Muhan's love for her was completely gone. Hearing her words, he sneered, pulled out his phone, and in front of her blocked her on WeChat, deleted her number, even blocked her Alipay account. Then, with an indifferent expression, he said, now we have nothing to do with each other. Stop clinging to me. Clinging? Me, clinging to you? Guruashi trembled with rage. Why had Lee Muhan become like this? She turned her furious gaze to Xiaoyu, but the girl didn't even look at her. She stared off to the side, bored, even yawning. You two adulterers. Lee Muhan, you'll regret this. Even if you kneel and beg for my forgiveness, I won't care about you. Guruashi grabbed her bag and stormed off. As she left, she heard the two behind her speaking. If she comes again, should I tell the boss to give her a discount? Discount? More like break her bones. Ignore her. Guruashi was nearly driven mad. She stomped away in her high heels, half running, not knowing if she wanted to escape from Lee Muhan or from Xiaoyu. She only knew she had walked a long time, and now there was almost no one around. She realized she had turned into a small alley. She took off her heels, rubbed her feet wrapped in expensive flesh-colored stockings. After walking so long in heels, her feet were unbearably sore. Forget it, I'll just stay in a normal hotel tonight. Thinking this, she turned to leave the alley, but several drunken men blocked her way. Beauty, doing business, huh? Whoa, fuck. What a gorgeous woman. Just saw your back before, didn't see your face, you're so damn pretty. He, look at those legs, my god, my saliva's dripping. 4 of us brothers, beauty, tell us, what's your price? Guruashi looked at them coldly. Get lost. I don't have time for you. Oh? Not here for business. Even better then, since we've got no money anyway, ha ha ha. Saying that, the men lunged at her. Let go of me. You blind beasts? Do you know who I am? Guruashi struggled desperately, but still got pressed to the ground. Someone already started tearing at her clothes. I don't give a fuck who you are. Now you're just our toy. Stop screaming, or I'll cut up that pretty little face of yours. Guruashi was both angry and terrified. She didn't understand why something like this was happening to her. Help! Somebody help me. Lee Muhan. Help! She had thought she would call Zhao Qiankuan's name, but subconsciously, what came out was Lee Muhan's. As her clothes were being torn, her mind seemed to slip back to the past. Back to the night she first met Lee Muhan. She was 7 then. After fighting with her parents, she had run out into the night. It was a winter night like tonight, moonless. It was a pitch-black alley like this one. The only difference then was a pack of stray dogs. 7-year-old Guruashi was surrounded by them. They snapped at her dress, attacking her like these men now. Then too, she was crying helplessly. No, now she was just like then, crying like a lost child. At that time, it was a ragged, dirty little beggar who saved her. He stood up for her, drove away the dogs with rocks and sticks. Facing the endlessly crying Guruashi, the little beggar only said, "Stop crying. I'll protect you." He stayed with her until she cried herself tired, then carried her on his back and left her at the police station. Later, surveillance showed the beggar was a child from a nearby orphanage, named Lee Muhan. Guruashi and her parents had gone to visit him. From then on, the two became friends. You said you'd protect me, right? From that day on, Lee Muhan had always kept his promise. Until now. He would never stand up to protect her again. Didn't you say you'd protect me? As her clothes were about to be torn open, Guruashi sobbed out these words. But the men ignored her, only wanting to vent their lust. None of them noticed the dark shadow slowly approaching from the end of the alley, watching their show, before slitting a few throats. The shadow crouched, tilting its head, studying the terrified Guruashi, and let out a low, cold laugh. That winter night, another disappearance happened. The police received a report the next morning, not of a disappearance, but a murder. A scavenger had found 4 men's corpses in the alley. Their throats slit, blood everywhere. What truly brought the Special Administration Bureau in was the discovery of a luxury women's handbag and a surveillance video. A woman had walked into the alley. Then the 4 dead men followed. But afterward, no one came out. And the alley was a dead end. The 7th squad arrived at the scene. This was Lee Muhan's first mission. He looked at the corpses and felt like vomiting. But when he saw the bag, his brows furrowed. What's wrong? Feeling sick? It's normal the first time seeing corpses. Hao Tian walked over and patted his shoulder. Their identities were special assistant investigators. After all, the Bureau's existence couldn't be known to ordinary people or the police. But Lee Muhan just squatted down, picked up the bag, and said to Hao Tian, "This missing person, I know her." Every squad of the Special Administration Bureau had vehicles assigned to them, as well as specially made IDs. Because their identities might change with each mission, the IDs had to be custom-made. Like this time. The members of the 7th squad were all wearing IDs on their chests that identified them as part of a provincial special task force. Looking at his own photo on the ID, Lee Muhan felt the Bureau was really powerful, able to make even this kind of thing, officially recognized too. You could even check their information on the government website. What are you thinking about? Hao Tian, who was driving, glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Nothing, just feels unbelievable. Yesterday I was still sitting in class at university, today I've become a provincial expert sent to handle cases. Ha 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 ha, you'll get used to it. Guess what I used to be? Police chief. Lee Muhan blurted it out. Hao Tian glared at him. Kid, can't you just play along once? Captain Hao, weren't you pretending to be asleep in the car the other day? You act better than me. Lee Muhan smiled as he answered. Hao Tian cursed under his breath a few times. Then Lee Muhan glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror, where Su Shui and Yin Qi were sitting. What, interested in my past? Su Shui, who had been reading the case file, noticed his gaze. She smiled and met his eyes through the mirror. I may not have joined the Bureau, but now, we're comrades in arms. Lee Muhan scratched his head, smiling. As for me, I used to work in administration at a state-owned company. Really? Didn't expect that, Sister Shui, you've already worked. Hearing him say this, Su Shui narrowed her eyes slightly. This girl always gave Lee Muhan the feeling of smiling all the time. But the more she smiled, the less he felt he could see through her. Work? Do you know, if Tauzi wanted to, she could eat delicacies every day without working a single day in her life, and still not finish spending her money in 10 lifetimes. Captain, you talk too much. Su Shui smiled at Hao Tian, but in that smile Hao Tian sensed a trace of killing intent. He shut up at once. So she was a rich woman, Lee Muhan thought to himself. What about you, Xiaoyin? He looked at Yin Qi, who was staring at her phone. You don't need to care about me. That was all she said coldly. Ah? Lee Muhan felt awkward. Just then the car's intercom crackled with Lin Ziyu's voice. You'll never guess what I used to be. I was a hacker, once hacked into the national security system, a super hacker. Who asked you? Hao Tian cut him off, then sighed and explained to Lee Muhan. The kid was pulled out of prison by the Bureau. At 14 he dared to hack the national security system. When he was caught, he pissed his pants. Look at him, if he'd really gone to jail, his ass wouldn't have been safe. Captain. Don't expose me like that. The car filled with laughter, lightening the mood and easing the nausea Lee Muhan had felt earlier from seeing those corpses. Their destination was a rundown apartment in Tianhai's old district. This area had been left out of the city's redevelopment plan. Too many historical issues made it impossible to resolve, so the government had let it rot. Over time, it became a gathering place for homeless people and gangs. Muhan, are you feeling better? Su Shui had seen him leaning against a wall, vomiting for a long time earlier, so she was worried. I'm fine. Just never seen something so bloody before. That was a lie. As a child, he had seen plenty of dead bodies. But there was no need to talk about that. It was in the past. Seeing didn't mean he was numb to it. Even back then, in that hellish orphanage, he had still longed for an ordinary life. That was why he once saw Guruashi as the light of his life, because she had led him out of that hell. But now, things had changed. Strange. Your file clearly says you carry 10 lives on your hands. And judging from the photos, those deaths were far worse than these 4. So why are you uncomfortable? It was In-chi speaking. Her words were sharp, almost accusatory. The 10 lives she spoke of were Zhao Qiankuan's men. Strictly speaking, that was Balthazar's doing. But Li Muhan said nothing, only smiled bitterly. Xiaoyin, watch your words. Hao Tian immediately scolded her. That's right, the file also says Muhan lost control of his power at the time. And what if he loses control again? Her words made the car's atmosphere freeze. I can't trust him with my back. That's enough, In-chi. This time, it was Lin Ziyu's voice on the intercom breaking the silence. Muhan has a guarantor. And that necklace around his neck, it's the latest product I developed with the Science Council, made specifically for demons. Besides, he's not an official bureau member, just assisting. Spare me. In-chi cut him off coldly. Li Muhan felt awkward, not knowing what to say. Until Lin Ziyu's words made him frown in thought. Wait. Can someone like Xiaoyu, an abnormal being like me, be a guarantor too? Normally no. But Xiaoyu is special. Hao Tian explained. She doesn't belong to the Huaxia Bureau. You must have noticed her looks aren't purely Huaxia either. And she's a controllable disaster class being. Which means the Bureau will do anything to bring her in. Li Muhan understood. The guarantor explanation wasn't to reassure In-chi. It was to warn her. Even if the Bureau abandoned the rest of them, it would never abandon him. Why? Because his guarantor was disaster class. In-chi snorted and went back to her phone. Finally, they arrived. Through the car window, Li Muhan saw the scenery had changed. No tall buildings, no bustling streets. Only crumbling shacks and old apartments. Groups of shady people loitered outside, staring at the car with wary eyes. Kid, you're not local, right? Came here for university. Then don't talk later. Hao Tian parked in front of a shabby apartment building. The good thing about the bureau is money and resources. Do your job well, and you can have whatever you want. But there's one rule, you must stay low-key. Especially when dealing with ordinary people. Don't draw attention. Got it. After Li Muhan nodded, Hao Tian suddenly pulled a gun from his waist and handed it to him. But never backed down either. Li Muhan accepted it with a complicated expression. Hao Tian opened the door. As soon as they got out, a few men surrounded them. Where are you from? What are you doing? The leader chewed gum, staring disdainfully at the 4 men in suits and ties. Official business. Don't worry, no inspections. Hao Tian showed the fake ID. The man, though rough, seemed to recognize it. Oh, from the province. He wasn't afraid at all. After staring at the ID for a long while, he looked at Su Shui and In-chi. Damn, you government ladies are pretty. He moved as if to check their IDs, but Hao Tian blocked him with one hand. Enough. That was all he said. The man spat his gum on the ground and waved his hand. Go in. Keep a low profile, or even if you were sent from heaven, no one could save you. Even as they entered, the men kept watching their backs. Li Muhan felt uneasy. No local police station? Can't we ask for backup first? Touch one thread and the whole net moves. The system here is rotten to the core. By the time the police took us, the suspect would be gone. Li Muhan nodded. As expected of a former cop, Hao Tian's insight was sharp. The old elevator was narrow, stinking of urine. Clearly people often relieved themselves inside. As soon as they entered, Su Shui covered her nose, frowning. In-chi, on the other hand, looked completely unfazed, as if she was used to such places. They reached the 5th floor and went straight to room 58. The corridors were open. Looking down over the railing, Li Muhan was shocked to see more than 30 men gathered below, all gripping weapons, staring up at them. Now you know why bureau salaries are so high? In his earpiece, Lin Ziyu chuckled. You can see what I see? Your IDs have micro cameras. Of course I can see. I'm your support, after all. Look at your 9 o'clock. Li Muhan turned and saw a drone hovering silently. Enough showing off, Ziyu. Tell us about 58. Got it, Captain. Though he clearly wanted to talk more, the mission came first. The drone circled to the other side of the building. Then Lin Ziyu spoke again. He's inside. Go. With confirmation, Hao Tian raised his hand and knocked on the door. Who's there? A hoarse voice came from inside. I'll pay next week, just don't come again. Zhou Jigua. Open up. We're not here for protection money. Hao Tian's voice was cold. Then who are you? Don't recognize me? Hao Tian sneered. You. Zhou Zhigua tried to slam the door, but Hao Tian kicked it open, knocking him flat. Search. He gestured, and Su Shui and Yin Qi began searching the place. Zhou Zhigua got up, glaring at Hao Tian. You again. You again. Your son's death wasn't my fault. Why won't you let me go? Hao Tian threw his bureau badge in his face. I'm bureau now. Here to investigate. At that, Zhou Zhigua fell silent. Li Muhan finally got a clear look at the man, ragged clothes, haggard face. This was Zhou Zhigua, the monster known in legend as Jiagua. Director Hao, I've already told you many times, your son really wasn't killed by me, and I have nothing to do with those missing girls' cases. You already broke one of my legs, why won't you let me go? Zhou Zhigua, held down by Hao Tian, sat on a chair in the living room, watching the others turn his house upside down. Tears were almost coming out of his eyes. I'm no longer a director. Now I'm the captain of the 7th Squad of the Special Administration Bureau. Do you understand what that means? Hao Tian slapped Zhou Zhigua's face with his badge again and again. Li Muhan could see how deep his hatred for Zhou Zhigua was. But even so, he was suppressing his rage, for otherwise, Zhou Zhigua wouldn't even be able to speak right now. Zhou Zhigua's home was so poor that dirt poor was not an exaggeration. The only valuable thing inside was an old CRT TV. I understand, Director, Captain Hao. Good. I thought beasts like you didn't even know how to speak with people. Hao Tian sat down without politeness. By now Su Shui and Yin Qi had finished searching the apartment and returned to the living room. Both shook their heads at Hao Tian. He gave Su Shui a look. She immediately stepped forward and took out some photos, pictures of the missing girls. Have you seen these people? These people? Sorry, sir, I haven't seen them. Did something happen? Zhou Zhigua glanced at the photos, showing no reaction. They went missing. Very strangely. Not something humans would do. Su Shui emphasized her last words, as if hinting to Zhou Zhigua. Sorry, sir, I really haven't seen them. I really didn't do it. Please, sir, believe me. What the fuck are you yelling for? Hao Tian slapped him hard across the face, making Li Muhan wonder if this wasn't too much. Zhou Zhigua froze, then immediately fell to his knees. Captain Hao. I know your child died unjustly, but you can't blame me. I'm innocent. Hao Tian crouched, staring at him coldly. Zhou Zhigua trembled under his gaze. Finally, Hao Tian sneered, yanked him back up from the floor. Enough. We're just here for official business. As for the past, I won't mention it again. If you really didn't do it, I won't trouble you. Thank you, Captain Hao. Thank you, leaders. Hao Tian waved his hand. Who are those people downstairs? Hearing this, Zhou Zhigua sighed. A bunch of gangsters from the old street. I drive taxis from morning till night just to earn a little, but it's still not enough for their protection fees. Sir, don't you think some people are greedier than monsters? Realizing what he said, Zhou Zhigua quickly bowed and apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that, please forgive me. It's fine. You're right, some people are worse than monsters. Don't worry, we'll report your situation and see if you can get some help. Zhou Zhigua, you'd better behave. Don't hurt anyone. Hao Tian's attitude suddenly changed, as if his earlier rage had been just an act. Then he stood, leading the others out. Thank you, leaders, thank you, officers of the Bureau. I'll live honestly, I won't cause trouble for humans or the Bureau. Throughout the whole process, Li Muhan didn't say a word. He observed Zhou Zhigua, and the way the squad worked. Everyone had a role, and they coordinated without even needing to discuss. Leaving Zhou Zhigua's home, they went downstairs, where they inevitably faced the group of men gathered outside. Well, leaders, done already? If you'd told me you were after that bastard Zhou Zhigua, I'd have thrown him down myself. He still owes me money. The grinning man got no good face from Hao Tian. Move. The man didn't block them, but his gang surrounded their car. What's this supposed to mean? Hao Tian turned. He stood 6 feet 5 inches, built like a tank. Next to him, the man looked like a child. But the man wasn't afraid. Maybe because they had numbers and weapons, so he felt bold. Ah, so it's you. I didn't recognize you at first. Aren't you the former director Hao of Tianhai City Police? Oh, my bad eyesight. What now, got promoted? I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Director Hao, back then, more than 10 of my brothers went down because of you. You didn't show any mercy. Hao Tian sneered. So what do you want? How about this? Tonight I host, and we put this behind us. Don't know why you came looking for Zhou Zhigua, but since you're here, stay for a meal. Not today. Another day. I'll host. Hao Tian smiled, trying to walk past, but the man shoved him back, his face turning dark. What? Think you're too good for us? Refusing our goodwill? Fine. Leave those two women here. We'll give the provincial beauties some fun. Consider it an apology for my brothers still in prison." The man grinned lewdly. The crowd laughed with him. But their laughter didn't last, because Hao Tian laughed too. He turned to Li Muhan and chuckled twice. Before Li Muhan could react, Hao Tian grabbed the man's neck and slammed his face against the car window. The bureau's car glass was reinforced, so it didn't break. But the man's face wasn't so lucky. Blood, spit, and broken teeth slid down the window. Li Muhan remembered Hao Tian's words. When dealing with ordinary people, never attract too much attention. "You fuck." Before he could finish, Hao Tian slammed his head again. Bang! The man twitched and passed out. "Get them, boys! Get your asses back!" As the gang prepared to rush, Li Muhan had already drawn his pistol, aiming it straight at the blonde in front. He glared at them with disdain, his eyes full of menace. They had numbers. He had only one gun. But none of them wanted to be the first to die. So they watched helplessly as the four got into the car. Only when the engine roared did Li Muhan lower the gun. The car revved loudly, frightening the thugs into scrambling aside. The vehicle sped off, leaving behind a storm of curses. When the car finally left the old district, Hao Tian burst out laughing. One hand on the wheel, he slapped Li Muhan's shoulder with the other. "Ha ha ha ha. Kid, you've got guts. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Though, hell, you didn't even take the safety off just now." Li Muhan coughed from the slap, reminding him to focus on driving. "Why'd you even pull the gun? Didn't you give me a look? I thought you wanted me to act." "Huh? What I meant was, after I made a move, you should start the car so we could bail immediately." Li Muhan was speechless, so he had misunderstood. But still, the outcome was a perfect score. Even In Chi said calmly, "Not bad." Then the group talked about the case. Li Muhan thought they'd head back to the bureau first, but Hao Tian drove a big circle, stopping in a hidden spot near another entrance of the old district. "Are we going back for another strike?" Li Muhan asked. "Without evidence, it's useless." Hao Tian pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Li Muhan, who shook his head. "All right then, get out. The ladies need to change clothes." "Ah? Oh. He got it, though not completely. Why change clothes? It was already 7 p.m. In winter, night came fast. Li Muhan leaned against a wall not far from the car with Hao Tian. Hao lit a cigarette, blew out a ring of smoke, glanced at him, and offered the pack again. "Want one?" "No. Quit pretending. You just want to look good in front of the girls, huh? But it's just us here." "Captain, I really don't smoke." Li Muhan laughed awkwardly. Hao teased him more. "Coward. Who said not smoking isn't gutsy? Didn't I just say you're the real deal?" "Empty words. Just trying to boost your stock with the girls. So, which one you like, Taozi or Xiaoyin? Want me to?" Seeing he was rambling further, Li Muhan quickly cut him off, dragging the talk back. "You think it's Zhou Zhigua?" Hao Tian threw the question back. "What do you think?" "I think, hard to say. He feels like an honest middle-aged guy. But you can't just look at the surface. Still, nothing suspicious in his house." "True." Silence fell again. Hao crouched against the wall, chain-smoking. Li Muhan noticed he was staring at something. Looking closer, he saw it was a necklace pendant. The lid was open. Inside was a photo. "Handsome, isn't he?" Hao suddenly turned toward Li Muhan. "Huh? My son. Handsome or not?" Hao proudly showed him the photo in the pendant. It was a young man in a police uniform, tall and sharp-looking, the very image of a noble hero. "Handsome. Righteous too. Haha, of course. That's my son." Hao inhaled deeply on his cigarette. If he'd kept being a cop, he'd have been chief one day. Li Muhan knew, the boy in that photo would never be a cop again. His life had ended 5 years ago. "Captain." He crouched beside him. "Is that why you joined the bureau?" Hao didn't answer. He stared at the pendant. At the boy in the photo. "After a long time," he said instead. "After my kid died, his mother divorced me. That was the darkest time of my life. I carried a gun every day, stormed Zhou Zhigua's house again and again. Got warned plenty of times. Last time, I lost it, shot his leg." He let out a bitter smile. "Decades in the uniform. Stripped away just like that. Then the bureau found you?" Hao nodded. Director Lin herself came. First words out of her mouth were an apology, because they never found my kid's real killer. I was furious. I threw her out. Li Muhan almost laughed at the thought of Lindsay getting thrown out, but bit it back. "Ha ha ha, you don't know her face back then." Hao laughed himself. "She came 3 times, I threw her out 3 times. 4th time, she kicked down my door. Steel security door, thick as hell. With those skinny arms, she kicked it down. Then guess what she said?" "What?" 3 visits should be enough, right? That shows sincerity, doesn't it? Ha 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 ha. This timely Muhan couldn't help laughing too. Then she dragged me straight to Bureau HQ, showed me what they do, asked me to join. Totally against procedure. I hadn't agreed, but she brought me anyway. She bent the rules for you too, then. Director Lin's a good person. She gave me hope to live again. She gave you the chance to avenge your son? How froze. Then snapped the pendant shut, blowing smoke in his face. Perspective. You're too narrow. At first, yes, I wanted revenge. But 5 years in, I've seen how vital the Bureau is for humanity. Captain, sounds like you've been brainwashed. Fuck off. What would a brat like you know? However you got your demon power, if you tried the Bureau's training, you'd be the first to wash out. Lee Muhan understood. Humans needed brutal trials to gain the strength to fight abnormals. He, on the other hand, had awakened Balthazar's demon power after Zhao Qiankuan nearly beat him to death. Unfair, in comparison. Kid, really not thinking about joining? Aren't I already interning with you? No. I can tell. You won't join. Hao's stare pierced him. Lee Muhan felt exposed. It was true, he had no intention of joining. He just wanted to learn how the Bureau worked, to know how to navigate them later. He didn't want to be anyone's chained dog. Fine. Fine. Hao stood slowly. A kid like you shouldn't step into this no-return world. Lee Muhan stood too, about to ask more, when behind them came the sound of car doors shutting. He turned. Su Shui had changed out of her black suit, now in sportswear with a guitar case on her back. A beanie on her head, mask on her face, he almost didn't recognize her. Yin Qi was dressed similarly. She said nothing, just pointed at her watch. 1935, I'm going in. Go. Hao nodded, still smoking. Yin Qi masked up and walked into the old district alone. Captain, Muhan, I'll head out too. Su Shui waved and followed. What are they doing? Lee Muhan asked, watching them vanish into the dark. Each has their role. Hao answered, or didn't. Just then, Lee Muhan's phone rang. Pick it up. Might be the last chance for a while. Hao flicked his cigarette, lighting another. Lee Muhan looked, his brows furrowed. The caller ID was Guruashi's mother. Hello, Auntie. Xiao Han, tell me, what's going on with Guruashi? Her tone was anxious, she already knew about the disappearance. You know already? The police called us. Asked if we could reach her. We tried her phone, WeChat, called the school, nothing. Auntie, don't worry. Police are searching with full effort. She'll be fine. Her voice broke, almost crying. Xiao Han, you must find her. You two were so close. Auntie's begging you. It seemed she didn't know they had broken up. Don't worry. I'll find her. He knew he couldn't. Only Hao Tian's team could. But he didn't want to crush her hope. After all, whatever Guruashi was to him, her parents had always treated him like family. After the orphanage incident, they had even taken him in. Xiao Han. Now her father spoke. We've bought tickets to Tianhai. We'll arrive tonight. Don't worry too much. With today's technology and surveillance, Guruashi will be fine. Lee Muhan felt moved. The father must be desperate himself, yet he was comforting him. All right. Once you're here, I'll arrange a place for you. Don't worry. I'll find her. After a few more words, he hung up. But his heart felt heavy. Feeling the pressure? Yeah. Heh. If I were you, I wouldn't make promises like that. Hao chuckled. You've just put all the responsibility on yourself. What is she to you? Ex-girlfriend. Oh ho, ex-girlfriend. Hao dragged the word out, giving him a long look. Finally he clapped his shoulder. Relax. We won't tell Xiaoyu. Huh? What's she got to do with it? Kid, you don't understand women. Out late at night for your ex, don't you think Xiaoyu would be jealous? Captain, Xiaoyu and I are innocent. Lee Muhan panicked. But while he rushed to explain, Hao climbed back into the car, stretched out in the back seat, and closed his eyes. About half an hour later, Su Shui's voice suddenly came through the car's intercom. Captain, those gang members just got into the cars as if they had agreed beforehand, and went toward an abandoned factory in the old street. Abandoned factory? Lee Muhan's heart shook. Could it be the same abandoned factory where Hua Tian's son had the accident back then? Peach, what's your position? At this moment, Hua Tian also sat up from the back seat and asked into the intercom. Good view. But I must say, finding a vantage point in these old streets is quite difficult. Stay alert. Don't let anyone notice you. Hua Tian lit a cigarette in the car, took a deep drag, and then exhaled smoke. The thick smoke lingered in the car for a long time before slowly dispersing. All the cars stopped in front of the warehouse of the abandoned factory. They got out and went toward the warehouse. Don't rush. Peach, from your position can you see the whole factory? No problem. Then keep a close watch. Inchi, what's your situation? Huatian continued giving orders. Just a simple name, and the other person immediately knew what she had to do. I've already followed them into the warehouse. I am tracking them covertly. Lin Ziyu, what about Zhou Jigua? Zhou Jigua has been at home the whole time. Right now it looks like he's watching TV, no abnormal movements. It turned out Lin Ziyu's drone had been hovering near Zhou Jigua's house, its coating specially treated. Under cover of night, the drone did not attract anyone's attention. Time passed second by second. During this time no one spoke again, and Li Muhan felt his heart almost jumping into his throat. It was already 1 a.m., but Li Muhan felt no sleepiness at all. During this time he even received a message from Xia Yu. The first message had no text, only a little cat making a cute face. Just as Li Muhan was puzzled, the second message arrived. Sorry, it's my first time sending a text message to someone, I pressed the wrong thing. Although Xia Yu seemed to have lived a long time as a vampire, her common knowledge of daily life was still a complete mess. But because of this, Li Muhan's tense nerves relaxed a little. Yet before the tension could fully ease, Inchi's voice came again through the headset. Target missing person found, inside the abandoned warehouse. These people want to move the hostage. Li Muhan suddenly grew excited. Not only because the missing person was found, but also because this incident was done by those gang members, and had nothing to do with Zhou Jigua. To be honest, seeing Zhou Jigua living so miserably, Li Muhan still felt a bit of pity for him. Captain, let's hurry over there. Li Muhan urged. But Huatian was still smoking, as if he was thinking about something. Captain? Li Muhan called again. Only then did Huatian slowly turn his head to look at Li Muhan. I heard from Director Lin that you used to be human. Then Li Muhan, tell me, how do you view the different kinds? Li Muhan looked confused, not knowing why Huatian asked this question at such a time. They are all different. For example, the vampire that attacked me before was very violent, but Zhou Jigua, I think he seems pretty honest. After hearing Li Muhan's answer, Huatian smiled faintly. I hope you can always look at every living being in this world with this kind of mindset. Whether they are human or not, and whether you are a member of the Special Bureau or not. After speaking, Huatian started the car's engine. But at the moment the car started, Huatian suddenly held his stomach. Ow! Ow! My stomach, it hurt so much. Li Muhan was stunned. Why did Huatian suddenly have a stomachache at this moment? It must be that restaurant we ate at for dinner, not clean. Ow! Captain, didn't we eat together? My gut is weak, isn't that allowed? Ow, no, I have to find a place to take care of this right here. Li Muhan, you go ahead and support Su Shui and Yin Qi. Ah? Me, alone? What are you afraid of? You're one of the different kinds, and you're afraid of humans. And Su Shui and Yin Qi are fighters, just don't drag them down. Alright then. Li Muhan felt dizzy. How did things turn out like this? But I can't drive. Huatian leaned over, opened the passenger door, and kicked Li Muhan out of the car. Damn it, you still want to drive there. Run over. Hurry. I need to take a dump now. Although completely confused, Li Muhan still rushed toward the abandoned factory at full speed. Watching Li Muhan's back disappear into the night of the old street, Huatian's pained expression gradually turned calm. He opened the door, got out of the car. Lighting another cigarette, he opened the trunk, took out a long backpack, and while humming some tune, walked toward the rundown apartment. Just as Li Muhan was about to reach the abandoned factory, Lin Ziyu's voice suddenly came through the earpiece. What's going on? Why did my drone crash? And who just cut my signal? Hearing Lin Ziyu's words, Li Muhan suddenly felt something was wrong. Where are you guys? Report your situation quickly. On the other end, Lin Ziyu shouted anxiously. No time. Yin Qi's short reply came, with faint sounds of fighting and shouting behind her. It seemed Yin Qi had already engaged in battle. Sorry, Lin Ziyu, we've already started fighting here. Captain, how long until you reach the scene? In Su Shui's background there was the sound of rushing wind, and from time to time the sound of a sniper rifle firing. Captain suddenly said he had diarrhea. I'm running toward the abandoned factory right now to give support. At that moment, Li Muhan seemed to hear Lin Ziyu take a sharp breath. Li Muhan. Go back. Go back. Return to the captain immediately. Li Muhan slowed his pace, and asked anxiously. Huh? What's going on? Li Muhan, the captain purposely sent you away. Yin Qi spoke while fighting. Brother Muhan, the captain must have noticed details that none of us noticed, details about Zhou Jigua. Su Shui said. Then why didn't he tell us? Because he wants to settle the matter from back then alone. We can't let him go. Director Lin just sent word. Zhou Zhigua, his disaster level suddenly rose to cholera. That's not a monster the captain can handle. Li Muhan was dumbfounded. Director Lin already said, rescue the hostages first. As for Zhou Zhigua, she will send people to handle him. You hurry and bring the captain back. Li Muhan didn't ask again. He remembered the words Zhou Zhigua said to him the last time they looked at each other. His heart started pounding wildly, as if sensing some ominous premonition. Immediately, Li Muhan turned and started running toward Zhou Zhigua's residence. At the same time, at the door of Zhou Zhigua's home on the 5th floor of the rundown apartment building, Hua Tian smoked his last cigarette, then took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Coming. Zhou Zhigua's voice came from inside the room. So late, who is it? When he opened the door and saw it was Hua Tian, Zhou Zhigua froze. Captain Hua, why are you here again? There are still some things not clear yet. Hua Tian sneered. Although very unwilling, Zhou Zhigua still let Hua Tian inside. Captain Hua, what do you still want to know? Zhou Zhigua brought out a cup of tea, but saw Hua Tian throw a long bag onto the table. Zhou Zhigua, stop pretending. No one else is here. Captain Hua, what exactly are you talking about? I know, the incident 5 years ago was your doing. And this case now, also your doing. Hua Tian looked at Zhou Zhigua, and Zhou Zhigua's thin figure trembled slightly, then he gave a dry laugh. Captain Hua, why do you bring that up again? It really wasn't me. Perfume. Hua Tian interrupted Zhou Zhigua, then said. 5 years ago you overlooked this problem, and now, you made the same mistake. On you, in your house, there are scents of at least 5 different women's perfumes. And these perfumes are not the kind prostitutes could afford. Zhou Zhigua opened his mouth wide, but for a long time could not say a word. Sorry, my wife, my ex-wife, was a perfume blender, so I have long been used to all kinds of perfumes. That's why I suspected you back then. At the time I didn't understand why you didn't clear away the perfume smell from your house. But after I joined the special bureau, I understood. As Hua Tian spoke, he slowly unzipped the bag. Inside, a tang sword in a black scabbard was revealed. Hehehe. Zhou Zhigua lowered his head, letting out a strange laugh. Because we of the narrow country have no sense of smell. When he raised his head again, his eyes were already full of madness. Watching Zhou Zhigua gradually reveal his true nature, Hua Tian instead felt increasingly calm inside. He took out the tang sword, slowly drew it, and the blade flashing with cold light reflected in his icy eyes. 5 years have passed. It's time to give an answer. He, Captain Hua, you really are persistent. 5 years of humans mean nothing to us. But in just this short time, you actually caught me twice. Too bad last time your son died in your place. I wonder, this time. Shwa. The flash of the blade swept by, and Zhou Zhigua's open-mouthed head dropped to the floor with a thud. Hua Tian slowly sheathed his sword. Looking at the rolling head on the ground, his eyes were cold. Just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly felt a terrifying force eroding the whole building. And behind him came a strange rustling sound. Captain Hua. The fallen head on the floor was now staring at him, wearing a ferocious smile. Don't rush off. Since you're here, have a cup of tea. Hua Tian turned, looking at the headless body crawling up from the ground, and sneered. As expected, a monster. In the next moment, endless darkness began to spread, wrapping the entire building in shadow. Domain, unfold. Kill all paths of life. At the end, what Hua Tian heard was Zhou Zhigua's voice, already beginning to twist. Cholera. Hua Tian's eyes widened. He looked at the endless darkness and the writhing figure within it, and let out a helpless laugh. My luck is still this bad. At the same time, Li Muhan finally ran back in front of the apartment. The car was still there, but Hua Tian was gone. He rushed inside, ran straight up to the 5th floor, and kicked open Zhou Zhigua's door, only to find everything normal inside. But Zhou Zhigua and Hua Tian were nowhere to be seen. They're not here. Li Muhan shouted into the earpiece. The captain and Zhou Zhigua are gone. Lin Ziyu suddenly remembered something and said to Li Muhan. The captain must have used the Special Bureau's domain decree to isolate the entire apartment from the current plane. Speak human language. Li Muhan shouted anxiously. It's a tool used by the Special Bureau when eliminating anomalies. You can think of it like this: after it's placed, the whole area is moved into a fake zone created by the tool. Except for anomalies and Bureau personnel, all ordinary people are excluded. It's to keep normal humans from being dragged into battles between anomalies and the Bureau. Li Muhan was stunned. Then what do I do now? Su Shue's voice came through the headset. Brother Muhan, search nearby. See if there are command flags. There should be 5. If you pull out all 5 flags, you can break the domain decree. Li Muhan ran frantically around the area, searching for the flags. But after several laps, out of breath, he hadn't found a single one. When he returned helplessly to Zhou Zhigua's room, Lin Ziyu's voice came. Li Muhan, use your power. The power of the domain. Tear open a gap in the decree. You can do that? Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? But you must control your power. The domain cannot fully expand. You must compress it into a single point. Only then can you avoid affecting the other residents of the building. Compress it into a point? Damn, easy to say. What do you think this is, kneading dough? Though cursing inside, Li Muhan still slowly closed his eyes. Please, Li Muhan, bring the captain back. Lin Ziyu's voice was already almost sobbing. Li Muhan pulled off his headset. He had to focus completely now. He recalled the feeling of unfolding his domain, then began to press it down, compressing it again and again. Finally, when a small sphere had formed in his mind, he suddenly opened his eyes. 10,000 thunders, kill. Boom. Thunder split the sky, and in front of him appeared a small black circle. From inside the circle, Li Muhan heard Huatian's voice. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. You're this strong. Killing you will be even more satisfying. Human. Courting death. Another voice, twisted, hoarse, like a scream from the abyss. Captain Hua. Li Muhan looked at the circle. He had torn open a gap, but it was far too small to pass through. You brat, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to support the others? Huatian's voice came from the circle. Though still loud, Li Muhan could hear the rasp hidden in it. Hurry, undo the decree. I'll help you. Bullshit. That monster has already unfolded its domain. If you undo the decree now, everyone in the old street will die. Get the hell out? Bang. From the darkness came more roars and the clash of metal. By now Huatian's suit was torn to shreds, one eye blind, his whole body covered in blood. But he still swung the tang sword with madness. As for Zhou Zhigua, no, the anomaly of the narrow country, he no longer had any trace of human form. Now he was like a massive ape, over 4 meters tall. His body was already covered with wounds, blood seeping out. He stared at Huatian in shock and rage. He couldn't understand, he had reached the level of cholera, while this human had only domain power. Why couldn't he kill him? Why had he instead been cut to this state? The pain your son suffered before he died, I'll make you feel it all too. I'll return those words to you. Huatian spat blood, glaring at the creature. The next moment, man and monster clashed again. Li Muhan could only hear the sounds of battle, but could not see inside, and grew increasingly desperate. He tried desperately to widen the circle, but it was extremely difficult. The power of the domain was too strong, and mastering it with freedom was many times harder. Li Muhan focused with all his strength. Finally, he grabbed the edge of the circle and tried to tear it open with brute force. To his shock, it began to rip apart bit by bit, but so slowly. The pain it brought him was immense. At last, he could see inside. His pupils glowed gold, his body entering its demonic form. Through the circle, he saw Huatian and Zhou Zhigua had once again pulled apart. But that last clash had cost Huatian both his eyes. Now he gripped the sword with both hands, barely using it to support himself. As for the narrow country monster, he wasn't much better off. One arm had been severed by Huatian, and he was in a frenzy of rage. Human! Human! I only like women. Why? Why do you want to kill me? Because I. Huatian spat blood, but still stood, slowly straightening. Though blind, he still faced the raging creature. Because I am a member of the Special Bureau. And behind me is everything I must protect. He did not say he was a father, nor that he sought revenge for his son. In the end, Huatian chose his identity as a Special Bureau member. And those words seemed also spoken for Li Muhan to hear. Kid, you look down on us Bureau fighters, don't you? Huatian tilted his head slightly, his blood-covered eyes closed. Now let me show you, even as humans, as long as we have responsibility and faith, we are no worse than these anomalies. I'll smash you into pulp. The monster of the narrow country lunged at Huatian in madness. Captain! Li Muhan tore frantically at the circle, but it was already too late. The monster was almost upon Huatian. Watch closely, kid. This is the last thing I can teach you as captain. Li Muhan then saw Huatian slowly raise the blade before him. A powerful aura spread around his body. As it touched the monster's body, every wound on it burst into sprays of blood. Domain, unfold, subjugating general suppresses demon. A golden giant form appeared behind Huatian, clad in golden armor, like a celestial general of heaven. With Huatian's movement, the golden figure also raised its massive long blade. Cut all. Shwa. Huatian and the golden figure swung down together. The blade's light cleaved straight through the anomaly, splitting its massive, blood-spurting body clean in half. As the body of the narrow country monster crashed to the ground, Hwatian slowly knelt, coughing out a great mouthful of blood. The golden figure behind him also slowly faded away. Lee Muhan, like a madman, forced his body into the black circle, squeezing himself through. He rushed to Hwatian's side and found that the wounds on him were even more than he had imagined, even deeper. Especially the abdomen. His belly had split open, and half of his intestines were exposed. Hwatian had actually tied them in a knot to stop the organs from spilling out further. He had forced himself to this extent, just to kill the anomaly. Captain! Captain! Lee Muhan slowly laid Hwatian flat on the ground. At this moment, Hwatian could no longer speak properly. Every time he opened his mouth, blood poured out. Lee Muhan gripped his slowly rising hand tightly, leaning close to his ear, listening carefully to what he wanted to say. Damn it, old? I'm old now, not as strong as before. You're strong. You're the strongest, damn it. Captain. Don't talk. I'll take you out. Don't move me, my guts are rotten, no saving me, cough Lee Muhan, my last strike, wasn't it amazing? Tears streamed down Lee Muhan's face. He wasn't someone who cried easily, but now, seeing this man, who had gone so far, no matter the cost, to cut down the anomaly, he knew clearly why. It was revenge. It was to uncover the truth of that year. But in the fight just now, none of that mattered. What he thought of was only that the anomaly could not be allowed to live, because it would bring disaster to the world. All right, you, admit it. I was handsome, that's enough. I'm going to see my son now, you, bastard, cough Lee Muhan, don't join the special bureau, you, don't belong in this world, get far away. I don't accept, cowards like you, you're not worthy. Lee Muhan couldn't even speak. He gripped Hwatian's hand tightly, until the man exhaled his last breath, his hand dropping limply to the ground. Only then did Lee Muhan slowly let go. At the same time, from behind him came a faint rustling sound. Lee Muhan knew. The narrow country anomaly wasn't dead yet. He slowly stood, picked up Hwatian's tang sword, and turned to face the crawling monster, which only had half its body left. We are both anomalies. I am your companion. The Bureau treats us like dogs, like beasts. We should resist. You and I are the same. The creature begged as it saw Lee Muhan approaching. I know one very powerful anomaly, no, a god. It gave me power. I can let you be granted power too. You and I, together. Before it could finish, Lee Muhan walked past its body to its head. No. You are an anomaly. We should be allies, we should. Shwa. The flash of the blade ended it. Lee Muhan crushed what was left of the babbling head into pieces. Soul of cholera level anomaly harvested. Soul name, Narrow Country. Current ball soul repair progress, 10. You have obtained new domain power. Inside the domain 10,000 Thunder's execution, your strength, speed, mental power, and recovery are increased 15-fold. Inside the domain 10,000 Thunder's execution, you can enchant any weapon with lightning. The enhanced weapon will become a blade of thunder, damage increased 5-fold, with attacks gaining lightning attribute. Lee Muhan ignored the voice in his mind. Covered in the monster's blood, he stepped back to Hwatian's side, lifted his corpse, and once again passed through the black circle. Domain, release. When he returned to Zhou Zhigua's home, Lee Muhan released 10,000 Thunder's execution. At the same time, the black circle disappeared. He gently laid Hwatian's cold body on the floor, then sat down himself. He stared blankly at the tang sword in his hand, as if deep in thought. Only when he noticed the headset he had thrown aside earlier did he slowly get up, pick it up, and put it back on. Lee Muhan. Where are you? Lin Ziyu's anxious voice came through the earpiece. Here. Lee Muhan replied faintly. Hearing his voice, Lin Ziyu's heart sank. He seemed to sense something. The abandoned factory has been suppressed. Bureau reinforcements have arrived. In Chi's voice came through. Brother Muhan, how are things on your side with the captain? Su Shui also spoke. Lee Muhan turned and looked at the cold body. The battle is over. The anomaly Zhou, Narrow Country, was slain by Captain Hwatian. Hearing that Hwatian had killed an anomaly that had evolved to the cholera level, Su Shui and In Chi were shocked. Only Lin Ziyu asked in a hoarse voice. And the captain? Lee Muhan slowly lowered his head, gripping the tang sword tightly. Captain Hwatian fell in battle. Half an hour later, led by Squad 7, with reinforcements from the Special Bureau, a group entered the factory. Under In Chi's guidance, they reached a storage room deep inside the abandoned warehouse. Lee Muhan's eyes showed exhaustion, but as several bureau members forcefully smashed open the iron door. He couldn't help but feel nervous. From inside came broken sobs and cries. Along with the sounds came a smell. That smell made everyone present frown. Even In-chi silently looked into the warehouse. Because that smell was the stench of rotting corpses. When the dim light overhead shone into the secret room, everyone froze. Then almost all of them showed anger on their faces. Because what they saw was a group of girls huddled together in a corner like livestock. Except for one girl who seemed unhurt with her clothes intact, the rest were all half naked, their bodies marked with wounds of varying severity. Even more horrifying, in another corner of the room lay two completely naked, heavily decayed bodies. The stench came from them. Fuck. One bureau member cursed. Lee Muhan slowly walked into that place full of sin and torment. When the girls noticed someone entering, some began trembling all over, closing their eyes tightly, muttering prayers. Others only stared blankly, raising their heads like cattle to look at Lee Muhan. Only one, the girl who had not been harmed, suddenly stood up and rushed to Lee Muhan. She clung tightly to him and began to cry. "Thank goodness, Muhan, thank goodness, you came to save me." Lee Muhan lowered his head in a daze, looking at Guruashi's tear-stained face, saying nothing. Then his eyes slowly swept across the other girls, fear, despair, numbness, until he softly said, We are here to save you. You are safe now." At those words, Lee Muhan thought he saw a faint light flicker in their eyes. If I had never seen sunlight, I would not fear darkness. If I had never seen darkness, perhaps I would not long so much for the light. Half an hour later. With solid evidence, the city police, along with several subordinate units and even the armed police, marched into the old street. Almost all the gangs were wiped out. In the face of the true machine of the state, these thugs who thought themselves kings of the streets felt, for the first time, how small and ridiculous they were. And Zhou Zhigua the anomaly was the real boss behind these gangs that had plagued the old street for years. Guruashi sat outside an ambulance wrapped in a blanket, as doctors checked her condition. But her eyes kept searching for a familiar figure. Lee Muhan stood alone in a dark corner of the ruined factory, watching police escort each girl out, cover them with clothes, and comfort them. But inside he felt no joy. Because soon, police carried out two corpses covered with white sheets. These two, 119, 122, resisted the hardest. So besides being violated, they suffered the cruelest torture. Lin Ziyu had arrived, standing beside Lee Muhan, holding a necklace pendant, Huatian's pendant. "Sorry," Lee Muhan said softly, to Lin Ziyu, and perhaps also to blame himself. Lin Ziyu slowly turned his head to glance at him. That old man, in the end, he still tried to look cool, didn't he? Lin Ziyu suddenly asked. Lee Muhan recalled Huatian's final domain, the Golden General, and that strike. He lowered his head with a bitter smile. He was trying to act cool. But he really was cool. The coolest man I've ever seen. Lin Ziyu chuckled twice. When he brought me out of the detention center, I thought so too. I had no father since childhood, my mother didn't want me either. To me, he was my father. Captain Huatian had an ex-wife? Even as an ex-wife, she will still receive a large pension. That's the Bureau's final duty to those who sacrificed. Hearing this, Lee Muhan felt a bit more at ease. This mission, we succeeded. Lin Ziyu finally said. Succeeded? Lee Muhan murmured. Does this count as success? We captured the anomaly, stopped the rest of the girls from being harmed, even helped police wipe out the cancer of the old street. That is success. But the scars on those girls would never disappear. They would always remain in their minds. And the two dead girls would never return. And Huatian, the man who liked smoking, spoke bluntly, never fought gently. Yet always cared for every member of Squad 7 like his own children. He would never return. Hard to feel at ease, right? Lin Ziyu seemed to read Lee Muhan's thoughts. He patted his shoulder. Then keep this feeling in your heart. Remember it firmly. This is what we must bear. Only then can we stay clear-headed. Only then can we feel the difference between us and the monsters. After saying that, Lin Ziyu flicked away his cigarette, waved his hand, and walked toward the vehicles. These were words the captain often told us. Lee Muhan, you haven't joined the Bureau yet, so maybe it's not my place to say this. But no matter what path you choose, don't forget our captain. Lee Muhan looked at the tang sword in his hand and sighed deeply. Then he lifted his head and saw Guruashi. She had not been harmed. Thanks to their timely action restraining Zhou Zhigua, In-chi and Su Shui had nearly single-handedly held back all the gangs of the old street until reinforcements came. Now Guruashi still seemed frightened. She searched around, looking for someone. Lee Muhan knew she was looking for him, but he did not appear. Then he saw a man and woman, middle-aged, rush to Guruashi crying, and she clung to them, weeping together. Lee Muhan knew he didn't need to see her again. He turned and returned to the car. Su Shui and Yin Chi were in the back seat, and Lee Muhan sat in the passenger seat. This time, Lin Ziyu was driving. No one spoke. Su Shui's eyes were wet, Yin Chi stared out at the night, lost in thought. I remember the first time I met the captain, it was strange. My best friend was killed by an anomaly, and I was in danger too. The captain saved me. He even tried to act cool in front of me, but ended up chased through the whole building by the anomaly. Su Shui said with a sob. At that time the captain had just become a fighter, still couldn't control his power well. But he still protected me. Yin Chi said nothing, but she remembered 3 years ago, being hunted by her organization, scavenging food from trash, targeted by an anomaly. In the end, it was the captain who saved her. He brought her home, fed her well, and bought her new clothes. Thinking of this, Yin Chi's nose stung. For Squad 7, though Huatian seemed unserious on the surface. At critical moments, he always stood forward to protect them. To them, he was truly as reliable as a father. The atmosphere fell into silence again. All right. Mission successful. Everyone worked hard. Lin Ziyu suddenly shouted. It startled them. What the hell are you yelling for? Yin Chi complained. Ha 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 ha, I just think, if the captain were still here, he'd definitely roar like this. Don't keep crying. If the captain knew, he'd laugh at us. Our little brother Ziyu, are you already preparing to take the captain's place? Maybe because of Lin Ziyu's outburst, for a moment they were freed from their grief. The death of the fallen always brought pain, but pain would not stay forever. Because on their shoulders still rested their missions, their duties, their responsibilities. Lee Muhan smiled faintly, looking out the window at the city's bright lights. Behind this prosperous world, there are always those who walk against the light, silently bearing everything. They hold no complaints, count no sacrifices, because they have already accepted it as their burden. And at this moment, Lee Muhan also silently made up his mind. Afterward, they returned to the bureau to report. When they heard that Huatian had died in battle, Lin Zhe, who was always gentle and smiling, now looked a little serious. After comforting the members of Squad 7, she left Lee Muhan alone. Sorry, this time it was the bureau's intelligence work that failed. The first thing she did was apologize. Lee Muhan shook his head, then stepped forward and placed the black tang sword he had been holding on the table. This is the captain's sword. Lin Zhe looked at it, then picked it up, gently stroking the scabbard. Subjugating general suppresses demon? I gave this to him as a gift when he passed his special training. The captain did not fail this sword, nor the trust of the bureau, nor humanity. I know. Lin Zhe set the sword down, walked to the window, and lit a cigarette. You don't need to take missions for now, Lee Muhan. For this incident, I should take full responsibility. As for your case, it will be put aside for now. If you want, I can even erase you from the bureau's records. At least I believe, you won't be a threat to humanity. She looked out at the underground city. This was the stronghold of the Watchers. In battles against anomalies, sacrifice was inevitable. Lin Zhe didn't want to get used to that feeling. If she got used to it, grew numb, she would become her old self again. That arrogant being who didn't care if humanity was destroyed. You can go. The reward for this mission will be paid to you tomorrow. Director Lin. But Lee Muhan didn't leave. He lowered his head slightly, clenched his fists, then raised his eyes with determination. I'll join. Lin Zhe turned, looking at Lee Muhan. She smiled faintly, with a trace of bitterness. Don't join just because you pity us, Lee Muhan. Sacrifice is inevitable. It's not pity. It's recognition. Lee Muhan replied. They looked at each other for a long time before Lin Zhe sighed. She picked up the sword on the table and tossed it to him. I'll give you one night. If you regret it, return the sword tomorrow. If you still decide to join, then from now on, this sword is yours. Director Lin, but this is. Tell me, Lee Muhan. That brat's last strike, was it handsome? Lee Muhan froze, then nodded hard. Very handsome. Good. I hope you will also be worthy of this sword. Now get lost. I don't want to work overtime today. After leaving the bureau, Lee Muhan found that Xiaoyu had already been waiting at the main entrance. Are you hurt? Xiaoyu looked him over carefully. Lee Muhan pointed helplessly at his temple. No. But Captain Huatian was killed. Her tone was very flat. That made Lee Muhan a little upset. But then he remembered she was of the blood clan, had lived so long. To her, human life must feel like a fleeting moment. Maybe you can't understand that feeling, of suddenly losing something. After all, your life is too long compared to humans. The girl walking beside him suddenly slowed her steps. When Li Muhan noticed, she had already stopped behind him. "What's wrong?" he asked, confused. "Even though I am long-lived, it doesn't mean I am a monster who knows nothing of life and death." Xiaoyu looked at him. Her eyes were still indifferent, but her tone carried a trace of urgency. She wasn't angry, she just seemed eager to explain something to him. "I was once adopted by an old couple. They treated me very well, like their real daughter. Even though I came from nowhere, even though I was an anomaly, they still gave me food, gave me clothes, even let me go to school." Her voice began to tremble, with the faint sound of sobbing. And suddenly Li Muhan remembered, when he first met Xiaoyu, the sadness and despair in her eyes. Wasn't that exactly the look of someone who had just lost something precious? But I couldn't even keep them alive. I'm not a cold-blooded monster. I've also experienced loss. And now, I have someone I don't want to lose. The girl lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Li Muhan quickly stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. Sorry, it's my fault. I said the wrong thing." After being comforted for a while, Xiaoyu's emotions calmed down a little, though she still looked somewhat upset. "Don't be angry, I'll buy you dessert tomorrow." Li Muhan smiled and reached out to pat Xiaoyu's head. But the girl tilted her head, dodging his hand. Li Muhan felt helpless. This little vampire really had quite the temper. "It's not because of that." At that moment, Xiaoyu said to him angrily. "Huh? Not because of what?" "Not because of what just happened." "Then what else did I say wrong?" Li Muhan was completely confused. Before he could react, Xiaoyu suddenly gave a cold snort, turned her head away, and muttered in dissatisfaction. "When you hugged me just now, I smelled it. You had her scent on you." Li Muhan suddenly felt like he had been caught red-handed. Obviously, her meant Guruashi. But how could this vampire's nose be so sharp? Like a dog. She could even smell that he had hugged her? She was a victim this time. When she was rescued, she was very emotional. "So you hugged her?" "Huh? No, that's not right. It wasn't me hugging her, she rushed over and hugged me." "I don't want to hear it. Annoying." Xiaoyu quickened her pace and walked straight toward the elevator. Li Muhan stood there dumbfounded. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. "Sai, why are you still standing there?" "Sister Shui, you haven't gone back yet?" On Su Shui's back was that huge guitar case. Li Muhan already knew what was inside, a detachable sniper rifle. Truly worthy of being a long-range sniper. "Brother Muhan, you really don't understand a girl's heart." "Girl? You mean Xiaoyu? But she shouldn't really count as a girl, right?" Su Shui covered her forehead and sighed, then lightly knocked Li Muhan on the head. "All right, don't just stand there, go after her." Li Muhan seemed to realize something and ran in the direction Xiaoyu had gone. Just as the elevator doors were closing, he shoved his hand in and forced his way inside. Xiaoyu obediently stepped aside, as if making space for him, but actually keeping her distance. "Today was my first mission. It felt amazing. Yesterday I was still sitting in a university classroom, but today I was like some kind of secret agent from a movie. Do you know how many people surrounded us today? There were hundreds of them, all with weapons. Damn, that scene, have you seen Kung Fu? You know the Axe Gang?" Li Muhan kept talking nonstop, but Xiaoyu didn't respond at all. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Xiaoyu by the shoulders, forcing her to face him. "What are you doing?" Xiaoyu's eyes dodged as she asked. "So what if there's her scent? Just cover it with yours." With that, Li Muhan hugged her petite body tightly. She was so small that her feet almost left the ground. "Let go." "No. I can't touch the floor." "It's fine, I'll hold you." All right, I'm not mad anymore, let go." Li Muhan didn't let go. Instead, he leaned close to her ear and whispered. "Now is the scent covered?" All he got was a cold snort, but Li Muhan knew she wasn't angry anymore. In the cramped elevator, he held the small body tightly. At that moment, he wanted to cry, to scream, to release everything. Because in his mind he still saw the desperate faces of the imprisoned girls. And Huatian's final gaze at him. And that tang sword, heavy in the long bag on his back. Too heavy, because of what it represented. Sorry. This sorry was for Xiaoyu. Maybe also for the girls he couldn't save. And maybe also for Huatian. "Captain, you said I wasn't worthy. You said I didn't belong to this world. But I'm sorry, now I have someone I must protect. Now I have a responsibility to bear. So this sword, I will inherit properly." When he got home, Li Muhan was utterly exhausted. Maybe from the battle. After a shower, he lay down on the sofa. In a blur, he felt something slip into his blanket, curling up in his arms. He didn't need to think to know it was Xiaoyu. Li Muhan sighed helplessly. Then what was the point of sleeping on the sofa? Wasn't this just wasting a bed? Might as well just share the same bed directly. Thinking like this, he unconsciously hugged the figure in his arms and fell into deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the deputy director's office of the bureau, Lindsay handed a cup of coffee to Lindsay in front of her. Not bad. Even after so long without a mission, Squad 7 hasn't gone rusty. Lindsay took a sip, but quickly put it down, clearly not used to it. He had never liked dealing with big shots. Rather than being called to the office to drink coffee, he preferred staying in a dark room tinkering with computers, hiding himself in the virtual world of the net. You flatter me, Director Lin. My proposal earlier, do you accept it? Lindsay sat back in her chair, stirring the coffee with a spoon, smiling as she asked. Lindsay gave a bitter smile. Director Lin, thank you for your trust. But I can't be captain. For Squad 7's captain, I have a recommended candidate. Let's hear it. Lindsay's smile didn't change. Until Lindsay said the name. Lee Muhan. Lindsay was a little puzzled when Lindsay mentioned Lee Muhan's name. She tilted her head slightly, looking at the genius boy who had just turned 18. You don't want to inherit your captain's will? Lindsay lowered his head, staring at the coffee in his cup, and said with a bitter smile. Maybe the one who can best inherit his will is Lee Muhan. The one who witnessed the captain's last strike, it was also Lee Muhan. Lindsay nodded slightly. She glanced at the appointment letter for Squad 7's captain she had just signed, then asked again. Are you sure? Once you sign, I won't go back on it. Don't ask again, Director Lin. I don't have that ability. And actually, this was your intention too, wasn't it? Otherwise, you wouldn't have given subjugating General Suppress's demon to him to keep. Lindsay gave a bitter smile. Who knows, maybe he'll return it to me tomorrow morning. He won't. Lindsay's voice was firm. It seemed to be the most resolute thing he had said in his entire life. I know. He won't. So Lindsay no longer insisted. The rest would be handled, and now it was up to Lee Muhan's choice. Early the next morning, Lee Muhan was summoned to the bureau by Lindsay. I didn't expect you to call me personally. Sitting in her office, he felt awkward. He thought she had asked him to return the sword, so he deliberately carried the long blade in the bag on his back. He had even taken the service elevator at the back of the bank, because carrying a sword in public would have been impossible to explain. So, have you decided? It's only 9 in the morning, just starting work, and you're already this anxious? Lindsay smiled faintly, joking, of course. You're talented, and I value talent the most. After a few brief words, Lindsay went straight to the point, tossing a document onto the desk. Take a look. If you have no objections, sign it quickly. Heavy dark circles hung under her eyes, it was clear she hadn't slept last night. Lee Muhan picked up the file. Just reading the title made his hands tremble. Squad 7, Captain Appointment Letter? Director Lin, you must be mistaken? Shouldn't I be signing a labor contract? What's the panic? You'll get a labor contract too. We're a government agency after all. But sign this one first. Her words left no room for doubt. But Lee Muhan couldn't just sign blindly. He had to ask clearly. Unless you explain, I can't sign this thing. He put the file back on the desk. All the other members of Squad 7 unanimously nominated you. Is that reason enough? Lindsay walked to the window, lit a cigarette. Lee Muhan really wanted to tell her, we're underground, what's the point of standing by the window smoking? But after hearing her words, he froze for a moment, then recalled last night's battle, and Hua Tian's final strike. I'm not qualified. He lowered his head slowly. As someone who only yesterday hadn't even decided whether to join the bureau, he felt unworthy of carrying Hua Tian's mission. Not unwilling, but unqualified. Don't act like some whining woman. Lindsay blew out smoke, staring outside. You were the one who witnessed his last battle. You were the one who carried his body back. No one is more qualified than you. Of course, if you truly refuse, I won't force you. But then Squad 7 will be disbanded. Huh? Lee Muhan lifted his head in confusion. Lindsay, Su Shui, Yin Qi, they all could be captains. Why me? It can only be you. It must be you. Lee Muhan, yes, they are more experienced, and their bonds with Hua Tian are deeper. But in the end, this sword is in your hands. If you think you're not qualified, then work to become strong enough to bear the expectation. Understand? Lee Muhan fell silent. He felt the weight of the black tang sword on his back. At that moment, it seemed to radiate warmth, as if Hua Tian were still patting him lightly on the back. And in that familiar smoker's tone, saying, Kid, I'll leave it to you. Silently, Lee Muhan picked up the document and signed his name. I can't guarantee I'll do it well. But I'll try my best to live up to everyone's expectations. Lindsay turned, stubbed out her cigarette, and smiled. You only need to live up to your own heart. After that, she took him to complete the formal entry procedures. From that moment, Lee Muhan officially became a member of the bureau. But unexpectedly, right after joining, he already had new work. His position as captain wasn't even warm yet, when Lin Zhe handed him an external assignment report. Squad 9 needs to borrow you for a while. Squad 9 was not part of headquarters, but belonged to the Department of Supernatural Management. It was also known as the Special Paranormal Response Squad. As the name implied, they handled supernatural incidents, usually hauntings caused by ghosts. In this world, besides anomalies like the legendary monsters, there also existed spirits and phantoms beyond human understanding. The Bureau had a department specifically for dealing with malevolent spirits, the Department of Supernatural Management. Under it were 5 squads, and the most representative among them was Squad 9. Why borrow me? Doesn't Squad 9 have its own assigned anomaly? Squad 9 has run into some trouble lately. Their anomalies' emotions have been unstable, so they need members from other departments to assist. And right now, looking around, only your Squad 7's new member has no task at the moment. You're the captain now. An anomaly becoming captain, this is the first time it has ever happened. Take this chance to connect with members of other squads. That's only natural, understand? Lin Zhe spoke at length. Lee Muhan barely understood, but a new captain had to make some noise at the start. All right, Director Lin, I'll listen to you. In the end, Lin Zhe took the file. But when he walked out, he noticed many staff glancing at Lee Muhan with strange looks. Their conversations were all about him becoming captain. Lee Muhan gave a bitter smile. This was the downside of being parachuted into position. The next morning, Lee Muhan was woken by the ringing of his phone. Looking at the screen, he saw it was Guruashi's mother calling. Xiao Han, it's me, Aunt Jiang. Guruashi's mother's surname was Jiang. She had once been the daughter of a wealthy family, but after the family declined, she married Guruashi's father. I know, Aunt Jiang. What's the matter so early? Lee Muhan was still a little groggy, maybe because he had just woken up. For a moment he forgot he had saved Guruashi's life the night before. Xiao Han, I'm at the hospital now. Ruashi did some tests last night. Oh, was she hurt? Lee Muhan's tone was flat, as if he didn't care much about Aunt Jiang's reaction. No. Thanks to you, Xiao Han. Ruashi said you saved her. She was just badly frightened. The doctor said she should stay for 2 days for observation. And the police will also be coming to ask her some questions. As long as she's fine. Xiao Han, I already know about what happened between you and Ruashi. Those words made Lee Muhan fall silent. He didn't know what to say. After all, both of her parents had always treated him kindly. What had happened between him and Guruashi wasn't their fault. It's fine, Auntie. You and Uncle Gu are like parents to me. What happened between me and her won't change that. Xiao Han, I shouldn't interfere in you two's matters. But couples fight. Young people quarrel, it shouldn't be handled so impulsively. Lee Muhan almost laughed. He understood why she was saying this. Clearly Guruashi hadn't told her mother the truth, that she had dumped him for a rich man. It wasn't just a fight, Auntie. It's fine. We've ended things. It was a peaceful breakup. Xiao Han, Uncle Gu and I would like to invite you to a meal. Could you? Lee Muhan scratched his head, sat up straighter, and then noticed Xia Yu still lying on top of him, asleep under the blanket. Looking at her adorable sleeping face, he couldn't help but smile. As for Aunt Jiang, how could I let you treat me, Auntie? You and Uncle have come all this way, it's us juniors who should show some courtesy. How about this, I'll pick the restaurant and let you know. Sigh, Xiao Han, you're so sensible. Then I won't argue with you. All right, Auntie. If there's nothing else. So noisy. Suddenly, Xia Yu muttered in her sleep. Apparently, his phone call had disturbed her. Xiao Han, do you have company? Aunt Jiang had clearly heard Xia Yu's voice. She sounded a little puzzled. Aunt Jiang, I've got something here. I'll call you later. Lee Muhan hung up, then poked Xia Yu's cheek with the corner of his phone. What? Xia Yu opened her eyes in annoyance. To his surprise, she didn't look like she had just woken up, she had clearly been eavesdropping for a while. So that muttered complaint earlier, was her way of showing she was upset? Guruashi's parents are in Tianhai now. They've always taken care of me since I was young. So tonight I'll go have dinner with them. No need to tell me. Xia Yu stayed lying on him, unwilling to move. Lee Muhan chuckled, ruffling her hair. Then why don't you get up? You're only going tonight. Why get up now? He knew Xia Yu didn't want him to go. But she had no real reason to stop him, so she acted spoiled instead, pinning him to the sofa. I don't care either way. But those two are like my second parents. Are you sure you want to meet them wearing clothes of mine that don't even fit you? Xia Yu froze. Then she slowly rolled onto her back, her bright eyes looking up at him. What do you mean? I mean I want you to come with me. Why would I go? You're my guarantor. Our relationship is special now. If I leave you for 24 hours, the bureau will hunt me down. Lee Muhan pointed at the pendant on his chest. Not going. Xiaoyu turned her head, twirling her messy hair with her fingers, pouting. Too bad. I was going to book a luxury restaurant. Unlimited fancy desserts. Her ears twitched. Clearly, that got her attention. Of course, Lee Muhan knew she was a glutton. From the first time he brought her home and saw her devour fried dough sticks, he could tell. This kid had never had good food. Later, he often bought her desserts and chocolate, she loved them to no end. What kind of vampire loved sweets this much? Well, since you don't want to go, I'll just eat alone. Too bad they don't do takeaway. Such a pity. You've already said this much. I guess I have to go. After all, I'm your guardian. Sigh. It's fine, you don't have to. It won't be more than 24 hours. I'll be back tonight. Shut up. I said I'm going, so I'm going. She agreed without hesitation. Her tone wasn't exactly happy, but that was just her way. Xiaoyu was a girl lacking common sense, strange and stubborn in her own way. In the central district of Tianhai City, in a quiet and forgotten commercial area. Ever since Tianhai City built its new commercial center, this place had slowly been abandoned. The old department store building seemed to have witnessed too many years of the city's history. Now it stood like a kind old man, silently gazing at the bustling, newly built shopping center just a few blocks away. Today, Xiaoyu was still wearing Lee Muhan's clothes. A black turtleneck sweater almost covered half her face, and the jacket was one of Lee Muhan's old high school coats. As for the jeans, she had to roll the cuffs several times so they wouldn't drag on the ground. There was no helping it, her own clothes had been ruined that stormy night. Her old clothes, he heard, were still at the home of the elderly couple who once adopted her. But for some reason, she never went back to get them. Xiaoyu didn't say why, and Lee Muhan didn't ask. Of course, today's outing had two purposes, to take Xiaoyu to eat, and to buy her some clothes. Most importantly, she needed new underwear. Ordinary clothes could be improvised, but underwear was absolutely necessary. Just thinking about how she wore nothing under that sweater made Lee Muhan blush and his heart race. Especially since she liked sneaking into his bed at night. Even a saint wouldn't be able to hold back if this kept up. It was clear Xiaoyu had rarely gone shopping. Even this outdated mall, soon to be abandoned, seemed full of wonders to her. Little sister, you're so cute. Try this hair clip, it's perfect for you. I'll give it to you for free. Fresh takoyaki, delicious and cheap. Miss, want a box? How much? You're so beautiful, come to my shop more often, I'll let you eat for free. Hot coffee, hot milk tea. In this cold weather, have something warm. Wow, you're so pretty. This cup of milk tea is free, come visit us often. Lee Muhan finally realized, good looks were like a superpower. Xiaoyu got all these gifts without spending a single coin. Why don't they give anything to you? Xiaoyu asked while licking a lollipop. Heh. If anyone else had asked, he would have thought they were mocking him. Enough wandering. Let's go buy clothes. Look at you, your outfit is so sloppy. But these are your clothes. Fine, I'm sloppy, alright? Loose hoodie, jeans dragging on the ground even after being folded, mismatched sneakers. On Xiaoyu, with her stunning looks, it was a complete waste. But I like them. Xiaoyu bit her lollipop and muttered softly. They smell like you. But Lee Muhan didn't hear her clearly. He dragged her toward the clothing store. Idiot. Xiaoyu frowned at this straight-laced boy, but still followed him. Along the way, she was constantly stopped by men asking for her number. They completely ignored Lee Muhan, dazzled by Xiaoyu's beauty. Hey, I'm still here. Finally, Lee Muhan couldn't take it. He blocked one of them with a bitter smile. So what? She's not wearing a ring. That means she's not married. If she's not married, we all have a chance. Lee Muhan was speechless. Luckily, Xiaoyu ignored everyone but him. To others, she always wore a cold expression, saying as little as possible. Miss, can I get your WeChat? No. Miss, can I have your number? I'm a talent scout from a film company. No. By the time they reached the clothing store, Lee Muhan felt like crying. At last, after much trouble, they reached a women's clothing store. Since buying underwear first would make trying outfits easier later, Lee Muhan led her to a lingerie shop. But when they reached the door, he froze. It was a women's underwear shop. For him to go inside felt improper. What, you're not going in? Xiaoyu turned to him. Wait a sec, I need to prepare myself mentally. His face was red. Even when he dated Guruashi, their intimacy never went beyond kissing. He had never even seen her underwear. His first time seeing a girl's naked body had been Xiaoyu. "Hello, do you need help?" The store clerk spotted them and walked over with a smile. Li Muhan jumped in shock, heart pounding, unable to say a word. "I want to buy underwear. If I don't wear it, he gets upset." Xiaoyu spoke first, pointing at Li Muhan. "Eh?" The clerk looked surprised, then glanced at Li Muhan with a strange expression. No, it's not like that. She's my sister. From the countryside. She's not used to wearing underwear." "Sister?" Xiaoyu glared at him, squeezing his hand hard. Her grip was strong. Even that little squeeze hurt him. Yes, a country girl. But now she's in college, she can't go without underwear anymore." The clerk gave a wry smile. Strange as they seemed, the girl was really beautiful. "All right then, young man, wait outside. I'll help her pick. Do you know your size, little sister? Mine's very big." "Ah. The clerk awkwardly laughed as she led Xiaoyu inside. Relieved, Li Muhan nearly collapsed from the tension. He waited outside, playing on his phone. Then suddenly the clerk returned. "Excuse me, sir?" He turned. It was the same clerk, looking apologetic. "Your sister insists you see how it looks on her." "What? Me? Just let her try it." But the clerk looked even more troubled. "To be honest, she almost ran out just now to show you herself. Please, just take a quick look." Li Muhan wanted to cry. He couldn't escape this fate. Uneasy, he followed her to the fitting room. The other clerks blushed. It wasn't common for a man to see a girl in lingerie. And he had said he was her brother, not her boyfriend. That made it even stranger. Li Muhan felt suffocated, as if he were some pervert caught in the act. And then the fitting room door opened. Xiaoyu stepped out, wearing white lace lingerie, standing right before him. Li Muhan swallowed hard, his face red to the ears. "Does it look good?" Xiaoyu didn't seem to care at all. Without her clothes, her figure was even clearer. Except for being rather flat, her body's curves were nearly perfect. Her skin was as pale as snow, delicate and flawless, making the store clerks both envious and amazed. "Good. It looks good. Then I'll take this one." Hearing only that short compliment from Li Muhan, Xiaoyu's expression softened. Clearly, his opinion mattered to her. In the end, Li Muhan asked the clerk to pack up all the sets Xiaoyu had tried on. After all, underwear couldn't just be one set, she needed spares. "That'll be 1,680, sir." Li Muhan had heard that women's underwear was expensive, but when it came time to pay, it still felt absurd. He couldn't help thinking of his own 20 yuan for 3 pairs boxers. Maybe this was the clearest difference between a pretty girl and a rough man. "Sir." As they left, the store clerk gave him a strange smile. "Huh? What is it?" "Since money doesn't seem to be a problem at home, let your sister eat more nutritious food. At her age, she's still growing." As she spoke, she glanced pityingly at Xiaoyu's chest. Xiaoyu felt completely struck down. She opened her mouth to argue, but Li Muhan quickly dragged her away from the store. "Can I still grow?" Far down the street, Xiaoyu suddenly asked. Li Muhan had no idea at what age vampires matured. He just stammered, yes, very much, huge, really huge." All while pulling her quickly toward the clothing store. This time he felt much calmer. He had been to women's clothing stores with Guruashi before, though back then he had just carried her bags, never giving opinions. With Xiaoyu it was different. "Does this look good? What about this one? Do you like this? Do I look nice in it?" With almost every piece of clothing, she asked his opinion. During this, Li Muhan noticed she didn't like skirts much. For such a beautiful girl, wasn't it a waste not to wear skirts? "Look at this one. It's so pretty. Try it." He pointed to a pink and white dress. "Feels like something a child would wear." Xiaoyu spoke calmly. Inside, Li Muhan wanted to shout, "You look like a child yourself. It suits you. Just try it, for me." At last, under his coaxing, Xiaoyu agreed. Soon she walked out in the pink-white dress. To match it, the clerk gave her white lace stockings and a pair of small leather shoes. She walked toward him a little stiffly, clearly not used to the outfit. "Does it look good?" Nervously, she looked at him. Li Muhan was speechless, stunned. "Good?" It was breathtaking. Stories always said vampires were natural enchantresses, with unmatched beauty. He finally believed it. Even the other customers couldn't help staring. Boyfriends who came to shop with their girlfriends froze with wide eyes. One girl kicked her boyfriend. "Keep staring and you can leave." The man hurried to apologize, though he still stole glances at Xiaoyu. "Well? Is it good or not?" Xiaoyu grew anxious when Li Muhan didn't answer. He gently touched her hair. "You look just like a princess." Hearing that, a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Do you like it?" Of course I do. Do you like the clothes, or me? The sudden direct hit caught Li Muhan completely off guard. I like both. He scratched his head with a bitter smile. Xiaoyu puffed her cheeks, not fully satisfied, but said no more. Just as Li Muhan tried to lead her to the register, she hesitated. Maybe, change to something else. What's wrong? Don't you like it? It's not that. I do like it, but... She trailed off. After his insistence, she finally whispered. It's too expensive. Li Muhan understood instantly. He had once told her he could barely pay rent. She was trying to save money for him. No wonder she had been eyeing the cheaper, plainer pants. It's fine. If you like it, we'll buy it. The bureau's pay is good. He smiled at her. Though she still hesitated, he simply pulled her to the register and bought it, along with the stockings and shoes. He also bought a few cheaper skirts and pants. Total, 5,200. Women's clothes were truly expensive. Of the 30,000 Lindsay had given him, after rent he only had 20,000 left. When broke, people were frugal. With money, it vanished like water. But seeing Xiaoyu's faintly happy smile in the outfit, he felt it was worth every coin. By then, it was almost time for dinner. He glanced at Xiaoyu, who sat on a kiddie ride nearby, then stepped aside and made a call. Hello, this is Tianhai Tingfei Hotel. How may I help you? Hello, I'd like to book a table for tonight. Do you have a VIP card? No. Sorry, we only accept VIP guests. We hope to serve you in the future. Beep, beep. The line went dead. Li Muhan sighed. In this world, money wasn't enough without status. Li Muhan. Xiaoyu suddenly called out from her ride. What? Wait a second. He was searching online for another fancy restaurant when she pointed to the kiddie ride. I want to play this. 5 minutes later. Happy children songs played in the department store's kids area. The centuries-old vampire beauty sat on a kiddie ride, face expressionless, while 5- and 6-year-olds crowded around to watch. Big sister, is it fun? Very fun. Can we ride too? No. It's mine. Watching her surrounded by children, Li Muhan felt both amused and helpless. He was basically babysitting a big kid. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lin Zhe. Director Lin? A mission? No. This isn't a coal mine. It's the weekend. I called to tell you, your appointment went through. From now on, you're captain of Squad 7. Leaning on the railing, Li Muhan sighed, watching Xiaoyu argue with kids over the ride. Thanks, director. But right now, I feel crushed. Pressure is good. What's wrong? You sound distracted. He hadn't planned to share, but suddenly he wanted to. So he explained how he couldn't book a fancy hotel to host important elders. Oh, that's it? Hold on. After hanging up, Lindsay sent him a WeChat contact, along with a cute emoji. Skeptical, Li Muhan dialed it anyway. Good afternoon, this is Shangyun Hotel. How may we serve you? What the hell? Shangyun Hotel, far more exclusive than Tingfei. Said to be national banquet level, serving only top officials. Had Lindsay just given him a government reservation number? I'm not Director Lin. She gave me this number. I need to book a table for tonight. Understood. May I have your name, number of guests, and time? It really worked. Li Muhan nearly saluted. This contact was priceless. After booking, he was ecstatic. He would actually eat in such a place. Wait. That kind of place, he only had 20,000 left. Could he even afford it? Embarrassed, he texted Lindsay. Director, is it expensive? How much is one table? Not too bad. Basic quality is 70 or 80,000. What the? 70, 80,000 for one meal? His excitement instantly died. At the same time, the children's song nearby faded. Li Muhan. Xiaoyu's voice came again, joined by the kids. Big brother. What now? He looked over and saw the children had made Xiaoyu their leader. To ride the kiddie car, they needed her approval. Insert coins. At the same time, in the city hospital, Guruashi had just finished the doctor's examination. Among the more than 10 girls, she could be considered the luckiest, because the police intervened in time, so she did not suffer any harm. Of course, Guruashi could not know what role Li Muhan had played in this matter. So her gratitude toward him was not very deep. But now there was a new problem. As she was about to be discharged, her parents packed up her things and asked a question that Guruashi could not answer. Ruashi, where are you living now? Originally, Guruashi had been living in the luxurious villa Zhao Qiankuan bought for her. But now the villa had been taken back by Zhao Qiankuan, she could not even go back to get her luggage. All her cards were frozen as well, since that money belonged to the Zhao family. As for her own money, she had always been careless and extravagant, never paying attention to money. She thought that after relying on Zhao Qiankuan she would have nothing to worry about. Now she only had 2,000 yuan in her card. Renting a place was not a problem, but what about later? For her to work part-time again to make money, Guruashi now could definitely not endure that hardship. Seeing the troubled look on their daughter's face, Aunt Jiang thought it was because Li Muhan had driven her daughter out of the house. This Xiao Han, even if you two aren't a couple anymore, you grew up together. How could he be so heartless? Ahem. But Father Gu coughed twice, stopping his wife from saying more. Xiao Han grew up under our eyes. Do you think he's that kind of person? Cici, are you hiding something from us? What really happened between you and Xiao Han? No, nothing, Dad. I just don't like him anymore, that's all. Sigh. I see you don't have a place to live now. Then, after having dinner with Xiao Han tonight, we'll stay at a hotel, and tomorrow you can move back to school. At the thought of the 4-person dormitory at university, Guruashi felt very uncomfortable. No, I don't want to go back to school. Though she had lost her sponsor, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to frugality. Now Guruashi was like someone dazzled and blinded by Zhao Qiankuan's money, completely unaware of her current situation. She was still dreaming that when Zhao Qiankuan regretted things, he might come back to her. Sigh, child, then your father and I will rent a place near school for you. You can live there for now. Maybe you and Xiao Han still have some chance to make up. After hearing this, Father Gu was clearly unhappy. Why can't you hear it? There's no way their matter is that simple. Dad, Mom, can you stop asking? Things between me and Li Muhan are complicated. But I feel he still loves me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to save me. That would be best, Cici. If you and Xiao Han can reconcile, that would be the best outcome. Your father and I both like Xiao Han very much. When you have dinner later, don't be too arrogant. A man shouldn't always be pushed away, you should loosen the rope in your hand a bit. Don't worry, Mom. He did save my life after all. I think I can give him another chance. And you know, Li Muhan has always been strange, aside from looking decent he has no abilities. Who else but me would want him? I guarantee he will beg me to come back. You too. Father Gu clearly couldn't listen anymore. He had already guessed that it must have been his daughter who wronged Li Muhan. Otherwise, with Li Muhan's character of always yielding to his daughter, he would never have been so ruthless. But then again, was Li Muhan really ruthless? No, he couldn't just listen to his daughter's side. Tonight, at dinner with Li Muhan, he must find a chance to ask clearly. Just then, Aunt Zhang's phone suddenly rang. Look, as we speak, here comes the call. Seeing it was Li Muhan, Aunt Zhang's face immediately lit up. Guruashi, on the other hand, turned her head aside coldly. Hello, Xiao Han. Aunt Jiang, I've already booked the place for dinner tonight. 7 o'clock, at the top-floor private room of Shangyun Hotel. Ah? Shangyun Hotel? All right. Xiao Han, don't spend too much, we can just. Aunt Jiang obviously didn't know how outrageous Shangyun Hotel in Tianhai City was, but Guruashi, who had often followed Zhao Qiankuan into high-end venues, definitely knew. She froze, then quickly took the phone and said to Li Muhan. Li Muhan, I know I wronged you, and I understand your feelings now. But this matter has nothing to do with my parents. You don't need to mock them like this. Believe it or not, I didn't invite you anyway. This dinner is for Aunt Jiang and Uncle Gu. If you want to come along, I won't stop you. What do you mean? My meaning isn't clear? You're not on the invitation list for this dinner. Do you understand? You. On the other end, Li Muhan's voice showed some impatience. He sighed and said, Aunt Jiang, Uncle Gu, are you still there? Yes, we're here. Father Gu hurriedly took the phone. Xiao Han, Shangyun Hotel, is it expensive? It's fine. You two are like my own parents. Treating you to dinner should be at the best place. The hotel has already sent the invitation by text to Aunt Jiang's phone. I'll be there ahead of time to wait for you. All right, Xiao Han, then we'll see you at the hotel. After hanging up, Father Gu handed the phone back to Aunt Jiang and looked at his daughter with some reproach. What's wrong with you? Xiao Han is treating us, and you talk like that? Dad, you don't know. Shangyun Hotel is the top restaurant in Tianhai City, used for state banquets. It's impossible to just book it casually. She remembered when Zhao Qiankuan had just met her, he wanted to show off and directly tried to book Shangyun Hotel, but was laughed out of the place. Unwilling, Zhao Qiankuan gave his father's name. Within minutes, Zhao Zhijiang called, scolding his son harshly. From then on, Guruashi knew that Shangyun Hotel wasn't a place money alone could buy. Even someone of Zhao Zhijiang's level couldn't just book a table there. Ah? It's that powerful? Then this Xiao Han. He must be trying to use this to get back at me. After all, our breakup wasn't pleasant. That's unlikely. Xiao Han isn't that kind of child. Just then, Aunt Jiang suddenly exclaimed while looking at her phone. Oh. Cece, look, Shangyun Hotel really did send me an invitation. What? Impossible, Mom, your eyes must be bad. Guruashi quickly leaned in to check the phone screen. Sure enough, in the picture message on her phone was a clear invitation from Shangyun Hotel. Now Guruashi wasn't sure anymore. Could it be that Li Muhan really? Impossible. Even Zhao Qiankuan couldn't do it. How could Li Muhan? I believe in Xiao Han, so I'll go. Father Gu stood up, straightened his collar. Time's almost here. Are you going or not? Aunt Jiang patted her daughter's hand to comfort her. Let's go take a look. I also think Xiao Han isn't that kind of person. Dad, Mom, why don't we book a place ourselves? After all, Xiao Han saved me. Letting him treat us doesn't seem right. In her heart, Guruashi didn't believe Li Muhan could book Shangyun Hotel. But now her feelings toward him were complicated. In fact, she very much wanted to see him immediately. Sigh, Xiao Han's showing sincerity. We can't let him down. Let's just do as he arranged this time. Aunt Jiang also thought her daughter's words made sense. But since Li Muhan had already booked the place, changing it now would seem impolite. She sighed and stood up. Ruashi, if you don't want to see Li Muhan right now, then go rest at a hotel first. Guruashi bit her lip, finally deciding in her heart. Fine, let's go. If in the end Li Muhan really uses this to humiliate me, so be it. After all, I did such terrible things to him before. But what she really didn't want to see was her parents being humiliated. Actually, even Li Muhan himself didn't quite believe that he could really book a seat at Shangyun Hotel, until he showed his ID and was received like an honored VIP and taken to a private room on the top floor of the hotel. The moment he stepped into the room, Li Muhan was stunned. This damn room was as luxurious as a presidential suite, and yet it was just a private dining room in the hotel. He suddenly felt nervous, even secretly opening a website to search how much a meal at Shangyun Hotel would cost. But Xia Yu looked indifferent. She sat straight down on the soft luxury sofa and turned on the TV. I'm thirsty, I want to drink Coke. Just now I asked if you wanted water and you said no. I wasn't thirsty just now. I want Coke or your blood. You choose one. Li Muhan was speechless. Ever since Xia Yu had gotten more familiar with him, this girl wasn't polite at all. This morning too, he hadn't even woken up before she pressed him down and sucked his blood, the amount almost like a whole carton of milk. Suddenly, a strange thought came to him. If the ball inside his body knew his blood was constantly being sucked by this vampire, would it fly into a rage? Ding ding. The doorbell interrupted Li Muhan's wandering thoughts. A graceful, beautiful waitress appeared at the door. Sir, your reserved meal is the standard set menu. I came to confirm with you. Here is the menu, please have a look. The exquisite menu was handed to Li Muhan. What's this, let me see. Australian lobster, wait, what the hell? All sorts of high-end dishes filled the menu, some he had only ever heard of, some he hadn't even heard of at all. Things running in the mountains, swimming in the sea, flying in the sky, everything was there. There was nothing he could imagine that wasn't on this menu. Li Muhan, I want Coke. A girl's voice suddenly came from right by his ear. Somehow Xia Yu had crept up behind him, practically biting his ear as she spoke. Startled, Li Muhan shivered. Afraid she might suddenly bite him in front of the waitress and draw blood, he quickly forced a smile and said to the waitress. Excuse me, do you have Coke? Of course, it's in the minibar in the room. There are other drinks too. If it's not enough, you can call me to bring more. Go get it yourself. Li Muhan waved his hand, dismissing Xia Yu. Watching her run toward the minibar, he lowered his voice to ask the waitress. Excuse me, how much does this meal cost? You don't need to worry about the price. Director Lin already gave orders, this meal will be charged to her account. Li Muhan froze. By his poor man's narrow way of thinking, this would cost at least tens of thousands. Lindsay was this generous? Just how much did she earn in a year? If you need any other service, you can also call me. The waitress gave Li Muhan a flirtatious look, then leaned closer and said in an alluring voice. Any service at all is possible. Thump thump thump. Li Muhan's heart pounded wildly. How could such a high-class place also offer this kind of service? He was certain the other service she referred to had to mean something erotic. Wait, did that mean even erotic service would be charged to Lindsay's account? Wouldn't that be free then? Before Li Muhan could speak, Xia Yu's calm voice suddenly came from behind him. I want to eat takoyaki. Ah, okay, I'll go get it right now. Please wait a moment. The waitress seemed to realize something was off. Smiling, she turned and left. What are you still looking at? Can't bear to part with her. Xiaoyu sipped her coke and gave Li Muhan a sidelong glance. No, I just still don't know how much this meal really costs. Director Lin is really generous to pay for this. You still don't understand her. Xiaoyu curled up on the sofa again and started watching cartoons. If you think you owe her, then that woman's goal has been achieved. Li Muhan, don't take that woman as too much of a good person. It was rare for Xiaoyu to speak so seriously, so Li Muhan didn't ignore it. Of course he knew Lindsay wasn't simple. He even suspected that Lindsay might not be human. That calm, unchanging smile she always wore gave him the feeling that he had no secrets at all in front of her. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, Xiaohan, we've arrived at Shangyun Hotel, but the people inside won't let us in. On the other end came the sound of Guruashi arguing with security guards. Li Muhan felt a headache. When had it happened that he went from loving Guruashi and indulging her in everything, to now feeling annoyed just by hearing her voice? Auntie, please wait a moment, I'll come down right away. Alright, Xiaohan, Auntie will wait here. At the same time, in the first-floor lobby of Shangyun Hotel, several staff members blocked Guruashi and her parents at the entrance, their faces full of disdain. Hurry up and leave, you can't stay here. Please show some respect. We came here to eat. Even if you don't allow us in, you shouldn't be so rude. Guruashi shouted angrily at the tall guard. Ruashi, stop making a scene. Let's just wait. Xiaohan said he's already coming down. Though Jiang Auntie and Gu's father looked displeased, they cared about their dignity and still trusted Li Muhan. They tried to calm their daughter. Mom, Li Muhan hasn't forgiven me. He's using this way to mock me. I didn't expect he would even involve you both. Enough. If you want to argue, do it somewhere else. This isn't a place for people like you. The guard stared coldly at the family, certain they could never be guests of Shangyun Hotel. Of course. The hotel only served big figures, political elites, always surrounded by entourages. Ordinary people like this had never come in. You! Guruashi was furious but speechless. Her father was also angry. He took out his phone. I'll call Xiaohan again. Even if we don't eat, we won't swallow this humiliation. Put that phone away. You think I don't remember you? The guard looked at Guruashi with disdain. What do you mean? Guruashi stared at him, stunned. Weren't you the one who came here last time with the Zhao family's young master? You think just because you hooked up with the Zhao family we'd open the door for you? You were just a toy for Zhao anyway. Did you really think you were important? Guruashi's face flushed red. You're talking nonsense. My daughter never hooked up with anyone. Stop slandering. Her father shouted, pointing angrily at the guard. The guard just sneered. Your daughter is just someone who can be played with for money. Old man, you didn't know? That Zhao brat has already had his fun with your daughter from head to toe. I even bought a video at a high price. Want to see? He pulled out his phone. Gu's father, furious, lunged at him. I'll make you shut up. But at nearly 60, how could he match a strong young guard? The guard easily shoved him to the ground. Old fool, trying to snatch my phone? He rolled up his sleeves, raising his foot to kick. Guruashi and her mother stepped in front of him. The hotel was like a big estate, and even the main gate was far from the street. Maybe relying on that fact, the guards really started trying to beat them. Just then, the guard who had pushed Gu's father was suddenly grabbed and hurled across the room, crashing into the front desk. Then Li Muhan kicked another guard who was about to strike, shielding Guruashi's family behind him. The front desk girls, who had been watching the scene like a show, rushed to grab the phone to call reinforcements. But a slender arm pressed down on the receiver. Quiet. Xiaoyu was suddenly sitting at the counter, coke in hand. Just one look from her made the girl's legs turn weak with fear. You brat. How dare you barge into Shangyun Hotel? Do you know who you're messing with? The first guard climbed back up, cursing at Li Muhan. Li Muhan walked toward him silently. The guard swung a punch, but Li Muhan struck first, a straight punch to his face, sending blood spraying from his nose. Ah! The guard screamed, clutching his nose and rolling on the floor. Soon the other guards surrounded Li Muhan. Kid, you've really done it now. How bad can it be? I want to see. Li Muhan sneered coldly at them. Guruashi's family was stunned. They were shocked by Li Muhan's skills, and also by the situation. Especially Guruashi. For the first time, she saw a side of Li Muhan she had never seen before. Just when the situation was almost out of control, a tall man in a suit with hawk-like cold eyes walked out of the lobby elevator. He glanced at the scene, adjusted his cuffs, and said in an indifferent tone, "Who dares make trouble in Shangyun Hotel? Tired of living?" The guard whom Li Muhan had kicked over crawled desperately to the suited man's side, as if he had found his lifeline. Manager Zhong. This guy. And these people. They came to cause trouble. We didn't let them in to eat, and they started hitting people. Heh, I really didn't know, in Tianhai City, someone would still dare run wild here. Kid, it's you. Manager Zhong narrowed his eyes at Li Muhan. Seeing that he was dressed plainly, not like someone wealthy, he sneered. Young man, maybe you don't understand the rules of Shangyun Hotel. We only receive special guests here. I can overlook you injuring my men, but I hope you stop here and don't cause more trouble. I thought such a high-class hotel would be special. Turns out even your information spreads the same. Li Muhan scratched his head and sighed helplessly. If I say I am your guest, and that I already booked a private room on the top floor, would you believe it? Manager Zhong looked Li Muhan over again. No matter how he looked, this young man didn't seem like someone with such status. There is only one guest tonight, and that is a lady. Stop making a scene. I don't want to dirty the lobby. A young man like you should do something meaningful, not embarrass yourself and your family here. Xiaoyu, who was sitting at the counter, had finished her Coke. She looked at one of the waitresses. That waitress was no longer panicked, but rather looked like she was waiting for a show. The guards were the same. Clearly, this man in the black suit gave them great confidence. Hey! Xiaoyu looked at a waitress. Ha! What? The waitress looked at Xiaoyu with annoyance. Li Muhan was one thing, his strikes had been fast and decisive, taking down the guards in seconds. But this petite girl? If not for the sudden scare earlier, they wouldn't have been intimidated by her at all. Do you still have Coke? Heh, I'm afraid the Coke here is too expensive for you. The waitress looked coldly at Xiaoyu. We have money. Xiaoyu turned her head toward Li Muhan, her clear eyes showing no emotion. He has money. Then she raised her hand and pointed at Li Muhan, who was still facing off with Manager Zhong. Li Muhan was speechless. He hadn't even wanted her to come, but Xiaoyu insisted, saying she was his guarantor and had to watch him so nothing happened. You wait. When we go upstairs, you can drink as much as you want. At that moment, Guruashi also noticed Xiaoyu. She was shocked. Why was Li Muhan still involved with this woman? Could it be he really didn't know about the rumors at school? Being with a woman like that, how filthy. Then hurry and finish this, I'm hungry. After saying that, Xiaoyu sat back at the front desk again. The waitresses were angry, but since Manager Zhong hadn't spoken, they didn't act. The only guest you mentioned, that's actually me. Li Muhan didn't really want to clash with them. After all, Guruashi's parents were there, and they were elderly. It wouldn't be good to scare them. So he still wanted to solve things with words. But Manager Zhong clearly didn't believe him. He sneered. I really don't know what to say about you. To put it nicely, you're fearless like a newborn calf. To put it bluntly, you're seeking death. Do you know what happens if you offend people at Shangyun Hotel? You're too rigid. Can't you check? I should have already left my contact information. Manager Zhong hesitated a moment, then turned to the front desk. The receptionist immediately said, no, there was no such thing. Today only Director Lin called to reserve a table. No one else. Enough. I've lost patience with you. Manager Zhong sighed, pulled on white gloves, and his eyes suddenly turned sharp. He stepped forward toward Li Muhan. Guruashi's parents realized how serious this was. They quickly tried to persuade him. Xiaohan, maybe let's just eat somewhere else. Yes, Xiaohan, it doesn't have to be here. Even Guruashi bit her lip and said to him. Li Muhan, you don't need to insist on eating here just for me. You saved me, we should be the ones treating you. Let's go eat somewhere else. Li Muhan gave a bitter smile. How had he ended up in such a situation? He reassured the two elders. Aunt Jiang, Uncle Gu, I already opened a private room. Don't worry, I can clear this up soon. But just as he turned to say something more to Manager Zhong, he suddenly saw the man flash right up in front of him, fist swinging straight at his face. Kid, looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. No one else had time to react. Of course, Li Muhan was not included. He knew this Manager Zhong wasn't ordinary. A golden light flickered in his eyes. The manager's speed, too fast for others to see, appeared to him as if in slow motion. But just as he was about to strike back, a figure moved even faster, suddenly pressing a hand to Manager Zhong's face from the side and slamming the big man to the ground. I can handle it. Li Muhan looked at Xiaoyu, who had pinned Manager Zhong to the floor, and spoke helplessly. Everyone was stunned, the guards, the waitresses, Guruashi, and her parents. Wasn't this girl just sitting at the counter? How did she appear at the suited man's side? And how did she throw him down instantly? Manager Zhong was even more confused. He had been certain he could knock the young man out with one punch and teach him a lesson, show him not every place could be messed with. But where had this girl suddenly come from? And how had she pinned him down? Blood was already flowing from his nose onto the floor. That slender arm pressed him as if with the weight of 1,000 pounds, he couldn't get up at all. Lindsay said, try not to attack ordinary people. So you can attack them? No. Then what difference is there between you hitting him and me hitting him? Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then, unable to answer, simply turned her head away, ignoring Li Muhan. You just said Lindsay? Is that Director Lin? Manager Zhong, who had been furious, instantly cooled down at the mention of that name. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. At this moment, a waitress walked out of the elevator. When she saw Li Muhan, Manager Zhong, and the scene before her, she was stunned. Then she seemed to immediately understand something. She gasped sharply, as if realizing the danger too late. Manager Zhong. The waitress ran to Manager Zhong, first shocked that he had been pressed to the ground, then even more shocked that the one holding him down was such a petite, delicate girl. Mr. Li, I'm sorry. It was my mistake in not passing the information properly. Please, everyone stop now. Li Muhan waved his hand at Xiaoyu. Let him go. Xiaoyu suddenly released her hand. The waitress helped Manager Zhong up and used a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his face. What is going on here? Manager Zhong looked unhappily at the waitress. Sorry, Manager Zhong, this Mr. Li is Director Lin's guest. Tonight's reservation was actually made by Director Lin on his behalf. Guruashi and her parents were stunned. What? Director Lin? A bureau director? What director? Whatever kind of director, how could Li Muhan have such connections? Of course, the most shocked and frightened ones were Manager Zhong and the guard who had first pushed Guruashi's father. At that moment, the guard collapsed onto the floor in fear. He knew well that anyone able to book a table here was no ordinary person. And he had just assaulted the family of such a guest. He was already imagining how Manager Zhong would deal with him afterwards. As for Manager Zhong, he took a deep breath, turned, and looked at Li Muhan with an apologetic smile. He bent deeply at the waist. I am very sorry, Mr. Li. It was our negligence that caused today's unpleasantness. The hotel will fully compensate you. Li Muhan didn't want to make things bigger. He waved his hand. Forget it. But you, are you hurt badly? Of course, he knew how strong Xiaoyu was. If she wanted to drink blood to the point of frenzy, even if he activated his demon power, he would only end up pinned under her and humiliated. But she had clearly held back. Now she stood with her hands behind her back, like nothing had happened, murmuring softly. I'm hungry. Manager Zhong quickly forced a smile. It's fine, it's my fault. I didn't understand the situation. I only hope Mr. Li will say a few good words for us to Director Lin. We will make sure to properly compensate you. No need for compensation. Can we go upstairs to eat now? Of course. Please, this way. Manager Zhong personally escorted Li Muhan and his party to the private room on the top floor, humble to the extreme. Li Muhan couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, this was a manager trained to serve special guests. Even after being beaten so badly, he showed not a trace of anger. Of course, perhaps the name Lindsay was simply too frightening for them. Li Muhan also remembered Xiaoyu's words, don't underestimate Lindsay. As soon as they entered the private room, Guruashi and her parents were dumbfounded. Even Guruashi, who had often followed Zhao Qiankuan to high-class places, had to admit, Shangyun Hotel truly lived up to its name. Its luxury was far beyond anything she had seen before. Xiaohan, isn't eating here too expensive? You're just earning money from work, you really don't need to spend like this. Aunt Jiang looked uneasy, until Li Muhan personally helped her into her seat. What do you mean expensive? Aunt Jiang, you and uncle are like my own parents. Spending money for you two is worth it. Xiaohan, I still feel this is not right. This place is too luxurious. Uncle Gu frowned, looking around. He wasn't rich, but he had seen enough of the world to know eating here might cost Li Muhan a whole year's wages. It's fine. We have money. At that moment, Xiaoyu also sat down, holding a bottle of Coke. Don't drink so much. We're about to eat. Li Muhan sighed helplessly. Now the two elders really looked at Xiaoyu. They saw a girl so delicate and beautiful that even their proud daughter couldn't compare to a tenth of her. But what puzzled them more was, who was she? Why was she speaking to Li Muhan so intimately? Just then, the door of the private room was knocked. Manager Zhong stood outside. Mr. Li, excuse me. This is tonight's menu. Please take a look. I already saw the menu before, what the? Li Muhan glanced at it, and his eyes went wide. If the earlier dishes he had at least heard of, these were national banquet level. He hadn't even heard of them before. This is the standard we use to serve our highest level guests. Is it to your satisfaction, Mr. Li? If you have any dislikes or preferences, tell us and we will adjust immediately. No, Manager Zhong. This menu is different from the one I saw earlier. I clearly asked for the standard set. Li Muhan whispered to him. But Manager Zhong only smiled, deliberately raising his voice so everyone inside could hear. This is a special upgrade for all of you. Director Lin is our esteemed guest, and you are Director Lin's honored guest. Earlier we treated you rudely. Tonight's banquet will be completely free. We hope this will make up for our mistake. What? Free? Everyone in the room was stunned. How much would this meal cost, Manager Zhong? There's no need for you to know. All that matters is that you enjoy tonight. We also arranged violin and piano accompaniment by well-known performers, if you'd like. No. That's not necessary. We're just a family gathering. Quiet is better. Understood. Then when would you like the dishes served? Li Muhan turned to Guruashi's parents. Now, or later? Before they could answer, Xiaoyu spoke. I'm hungry. Since this young lady is hungry, then please serve the dishes now. Aunt Jiang, raised in a scholarly family, remained polite. Please serve now, Manager Zhong. And no more surprises, please. Understood. I wish you a pleasant meal. After leaving the room, Manager Zhong returned to the first floor. He turned a corner and entered a sealed room. The moment he entered, his face turned murderous. Inside, the guard who had acted earlier was kneeling on the floor, trembling. Manager Zhong. Manager Zhong. I didn't know. I really didn't know. I was just following the rules. I heard others say you had indecent videos of that young lady on your phone? You even thought to play them publicly? Interesting. Zhao Dazhuang, you're bold. Just because Zhao Qiankuan is your distant relative, you think you can do as you please? To treat Changyun Hotel guests with such disrespect. Zhao Dazhuang felt bitter. Who could have known those people were true VIPs? And wasn't Manager Zhong also ready to fight them? But now Zhao Dazhuang could only kneel and beg for mercy, not daring to say another word. Finally, Manager Zhong crouched, grabbed his hair, and spoke word by word. Tonight, all of Mr. Li's expenses, you will pay. Understand? Manager Zhong. I may be related to the Zhao family, but I'm just a security guard. No matter. You earn 12,000 a month. That's already very high for a guard. I calculate, just 3 years of working for free will cover this meal. Not unfair, right? Zhao Dazhuang was bitter to the core, but he remembered Li Muhan's name. He had heard from his cousin Zhao Qiankuan. That slut Guruashi's ex-boyfriend was called Li Muhan. But after seeing him today, he realized Li Muhan was nothing like his cousin described, a useless orphan. He even had powerful people behind him. But no matter what, this matter still had to be reported to his cousin. When one exquisite dish after another was brought to the table, dishes so fine that they left Li Muhan speechless, he couldn't help but sigh that the difference between people was greater than the difference between humans and pigs. Some people could eat in a single meal things that an orphan like him, without any background, relying only on part-time work to pay tuition and living expenses, could never even imagine in his whole life. At this moment, he even felt a kind of guilt. Eating so well, didn't it feel like a nouveau riche showing off? Wouldn't heaven punish him? As for Guruashi, she had at least followed young Master Zhao into some high-class places before. Her surprise was not at the food itself. Her surprise was at Li Muhan, who had arranged all this. She and Li Muhan had grown up together since childhood. If Li Muhan had any background, she would have known. He was clearly an orphan who even needed help paying high school tuition, without a single relative. How could he suddenly transform into what he was now? Xiaohan, this table of food must cost so much money? Aunt Jiang was already dumbfounded. After staring blankly for a long while, she finally asked this. Li Muhan gave her a rough number. Uncle Gu, who had just picked up his chopsticks, quietly put them back down. This wasn't eating food, this was eating gold. Every dish was soft gold. The banquet fell into an awkward silence, until a voice broke the atmosphere. I'm hungry. Can we eat now? Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on the food. Aunt Jiang, Uncle Gu, let's begin. Normally, the order of dishes was very important. Guests were supposed to taste them in sequence for the best experience. But at this table, everyone had just been staring, and no one had moved their chopsticks. Now the table was piled with countless exquisite dishes, and Li Muhan had swallowed hard several times already. Xiaoyu's words saved him. So he quickly echoed her, saying to the elders. If it gets cold, it will be wasted. All right, let's eat then. Uncle Gu also picked up his chopsticks. From this point, the meal finally began in earnest. While eating, Guruashi kept sneaking glances at Li Muhan. She wanted to wait for him to say something. Li Muhan did speak, but only to casually chat with her parents. He didn't even look at her. This made Guruashi feel stifled. She had already decided to give Li Muhan a chance. He had formally invited her to such a luxurious place. But what was this now? Did she really have to speak first? Men really were too proud. Guruashi snorted softly, then put down her chopsticks and interrupted with a gentle voice while Li Muhan was chatting with her parents. Muhan, don't you have something to say to me? Huh? For the first time, Li Muhan looked at Guruashi. Then, as if realizing something, he lowered his head, chuckled, and said, "You're welcome." This time it was Guruashi's turn to say, "Huh?" She had expected Li Muhan to pretend to be distant, to deliberately ignore her. But she hadn't expected him to say this. Before she could ask further, Li Muhan continued. "Shouldn't you be the one who needs to say something to me? This time I saved you, so you should be thanking me. But I already said you're welcome, so this topic is finished." After speaking, Li Muhan wasted not another second on Guruashi. He immediately turned to Uncle Gu with a smile. "Uncle Gu, I remember you like to drink. How did I forget that?" "Ahem, it's fine, it's fine. A family gathering, no need to drink." Because his daughter's conversation with Li Muhan had been so blunt, almost like saying directly, "Who are you? Do I even know you?" Uncle Gu also felt a little awkward. But Li Muhan stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. A waiter was already standing outside. "Sir, if you need anything, you can call me through the device." The waiter bowed to Li Muhan. Normally, there should have been several waiters inside to serve them. But Li Muhan didn't want it too formal and didn't want the gathering disturbed, so he had told manager Zhong they would call when needed. "Could you please bring us a bottle of liquor?" "Of course, sir. Do you have a preference?" Li Muhan turned and asked Uncle Gu. "Uncle Gu, do you prefer white liquor?" "Yes, white liquor then." "No need for the trouble, Xiao Han. Please wait a moment." The waiter had just turned away when Li Muhan suddenly thought of something and called him back. "Bring a bottle of mutai, the one around 1,000 yuan. And don't try to upgrade it. This bottle I'll pay for myself." "Ah, sir, our manager Zhong. Tell him I said so. If he tries to upgrade it again, I'll call Director Lin." Li Muhan really wasn't thick-skinned. Even though Xia Yu had told him Lin Zhe wasn't such a good person, up until now she had treated him very well. He didn't want to owe too many favors. The waiter hesitated, then left. A while later, manager Zhong personally brought in a bottle of flying mutai. "Mr. Li, are you dissatisfied with our service?" Li Muhan felt helpless. Were these people so cautious? Was Lin Zhe some kind of man-eating demon? He explained to manager Zhong that this bottle was just his gesture for the elder. Manager Zhong had nothing more to say. "Xiao Han, you really are successful now. Where did you meet such powerful people?" After a few rounds of food and drink, the topic came up. Uncle Gu lifted his glass and asked. Li Muhan didn't drink, but he still accompanied him for 2 cups. Shaking his head modestly, he said, "No, uncle. I've just been doing some work for Director Lin recently. It pays more than part-time jobs." "Xiao Han, is this work proper?" "You mustn't. Aunt Jiang, don't worry. Absolutely proper. It's even a government unit." Li Muhan felt he couldn't drink more. If he kept drinking, he might blurt out and show them the certificate from the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Guruashi had been hesitating all this time. After 1 glass of liquor, she could no longer sit still. She suddenly stood up and said to Li Muhan, "Li Muhan, what exactly is your relationship with her?" The atmosphere was broken again. And of course, the her she meant was Xia Yu, who had been quietly eating all along. "Ruashi, what's wrong with you?" Aunt Jiang tugged her daughter's sleeve. "You've eaten his food and taken his hospitality, how could you turn on him now?" "Mom, you don't know. This woman is no good." "Ruashi, what are you saying? She's Xiaohan's friend. How can you talk like that?" Uncle Gu was angry too. After drinking, he stood and glared at his daughter. "Dad, Mom, believe me. This woman is called Xia Yu. She's famous at our university." Li Muhan said nothing, only silently watching Guruashi's performance. "Li Muhan, I already told you before to respect yourself. Maybe now you've made connections and improved a little. But that means you should keep your distance from women like her. She only wants your money. She's just a vampire." Clatter. The chopsticks in Xia Yu's hand dropped to the floor. She turned, looking at Guruashi with surprise. "You, how do you know?" "How do I know? Your stories have long spread through the school. Tell me, how much blood have you sucked from Li Muhan?" "I didn't drink that much. About 200 milliliters a day." Li Muhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What were these two even talking about? It was like they weren't on the same server. Seeing Xia Yu's flustered expression, Li Muhan couldn't hold back anymore. He raised his hand, cutting off Xia Yu, who wanted to speak again, and then looked at Guruashi. "She is my friend. I hope you'll show her some respect when you speak." Guruashi's parents also didn't know what was happening, but it was clear that Li Muhan was standing up for that girl. "Ruashi, don't make trouble." Aunt Zhang's face didn't look very good either. Mom, the whole school knows about this. This girl, she does that kind of business. What? Aunt Zhang's eyes widened, and then she couldn't help but look at Xiaoyu. As for Xiaoyu, she seemed to think that her identity as a vampire had been seen through by a human, and she panicked a little. She lowered her head, clutching her skirt with both hands, not saying a word. This action looked just like someone feeling ashamed after being exposed. Now Uncle Gu also felt that something wasn't right. Muhan, is this true? Uncle, Auntie, do you think she looks like that? Li Muhan looked coldly at the three across from him and spoke lightly. Do you think she looks like the kind of person your daughter says she is? Humph, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Li Muhan, I'm saying this for your own good. Don't let yourself be deceived by this kind of woman. Know a face but not a heart? Deceived? Guruashi, to be honest, I originally wanted to leave you some dignity. After all, we were childhood friends. But you just don't know what's good for you. Li Muhan was clearly angry. This sudden turn of events left the two elders not understanding how things had suddenly torn apart. You haven't told your parents yet about the Zhao family, have you? At the mention of the Zhao family, Guruashi's face instantly went pale. Right, how could she forget? She was the one who betrayed Li Muhan first, who sold her body for money, who broke her promise first. How did she get carried away just now and push all of that onto someone else? The Zhao family? What Zhao family? Uncle Gu looked confused. But Aunt Zhang's face suddenly changed. Her hand trembled as she grabbed Guruashi's hand. Ruashi, just now at the door the security guard also said you and that Zhao young master, could it be that you really? Guruashi could no longer say a word, standing there with her face full of shame, biting her lip. What did you do? Uncle Gu slapped the table, knocking over the wine glass. With Aunt Zhang's reminder, he also recalled what the security guard had said earlier about his daughter. And now Li Muhan had also mentioned the Zhao family. Could it be, it was all true? Dad, Mom, I only wanted a better life, to enter a higher society. You gave birth to me so beautiful, so I used that to make life easier for myself. What's wrong with that? When she said these words, her eyes stayed fixed on the floor, and her voice carried some shame. It was completely different from the hard and self-righteous tone she had when she said the same thing to Li Muhan back at the rental apartment. That's right, of course that's right. Fighting for a better goal, yes. I respect your life and your choices. But could you please not spread false rumors about others? Li Muhan didn't show her any mercy and said it straight. What you said about Xiaoyu, no one has ever actually seen it with their own eyes. Yet you can describe it so clearly. But the things you did were filmed and sold as art for money. Guruashi completely collapsed. Could it be that when she was with Xiao Qiankuan, someone really filmed videos of it? I'll tell you, Guruashi, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. That's true. But the bigger the waves, the easier the boat is to capsize. You were lucky this time. Before that Zhao guy could sell you out, something happened to him first. Otherwise, would you even still be alive now to sit here and eat with your parents? What Li Muhan said left Guruashi speechless, but she was unwilling to accept it. She didn't believe she could lose to Xiaoyu. And after being with Li Muhan for so many years, she couldn't imagine him standing beside another woman. Muhan, calm down for now. This matter is our Ruashi's fault, and we two elders feel ashamed as well. But you two have been together for so many years. Aunt Jiang still wanted to persuade a little more. But Uncle Gu's face was already dark. He cut off Aunt Jiang and looked at Li Muhan. Muhan, Uncle will just ask you one thing. Are you together with this Miss Xia? Li Muhan knew that if he said no, then these two would definitely keep trying to match him with Guruashi. So he directly pulled up Xiaoyu, who was still sitting there not knowing what to do, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and said to the three of them, Uncle, my house only has 2 keys. And the other one is in her hand. Ah? Aunt Jiang sighed. What Li Muhan meant was far too straightforward. He was just one step away from outright saying, she's my woman. Uncle Gu then lifted his wine glass again and drank it all in one go. Good. Muhan, in this matter it's we Gu family who wronged you. What our family owes you, we will make it up to you. Guruashi looked at Li Muhan, her eyes full of confusion. She did not understand how Li Muhan could not choose her. He had clearly said he would protect her for a lifetime, but now why was he holding another girl? In her heart, she already thought of Li Muhan as a betrayer. You will regret this. In the end, after saying this, Guruashi picked up her bag, turned around, and left the private room. Ruashi. Aunt Jiang followed after her. Only Uncle Gu, Li Muhan, and Xiaoyu remained in the private room. The three looked at each other in silence, all seeming to feel awkward about the atmosphere. At last Uncle Gu sighed heavily. We spoiled our daughter. Muhan, can you roughly tell me, what is the situation with that young Master Zhao? Li Muhan roughly explained that Guruashi had been lured and played by Zhao Qiankuan's money, but he deliberately left out some things, like the videos of Guruashi and Zhao Qiankuan in bed. Uncle Gu listened with unbearable sorrow, drinking cup after cup of wine without stopping. Meanwhile, after running out of the restaurant, Guruashi had not gone far. She kept taking a few steps, turning back to see if Li Muhan was chasing after her. When she found that the only one who came after her was her mother, she felt disappointed. Guruashi, why did you suddenly run out? Is there nothing that can't be talked over properly? Mom, you don't understand, Li Muhan is too prideful. I clearly already gave him a chance, wanting him to win me back, but he actually kept acting stiff, really. Guruashi. Aunt Jiang interrupted Guruashi. By now, even outsiders could see it clearly, perhaps only Guruashi was still lying to herself. Why not just let it go? It was you who wronged Muhan first. Don't disturb him anymore. What do you mean disturb him? Mom, he can't let me go. Right now he's just bewitched by that vixen, but after some time he will definitely remember me. Looking at her daughter's confident expression, Aunt Jiang, for the first time, began to wonder if something had gone wrong in how she raised this child. After dinner, Li Muhan escorted Uncle Gu out of the hotel. Uncle Gu called Aunt Jiang and learned she had already gone with Guruashi to the hotel. Li Muhan originally wanted to send Uncle Gu to the hotel, but Uncle Gu firmly refused. So Li Muhan was preparing to call a car for him. At this time, Manager Zhong arrived again, sending over a luxury car to take Uncle Gu away. Mr. Li, were you satisfied tonight? Manager Zhong smiled as he looked at Li Muhan. Very satisfied. Really, thank you, Manager Zhong. How much was that bottle of wine? I'll transfer it to you. Manager Zhong originally wanted to say no need, but Li Muhan said if he didn't accept, he would tell Director Lin. With no choice, Manager Zhong had to accept Li Muhan's payment of 1,200 yuan for the wine. I don't understand. After returning home, Xiaoyu lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, speaking as if to herself. What don't you understand? Li Muhan spoke while tidying the room. Why humans can go to such great effort for food? Li Muhan thought of how Xiaoyu looked when drinking his blood, and sighed. Don't vampires in movies also like to pour human blood into wine glasses? It should be a kind of ritual. That's fake. Doing that only makes the blood not fresh. Only fresh blood, flowing directly from the vein, is. As she spoke, Xiaoyu sat up, turned her head, and stared fixedly at Li Muhan's back while he was cleaning the room. All right, you're all gourmets, freshness is most important. But think a little about the person being drained. Who would want to see themselves covered in blood? Say something, are you asleep? Hearing no response behind him, Li Muhan turned his head. He suddenly saw Xiaoyu's delicate face extremely close to his own. Shit, what are you doing? Li Muhan was so startled he fell back onto the ground. It could be said that a jump scare works on anyone. Even Xiaoyu, such an invincible beauty, suddenly appearing like that could make someone jump. But what was even more frightening was that in her eyes he saw desire. What's wrong? Xiaoyu? You. That desire wasn't the usual craving for blood. It was more like a sick, intoxicated obsession. Ha, so hot. Xiaoyu's voice had even changed strangely. She opened her mouth and without hesitation bit hard into Li Muhan's neck. Ah, damn, that hurts. This time, Li Muhan felt pain. It was completely different from the usual feeling of being bitten. Wait, Xiaoyu, it really hurts. This time it hurts. Didn't you already drink today? Is this part of the treatment too? Li Muhan instantly realized something was wrong. Xiaoyu wasn't only sucking his blood, she was trying to tear into him. Her hands had ripped open his clothes and were moving lower. Shit. I'm not ready yet. Where are your hands going? Wait. He could feel the blood being pulled from his body. It was just like when he was attacked by that blood clan before. And Xiaoyu's presence felt even stronger. He suddenly tried to awaken his demon power. His eyes turned pale gold. Bang. But before he could open his domain, in that brief instant, Xiaoyu pressed him hard against the floor with one hand. Wings sprouted from her back, her hair faded to snow white. Her crimson eyes were full of intoxication. It was over. Though he didn't know why it happened so suddenly, Li Muhan felt Xiaoyu was going to kill him. But just then, the window was quietly pushed open. A white figure suddenly leapt inside and knocked Xiaoyu away. Li Muhan quickly struggled up, using his demon power to heal himself. During this, he saw that white figure. It was an enormous white wolf. The white wolf held Xiaoyu down firmly. Xiaoyu lay on the ground, not struggling, just panting with flushed cheeks, turning her head with longing eyes fixed on Li Muhan. Finally, Li Muhan saw the white wolf gradually shrink in size, transforming into the form of a girl. And this naked girl was none other than the one who had saved him during the Blood Clan attack that day. Li Muhan remembered her name seemed to be Beifeng, Hattie. Sorry to disturb you. The girl turned her head and gave Li Muhan a gentle smile. Her smile was like the cold wind and snow, yet also like the endless stars in the sky, carrying a sense of mystery. This was the first time Li Muhan had heard her speak. Clearly she was from the northern country, yet she had no accent at all, her Chinese was perfect. But those glowing green wolf-like eyes seemed to tell Li Muhan that she was no ordinary person. What is going on here? Li Muhan quickly went to Xiaoyu's side. Even though Xiaoyu had just attacked him, he could feel there must be a reason. Hattie did not answer his question. She slowly crouched in front of Xiaoyu, then used her finger to wipe a bit of blood from Xiaoyu's lips and placed it into her own mouth. I see. As if she had discovered something interesting, the smile on Hattie's face grew stronger. Then she stood and faced Li Muhan. But since she had just changed back from wolf form, she wasn't wearing any clothes. Li Muhan quickly turned his head away. It had to be said, Hattie and Xiaoyu were not the same type. If Xiaoyu was like a typical gothic vampire girl, then this tall girl was like a white wolf walking through northern snowstorms. Her whole body carried a wild beauty. Could you please bring me my clothes? Noticing Li Muhan's discomfort, Hattie smiled and pointed at the clothes near the window. After all, right now, it's inconvenient for me to go to the window. Then why did you just run in as a wolf? Isn't that even more eye-catching? He wanted to complain, but in the end Li Muhan still went to get her clothes, turned his back, and waited for her to dress. After that, Hattie gently picked up Xiaoyu. Like an older sister holding her younger sibling, she softly laid her on the bed. What's wrong with her? Seeing Xiaoyu's rapid breathing and flushed face, Li Muhan grew anxious. This seemed to be the first time he had seen Xiaoyu like this. Her eyes, staring at him, were full of expectation and longing. This state was completely like, she's in heat. Hattie's face carried a faint smile as she directly said what was in Li Muhan's mind. Li Muhan nearly spat blood. Vampires could go into heat? Did you give her a drink with currants and cloves? While taking out a small pouch from her white coat, Hattie asked. Currants? Li Muhan didn't understand. In your country you call it lantern fruit, or wild cherry. Hattie took out a small white bottle, opened the stopper, and turned toward Li Muhan. Help me open her mouth. Huh? Oh, okay. I don't remember her drinking anything. Wait, earlier during the meal, she took some sour drink from the fridge. It smelled like pickled beans. Li Muhan went to the bed, gently pinched Xiaoyu's cheeks. Just from this touch, Xiaoyu let out a whimper, and her gaze toward him grew even more heated. It seemed like she was expecting more. That's it then. Don't move. Open your mouth, ah. Hattie also sat at the bedside. She brushed her hair back like a doctor, speaking gently to Xiaoyu. Li Muhan tilted Xiaoyu's head toward Hattie and held her face so she opened her mouth. At this moment, Xiaoyu's wings began to stir restlessly. But her movements weren't too strong. Hattie poured the white powder into Xiaoyu's mouth. Suddenly Li Muhan realized something. This Hattie was also another kind, and not under China's Bureau of Special Management. How could he be letting her feed Xiaoyu something? Don't worry. I came this time representing the Northern Bureau of Special Management. As if she had heard his thoughts, Hattie explained while feeding Xiaoyu the medicine. After pouring in the powder, Hattie wet her finger with her saliva, touched it to Xiaoyu's tongue, then softly chanted a few words in a language Li Muhan could not understand. Slowly, Xiaoyu's restless body began to calm down. Her breathing eased, and in the end her vampire form faded, returning to human form. Xiaoyu, how do you feel? Li Muhan crouched by the bed, worried. Just now, I attacked you, sorry. It's nothing. Just don't eat random things again. Hattie put the pouch back in her pocket and stood. Currants mixed with cloves form a very strong aphrodisiac for blood clans. But normally, blood clans are very sensitive to that smell and won't touch it. She looked at Xiaoyu on the bed, and her eyes showed a hint of mockery. Of course, a vampire princess who has lived too comfortably may have lost that instinct long ago. Why did you come here? With Li Muhan's help, Xiaoyu sat up. Counting today, I've saved your beloved twice. Won't you thank me? Hattie leaned on the wall by the door, arms crossed, as if waiting for something. About last time, thank you for saving me. It was Li Muhan who spoke first. No need to thank me. I didn't plan to save you. I was just selling a favor to the Bureau, since this time I came to China needing their help. I already told you before, ask the Bureau. This has nothing to do with me. I won't help you. Xiaoyu's tone was clearly hostile. The two seemed to have a grudge. Li Muhan noticed, but for now he stayed quiet. Then I'll just do things my own way. By the way, Hattie walked to the window, then turned back to Lee Muhan. I'm very interested in you, student Lee Muhan. Student? As Lee Muhan wondered why she called him that, Xiaoyu was already getting off the bed, ready to lunge. You lustful wolf. Get out. Hattie leaned back from the window frame and disappeared. Outside, a wolf's howl and a neighbor's startled cry rang out. Damn, wolves howling at night? Half an hour later, Xiaoyu had calmed down completely. She explained to Lee Muhan about Hattie. She's an other kind like me. Disaster class. Oh wow, this little Tianhai city has both of you, like Crouching Dragon and Hidden Phoenix. We are neither dragon nor phoenix. Lee Muhan had wanted to joke, but seeing Xiaoyu didn't understand, he dropped it. Then why did she come to China? To look for her brother. Xiaoyu told him that Hattie was a descendant of the legendary Fenrir of the northern country. She had an older brother named Skoll. Skoll chased the sun, Hattie chased the moon. Legend says, when they devour both sun and moon, Ragnarok will come. Lee Muhan knew that Norse myth, especially the famous Fenrir. But usually only from games and stories. This was exactly the kind of thing the Bureau found most troublesome. Beings that existed in myths, but actually had true divinity. To think gods from myths are real, it feels unreal. Lee Muhan sighed. But then he remembered, the Thunder General inside his body. Maybe it wasn't so strange. Perhaps all myths had their roots in truth. People back then didn't understand such powerful beings, so they created myths. And though myths differed across cultures, careful study showed many similarities. So what's your grudge with her? While traveling in the north, she mistook me for the moon and tried to devour me. So I fought her. Oh, that explained it. Lee Muhan imagined it in his mind. Many years ago, a wolf chasing the moon suddenly saw the moon walking on the ground. Like a dog chasing a ball, it pounced. But this moon could fight back. So they fought. Sounded kind of childish. The topic of Hattie and Skoll was something Xiaoyu didn't want to talk about anymore. That woman is just a lustful wolf. Don't let her catch you. Xiaoyu kept repeating this sentence to Lee Muhan, as if she was truly afraid that Lee Muhan and Hattie would have too much contact. Lee Muhan smiled and agreed, while thinking to himself, if he told Xiaoyu that Hattie had just said she was the one in heat, would Xiaoyu immediately jump out the window to find Hattie and fight her again? For the sake of his colleagues in the bureau not having to work overtime again, and to let Lin Zhe's dark circles under her eyes be a little lighter, Lee Muhan decided not to say it. But as the saying goes, your heart is with the bureau, and the bureau racks its brain for you. Sure enough, the next day Lee Muhan was called to the bureau. Lin Zhe asked him to explain in detail what had happened the previous night. They weren't actually monitoring Lee Muhan and Xiaoyu. It was just that the bureau members temporarily assigned to watch over Hattie reported that she went to Lee Muhan and Xiaoyu's place last night. Which meant those colleagues really had been working overtime. Lin Zhe held her coffee, with big dark circles under her eyes, but her face still carried that calm and unchanging smile. Lee Muhan even worried she might suddenly cough up blood from overwork. You really don't let people relax. Finally, she sighed. As for Hattie, don't worry. The bureau will assist her in finding Skoll. After all, having a disaster class being loose in our country is a very serious matter. Director Lin, you called me just for this? If I've reported it, can I go now? I still have class this afternoon. Wait a moment. Lin Zhe stood and walked to Lee Muhan, patting his shoulder. Do you still remember what I told you last time? You mean about supporting the 9th squad? As long as you remember. Come in. Lin Zhe snapped her fingers. The office door opened, and in came In Chi. Her petite frame was wrapped in a black hooded sweatshirt. Though she was only about 1.5 meters tall, her long, slender legs in black tight pants looked striking. She walked in, glanced at Lee Muhan, but then went straight past him to greet Lin Zhe. Director Lin. Lin Zhe smiled and nodded, then pointed at Lee Muhan. Won't you greet your new captain? In Chi gave Lee Muhan a quick glance. Captain Lee. Just call me Lee Muhan. Lee Muhan felt awkward. Lin Zhe had said the 7th squad recommended him as captain, but In Chi clearly didn't show that attitude. Lin Zhe seemed to notice his thoughts. After sipping her coffee, she said. Don't doubt my words. The first to recommend you was Lin Ziyu. The second was In Chi. Humph. In Chi snorted coldly. Lee Muhan understood. So this girl was just at Sundara. In Chi, since your captain is here, I'll tell you the order. From today, Lee Muhan will be temporarily seconded to the 9th squad of the Supernatural Management Division to assist in their work. During the time he's gone, you will lead the 7th squad. A squad with only 3 people left, can they even carry out missions? In Chi said bluntly. Lee Muhan realized. That was another reason In Chi was upset. Because he had just become 7th squad's captain, but was already being sent to another team. For the 7th squad, it was humiliating. The order comes directly from the director. You will obey. Lindsay's tone grew cold. In-chi slowly turned her head aside, still showing her dissatisfaction. All right then, Lee Muhan, I'll explain the bureau's structure. The Tianhai Bureau is under the Nanling Province Bureau. The Tianhai Bureau itself is divided into many branches and divisions, 12 in total, including research institutes. Director Lin, I still have class this afternoon. Lee Muhan wasn't a top student. He had barely made it into Tianhai University for Guruashi's sake. Long explanations like this made him sleepy. Lindsay didn't continue. She just patted his shoulder. Fine, you'll get familiar with it during work. Go to the Supernatural Management Division tonight after class. Someone there will receive you. She didn't say, you're with the bureau now, forget school. That made Lee Muhan feel touched. But he still asked with some doubt. So urgent? Since you're being sent over temporarily, it's to handle a very tricky case. In-chi gave another cold snort, and Lindsay glared at her. Don't worry, he's only seconded, not taken away as your captain. Who cares? I just don't want the 7th squad to have no missions again. Enough, you may both leave. After leaving the bureau, Lee Muhan went straight to school. Surprisingly, Xiaoyu was also at school today, and the two met at the gate. Though many students stared at them with suspicion and disdain, Lee Muhan no longer cared. Let others say what they wanted. After sending Xiaoyu to her teaching building, Lee Muhan ran into old Luo. Muhan, that girl at the barbecue last time, she really was Xiaoyu? Yeah. You two are really dating? No, not really. Old Luo clearly didn't believe him, pestering Lee Muhan for the truth. Lee Muhan was speechless. How could he explain? Should he say Xiaoyu was a vampire and he was her walking blood bag? As the two walked toward the building, a voice suddenly called out to him. Student Lee Muhan. Huh? Who? He and old Luo turned around at the same time, and both were stunned. A tall, beautiful girl in a school uniform stood not far away, smiling at them. More precisely, at Lee Muhan. Holy crap, isn't that the rumored northern transfer beauty? Crap, it's Hattie. Hattie walked up to Lee Muhan, then suddenly opened her arms and gently hugged him. Luo Yang beside him had a face full of question marks, and the students watching around them were also full of question marks. Some even began whispering. What's going on? Isn't that transfer student supposed to be cold and distant to everyone? Who is that guy? Don't know. Doesn't even look that handsome. You, let go of me first. Lee Muhan quickly pulled himself out of Hattie's embrace. Don't be shy. This is just how my people greet each other. Hattie looked at Lee Muhan with a mischievous smile. What a lie. Whether wolf or dog, Lee Muhan had never heard of either greeting with a hug. At most it was nose-touching, kissing, rubbing? But Hattie seemed to read his thoughts. She gently cupped his face. If you want, we can do that too. Then the girl licked her lips, showing a smile full of temptation. Muhan? You actually know this transfer student? Luo Yang shouted in shock. Hattie glanced at him from the corner of her eye, and her gaze instantly turned cold. Sorry, but I want to be alone with him for a while. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. Luo Yang couldn't even speak clearly, but even with Hattie's expression like that, he still felt weak all over. No! Luo Yang, don't you dare leave. Lee Muhan panicked and quickly called out to stop Luo Yang, who was about to turn away. I don't want to leave either. But her eyes are too scary. Are you still my brother or not? Yes. But brothers don't block brothers' chances with girls. I'm out. Then Luo Yang turned and sprinted off. This was the first time Lee Muhan had ever seen him run so fast. Just as Hattie's lips drew closer and Lee Muhan could almost feel her breath, she suddenly felt a wave of killing intent behind her. When she turned her head, a figure slammed into her, knocking her to the ground. I already told you, stay away from him, you stupid wolf. Xiaoyu was now pressing Hattie down hard. Her fangs, like her fury, were already almost impossible to hide. But Hattie didn't struggle. She only looked at Xiaoyu with a smile. So the little moon also guards her food? The more you do this, the more I want to devour him. Shut your mouth. Now the crowd around them boiled over even more. Xiaoyu. Hattie. Two of the most talked about figures in the school were clashing, and for a man? What kind of Mary Sue story was this? This wasn't how things were supposed to develop. What's going on? Come look. Xiaoyu and the transfer student are fighting. No way, is Xiaoyu really like this? That's not what I've heard about her. Luo Yang's jaw had dropped. Oh my god, Lee Muhan, you've been hiding deep, huh? Lee Muhan rushed forward and grabbed Xiaoyu. Stop it, don't fight here. This perverted wolf. I'll kill her. 300 years ago you couldn't kill me, and you can't now. Hattie also slowly revealed her fangs, her smile turning crazed. Oh my god. Lee Muhan was dumbfounded. Sure, women fighting might look good. But if these two really opened up their domains and fought here, not a single student would escape unharmed. And then, he would surely face Lin Zhe's wrath. Thinking of this, Lee Muhan nearly used all his strength to drag Xiaoyu off Hattie. Hattie slowly got up from the ground, dusted off her slightly dirted uniform, and with a calm smile said, "Still as wild as ever." Wild? No one can beat you, stupid wolf. Watch your mouth, little bat. I don't mind continuing what we left unfinished, right here. No problem, let's go. Go my ass. Lee Muhan couldn't hold it anymore. He scooped Xiaoyu up in a princess carry and bolted out of the school gates. Class was over for today. Left behind were only stunned faces and waves of chatter. What's going on? Did that guy choose Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu is pretty, but I think Hattie is better. And isn't Xiaoyu supposed to be a slut? Who knows, maybe that's just his type. Hattie folded her arms, looking at Lee Muhan's back as he ran off. On her face appeared another strange smile. The more you treasure something, the more I want to take it. In the top-floor luxury ward of Tianhai First Hospital, Zhao Qiankuan had already passed the danger period and had woken up from his coma, but that hand was gone forever. Every day he was jolted awake from nightmares. In his dreams, that terrifying monster kept chasing him, breaking his arm again, and then laughing at him. Lee Muhan. That monster. Click. The door to the ward opened, and in came Zhao Zhijiang. Seeing his son trembling in bed, Zhao Zhijiang frowned deeply. Next month you'll be sent abroad for a prosthetic surgery. Don't bother coming back. Zhao Zhijiang said coldly. Dad, that night, I really saw a monster. Enough. Shut up. Isn't it embarrassing enough already? Zhao Zhijiang's mood was also very unstable. During this time, he had already tripled the bounty on Lee Muhan. But not only had no one taken the job, several powerful figures he couldn't afford to provoke had called him, telling him to stop. That strange call he got earlier must have been just a prank. Foolish of him to have even a sliver of hope. Dad, why won't you believe me? That Lee Muhan, he's a monster, a monster. Seeing his son so useless only made Zhao Zhijiang angrier. Shut the fuck up. He kicked over the chair by the hospital bed, pointing at Zhao Qiankuan's nose and cursing. You spend your time screwing women, doing drugs. I didn't care, because I felt guilty toward your mother. I thought, fine, let you waste your life in luxury. But this time? Do you know how much trouble you've caused me? I don't know, Dad, I just wanted to teach that orphan a lesson. There are so many people, so many women. Why did you have to mess with his woman? At this moment, Zhao Zhijiang still thought Lee Muhan hurt his son because of Guruashi, the ex-girlfriend. He didn't know it was because Zhao Qiankuan himself went looking for death. Of course Zhao Qiankuan didn't explain. He knew his father was cursing him, but his father's hatred toward Lee Muhan was no less than his own. Dad, can you kill him? Kill him? Don't you get it? We should be praying that man stays alive. If one day he gets hit by a car and dies, then 10 minutes later your old man will probably be found dead in the wilderness too. Zhao Qiankuan was stunned. He knew it was serious, but he didn't expect even his father couldn't handle it, that it might even threaten his father's life. Dad, just who the hell is this Lee Muhan? Who? Nobody. No background, an orphan. And yet for some reason, all these big figures are protecting him. Like if I so much as touched a single hair on him, 10,000 heavenly soldiers would come to wipe out our whole family. Zhao Qiankuan tried to comfort his father. Dad, what if we hire killers? You think I haven't tried? Do you know how much his bounty is on the underground list? 30 million. And not a single person will touch it? This was the first time Zhao Qiankuan had seen his father this angry. Suddenly, Zhao Qiankuan's eyes lit up. He said to Zhao Zhijiang, Dad, if we can't touch him, then what about his family? Has your hand been taken off or was your brain dug out too? He's an orphan, don't you know that? Zhao Qiankuan sneered. Dad, that's what you don't know. He may be an orphan, but that bitch's parents are like foster parents to him. Oh? The bitch you mean is that woman you played with before? Yeah, that orphan's ex-girlfriend. We can use her. Grab that bitch and her parents, let's see if Lee Muhan still dares to go against us. Zhao Zhijiang thought for a while, then shook his head. Forget it. Do you think you can walk away in one piece after touching them? We can just deny it later. It's not that simple. Enough, drop it. Next month you go abroad. Don't come back. But, Dad. I said enough. This ends here. Zhao Zhijiang stood up in anger. Of course he wanted revenge. Not for his son, but for his own pride that Lee Muhan had trampled these past days. But weighing the pros and cons, even if he killed that bitch and her parents, what would it change? Later, when the reckoning came, would he put his life on the line? Who was Zhao Zijiang? How could he make such a losing deal? Since his father said so, Zhao Qiankuan didn't argue further. But his eyes turned, clearly thinking of his own plan. After his father left, he used his only remaining right hand to pull out his phone. Hey, Da Zhuang. Last time you said the ones who went to Shangyun Hotel were really Li Muhan and Guruashi? Cousin, when have I ever lied to you? It was exactly that woman from the video you sent me. Same slutty look, I swear. Enough bullshit. Do something for me. A ruthless gleam flashed in Zhao Qiankuan's eyes. Meanwhile, in a DQ ice cream shop on the shopping street, everyone was staring, dumbfounded, at a boy and girl. On their table were at least 10 big ice cream bowls. Even more shocking, the tiny, delicate-looking girl was the one eating all of them. All right, still not calmed down yet? Li Muhan propped his chin on his hand, watching Xiaoyu, unsure if she was sulking or really liked ice cream that much. Why won't you stay away from her? I told you she's dangerous. Xiaoyu glared at Li Muhan, very dissatisfied. If I don't use my domain, I'm just a normal guy. She suddenly hugged me, how could I escape? Crunch. The metal spoon broke easily in her mouth, the ice cream chewed to mush and swallowed down. The taste I worked so hard to put on you is now all covered with that wild wolf stink. Li Muhan didn't defend Hattie, she was indeed strange, and he had no idea why she wanted to get close to him. But seeing the clearly flustered Xiaoyu now, he understood. Hattie had only approached him to deliberately provoke Xiaoyu. And compared to Hattie's cunning, this vampire's intelligence hadn't developed nearly as much, so she was being played. In any case, just don't see her again. Li Muhan wanted to say yes, but suddenly he felt like teasing her. Why not? I think Hattie's not bad. She saved me twice. Oh, right, the second time, it was you who attacked me. That's because, anyway, I can protect you too. You don't need her shelter. Oh, what should I do then? What should I choose? Anyone could tell from his tone he was joking. But Xiaoyu didn't understand human jokes. She suddenly looked serious, her eyes darkening. She clenched the spoon handle that had its head bitten off, and a strange smile appeared. Seems I'll just have to kill her. Huh? Wait, what are you doing? I was joking. Li Muhan hadn't expected her to snap like that. Apparently, jokes like this really couldn't be made with her. Oh? You pity her? Fine then. If I can't kill her, then I'll just have to lock you up at home. Shit. Li Muhan froze. Now she was turning Yandra? In the end, it took him all his effort to coax this little vampire back to normal. She clung to him all night, sleeping in his arms. Only after she was convinced his body no longer carried Hattie's scent did she finally let him go. Originally, he was supposed to go to the 9th Division of the Special Bureau in the evening, but because he quarreled with Xiaoyu, Li Muhan asked Linzei for leave and spent the whole night coaxing Xiaoyu. Linzei was quite understanding and clearly said, "Calming that vampire's emotions is also one of your jobs." So the next morning, Li Muhan went alone by bus to the address Linzei had sent him. When he arrived, he realized it was Tsuiwei Mountain in the north of Tianhai City. The Special Bureau was not only underground, but also on a mountain? With doubts in his heart, he went up. Tsuiwei Mountain was a 3A level scenic area of Tianhai City, and even on weekdays it was crowded with tourists. The main attraction on the mountain was the Zhenwu Taoist Temple, said to have been built over 500, maybe 1,000 years ago, by a respected Taoist priest of the Chuanjin sect from the Song dynasty who came south. Later it developed its own lineage, and now it had a long history and deep cultural heritage. Seeing the endless stream of worshippers, Li Muhan suddenly felt something strange. In his ears came a faint sound like a dragon's roar. This sound seemed to have some magic, drawing him away from the temple's main hall to a remote back courtyard. Separate from the temple itself, there was only a low hut. And the dragon's roar came from behind the hut. Following the sound, Li Muhan reached the back of the hut, where weeds had grown wild, showing it had not been tended for a long time. In the distance there was a stagnant pool. For some reason, the water was very muddy, without any fish, but bubbles rose from time to time. Li Muhan felt that the depth of this pool was unimaginable, and that something must be below. Just as he was about to go closer, suddenly someone patted him on the back. Startled, he almost stumbled and fell into the pool. Whoa, careful, careful. A pair of hands grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back. Thank you. Li Muhan let out a breath of relief. He felt that if he had really fallen in, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Turning around, he saw a cute girl of about 14 or 15, wearing a Taoist robe, staring at him with round eyes. Her robe looked a bit unusual, as if she had tailored it herself. Different from ordinary Taoist robes, it fit her better and looked a little playful and cute. Little friend, are you lost? Why did you come here? The girl spoke. Her voice was as sweet as her face, with a childish smile. Li Muhan guessed she must be a Taoist of this temple. It was his first time seeing a Taoist nun. Little priestess, I heard some sound from this pool, so I came to look. Sound? Her expression changed slightly. You must have misheard. This is stagnant water, not even a single fish. How could there be sound? Maybe I misheard then? You definitely misheard. I'll take you back to the main hall. Li Muhan scratched his head. Her meaning was clear, she didn't want him here. But his purpose wasn't to worship at the temple. Could Lindsay have given the wrong address? Little sister, no, little priestess, may I ask you something? He felt that what he was about to say would make her think he was crazy, but the appointment time was almost here, so he had no choice but to ask. Do you know where the Department of Supernatural Management is? Unexpectedly, when she heard this, she was stunned, then her smile grew wider. So it's you. Why did you take so long? I waited for you last night until I fell asleep. She pouted at Li Muhan in dissatisfaction. Huh? Wait for me. All right, come with me. Master is waiting for you. She grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the hut. Wait, are you sure you didn't mistake me for someone else? Mistake? Aren't you Li Muhan, captain of the 7th squad? Only when she spoke his name and position did Li Muhan understand. So this little girl was a colleague. She pushed open the hut's old door. This is the Department of Supernatural Management. Whoosh! A cold wind blew. Inside were only messy desks and books, looking abandoned. It was impressive that she could say this so proudly. Hurry, come in. She pushed him inside, then closed the door behind them. This isn't quite what I imagined. Truly the supernatural? Li Muhan was about to complain that the place looked more like a haunted house than an office. The girl went to the wall and knocked in a rhythm. Suddenly, an 8 trigram symbol appeared on the wall. Then she lit 7 star lamps around the trigram, and the broken cabinet nearby began to open slowly, revealing an elevator. Isn't it amazing? Her eyes shone as she looked at Li Muhan, waiting to be praised. Feels like Granny Lu entering Hogwarts. Li Muhan didn't know how else to describe the sense of absurdity. It was even crazier than the underground headquarters of the Tianhai Special Bureau. All right, hurry inside. She pushed him into the elevator, then followed. It all felt strangely familiar. Li Muhan thought nothing would surprise him anymore. But he was wrong. When the elevator stopped and the doors opened, he was dumbfounded. Before him was a small complex built inside Tsuiwei Mountain itself. The buildings were all traditional style, none of the high-tech look of the main special bureau. And because of that, it felt solemn and mysterious. Welcome to the Tianhai City Special Bureau, Department of Supernatural Management. The girl jumped out, spreading her arms proudly. One word, perfect. All Li Muhan could do was give a thumbs up. There were Taoist temples, Buddhist temples, even strange buildings he couldn't name. Following the girl, they entered a huge Taoist hall, even larger than Jinwu Temple. Inside, Li Muhan couldn't help but laugh. Men and women in Taoist robes were holding tablets with the Bagua symbol, operating holographic projections. The scene was indescribably bizarre. You guys are pretty trendy, he said as he walked through them. Of course. Science and mysticism combined, that's the future. The girl greeted people as she explained. Finally, they reached a room deep in the hall. Li Muhan thought he had seen it all. Surely nothing could surprise him anymore. But when the old wooden door opened, he saw an old Taoist with immortal bearing, a young monk with a fierce look like Vajra, and a beautiful girl in a Western-style Lolita dress, graceful and elegant. The 3 of them were sitting at a table. If I play this 3 of a kind, little monk, how will you respond? Then this monk will have to use my treasure. Captain, be careful. Bomb. I win. The final winner was the girl. Li Muhan felt his eyes water. Really, all his years of education collapsed at that moment. Was this the special bureau or a comedy club? Could they be serious for once? Master. The young girl ran to the old Taoist and pulled his arm, shaking it. Xiao Linglong, don't make trouble. Master is about to turn the tables. I already played a bomb, how are you still turning the tables? The foreign girl, speaking in a northeastern accent, looked at the old Taoist provocatively. Do the 2 of you not see this poor monk at all? Amitba, watch me. The game went on for about 10 more minutes. In the end, the winner was still the foreign lady. Smiling, she took the money from the old Taoist and the young monk, then looked toward the door. And this little friend is? Thank you. You're the first person who noticed my existence after I came in. Li Muhan felt like crying. The little girl who brought him in had originally planned to introduce him, but she had also been pulled into playing cards by her master. Now she suddenly remembered her task. Ah, master. This is what I wanted to tell you, Director Lin's person has arrived. The old Taoist, just having lost money, looked unhappy. He raised his eyes at Li Muhan. His thin cheekbones and sunken eyes made Li Muhan feel like this man could pass away at any moment. Heh, I don't see any person, only an evil spirit. Those words made Li Muhan surprised. It seemed the old Taoist had instantly seen the demon inside him. The monk, however, was polite. He stood, put his palms together, and bowed to Li Muhan. Amitabha, this benefactor must be Captain Li Muhan of the 7th Squad. Hello, Master. Li Muhan imitated the monk, putting his palms together and bowing back. Enough, enough. Money is lost, the person has arrived, this game is over. The old Taoist picked up his horsetail whisk and gave it a light sweep. The poker cards on the table instantly vanished without a trace. Xiao Linglong, go brew a pot of good tea, it's time to talk about business. The little Taoist girl skipped out of the room. Soon she came back, carrying a tray with a steaming pot of fragrant tea and 4 cups. What are you standing there for? Come sit, Captain Li. The old Taoist waved his whisk, and suddenly a chair appeared in front of Li Muhan. It was truly amazing. Scratching his head, Li Muhan sat down, thinking this old man must have been a magician in the past. Better just call me Li Muhan. The way you say it makes me feel like I'm Japanese. First of all, thank you for coming to support our 9th Squad. As you can see, the whole Tsuiwei Mountain belongs to the Department of Supernatural Management, and the 9th Squad is the main combat team here. The old Taoist stroked his beard. If not for seeing him play cards just now, Li Muhan really would have thought him a true master. And I am the captain of the 9th Squad, Taoist Qianhuang, Huang Zizai. Amitabha, this poor monk's dharma name is Zhongya, secular name Sha Lu. Li Muhan nearly spat out his tea. Master, you must be the frontline attacker in the team, right? Zhongya raised an eyebrow, his gaze carrying a bit of respect. How did the benefactor see that? Indeed, my duty is to subdue demons with Vajra power. Because once you enter the field, of course you use Zonya's hourglass. Li Muhan didn't say that out loud. Although this monk looked righteous, when he played cards earlier his killing intent had been overwhelming. He had thought the 7th Squad was strong, but it seemed the 9th Squad was even more full of hidden masters. That boy Huatian, did he really kill a cholera-class creature? The old Taoist crossed his legs, sipping tea while watching Li Muhan. At the mention of Huatian, Li Muhan's expression grew serious. He nodded firmly. Yes, alone. TCH, so eager to show off. And now he lost his life. What a joke. Li Muhan was instantly angry. He didn't think it was funny at all. But seeing that the always careless Huang Zizai had a trace of sadness on his face, he swallowed his words. Amitabha, Captain Huatian was a true hero. That's right, Taoist Huang. Captain Hua fought and killed a cholera-class creature all by himself. Hearing the monk and the stylish foreign woman say this, Taoist Huang's face grew sour. Enough, enough. Stop boasting. Let's talk business. The reason we asked you here was out of necessity. Right now, all usable manpower of the Department of Supernatural Management is here. What about the other squads? Li Muhan remembered that Lin Zhe had said there were 5 squads under the department. The 9th Squad was the ace team, but surely the others weren't all useless. You think combat members of the Bureau are like vegetables in the market? Grab a handful, and there's plenty. Huang Zizai rolled his eyes. Li Muhan realized he had misspoken and quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I only thought so because in the 7th Squad all members are combatants, so. Before he finished, Huang Zizai suddenly stood up. No wonder you're from headquarters, your tone is different. Your 7th Squad is from the main bureau. Even if you're at the bottom of headquarters, you're still headquarters. Unlike us with nothing. In the Department of Supernatural Management, only the 9th Squad is a combat squad. Got it? Got it, got it, please calm down. Li Muhan smiled bitterly, apologizing. What a maddening kid. Humph. Huang Zizai sat down again, drinking tea in big gulps before calming down. Li Muhan quickly changed the topic. Everyone, I only know Taoist Huang and Master Zhongya's names. Could the other 2 introduce yourselves? At once, the little Taoist girl happily raised her hand. Me. Let me first. Seeing her bouncing, Li Muhan thought she was very lively. This poor Taoist is Yu Linglong, Taoist name Yulong. She shook her head dramatically, imitating her master. I told you, you're not qualified for a Taoist name yet. Introduce yourself properly. Huang Zizai smacked her head. Pouting, she muttered a bit, then looked at Li Muhan again. My name is Yu Linglong, 14 years old, trainee member of the 9th Squad of the Department of Supernatural Management. Li Muhan smiled and reached out his hand. Nice to meet you, Linglong. but instead of shaking his hand, she leaned forward and sniffed him. Such a strong smell of blood, and also a zombie scent. No, wolf scent. Wait, there's another strange smell I don't know. Huh? Zombie? Bat? Wolf? What? Lee Muhan was stunned. From her words, his body sounded like a zoo. Smack. Huang's eye hit her head again. Not zombie, that's vampire. After all, his guarantor is that calamity-class vampire. The one speaking was the foreign girl, covering her mouth as she laughed. Her long light golden hair was slightly curled, her features exotic, especially her sapphire blue eyes that shone like lost jewels of time. My turn. My name is Sasha, Sasha Crossed. As you can see, I'm not from Huaxia. I'm from the Eastern European Special Bureau, here on exchange. My profession is astrology. A Taoist and a monk together wasn't too strange. But now an astrologer too. Lee Muhan felt like an old man on the subway staring at a phone. Hello, Mississippi. He greeted her like on TV, and her smile grew. You're really cute. Alright, now that introductions are done, do you have more questions? If not, I'll start talking about the mission. As the backbone of the squad and head of Zhenwu Temple, Huang Zizai carried on the true lineage of Taoism. A genuine master of Taoist arts. Now his gaze at Lee Muhan was different than before. As if staring through his body, straight at the demon power inside. It made Lee Muhan's hair stand on end. Because these people weren't supernatural beings, they were all human. Yet the pressure they gave off was stronger than that cholera-class monster from before. I do have a question, Taoist Huang. Lee Muhan slowly raised his hand. This isn't school. If you want to speak, just speak. Huang Zizai impatiently shook his leg. His image of a refined Taoist hadn't even lasted 10 minutes, and he was already back to looking like an old gambler. I heard Director Lin say that your supernatural teammate had an accident, so they let me come to fill in. I want to ask, was she injured in battle? After Lee Muhan's words, everyone looked at each other. Finally, Yu Linglong rushed to speak. I'll answer. Answer, my ass. And raise your hand before you speak. Huang Zizai smacked the back of the little girl's head again. Lee Muhan couldn't help but sigh, this master was really double standard. Amitba, Benefactor Lee's question, is it because you're worried the mission is too dangerous? To be honest, yes. After all, I don't really understand this supernatural stuff. You probably also know, I'm just a chaos class being, not very strong. Huang Zizai sneered, picked up his teacup, downed it, and then said mockingly. I thought you were some big deal. Headquarters treats you like a treasure, even gave you a captain spot, but turns out you're this timid. Lee Muhan didn't get angry. He was good at reading people, and this Taoist Huang, regardless of his skills, clearly had a bold, childish personality. Amitba, let me explain instead. As if to ease the tension, Zhongya spoke. Benefactor Lee, your concern is not without reason. To be honest, our supernatural teammate was indeed injured. Lee Muhan immediately felt things weren't simple. If something could injure the A supernatural squad's member, this was serious trouble. Could he alone really handle it? But the monk quickly added. But it wasn't because of a mission. It was other reasons. Very complicated. Amitba. Now Lee Muhan was confused. Before he could think further, the foreign girl Sasha spoke up. In fact, I only came to the Huaxia Bureau not long ago, about half a year. My purpose was also to help the Tianhai Bureau deal with this incident. Sasha smiled as she spoke. She was from the Eastern European Bureau, sent here specifically for this. I'm ashamed. My skills are not enough, I haven't been able to help the 9th Squad solve this matter. What kind of incident is so difficult? Lee Muhan grew more curious. Finally Huang Zizai snorted. Humph, it's just one cunning supernatural creature, occupying an old tower, holding holy souls as hostages so we can't strike. Sasha already located the creature for us. We've acted 3 times, but every time we had to retreat because of the many living souls. Master, you can just call me Sasha. Alright, Benefactor Sasha. Are living souls really that powerful? Lee Muhan asked. Huang Zizai let out a disdainful laugh. Humph, cultivators eliminate demons and protect the way. But those living souls are innocent human souls. If we really attack, they'd all scatter and vanish. That's why we haven't been able to take down the creature in that old tower. So that was the 9th Squad's dilemma. Now it made sense. The old building wasn't just haunted, it held a dangerous supernatural creature. And it used living souls as hostages to prevent a direct assault. Let me be clear. I'm only Chaos Class. I don't have confidence that I can contribute much to your operation. This wasn't modesty. Lee Muhan knew his strength. If it were another cholera class like that one, he couldn't guarantee victory. He couldn't even do what Hua Tian did, dying together. Don't worry. We'll handle the living souls. Your only target is to rush to the top of the old building and finish that creature. Huang Zizai continued. One last question. Li Muhan glanced around at them. Is your supernatural teammate so badly injured she can't fight alongside me? If she joined, the odds would be much better. At his words, everyone fell silent. Yes, very badly hurt. Sasha smiled bitterly, looking away. Seriously injured, yes. Monk Zhongya pressed his palms together and lowered his head. Sister Qiyuan is injured? Why didn't I know, MMM? Poor Yu Linglong was smacked on the head again before she could finish. Huang Zizai held down his disciple's head and spoke to Li Muhan. Fine. To show you we're not lying, we'll let you see for yourself. So Li Muhan followed them to the far end of the temple side hall. The room looked very girlish, with pink paint on the door and a famous toy doll hanging on it. The doll held a sign that read, "Do not disturb." This. Looking at the door, Li Muhan could hardly imagine what kind of supernatural being lived inside. In any case, she's truly badly hurt. Huang Zizai patted Li Muhan's shoulder. If you don't believe, you can go in yourself. Should he go in? Li Muhan hesitated. Finally, he decided he should. If he could convince this Qiyuan to fight with him, their chances would rise. He swallowed, slowly raised his hand, and the instant he touched the door, he felt a terrible pressure, like something was warning him, "Don't come in." He turned to look at the others. They all looked away. Sasha even sighed. I'll go in anyway. The mission matters. Actually, survival mattered. If someone could fight with him, that was twice the strength. Go, then. Huang Zizai nodded and patted his shoulder. Li Muhan grabbed the handle, twisted it, click, and the door opened. His figure was swallowed by darkness as the door shut with a clack. Sasha was the first to laugh. Then the others joined in. Even the monk smirked. Only Yu Linglong stayed quiet. Amitba, Puhaha, benefactorly really went to find Qiyuan. Ha, now there'll be a show. Place your bets, place your bets. Huang Zizai rolled up his sleeves and pulled out a few 100 yuan notes. I bet this kid won't last 5 minutes. Amitba, 10 minutes. Then I'll bet 30 minutes. Yu Linglong blinked her big eyes and finally raised her hand. I think brother Li Muhan can bring sister Qiyuan out. Oh ho, such a little one, already ready to lose money. Tonight's bill is on my disciple, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, inside the darkness, Li Muhan's eyes locked forward. In the center of the room was a sofa. In front of it, a TV. A slim figure curled up on the sofa, staring at the TV. Li Muhan stepped closer, and realized the TV was playing a famous Japanese drama that always made people cry. Hello? He tried greeting the figure on the sofa. At his voice, her body trembled. Slowly, she turned her head. Li Muhan gasped. He saw a face no less beautiful than Xiaoyu's. And at that moment, tears hung at the corners of her eyes, cheeks flushed. She had clearly been crying. It made Li Muhan think of an old poem. A jade-like face, lonely, with tears flowing dry, like a branch of pear blossoms touched by spring rain. Who are you? The black hair hanging down the sofa like a waterfall was slightly messy, but it only made the girl look softer, like flowing water. Her pale red eyes glistened with tears as she stared directly at Li Muhan. Hello, I'm Li Muhan, captain of the 7th squad. I came to support the 9th squad's mission. I heard you were injured, so I wanted to see if there's anything I can help with. Injured? Yes, I was injured. Very deeply injured. As she spoke, tears like pearls welled up and fell from her eyes. Don't cry, don't cry. Where are you hurt? Li Muhan quickly grabbed a few tissues and handed them to her. The girl took the tissues, wiped her tears, then looked at him again. Do you worry about me? Of course I worry about you. If you recover, you can fight with me. At least I won't have to carry everything alone. Can you come closer? She looked at him with pleading eyes. Li Muhan didn't know what she wanted, but after just a second of hesitation, tears spilled again from her eyes. You don't want to come closer, you're afraid of me? Afraid of what? We're both non-humans. Fine, I'll see where you're hurt. He steeled himself and stepped forward. At worst, she wouldn't just eat him on the spot, right? My injury. The girl slowly reached out, held his hand, and pressed it against her chest. Is here. What the hell? Li Muhan tried to pull back, but her grip was shockingly strong. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move. Why? We loved each other so much. Why did he betray me? Her tears fell like pearls, and Li Muhan panicked. Wait, what's going on? Calm down, big girl. Why? Why betray me? Wait, the injury you meant, is heartbreak? Heartbreak, yes. Such pain is like a knife stabbing the heart, unforgettable, carved into the bones. Heart not matching words. Li Muhan was speechless and started spouting nonsense idioms. Heart not matching words, yes. He was a liar who said one thing and did another. That bastard swore we'd be together forever. Why lie to me? So basically, you met a scumbag, huh? Look, everyone meets a few scumbags in life. Why get stuck on it? No. He loved me. He said it, he even wrote eternal love into the end of a poem. But why did he leave me and marry someone else? Wait, these lines sound familiar. He told me he couldn't sleep if he couldn't see my smile. But now, why? Tears dripped onto Li Muhan's hand. Seeing her crying so pitifully, he could only curse in his heart. Let me ask bluntly. Your boyfriend, his surname isn't Joe, is it? Damn, so you're just some delusional fangirl. What do you mean? I mean, if we slowly let go of love, we'll go farther. Why change the time already lost? Li Muhan decided to fight poison with poison. If she was delusional, he'd use her delusion against her. You sound so much like him. Ugh, should I let go? How do I let go? Easy. Just find a new one. The girl's tear-clouded eyes suddenly began to clear. You mean, there are so many good men in the world. Why hang yourself on one tree? You're so beautiful, you'll definitely meet someone who belongs only to you. The girl sniffled, then gripped his hand tighter. You think I'm beautiful? Beautiful? You're beyond beautiful, like a fairy. I guarantee, girl, if you stand on the street, there'll be a chain car crash. Why? Because every driver will stick their head out just to look at you. Too beautiful. Her cheeks flushed slightly. What's your name? I think I already introduced myself. I'm Li Muhan. The girl slowly lowered her head, and in a voice that made his bones weak, said, My name is Chi Yuan. From today on, you are my everything. My world. My universe. My lover. Li Muhan froze, then slowly stood, though she still held his hand. Wait, hold on. You mean, you've shifted your target to me? No, this isn't shifting. This is true love. Everything I went through was so I could meet you. Only with you did I finally feel the world full of color. No. Sister, I can't. I'm just an orphan. It sounded abrupt, but it was true. I'm the same. My mother is alive, but I've long since lost her. From today, I'm your family. What? It's only 3 p.m., still time. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. We'll get married. You can propose to me later and give me a ring. We'll be happy, we'll have lots of children. I love you. Chi Yuan threw herself into his arms. Li Muhan rolled and crawled into a corner in fright. Don't come. Calm down. How can you meet someone and just say, love? Do you even understand love? Of course I do. Why avoid me? Don't you want to hug me? Men like that, right? Or, do you want me without clothes? I'm shy, but if you want it here, I'll do it. Darling, for you, I'll give my body right now. She started unbuttoning her clothes. Li Muhan jumped up and shouted. Hey! Stop! You know what? Love must be mutual. Two people must love each other for happiness. Yes, and we do. I love you. But I don't love you. At those words, the room fell silent. Then flames began to rise around Chi Yuan. When she lifted her head again, the tenderness in her eyes was gone, only coldness remained. What did you just say? I meant, we just met. So what? We don't know each other. I know your name, you know mine. Isn't that enough? Of course not. You don't love me, but you barged into my heart. You can't escape. Li Muhan, you are destined to be mine. She flicked her fingers. Flames rose around Li Muhan, pushing him closer to her. No. Sister. Let's talk this out. I already have someone I like. So, you betrayed me. You loved me, but you've strayed. I can't take this anymore. Like mad, Li Muhan burst out, smashing the door open and fleeing. Bang! Huang Zizai, pressed to the door eavesdropping, got smashed and sent flying, nose bleeding. Li Muhan scrambled out in terror. Hey, brother, where you rushing off to? Huang Zizai clutched his bleeding nose, grinning lewdly as he watched Li Muhan's escape. You can't escape. You are destined to be mine. A second later, Chi Yuan's figure flashed past them, chasing Li Muhan. Little Linglong wins. You Linglong posed like a victor. How the hell did you win? Huang Zizai asked unhappily. I bet brother Li Muhan could bring sister Chi Yuan out. Look, she's out now, and in such a good mood, playing games with him. Linglong, in some sense, that's not called playing a game. Sasha covered her face, embarrassed. Anyway, sister Chi Yuan came out. Pay up. Get lost, little money grubber. Fine, you too, give me the money. I'm her master, I'll keep it safe for her. Master. How can you be like this? Too much. Li Muhan slammed the table hard. He had been chased by Qi Yuan for more than an hour, from inside the bureau all the way to the outside of Tsuiwei Mountain. In the end, even after opening his domain, he was still pinned to the ground by this strange non-human. You like this? You like this? I like it too. I will torment you. I'll make you feel human bliss in pain. No. I'm not a masochist. Please, sister. Stop. Don't pull at my pants. If the whole supernatural management division hadn't come to rescue him, Li Muhan might have been forced on the lover's cliff of Tsuiwei Mountain. Don't be angry, benefactor Li. Nothing actually happened. The big monk Zhongya comforted him while pouring him a cup of tea. Exactly. You even touched our little Qi Yuan's chest, so what are you screaming about? Got a bargain and still complain. The old Taoist Huang Zizai grinned wickedly at Li Muhan, clearly wanting to tease him more. Li Muhan wanted to cry but had no tears. Just then, the door opened. Sasha walked in, followed by someone else. When Li Muhan saw who it was, he jumped up from his chair in shock. Her? She came again? It was Qi Yuan behind Sasha. Sorry. But this time, Qi Yuan looked very downcast, like a child who had done wrong, hiding behind Sasha and not daring to look at Li Muhan. It was me who offended you. What's wrong with her? Li Muhan looked at her now, completely unable to connect her with the crazed girl who had chased him over several mountain ridges. Little Qi Yuan's mind is not very stable. The bureau gives her regular treatment. Once she's provoked, she suddenly becomes like another person. Sasha gently pushed Qi Yuan forward, making her face Li Muhan. Truly, I'm sorry. Forget it, nothing really happened anyway. Then Li Muhan learned from the others that Qi Yuan was a descendant of the Chongming bird. The Chongming bird was an ancient divine bird in Huaxia. Because it had twin pupils, it was called the Chongming bird. In legend, this bird had great strength, could move mountains and fill seas, and could drive away demons and beasts. So in ancient times, it was regarded as a divine bird to ward off evil and guard homes. But with the passing of time, fewer and fewer people knew of it, until it faded away. And Qi Yuan was one of the children left behind in this world. At first, she feared humans. Later, after watching, she felt humans were interesting, and began to approach them, even taking human form. She helped humans resist evil spirits and calamities. But whenever she revealed her divine power, she was seen as a monster. Helpless, she had to keep changing her dwelling places, until she was discovered by Lin Zhe of the Bureau. Hearing this, Li Muhan felt Lin Zhe was like playing Pokemon, constantly gathering non-humans and talents, basically an outstanding HR representative. Using some unknown way, Lin Zhe brought back this descendant of a divine bird to Tianhai City Bureau. Because of her unique divine power to drive away evil, she was placed into the Supernatural Management Division. But Qi Yuan had been betrayed by humans too many times. Her heart was very conflicted. Should she love humans, or fear them? She didn't want humans hurt, but she didn't want to be hurt by them either. Gradually, her emotions twisted more and more, so she put her feelings into things that ordinary people would find absurd. Like the words Li Muhan just heard from her, treating a certain famous singer as her lover. Even now, I don't think Qi Yuan is ready for this mission. Sasha concluded. I'm really sorry, everyone. Qi Yuan clasped her skirt in front of her hands, looking very guilty. The Supernatural Management Division has already set the plan. Tonight we act. We can't delay anymore. The evil energy released from that old tower is getting heavier, already at a point we can't ignore. Huang Zizai said. Watching them discuss, Li Muhan sighed and raised his hand. I'm here, aren't I? I came for this. Don't worry. Even though I'm not as strong as Miss Qi Yuan, I still have some fighting power. He smiled. But he didn't notice that Qi Yuan's eyes were already filling with little hearts as she looked at him. Kid, that's the attitude. I like it. Now you're finally worthy of your dead captain Huatian. Every time Huatian was mentioned, Li Muhan still felt a pang, but soon the group pulled the topic back to the mission. Tonight, 3 squads of the division will move, 9th, 10th, and 11th. We're the only main force. The other 2 squads have no combat members, so they'll only set up domain decrees around the tower. Domain decrees, Li Muhan now understood, were another invention of the Bureau's Science Council. Once set, the whole area was copied out of this plane. Ordinary people would not be affected, except the target. This was one of the reasons Bureau operations had never been discovered. As for Captain Li, your mission is clear. Huang Zizai flicked his horsetail whisk over the table. A holographic projection of the tower appeared. He pointed at the top. Go to the top floor. Deal with that bastard. Li Muhan nodded. This wasn't his first mission, but it was clearly different. Last time, Huatian killed the cholera-class non-human alone. Li Muhan only landed the finishing blow, easy work. But this time, he would face an equally dangerous non-human directly. Not because it was strong, but because it was cunning, always forcing the bureau to retreat. I'll do my best. After the meeting, Yu Linglong suddenly raised her hand. Master. The meeting's over, can I ask my question now? What question again? Kids should go home and do homework. Master, I'm just curious. Why did Sister Qiyuan act strange when she saw Brother Li Muhan, but when she saw you and Master Zhongya, she had no reaction at all? Amitba. Huang's eyes face darkened, Zhongya's too. Why is that? Linglong pressed. Maybe because my aura is too strong. Maybe because this monk stays far from women. But the one who answered was Qiyuan herself. She glanced shyly at Li Muhan, then whispered something that crushed both Huang's Zai and Zhongya. I judge by looks. That night, around 10 p.m., Li Muhan followed Huang's Zai and the others to the old tower in the suburbs. It stood alone among low houses, like a lonely lighthouse. Only the carved rails and eaves told of its past glory. Now, only a sinister aura remained. Li Muhan had heard of this tower's legend. Luo Yang once told him never to wander here at night, it was haunted, terribly haunted. Years ago, the city government tried to demolish it. Every time, accidents happened, workers injured, excavators broken. So it became a historical leftover problem. Bah, nonsense. That was us. Huang Zizai scoffed from the back seat when he heard Li Muhan mention the tale. Think about it. If people really tore it down, everything inside would escape. Would Tianhai City survive? So those ghost stories were your doing? Not all. There were shops and homes here. But at night, strange things happened. Over time, the whole area was abandoned. Amitba. That only shows the things inside are no longer satisfied with the tower. They want more territory. So tonight, we must end it. Since the operation was set for midnight, Li Muhan was now with the members of the 9th Squad making preparations near the tower. This was also the first time Li Muhan had seen a large-scale operation of the Bureau. Unlike the small-scale infiltration and hostage rescues of the 7th Squad, the Supernatural Management Division this time was determined to resolve the matter. Several nearby suburbs had been completely sealed off. More than 10 disguised Bureau buses drove into the empty lot near the tower. Li Muhan saw that the people getting out of the buses were almost all monks and Taoists. He knew these monks and Taoists were not like combat members. They did not have the ability to directly face non-humans. They relied more on the mysterious wisdom passed down from their ancestors. Xiaoyu did not come with him. He heard it was Lin Zai's request. After all, Li Muhan needed to get used to the Bureau's workflow. As a captain, he couldn't let Xiaoyu clean up his mess every time something happened. And Lin Zai had secretly told him on the phone, Xiaoyu's condition was very special. Because she hadn't drunk fresh blood for hundreds of years, her power had greatly declined. To recover her full strength might take a long time. For this reason, Lin Zai even approved a special nutrition allowance for Li Muhan as payment for giving Xiaoyu fresh blood every day. 10,000 a month, is my blood really that valuable, or is the Bureau just too rich? Li Muhan looked at his bank account on his phone. In just half a month, he had already received tens of thousands. He thought inviting Guruashi's parents to dinner would cost several tens of thousands, but Lin Zai reimbursed all of it. After Xiaoyu's daily expenses and clothes, he still had 20,000 left. Looking at the money in his account, Li Muhan sighed. He no longer had that first-time thought of, this money comes too easily. Because he had personally seen Captain Huatian's sacrifice. Whether it was Huatian or other members of the Bureau, they were fighting non-humans that humans could almost never resist. Earlier that day, Sasha told him the situation in Eastern Europe was even worse. In Huaxia, there were many powerful non-humans who possessed wisdom and chose to stand with humans. But in foreign countries, it was different. Most non-humans were powerful and evil. They toyed with the world just to satisfy their desires. In fact, Huaxia's bureau could be said to be the best in the world at managing non-humans. Li Muhan couldn't help but sigh. Huaxia was vast and rich, and many powerful non-humans were intelligent, capable of telling good from evil. Compared with the chaotic, evil hellscapes elsewhere, they were more willing to help humans build an orderly nation. Amitba, benefactor, your flash move looked just like a disabled person playing. Inside a small house, the 9th Squad members were preparing. The big monk Zhongya was playing a mobile game with someone intensely. Judging by his words and serious face, he was very dissatisfied. Amitba, benefactor, monks do not lie. You're not fit for this game. With that paralyzed hand operation, I fear you'll have a seizure mid-game and suffocate. You should put down your phone and become a Buddha on the spot. No, wrong, my Buddha does not save idiots. Li Muhan was speechless. This monk not only had a gaming addiction, but also the dirtiest mouth. Hey, little sister, I really am a Taoist, the abbot of Wuzhuang Temple on Suiwei Mountain. I saw your photos on Moments, you've got a big chest, a big omen. Looks like fate. How about we meet, have dinner, and I'll help you understand it deeply. Meanwhile, Taoist Huang Zizai was lying on a bench in the corner, crossing his legs, flirting with some girl on WeChat. His intention was obvious, either to scam money or sex. Only Sasha seemed serious. She sat at a table with a deck of tarot cards spread before her. Li Muhan, curious, sat opposite to watch. Sit down. Want me to read for you? Sasha looked up and smiled. She was a little older than Li Muhan, so he called her Sister Sasha. Sister Sasha, sorry, I don't really believe in this stuff. Don't believe in mysticism, or don't believe in fate? Well, Li Muhan scratched his head. It sounded too blunt, so he just forced a smile. Come on, just keep me company. Well, fine. I've never played this. What do I do? Draw 3 cards. Her fingers were nimble. The cards seemed alive as she shuffled them. Soon a neat stack lay on the table. Any card? Yes. But while you draw, think of the question you most want answered. Sasha rested her chin on her hands, staring at him like she could see through him. Strangely, the first image in his mind was her. Xiaoyu, sitting alone on a swing in the park, eyes empty. That was their first meeting. From that night, everything in his life had changed. Now Xiaoyu lived with him, his official guarantor. But what about after? He joined the bureau thanks to her. But what would come next? Where would their future go? It was like Sasha could see it all in his eyes. Her smile softened. She gently touched the back of his hand. Don't be nervous. Follow your heart. He took a deep breath. He was nervous now, even though he didn't believe in this Western stuff. He randomly drew 3 cards. Sasha placed them in a triangle. Then she flipped the first. The Hanged Man, upright. Sacrifice. What you want will require paying a price. But it reminds you, only by giving can you gain. Temperance, reversed. Purification. You and Miss Xia are both in a healing process. It may not go smoothly, but your actions will greatly influence it. Li Muhan felt it was just a con. This could apply to anyone. But then he realized something was off. Wait, how do you know I was thinking about? The cards tell me everything. When you touched them, I already knew your question. Sister Sasha, you're messing with me, right? Believe, and it exists. Don't believe, and it doesn't. Isn't that one of your Huaxia sayings? And another, better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Li Muhan smiled awkwardly. He couldn't ruin the mood, so he said. Sister Sasha, please flip the last one. I want to see the result. Sasha touched the last card, but didn't flip it. She sighed softly, smiling helplessly. Looks like time's up. As she spoke, Huang Zizai sat up, and Zhongya put away his phone. It's midnight. Time to begin. Sasha smiled at Li Muhan. Helpless, he followed Huang Zizai outside. After they left, Sasha's smile vanished. How interesting. I can't see the future of those two. That ruins my reputation. She flipped the last card. The tower, reversed. At midnight, cold winds blew around the tower. Li Muhan could even faintly hear some strange crying sounds coming from the tower. Looks like these things are very active. Huang Zizai stroked his beard, flicked his long sleeve, and took out a walkie-talkie. He spoke to the Taoists and monks who were already in place according to a formation pattern. Everyone, be ready. Tonight is important. I'm telling you, don't mess up. The Chongming bird is the last suppression method. If we fail, even with our dear Captain Li here, only then can we use the Chongming bird. Li Muhan understood, the so-called outside support meant him. But being called Captain Li like that, especially from Huang Zizai's sly mouth, just sounded wrong. He glanced at Qi Yuan beside him and saw that she was still timid, hiding behind Sasha, with no intention of acting. The tower is not only imprisoning evil spirits but also the souls of innocent people. Their spirits are locked inside, forced and oppressed by the non-human at the top of the tower. Zhongya seemed to notice Li Muhan's doubts. He pressed his palms together toward the tower and then continued. And the power of the Chongming bird represents great exorcising force. But this power does not distinguish between good and evil. Last time it was used, many innocent souls inside the tower were destroyed forever. That is something we never want to see again. So it's up to me to deal with the source. Let me ask you all first, masters. Li Muhan holstered his gun at his waist as he spoke. He was now wearing a suit with suspenders, a bureau uniform designed to carry weapons easily. Without the jacket, just in shirt and suspenders, his build stood out, so much that even Sasha let out a quiet laugh. No wonder Qi Yuan had fallen for him at first sight. He then strapped on a long backpack. Inside was Hua Tian's demon-suppressing sword. If I kill that non-human, won't the spirits inside go out of control? Yes, Huang Zizai said. Even though that demon keeps absorbing power from the spirits, it also gathers them together. If the demon suddenly disappears, all that centuries-old resentment could flatten Tianhai City. Then, why are we doing this? It doesn't seem like it's done anything evil. As soon as he asked, he knew he had said the wrong thing. But Huang Zizai just sneered. In Huaxia, good and evil have never coexisted. If I do not go to hell, who will? Don't worry. Why do you think so many people came tonight? Ever seen the Great Passage formation for the dead? Li Muhan shook his head. Huang Zizai stroked his beard, gave him a sly sideways look, and said, Then tonight you'll see. You just deal with that bastard. We'll handle the rest. Li Muhan was about to think more when he suddenly felt a gaze from behind. He turned sharply. By the corner of a wall near an empty house, a head was peeking at him. When it saw him notice, it quickly shrank back. After a while, half the face peeked out again, reluctant to leave his sight. Qi Yuan? Li Muhan looked at her in confusion as she hid in the corner, secretly watching him. She probably wants to speak with you. Go ahead. There are still about 10 minutes before we're ready. Monk Zhongya gestured for him to go. Li Muhan knew Qi Yuan's strangeness wasn't her fault. She had been betrayed by humans too many times, yet deep down she still loved humans, so her feelings had become twisted. He felt sympathy for her. After all, despite all the hurt, she was still willing to join the Bureau to help humans. That must come from a love so deep it defied reason. So he nodded. At least for that kind of love, he would listen to what she wanted to say. What do you want to tell me? He walked to the wall, where Qi Yuan stood with her hands folded in front, uneasy. I also want to fight with you. I really, truly love you. I understand. Li Muhan knew her love was a great love. A love for all humans, without distinction. But now she couldn't tell the difference. She thought she loved Li Muhan deeply, that he was her everything. But it was only because he had said what she most longed to hear. If someone else had said it, maybe it would have been the same. Well, not Huang Zizai or the monk. After all, Qi Yuan cared about appearances. I used to control my power. But now, I don't know why. I can't control it anymore. I always end up hurting the people I love. Then, blushing, she quickly added. But the one I love most is you. You're special. It's fine. Taoist Huang already told me your situation is special. Thank you for understanding. I can repay you. I can make it up to you. If you want, I can do anything. Huh? You want it now? Here. But we're about to go. Fine. Even though I have no experience, I'll do my best to satisfy you. What the hell? Deja vu. When Xia Yu first came to his home, she was the same. Do all these non-human girls have persecution delusions? Li Muhan quickly grabbed her shoulders. Listen. You don't need to repay or compensate me. Just promise me one thing. I will. Qi Yuan looked at him seriously, eyes full of sincerity and expectation. No, not marriage. Oh? She lowered her head, a little disappointed. Then what is it? If I fail and can't kill that non-human, you must finish it for me. Qi Yuan stared blankly at him. She was willing to do anything, yet he was asking something so obvious. Even if you didn't ask. What I mean is, my power might lose control. If I'm pushed that far, I might harm Bureau members. So before that happens, you must kill me. Qi Yuan froze. What was he saying? Not a proposal. Not asking for her body. But begging her to kill him? Tears slowly slid down her cheeks. Looking at the man before her, countless feelings surged inside. And most of all, her most sincere and pure love for humanity. I promise you. The time has come. Huang Zizai stood in front of the tower. At this moment, all around the tower, the Supernatural Management Division's people had already been positioned according to a special formation. Li Muhan even saw a few people in suits who clearly looked like leaders. But Huang Zizai was the commander-in-chief tonight. His face no longer had that shameless look. He suddenly flicked his horsetail whisk. The white whisk shook in midair with a snap. Open the gate, form the array. At his order, Li Muhan heard the tower, or rather, the entire block, suddenly covered by a Buddhist chant. Countless monks pressed their palms together, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began reciting scriptures. These chants should have brought peace of mind, but to Li Muhan they sounded unbearably harsh. He pressed his forehead, struggling to suppress the nausea. An inexplicable anger kept rising from deep within. At that moment, a hand gently held his arm. Don't worry. Qi Yuan held his hand. A warm energy flowed from her palm into his body. That power calmed him, as if suppressing the unrest of the demon within. What did you do? Li Muhan looked at Qi Yuan in confusion. Qi Yuan lowered her head slightly, her face flushed, not daring to meet his eyes. I will help you suppress the restlessness of the demon power inside you. Hearing this, Li Muhan understood. Buddhist scriptures indeed calmed the mind. But for Bale inside him, they were the most terrifying noise in the world. Thank you. He thanked Qi Yuan, then put on his suit jacket. It was specially made by the Bureau, bulletproof, cut-resistant, and able to withstand some blasts. But now, he was facing souls that defied common sense. A month ago, if someone had told Li Muhan there were real ghosts and demons in the world, he would have laughed and stayed away from that person. But now, he was about to enter a tower full of ghosts, with a non-human waiting at the top. What a cruel joke. Kid, according to Lin Zhe's orders, before the mission starts, you must report to your guarantor and get her permission before you can act. Huang Zizai stroked his beard as he said this. Li Muhan nodded. He took out his phone and called Xiaoyu. The call was picked up instantly. On the other end, Xiaoyu's voice was anxious. The vampire girl rarely showed emotions, except when it came to Li Muhan. Is it over? Is it over? When are you coming back? It hasn't started yet. Oh. Her voice sounded disappointed. I need your authorization now. Why does this feel like I'm reporting to my parents? If I don't agree, will you come back right now? Xiaoyu, be serious. His tone grew stern. She sighed. I authorize it. Darling, with me here, nothing will happen to you. Unexpectedly, Qi Yuan spoke up from the side. Whether on purpose or not, she said it. But on the other end, Xiaoyu went silent. After a long pause, her voice came cold. Who's beside you? Just a Bureau non-human teammate. Give her the phone. Knowing Xiaoyu's tone, Li Muhan dared not disobey. He handed the phone to Qi Yuan. Turkey, stay away from him. No can do. I have to use my power to help him. That's also my duty. Qi Yuan twisted her hair with a finger, speaking in a mocking tone. If you don't want to end up as a dead chicken, then stop trying to take him. Why? He has nothing to do with you either. You're just his guarantor. I can be that too. I might not be calamity level, but I'm still a divine beast of Huaxia. Not necessarily worse than you. You. Li Muhan quickly snatched back the phone. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't go flirting with every girl I meet. Xiaoyu only answered with a cold snort. I'll come over. I don't trust you. I don't trust this mission. Enough. I'm not a child, and you're not my parent. You can't follow me on every mission. Stay home. I'll bring you breakfast. I want McMuffins. Fine. Wait at home. After hanging up, Li Muhan saw Qi Yuan looking at him with despair. So I really am extra, you really won't choose me? Cough, Qi Yuan, be normal. We're on a mission now. Huang Zizai, yawning, couldn't stand it anymore. You finally remembered there's a mission? Got your permission? Li Muhan forced a smile and nodded. My guarantor agreed. Good. Linglong, start the array. At his shout, the cute girl Yu Linglong raised 2 flags in her hands. Yes, master. She began walking the special steps, waving the flags. At the same time, all the Taoists in place followed her steps. Gochen 1 is in position, the array opens. At that instant, the heavy clouds above the old tower suddenly split apart, as if pierced. Sasha stood under the night sky. As the clouds broke, she drew a tarot card, reciting words in an ancient language no one else understood. Gochen 1, witness the brilliance. The tarot glowed blue. She scattered the cards into the sky. The cards spread like living things, and dazzling stars appeared overhead. The great array was complete. Creak. At the same time, the talismans and scriptures pasted on the old tower door glowed golden. Then the talismans cracked, the scriptures faded, and the gate opened. In that instant, countless vengeful spirits and ghosts surged out. They howled and screamed, charging with endless rage. Just then, the North Star shone in the sky. A great seal descended, binding the whole tower tightly. The ghosts were trapped inside, screaming in pain. Li Muhan, you have 15 minutes. When time is up, no matter the result, we will suppress the tower. You guys are insane. Li Muhan was stunned speechless by what the supernatural division was doing. The 7th squad had been efficient, but never like this. Now, seeing the 9th squad and this division, he was convinced. He gave Huang Zizai a thumbs up. He looked at the open gate, hearing the wails within. Focusing, he drew a deep breath. Run, wild dog. Don't stop. Get to the top floor. Bite that non-human to death. Li Muhan dashed forward, dodging the screaming ghosts, reaching the gate. He turned back, gave Huang Zizai, who had called him a wild dog, the middle finger, then shoved open the tower doors. As the doors slammed shut behind him, all outside sounds were cut off. He was surrounded by darkness. Silence all around. And yet, it felt like countless eyes were watching him. It was just like being back in the demon's opera house. Deathly silence and endless darkness wrapped around Li Muhan. He was not blocked by any vengeful spirits or fierce ghosts, but he also could not hear a single sound from the outside world. Just like that, he quickly rushed toward the top floor of the tower. But with every floor he climbed, Li Muhan felt his heartbeat getting faster. When he finally reached the top of the tower, in front of him was only a shabby, broken door. The moment he saw this door, Li Muhan froze. Because he knew this door all too well. It was the door to the children's room in the orphanage where he had lived in his childhood. Outside the tower, Qi Yuan silently gazed at the top. Her brows slightly furrowed, and Huang Zizai, noticing, asked in confusion. "What's wrong? Captain, I feel like this non-human is a little unusual tonight. It doesn't seem to be planning to hide." "Heh, where could it hide? Tonight we came straight for its lair. That kid's in the vanguard. If he's gone, then you'll just take all the souls in the tower." "No, he won't fail." Qi Yuan crossed her arms over her chest, as if praying. "You don't really like that kid, do you?" "No chance, no chance. Do you know who his lover is?" "Just a little bat." "Ho, big talk." As expected of the descendant of the divine beast, the Chongming bird. Huang Zizai chuckled a few times, then stopped joking. "Everyone, stay sharp. Don't let a single soul escape. And those outside, watch the boundary talismans carefully, don't let any mishap happen. No outside witnesses to what we're doing here tonight." At the edge of the tower block, a faint barrier surrounded the whole area. A young woman leaned against the hood of a car, drinking coffee. It was none other than Lin Zhe. "Director Lin, are you sure we don't need to inform Daoist Huang that you're here?" Several staff members from the Supernatural Management Division asked respectfully. "Why would I tell him? Huang Zizai can handle this. I'm only here to observe your usual work state." "Very good, keep it up." "Thank you for Director Lin's praise." Lin Zhe took a small sip of coffee, her eyes fixed on the top of the tower, her face still carrying that unreadable smile. "Today counts as your very first trial." Li Muhan slowly pushed open the door, and memories flooded him like a tide. Along with them came fear and anger. Li Muhan. A tall, burly woman holding a stick stared at him standing at the doorway. She was more than 2 meters tall, like a giant. Seeing her, Li Muhan's breathing grew rapid. "Teacher Zhang, you sneaked out again? You'd rather be a beggar than stay here, is that it?" The huge woman grabbed him and lifted him up. Li Muhan didn't even dare resist, only shrinking back, letting her drag him into a small dark room. "I told you. Today sponsors were coming to inspect the orphanage. And you dared to sneak away? Do you know how humiliated I was today?" Smack. The stick struck his arm. His right arm instantly went numb, unable to lift. I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang, I was hungry." His mouth moved uncontrollably, speaking exactly as in his memory. "You're hungry? Fine, I'll make you hungry. I'll make you hungry." The woman suddenly grabbed a rat from the ground and crushed it to death. "Aren't you hungry? Here, eat it." She yanked Li Muhan's hair, forcing the dead rat toward his mouth. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't dare again. I won't dare." His cries echoed in the room. In the darkness, a girl silently watched. She had long black hair and wore a white dress. Her eyes, full of compassion, watched him. Just as half the rat was about to be shoved into his mouth, she slowly walked to his side, crouched down, and gently hugged him from behind. "Don't be afraid, child." In that instant, the huge woman vanished without a trace. The surroundings began to change, becoming bright and warm. Li Muhan dropped to the floor, gagging. Though there was no rat in his mouth, the sensation was too real. It was as if he had truly returned to the orphanage of his past. "Who are you?" He wiped his mouth and turned to the black-haired woman. "Child, are you in pain?" The woman looked at him with worry. Li Muhan stepped back warily. "Was it you who made me see those things?" The woman nodded slightly, then shook her head. "That was your memory. I didn't make you see it, you let me see it. Now I've dispersed those nightmares for you. You're the non-human at the top of the tower, binding the souls?" She slowly stood, showing him a gentle smile. "I only dispersed their painful memories. I didn't imprison anyone. They stayed here willingly." She walked closer, raising her hand to touch his cheek. Tears welled in her eyes. Li Muhan found himself unable to move. "And your nightmares are so painful, child. I can drive them away for you. I can make everything better, like this." Her hand touched his temple. At once, the scene around him changed again. This time, it was a cozy little room, almost exactly like the kind he had dreamed of as a child. He looked down at his small hands and feet, his body had become that of a child again. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Muhan, are you awake? The voice was painfully familiar, yet strange, it shouldn't have been so gentle. Click. The door opened. It was Teacher Zhang, but completely different from his memory. Beautiful, graceful, with a kind smile. Since you're awake, why didn't you open the door for teacher? Today is the orphanage's prayer day. Come on. Li Muhan froze. How could Teacher Zhang be so gentle? Poor child. Seeing his lack of reaction, she crouched down and hugged his thin body. Did you dream of your parents again? Child, I'm sorry, I can't bring them back. But teacher is your mother now. I'll stay with you until you can face everything on your own. The woman's figure appeared again beside Li Muhan. I can feel the joy and peace in your heart right now. You like this feeling? I can make it even better. Her hand was once again placed on Li Muhan's temple. The scene shifted again. This time, it was a small but finely decorated living room. The table was full of fragrant dishes. Li Muhan, wearing a suit and holding a briefcase, stood at the doorway. Honey, you're back? A woman peeked out from the kitchen, and Li Muhan froze. It was Guruashi. She looked more mature than he remembered, but even more beautiful, with a happy smile on her face. You've worked hard, honey. I got off work a little early today, so I made dinner for you. She pulled Li Muhan to the table and sat him down. Today is your birthday, and also our wedding anniversary. You didn't forget, did you? Guruashi looked at Li Muhan with a mischievous smile, but when she saw him still in a daze, she had no choice but to call out toward the room. Soon, a little girl, only 4 or 5 years old, ran out of the room. Daddy, happy birthday. The cute little girl held a bunch of flowers in her hands and offered them to Li Muhan. What are you standing there for? That's your daughter's gift. Take it quickly. Guruashi urged with a smile from the side. Li Muhan's hand trembled as he reached out and accepted the flowers. The woman's figure appeared again on the chair beside Li Muhan. She smiled at him and continued. I can do even better. I can turn all your regrets and all your unwillingness into reality. For example, just as her hand was about to touch his temple again, Li Muhan slowly held her hand. That's enough. The woman looked surprised. She gazed at Li Muhan with doubt. I can let you experience a different life every day, all happy and joyful lives. Not just memories, just like now. I can give you the life you once dreamed of, the life you longed for. Li Muhan slowly raised his head, looking at the little girl before him, a bitter smile on his face. Right. I almost forgot. To marry Guruashi, build a family, have a child, find a decent job, and let them live well, that's been my dream all these years. Then you can stay. You can stay here. I'll make it all real. I can even make you never grow old, so you can keep living this life forever. The woman spoke with excitement. But Li Muhan only shook his head. He let go of her hand and gently touched his daughter's lovely cheek. A dream is still just a dream. And the future you've shown me is not the one I want. You can tell me. I can create it for you. No matter what it is, I can. Some futures can only be created through one's own efforts. Li Muhan turned to look at her, tears slowly sliding down his face. Truly, the dream you gave me is so beautiful. But unfortunately, I still have a place I must return to, and people who are waiting for me. The woman's eyes gradually dimmed, her expression turning cold. I see, you are a human who cannot be trapped by dreams. Then Li Muhan felt the once warm room quickly turn cold. The bright flowers in his hand withered rapidly. When he looked up again, Guruashi's body was slowly turning into a withered corpse. Her shriveled mouth opened and closed, speaking in a cold voice. You abandoned us. Daddy, you killed us. The little girl had already turned into a monster with hollow black sockets where her eyes should be. In the next instant, darkness swallowed everything. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the orphanage from his memories, the dark, foul-smelling corridor. This was the real orphanage of his past. Boom! Terrifying footsteps suddenly echoed. At the same time, a hoarse, twisted voice roared from the darkness of the hallway. Li Muhan. Teacher Zhang, Li Muhan's childhood nightmare. In his heart, perhaps this Teacher Zhang was the true demon. Soon, the huge and distorted figure appeared before him. It was like a monster stitched together from countless corpses, bloated and disgusting. In one hand it held an axe, in the other a cleaver, as it stepped heavily toward Li Muhan. Its mouth kept shouting Li Muhan's name, and with every shout, foul slime spewed from its lips. So this is how you've always appeared in my heart, Teacher Zhang. Li Muhan spoke with a blank face. Then, the woman appeared again beside him. I can make all of this disappear. You don't have to experience these nightmares. I can create something better for you. Sorry, but there are some pains in this world that must be endured. Facing the monster drawing closer, a faint smile slowly appeared on his face. I remember someone positive once said, the best way to overcome fear is to face it. The monster loomed before him, raising the cleaver high. There's still time. Let me erase your nightmares. Please. The woman begged, almost in tears. Domain expansion, 10,000 thunders to kill. In an instant, lightning flashed, tearing the dream apart and blasting the monster away. The surroundings twisted. Thunderclouds gathered above Lee Muhan's head. Lightning struck the ground again and again, making the space increasingly unstable. Why? Why won't you stay here? I can clearly make you happy, make you joyful. Tears streamed endlessly down her face. She looked at his back in confusion, but Lee Muhan ignored her, his eyes fixed on the monster rising once more. At the same time, Guruashi's corpse and the little girl crawled out too, shrieking sharply as they dragged themselves toward him. You killed us. It was you. Daddy, don't go. Lee Muhan unfastened the long bag from his back and tossed it to the ground. His hand gripped the black tang blade's sheath. The moment his hand touched the hilt, countless bolts of lightning gathered. As the blade slowly drew free, thunder wrapped and coiled around it completely. 10,000 thunders entwine. Lee Muhan's pupils shone with golden light. The pendant at his chest transformed into a mask that covered half his face. Swish. When the demon-suppressing blade was fully unsheathed, a deafening thunderclap roared above. Some dreams are meant to end. No. Please, don't. Don't go. The woman was already kneeling, crying as she looked at his back. Lee Muhan tightened his grip on the blade. As the three monsters rushed before him, an image of Hua Tian's final strike appeared in his mind. Cut them all. The thunder-wrapped blade slashed fiercely. Where the lightning flashed, all was silent. The three monsters were instantly shattered into nothing but remains. 3 nightmare avatars slain. Nightmare soul fragments obtained. King Bale's soul repair progress, 15. New strengthening power acquired. Even in normal state, your speed, strength, perception, and spirit will increase tenfold. Lee Muhan slowly turned, looking at the still crying woman. Her voice now carried more despair, pain, and unwillingness. She lifted her head and looked at him. Why? Why won't you live in the dream? Lee Muhan gave a bitter smile. Though his mask hid it, she could not see, he still sheathed his blade slowly, crouched down, and looked at her. Because people must always look forward. No, they don't need to force themselves to move forward. For them, life is already gone. If they can live forever in dreams, then why wake up? The woman slowly lowered the hand covering her face. Her tear-stained eyes looked painfully at the demon before her. The surroundings began to dissolve, turning into a boundless white space. Lee Muhan saw colorful soap bubbles gathering around the woman. She carefully protected them, as if they were her beloved children. What are these? These are their dreams. The woman gently opened her hand, and countless rainbow bubbles gathered around her. Through them, Lee Muhan seemed to see countless people's lives. Someone, in dreams, achieved success, won the Nobel Prize in Literature, with fame and fortune rushing in. But in reality, he was an overlooked online writer who couldn't even afford food. At last, under life's pressure, he ended his life. His final work was ridiculed and became a laughingstock. Someone, in dreams, commanded wind and rain, dominated the business world, every move affecting a nation's economy. But in reality, he was just a failed small businessman, forced by loan sharks to jump to his death. Someone, in dreams, was stunningly beautiful, adored by all, starring in countless films, rising to fame. But in reality, she was ordinary-looking, from a poor family, who took a loan for cosmetic surgery, failed, and finally ended her life. The woman did not stop Lee Muhan from looking into these dreams. She even wanted to show him more. But after seeing bubble after bubble, Lee Muhan gave a bitter smile and said to her, "You wove these beautiful dreams for them. Now they have become the greatest obstacle to their passing on." Her expression became tender yet sorrowful, as if speaking to Lee Muhan, and also to the bubbles. Why go to rebirth, why return to the world, only to suffer again? How many can truly live smoothly, dreams fulfilled? Since it is so, why not stay? I will give them a good life. You cannot. Lee Muhan gently brushed aside the bubbles and walked toward her. No, don't come. Her face suddenly showed fear. She looked at Lee Muhan as if he were a monster. Why? Why can you be so cruel? Abandon everything. Those dreams you just experienced, they were the life you wanted most. Why? Why? Lee Muhan gave a cold laugh. Because they are dreams. People cannot live only in dreams. The woman trembled as she looked at Lee Muhan. I will not let you destroy these people's dreams. Finally, her eyes filled with venom. In an instant, the pure white world was swallowed by darkness. Twisted monsters began crawling out from the black ground. Li Muhan knew these were the true dreams of those people. Their unwillingness, despair, and pain, this woman had drawn them from their souls and turned them into monsters. Don't you understand? Li Muhan gripped his blade's hilt, but instead of facing her, he turned toward the monsters and shouted. You cannot help them. What you are doing harms their souls. It will also affect the living. It is you who doesn't understand. I clearly wove everything perfectly for you. But you were so heartless. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve a beautiful dream. More and more monsters gathered. Li Muhan let out a cold laugh. I truly don't deserve a beautiful dream. Because everything I want is in reality. For the people outside the tower, fighting to buy me time, I must break everything here. I won't let you. I won't. I will protect everything here. I will protect their beautiful dreams. The woman also stood. Endless darkness wrapped her body, twisting it more and more, until she turned into a massive chaotic serpent. At the same time, a chilling, strange voice came from the serpent's mouth. Domain expansion, nightmare serpent's curse. At once, Li Muhan felt the monsters grow more violent. Now I finally understand why you can be so resolute. Because you are still alive. You still have life, still have a future, still have endless possibilities. But your laughable future will one day become the rope that kills you. This is my world, my domain. Endless nightmares will swallow you completely. The giant serpent disappeared into the darkness, and the twisted monsters roared as they charged at Li Muhan. That makes it easier. A golden light flashed in Li Muhan's eyes, and lightning began to flicker in the darkness. With a sharp sound, the demon-suppressing blade was drawn again. Li Muhan wrapped the power of thunder around the blade. The weapon, already shining coldly, now appeared even more powerful. Facing the horde of monsters, Li Muhan felt no fear. He stepped forward, his body shooting out like an arrow loosed from a bow. The blade in his hand carved streaks of lightning through the darkness. With every strike, a monster was reduced to ashes. No! No! I refuse. I shouldn't have failed. I am the best. My work is the best. It's the readers who are wrong. It's the editors. It's the market. It's this world. With each monster he killed, twisted anger and despair echoed around Li Muhan. Why? Why? We were doing the same business. Why could others succeed, while I only failed? Why, when my work is better, do they ignore me? Why? I refuse. I also wanted to be a star. I wanted to be cared for, noticed. I wanted to be in the spotlight. Why did the surgeries make me uglier? Why? Why was it me who died? Why is this world so unfair to me? Li Muhan said nothing. He silently endured all the negative emotions pouring into him. His heart did not grow restless from them. He only felt sorrow. I won't judge your dreams. If I haven't suffered your pain, I have no right to tell you what is right. But all your despair and unwillingness should not be chains holding back your passing on. If you need a place to release them? Li Muhan stopped, facing the monsters closing in. He suddenly pointed the blade toward the sky. Then release them on me. Treat me as the source of all evil. Come. The monsters grew even more frenzied, surging like a flood to engulf him. But at that moment, a spark of lightning erupted. From where Li Muhan stood surrounded, countless bolts spread outward. Every monster touched by the lightning turned into ashes. As their bodies scattered, endless pain and broken dreams also dissolved. Crack. The bubbles shattered one by one. Those still lost in dreams were forced to face reality, their failures, and the fact that they had no more future. When the lightning faded, Li Muhan dropped to one knee, gasping heavily. He felt as if his body was falling apart. But it wasn't over yet. As the bubbles broke one after another, the giant serpent of darkness suddenly lunged out. No, no! Don't hurt them anymore! The serpent opened its jaws wide, biting down at Li Muhan. The young man did not dodge. The thick demon's tail supported his body, keeping him upright. Both hands gripped the blade, holding it across his chest. Looking at the black serpent rushing toward him, Li Muhan took a deep breath. A large number of soul fragments have been harvested. Bale soul repair progress, 30. Domain level has risen to cholera. Domain name, Abyss of Thunder. Domain radius, 1.9 miles. Domain level, cholera. Within the Abyss of Thunder, in addition to previous domain power, new strength is granted. In the Abyss of Thunder, your strength, speed, spirit, recovery, and focus increase by 30 times. In the Abyss of Thunder, your control over lightning has advanced again. You can now shape lightning into physical weapons. In the Abyss of Thunder, you may designate one weapon as the vessel. The vessel will be completely reforged into a divine weapon able to carry all Thunder's power. Domain. Li Muhan slowly exhaled. The golden light in his eyes burned brighter, and the demon-suppressing blade in his hands transformed completely, becoming a blade made purely of lightning. Abyss of thunder, unfold. The domain once filled with thunder fell silent in that instant, but it was only the calm before the storm. Then countless bolts of wild lightning, as if summoned by some force, gathered into blade after blade, glowing with dazzling golden light, darting among the thunderclouds. At the moment when the giant serpent, carrying darkness and chaos, was about to swallow Li Muhan, all those blades seemed to find their target. They faintly pointed toward the rushing tide of darkness surging at him. I will devour your pain. I will devour your despair. I will devour your life. I will trap you forever in beautiful dreams. Why can't you understand? Li Muhan sighed softly. Everything will sink into dreams. In the dream, you will become a part of me. I will cherish you, love you. I will give you everything you want. Finally, the darkness arrived before Li Muhan. The serpent opened its jaws wide, and in its mouth seemed to hide a black hole, an endless abyss of darkness. But within that abyss, Li Muhan saw the beautiful dreams woven for him by the nightmare. In those dreams, he could mend all regrets, fill every void, even reunite with his parents, and live a truly happy life. But so what? If all of it was only a dream, then this dream must end. The demon-suppressing blade struck again. Thunder roared through the sky, and every sword darting through the darkness stabbed toward the serpent. Cut down all. Boom. Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning tore apart the serpent's body, scattering the endless darkness. One by one, the dream bubbles dissolved. With each bubble that vanished, a soul departed. No, no. As the serpent's body was ripped open, the woman inside was revealed. She cried, screamed, reaching out to catch the broken bubbles. No, no, no. Please, I beg you, don't go, don't go. Then Li Muhan saw soul after soul walk out of the darkness. Though the woman desperately tried to grab them, the souls seemed to have already understood everything. Awakening from the great dream, each face carried a trace of sorrow, lingering attachment to shattered dreams, and a farewell to the mortal world. Thank you. But from here on, we must walk our own path. Sister, thank you. Thank you. They smiled as they said goodbye to the young woman, then one by one vanished. She fell to her knees, clutching at one after another, but always empty-handed. At last, she tightly grasped one soul's hand. Don't go, please, don't leave. I can do better. Her face was covered in tears. But that soul did not look at her. Instead, with proud eyes, it looked at Li Muhan. This boy is strong, isn't he? The soul grinned, revealing yellowed teeth stained from years of smoking. And Li Muhan froze the moment he saw that soul. He wanted to rush forward, to say so many things, but as he stepped out, the soul slowly raised its hand. Boy, now you are qualified. With those words, the soul began to fade. No, no. The woman fell into utter despair. At the last moment, the man looked at Li Muhan and whispered. That slash just now was handsome. The soul's ashes slipped from her grasp. All the darkness faded. All the bubbles shattered. All the souls went to where they belonged. Li Muhan raised his head blankly. Watching the light left behind after the soul vanished, his eyes shifted from sorrow to determination. Thank you, Captain. When everything grew still again, Li Muhan, exhausted, sheathed his blade, staggered over to the woman, and crouched beside her. Whether human or other, no one can live in dreams. What you call beautiful is nothing but fragile bubbles, after all, just a fleeting dream. I'm sorry. Her clothes were now ragged, her face pale. Slowly, she lowered her head, messy hair covering her eyes. I only wanted to give everyone a happy ending. This was already their destination. Sorry, perhaps the one always trapped in nightmares was me. As she spoke, the ground beneath her turned into swamp-like darkness. I was born from darkness, raised by nightmares, feeding on pain. But I never wanted to bring pain to anyone. Even in death, these people were tormented by nightmares, bound by their obsessions. So the darkness began pulling her body down. She slowly lifted her head, red eyes filled with guilt as she looked at Li Muhan. I'm the one who should return to the nightmare. I'm sorry. Li Muhan quietly watched as the darkness swallowed her bit by bit. And thank you for not letting me make a terrible mistake. What will happen to you? Li Muhan asked. To return to nightmares, to return to pain, that was my origin, and that is what I must endure. A nightmare that fed on human pain, yet wanted to give humans a dream. From this view, she had already broken the law of her kind. Now what awaited her was backlash, endless pain, for hundreds, thousands of years, until she was torn apart completely. Half her body was already swallowed by the dark. She lifted her head with effort and looked at Li Muhan. Your eyes are beautiful. To see such a thing at the end, thank you. Then the nightmare closed her eyes, waiting for the darkness to drag her into the abyss. But just as the blackness reached her neck, a great force suddenly pulled her body back from it. Eh? The woman opened her eyes in confusion. In the next moment, she was yanked free from the darkness. Did I say you could leave? Lee Muhan glared coldly at her. The thick demon's tail wrapped around her waist, holding her in the air. Why? She looked at him, puzzled. Why would this demon save her? What you did violated the Bureau's rules. Since you broke them, you must be punished. That punishment isn't yours to decide. Lee Muhan grabbed her torn collar, staring hard into her eyes. No matter what hardship, people must live strong. The same for you. You made mistakes, so accept punishment. Don't hide in the dark and curl up, you crybaby. Cry, baby. Aren't you? How many times have you cried in front of us already? Cry, 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 is crying all you know? Under his fierce gaze, tears welled again in the nightmare's eyes. Sorry, woo. Ah, don't cry. Don't cry. Sorry, but I just love crying. I can't help it. Meanwhile, outside the tower, things changed. As the incense burned out, Huang Zizai was about to order Qiyuan to slaughter all the souls, when suddenly something different happened. One soul after another turned into specks of light, fading into the night sky. Master? What's going on? Yu Linglong turned to Huang Zizai in confusion. Huang Zizai, the monk, and Sasha all let out a breath of relief. For the first time, Taoist Huang showed a smile. Heh, that kid actually did it. Lindsay was still leaning against the car, but it seemed everything was under her control. She looked at the countless glowing specks flying across the night sky, and the smile on her face grew a little softer. Not bad, that counts as passing. Then she handed the coffee cup to a staff member from the Department of Supernatural Management and got into the car. Director Lin, you're leaving? The matter's settled. Don't tell me your department needs me to oversee the cleanup too. No, of course not, Director Lin. Thank you for your hard work, safe travels. The car drove off, and at the same time, the tightly shut doors of the tower slowly opened. Everyone stared nervously into the darkness inside. Until a demon appeared in their sight. Captain Li. You're amazing. Huang Zizai was the first to speak, even giving a thumbs up to Lee Muhan. But then he froze, because he saw that Lee Muhan's demon tail was wrapped around a person. It was a ragged young girl. Amitba, so this is the aberration? The monk pressed his palms together, letting out a long breath. Everyone was surprised. Not only had Lee Muhan completed the mission, he had even captured the aberration alive. Qiyuan walked up beside Lee Muhan, carefully studying the still sobbing girl, and said, "This is a nightmare spirit. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." No matter who she faced, the nightmare kept apologizing. Lee Muhan looked utterly exhausted. He loosened the nightmare and set her on the ground, then asked Huang Zizai, "The souls, are they all fine?" "Don't worry, kid. Maybe one or two slipped away, but the Department of Supernatural Management will handle the rest." Huang Zizai patted him on the shoulder. Still wearing his mask, Lee Muhan exhaled a cloud of white breath, then suddenly felt dizzy. "This nightmare is yours to deal with. But don't hurt her. About this incident, I need to report." Before he could finish, he collapsed straight to the ground. The panicked shouts of the others echoed in his ears, but he no longer had the strength to respond. His consciousness sank lower and lower. Finally, he felt himself touch the ground. He had arrived in Bale's temple. Looking up at the throne, he saw Bale staring at him. This seemed to be the first time Bale had taken the initiative to look at him. Lee Muhan braced himself and stood. "Human, come here." Bale slowly raised his hand, curling a finger. Lee Muhan's body began moving uncontrollably, walking up the steps to stand before the throne. "Brother, I'm really tired right now. Can't we talk next time?" All Lee Muhan wanted was sleep. Bale rested his chin on his hand. The boy's face was strikingly handsome, and in his golden eyes flickered a trace of wicked charm. "I didn't expect you would actually repair my soul." "No need to thank me." Lee Muhan yawned. "Through you, perhaps I can see even more interesting things, human." Bale slowly stood. He was taller than Lee Muhan, with a slender but not weak frame. "If you can, call my name." Hearing Lee Muhan's words, Bale tilted his head slightly, the smile on his face even more devilish. "The only human who could call me by name in this world, was one. King Solomon." In Lee Muhan's mind appeared the name of that ancient king of Israel. Before Lee Muhan could speak, Bale's fingertip had already touched his forehead. "Perhaps you will become the second." You have received Bale's gaze. New domain skill acquired. Within the abyss of thunder, you can shape lightning into an avatar and briefly summon Bale's incarnation. Now you may leave. Bale flicked his finger. As before, Lee Muhan's consciousness was thrown backward, but this time, before fainting, he struggled to make a standard international hand gesture toward Bale. In the medical ward of the bureau, Xiaoyu had been sitting by Li Muhan's bedside for 3 days. During that time, many came to visit him. From Team 7, Lin Ziyu, Su Shui, even Yin Qi. From Team 9, Huang Zizai, Yu Linglong, the monk, and Sasha. Even Lin Zai had come several times, yet Li Muhan remained unconscious. Don't worry, all his vital signs are normal. He's just exhausted. With a couple more days of rest, he'll wake up. She tried to comfort Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu said nothing. Until Li Muhan woke, she would stay silent. And if he never woke, someone would have to answer for it. The nightmare captured by the bureau would be the first to suffer her wrath. Slowly, Li Muhan opened his eyes from sleep. Staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, he felt dazed, until he noticed Xiaoyu beside him, dozing. He wondered if he was still dreaming. Could everything that had happened, the defeat of the nightmare, the freeing of the souls, have all been a dream? Sensing movement, Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Li Muhan awake, tears shimmered in the usually cold vampire girl's eyes. Damn! Li Muhan's heart tightened. So the nightmare had even made Xiaoyu into such a pitiful, cute girl in his dream. I thought you would never wake again. Xiaoyu suddenly hugged him tightly. Li Muhan froze. From her hair he caught the familiar scent of shampoo. This nightmare's pretty skilled, she even knows what shampoo I use. Thinking he was still in a dream, he didn't react much to Xiaoyu holding him. What did you say? Xiaoyu looked at him, puzzled. At that moment, Li Muhan had a wicked thought. If it's just a dream, then whatever I do doesn't matter. Do what? Xiaoyu tilted her head. She was too cute. Li Muhan decided not to hold back anymore. Ha ha ha, even a vampire like you has this day. In reality, you're always bossing me around. But here in my dream, you'll behave. Are you out of your mind? Xiaoyu looked at him worriedly. Take this. Li Muhan reached out and pinched her cheeks. Ha ha ha, so soft. I've wanted to do this forever. Oh wow, this skin, so smooth. Come on, give me a smile. Xiaoyu's expression grew cold. Idiot. Her speech was muffled by his pinching, but Li Muhan didn't care. Still daring to glare at me? I'll teach you a lesson. He tapped her cheeks lightly. Then, seeing her indifferent look, he suddenly grew suspicious. Huh? Why'd you suddenly get just like in reality? Where's the shy girl from before? I'll give you one chance. Explain. Xiaoyu's voice was icy. You dare threaten me? Guruashi gave me a kid in the dream. You should give me at least 5. I'll show you. Meanwhile, in the ward's lobby, a nurse and doctor were chatting. Hey, the girl in that third-floor room is really beautiful. Yeah, they must be lovers, right? Of course. Look at her worried expression. If they weren't, no one could fake that. Lucky guy. I wish I had a girlfriend like that, so cute. Boom. Suddenly, a loud crash shook the 3rd floor, followed by a man's scream. This isn't a dream. It's not a dream. Help. Somebody help. The nurse and doctor watched in shock as Li Muhan, in hospital clothes, rolled and crawled down the stairs, then bolted toward the exit screaming. You said what? You had a child with who? Then Xiaoyu appeared at the top of the stairs. Seeing him still fleeing, her eyes flashed red. In the next instant, she had stepped down and stomped Li Muhan flat. Sorry, I was wrong. I said it was a dream. In the dream. Oh? So eager to have kids with her that you dream about it? No. It was the nightmare. The nightmare? The nurse and doctor stood frozen. The nurse sighed and said to the doctor. Still want a girlfriend like that? Forget it. I'd like to live a few more years. After hearing the news that Li Muhan had woken up, Lin Zai brought some fruit and, humming a little tune, went to the Special Management Bureau's medical department. She gently pushed open the ward door. Her first thought had been to praise Li Muhan for doing a good job. But when she saw the figure on the bed, wrapped up like a mummy with plaster on his leg, her mouth twitched. Sorry, wrong room. Are you some strange relic the Cultural Relics Department just brought in? That was what she finally managed to say. For nest. Show fire. When he saw Lin Zai enter, the mummy started to struggle. Lin Zai had no idea what he was saying. It's fine. A mummy, right? Slept for too long, dug up by the Cultural Relics Department, feeling uncomfortable is normal. I'll come back later. She smiled, waved to the mummy, and stepped out of the ward. As the door closed, Xiaoyu appeared in the spot the door had been blocking. She looked at the struggling mummy on the bed with a strange smile. Oh? Still calling for help? Looks like I didn't hit you hard enough. Ugh. Yes, this mummy was Li Muhan. After Xiaoyu had beaten him up, he became like this. And clearly, Xiaoyu wasn't done with him yet. The girl slowly revealed her fangs, licked her lips, and walked toward the bed. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, the more Lindsay thought about it, the stranger it felt. Room 305, I didn't go to the wrong one. She turned back, checked the sign at the door. Captain of Team 7, Lee Muhan. So she opened the door again. Lee Muhan, what are you playing at? Not talking? Whose child is it? Muyusi Lion. Who told me you had a child with her? And now you're denying it? Perfect timing. I'm a little hungry. If I drink blood now, it might hurt a bit, you know. Ugh. Ugh. Show soldier. Show soldier. In the end, after Lindsay explained, Xiaoyu reluctantly accepted Lee Muhan's story about a nightmare. But soon, she turned her head away angrily because of something else. So what you're saying is, your dream was to marry her and have kids? That was back then. As Lindsay was removing the bandages from Lee Muhan's face, she heard him about to bring up the past. She quickly pinched him hard and glared at him. Lee Muhan seemed to get the message. He quickly changed his words. Before, I was young and foolish. I see all that now as black history. Humph. Xiaoyu still didn't seem appeased. In the end, it was Lindsay who stepped in to mediate. All right, enough, stop arguing. With the bureau backing us now, this guy can't leave your side for 24 hours. Otherwise, I'll call someone to shoot him on the spot. Lee Muhan looked at Lindsay with confusion, and Lindsay glared at him again. Right, execution. If I leave you, then shoot me. Xiaoyu turned her head slightly, still pouting angrily, and said, I'll personally drain all your blood. Grandmothers? That's even scarier than being shot. In the end, Lindsay explained the follow-up situation to Lee Muhan. The 9th Squad and the Science Special Management Bureau had already finished the cleanup work. As for the nightmare Lee Muhan had fought, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe such an ancient creature still existed in this world. Do nightmares cry that much? Lee Muhan asked. Lindsay thought for a moment, then shrugged. I've never seen another nightmare. If even Lindsay hadn't, then it really was something rare. Just remembering how that nightmare almost cried the moment it glared at her was kind of funny. What's her situation now? She's already under the Bureau's custody, file number 1508. Normally, as long as an aberrant being hadn't caused massive casualties, the Bureau wouldn't sentence them to death after capture. After all, these creatures had lived for so long. Especially nightmares. They seemed like they came from another dark matter world, existing longer than humans. And in truth, that nightmare had good intentions. She wove dream after dream for the wronged souls who had died. The 9th Bureau even spoke on her behalf. According to Elder Taoist Huang Zizai, even demons have feelings. As long as they're not wanton killers, it's not unreasonable to spare their lives. Hearing this, Lee Muhan finally breathed easier. He had been afraid the Bureau would just execute her after capture, and all his effort pulling her out of the darkness would have been for nothing. She really misses you. During her solitary interrogation, she kept crying. But the moment your name was mentioned, she stopped crying right away and even asked where you were. Oh? Even a nightmare cares this much about you? Lee Muhan immediately felt the very unfriendly gaze at his side. Hey, Director Lin, change the subject. Don't talk about her. Oh, fine. Then let's talk about Chi-Yuan. She's already applied for a transfer to the 7th Squad. What? Reject. Reject it hard for me. Lee Muhan waved his hands quickly, because he had already heard the girl beside him taking deep breaths to stay calm. Don't worry, I already rejected it. Even if I agreed, Elder Huang wouldn't let her go. Because of this, Chi-Yuan locked herself in her room and won't come out. If you have time, go see her. This time Lindsay also sensed killing intent. She coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. Cough, right, someone is coming to see you later. Heh, another expert? Xiaoyu finally couldn't hold back and let out a cold laugh. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. Lindsay hurriedly grabbed Xiaoyu's clenched fist, which was already cracking from the force. For Lee Muhan's safety, she had to explain clearly. The person coming to see you is Director Chang of Tianhai City's Special Management Bureau. The director? Lee Muhan had almost forgotten, Lindsay was only the deputy director. He had never once seen the director of Tianhai City's bureau. A big figure like that wants to see me? He scratched his head and asked. Lindsay had already finished removing Lee Muhan's bandages, and she noticed how fast his wounds were healing, even though he hadn't activated his domain. This gave her a suspicion. Could it be that in such a short time, this kid's level had actually risen? Even if aberrants or bureau fighters could raise their levels through cultivation, it always came with a huge cost. For example, demons cultivated by eating humans or stealing souls. Gods strengthened their divinity by gathering faith. Members of the Bureau train through a special system to strengthen themselves. But none of these were ways to evolve in just a few days. Still, Lindsay didn't point it out. She smiled and said, "You're the captain of the 7th squad now. That's leadership, at least. And this time, you solved such a big problem for the Paranormal Management Division, and even brought back a very rare aberrant. Isn't it normal for him to personally praise you?" Lee Muhan nodded slightly, though he was still a bit nervous. Maybe even a little expectant. What kind of person would the Bureau's director be? Like in stories, reserved, deep, every movement showing overwhelming charisma? Or like Lindsay, calm, unreadable, always wearing that poker-faced smile of an unmatched beauty? At that moment, Lee Muhan was startled by a roar from outside the door. "I told you already, damn it, I'm on vacation today. Not handling work. Where's Lindsay? Where the hell did she go? Go find her instead." The voice was getting closer and closer. "Ha ha ha ha, you think I'm afraid of that woman? I'm just letting her have her way. She's a woman, I can't exactly slap her flying with one hand, right? Huh? You say I'm bragging? Fine, next time you come, I'll beat her up right in front of you, let her know the director's authority." "Enough. Damn it, I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to check on my subordinates." "Bullshit, I wasn't playing games. I'm really going to check on them." Then came the nurse's voice. "Director. This is a hospital, keep your voice down. How many times have I told you?" Lee Muhan noticed that Lindsay's smile froze, the corner of her mouth twitching. Bang! The ward door was kicked open. "Where is he? Where's the 7th squad?" Lee Muhan was startled. A nearly 2-meter-tall middle-aged man swaggered into the room. "Ha ha ha ha, so you're Lee?" The man stopped when he noticed Lindsay sitting by the bed. Lindsay slowly stood up, turned to face him, the veins on her forehead bulging, but still smiling as she said, "The director's authority? Why don't you show me now?" Cold sweat instantly broke out on the man's forehead. I was joking, hee hee, just joking. "Director Lin, hello, Director Lin, thanks for checking in." "Director, how many times have I told you? Knock before you enter." Yes, my fault, I'm sorry, RRY, Sumason." "Then hurry up and get out, and do it again properly." Lindsay narrowed her eyes slightly. The tall, muscular man immediately bent down in fear, backed out, and gently closed the door. Lee Muhan was stunned. What the hell was going on? That man called Lindsay Director Lin, but Lindsay called him Director? So he was the director of Tianhai City's Special Management Bureau? And they each called the other that? Knock knock knock. The door was knocked again. "Come in." Lindsay's voice was cold. The man opened the door, bowing and smiling awkwardly. "Director Lin, good morning." "Director, how many times have I said this? You represent the whole Tianhai City Bureau, stop shouting like a child every day." Lindsay sighed helplessly, sounding like a parent scolding a child. Yes, you're right, hee hee. "So, this is the kid joining Hua Tian's class." The man turned his gaze to Lee Muhan. "Hello, Director, my name is Lee Muhan." Lee Muhan finally pulled himself together and greeted him quickly. "All right, enough nonsense. Oh hey, isn't this Xylia? They say you fell in love with a human, so it's true? The sun must be rising in the west." The man stopped as Lindsay's glare cut him off, coughing twice. Cough, cough, yes, I'm the director of Tianhai City's Special Management Bureau. You can call me Chang Yu. He straightened his back, looking down at Lee Muhan. Lee Muhan finally understood. This strange middle-aged uncle in front of him was indeed the Bureau's director, Chang Yu. Wow, that nightmare was really vicious. Look at our Captain Lee, beaten like this, ouch, too cruel. Such thin arms and legs, not afraid of breaking him. Seeing Lee Muhan still wrapped in bandages, Chang spoke with exaggerated tone. "I did it." Xiaoyu said coldly. Chang Yu froze, glanced at Xiaoyu, then at Lee Muhan. Suddenly, he leaned to Lee Muhan's ear. "Kid, are you crazy? Choosing a vicious woman like this? You don't want to." Bang. Lindsay and Xiaoyu kicked him out of the ward at the same time. He screamed, crashing into the hallway wall. "Director. I'll say it again. This is a hospital. Quiet." The nurse's furious shout followed. "Don't mind him. He's not right in the head." Lindsay tapped her temple and shook her head. Lee Muhan's mouth twitched, but he still nodded slightly. "In recognition of your performance in this mission, ugh, so troublesome." 10 minutes later, Chang Yu, bruised and swollen, stood in front of Lee Muhan with a reluctant speech. When he tried to slack off, Lindsay's cough forced him to straighten up. "In recognition of your outstanding performance in this mission, Captain Lee Muhan of the 7th Squad." "Here." For some reason, Lee Muhan reflexively answered. "On behalf of Tianhai City's Bureau? On behalf of humanity." On behalf of China, I offer you. Lee Muhan got excited. Money was coming. Our sincerest thanks. Applause. Clap, clap, clap. Chang Yu started clapping. Lee Muhan went silent. That's it? Lindsay finally lost it, grabbing Chang Yu's tie. The bonus? I spent it on games. That much money? You blew it all on games? Not all, some went to streaming girls again? Chang Yu nodded firmly. After all, they call me their noble guardian. For the first time, Lee Muhan saw Lindsay hysterical, almost crying. Finally, with a sigh, she pulled out her phone. Soon after, Lee Muhan's phone chimed. Your Alipay has received 100,000 yuan. Consider it my personal bonus for you. Sorry, I can only give you this much. Lindsay looked at him with endless guilt. It's fine, Director Lin. You've always taken care of me. Honestly, between us. Exactly. Look at Captain Lee. So understanding. Money is just material. Why not hand over this 100,000 yuan too? Bang. Glass shattered from the hospital's third floor. With a scream, a 2-meter-tall man was thrown out of a ward window. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Tianhai City First Hospital, Zhao Qiankuan stared at his phone screen. It showed Guruashi and her mother running out of Yuncheng restaurant. A while later, Lee Muhan and a girl escorted a middle-aged man out of the restaurant. That should be Guruashi's father. This bastard actually booked Yuncheng restaurant? Why him? Just an orphan, no, a monster. A damn monster. Seeing his cousin losing his mind, Zhao Dashuang looked puzzled. Kuan bro, that guy seems connected. Even our manager couldn't handle him and ended up bowing down. Should we still go after him? Of course. Damn it, all because of that woman. Fine, if I can't touch him, I'll deal with that bitch instead. And you, go find out who that girl next to Lee Muhan is. Why the hell does he always have so many pretty women around him? Bro, that's illegal. Shut the fuck up. Do it. And go kidnap Guruashi's parents. Das Huang, listen to me. Your cousin won't treat you badly. Don't you still owe Yuncheng restaurant money? Take this card first. Once it's done, I'll give you more. Zhao Qiankuan shoved a black card into Zhao Dashuang's hand. Zhao Dashuang stared at it, clenched his teeth, then nodded hard. Sunday. The weather was cloudy. Near Tsuiwei Mountain in Tianhai City, in a certain commercial district. Thanks to the popularity of the Tsuiwei Mountain scenic area, tourists came in an endless stream. Not only was a commercial street built here, but also an old-style street with antique charm. There were even hot springs and other related businesses. It could be said this was an important part of Tianhai City's economy. A slim man in a black coat, wearing a baseball cap, mask, and sunglasses, stood out sharply on this street. Everyone who saw him pointed and whispered, "Mom, that guy looks so strange." Don't look. The young man naturally realized his outfit was making him far too eye-catching. He quickened his pace, crossing the commercial street and heading into a quiet alley. This should be the place, right? He took out a slip of paper and followed the address to a small house at the end of the alley. When his hand touched the doorknob, his heartbeat sped up. Click. The door opened. In that instant, a familiar smell drifted out of the house. The smell of smoke mixed with rubber and leather, the exact smell of black market internet cafes from his childhood. Amitba, Benefactor Lee, you're finally here. How's your injury? If it weren't for that demon at home, I'd be fine already. Inside the house were 5 computers, 4 of them already occupied. Lee Muhan quickly sat at the empty one. There were Monk Zhongya from the 9th Squad, Daoist Huang Zizai, and Yu Linglong. And of course, the suspiciously dressed man was Lee Muhan himself. He took off his cap, mask, and sunglasses, slipped inside, and closed the door. Sorry. Took some effort to get away from that watchdog at home. It was only then that Lee Muhan noticed the person sitting next to him. She wasn't from the 9th Squad, but looked very familiar. When he looked carefully, holy shit, Yin Chi? The petite girl in sportswear and a baseball cap beside him was none other than Yin Chi, the scout from his 7th Squad. Cut the crap, log in already. Server 1. Kick that Yasuo out. Benefactor Yin, that's not just some random player, that's Director Chang Yu. Anyone who doesn't show up to play in person is a random. And what does he know about real competitive games? All he does is play trashy mobile anime girl games and watch streamers. Plays like shit, still insists on Yasuo, 0, 2, 1 and flashing mastery. Kick him. In the headset came Chang Yu's voice. Huh? What the hell? Wait, you kicked me? You little brats, just why? Before he could finish, he was already removed from the team. Yin Chi glanced coldly at Lee Muhan. You joining or not? Joining. Didn't expect you to be into esports too, Yin Chi. Lee Muhan muttered as he logged in. Benefactor Ian is our carry. Benefactor Lee, you'd better not mess with her. At first Lee Muhan was doubtful, but once the game started, he was stunned. This little shorty played jungle, and to put it simply, her jungle was her jungle, and the enemy jungle was also her jungle. Not only that, her gank rhythm was explosive, never missed, and she even took command of the whole game. Truly worthy of being a scout, her ability to seize chances and control the game was insane. Amitba, benefactor, if you flame me again, I won't be polite. Monk Zhongya was the classic kind face, but his swearing was vicious. His typing speed when trash-talking was 100 times faster than his in-game actions. Huang Zizai was a useless top-lane tank. He somehow still managed to feed while playing meat, pure deadweight. As for you Linglong, can you get off me already? Lee Muhan wanted to cry. He felt like he was playing a solo lane, because Yu Linglong had picked Yumi and hadn't left his side the entire match. Just as the fight was getting intense, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Huang Zizai was the first to dive under the table, shouting, "Hey! We're not gambling. We're young men and women chasing esports dreams." Lee Muhan's first thought wasn't to hide with him, but to curse Huang Zizai, an old man already half in his coffin, still babbling about chasing esports dreams. But when he turned his head and saw who had kicked the door, Lee Muhan froze. "This is the meeting at the bureau you told me about?" Xiaoyu stood coldly at the doorway, eyes locked on Lee Muhan. "Amitba. Lee, Captain Lee, this isn't right, is it? Didn't you say everything was settled?" Ah? Cold sweat poured down Lee Muhan's back. He really had tricked Xiaoyu, telling her today was a bureau meeting. The lie had been seamless, so how did she see through it? "You clearly promised me first that you'd go eat ice cream with me today." Step by step, Xiaoyu walked toward Lee Muhan. "Amitba, I'll end my game here. Captain Lee, fate will bring us together again." The first to leave the room was Monk Zhongya. "Ah, not a gambling raid? False alarm, haha. I'll be going, farewell. Linglong, let's go. But I still want to play. Play my ass. What's fun about this damn cat champ? Come with me." Master, you only ever play that dumb rock, charging into 5 people, you call that fun? Still talking back. Go. Copy the Dao De Jing 100 times when we're back. Huang Zizai half dragged, half pulled Yu Linglong out of the house. Only Yin Qi remained. She used her best skill, concealing her presence, while still playing, her character darting across the rift. "Listen, Xiaoyu, the meeting just ended. That's why I played a bit with them, I was about to go home. Chang Yu called me 10 minutes ago. He told me you snuck out today. What else do you have to say?" "What the hell? Chang Yu?" Lee Muhan remembered Chang Yu's resentful voice after being kicked from the team. So that bastard couldn't play and tattled for revenge? A grown man acting like a child? "Listen to me, Xiaoyu. I'm hungry." Xiaoyu stepped into the room. In that instant, her pupils turned blood red. Her lips parted, revealing sharp fangs glinting coldly. "Wait! Not here. Why, wait a sec." Xiaoyu pounced on Lee Muhan, licked her lips, then bit into his neck. "Yin Qi. Help. Ah. Help. Your captain is dying." Victory. Yin Qi had just won 1 versus 5 by backdooring, and she smiled happily. As Lee Muhan faded, seeing Yin Qi's smile, he thought, this kid's smile could actually be that cute. Idiot. Xiaoyu muttered, suddenly biting harder. Yin Qi shut off the computer, packed her bag, gave one cold glance at the blood-drained Lee Muhan, sneered, then walked out. The only thing left in the room was Lee Muhan's screams. Half an hour later. In the deputy director's office of the Tianhai Bureau. A half-dead Lee Muhan was dragged onto the sofa by Xiaoyu, holding his arm. "Can you two not be so wild? In broad daylight?" Even Lindsay couldn't hold back when she saw the scene. He asked for it. Xiaoyu licked the blood from her lips, pouted angrily, and turned her head away. Lindsay sighed, speaking to her. "Don't worry. I've already ordered the 9th Squad's gaming room dismantled. As for that slacker Director Chang, I've handled him too." "How did you handle him?" Lee Muhan asked curiously. "I had all his figurines smashed." Lee Muhan shouted, "Nice," in his heart. Serves Chang Yu right, too much wrongdoing leads to ruin. But best not provoke this vampire further now. "Lee Muhan, the reason I called you here is because there's a new mission. I know you only rested for a week, but there's no choice. You're the captain. You know the saying, with great power comes great responsibility." With that, Lindsay pushed a stack of documents onto the desk in front of Xiaoyu. Although he felt very upset, Lee Muhan couldn't find any words to argue back. He picked up the stack of documents, glanced at them, and then frowned. Children disappearing one after another from Mushan Orphanage? Li Muhan murmured the title written on the file. Orphanage. His mind quickly flashed back, scenes from the orphanage resurfaced in his head. That dark place, where you had to fight desperately just to get a bite of food, was where Li Muhan had spent his childhood. He had already relived those childhood nightmares with Teacher Zhang once during the nightmare incident. Actually, Teacher Zhang wasn't really that tall or strong, it was just that, back then, in Li Muhan's eyes, the man was brutal and terrifying. So of course he looked like that in his memory. This case wasn't reported to the police. No, in fact, whether this incident even happened, we still need a question mark. What? The intel is fake. Because everyone, including the children in that orphanage, feel nothing about the disappearances. As if those people never existed at all. Memory erasure? Li Muhan raised his head and met Lindsay's eyes. She seemed to know what he was thinking and quickly explained. It wasn't done by our people. I've already checked. Li Muhan didn't know how Lindsay had checked, but what she said sounded reliable enough. He didn't press further. Then how did we even learn about it? If no one noticed, then this case shouldn't even exist. He raised a reasonable doubt. Lindsay nodded. The report came from an aberrant working with the bureau. File number 590. She happens to be one of the teachers at the orphanage, and she was the only one who noticed the students disappearing. Li Muhan silently nodded. Xiaoyu gave Lindsay a look full of expectation, as if saying, "Let me go. Let me go." But Lindsay looked at her with some regret and said, "Xiaolia, you have another task, about Hattie." "No." Xiaoyu lowered her head. Lindsay sighed, coaxing her like a child. "Hattie, no matter what, is an external member sent by the Northern Bureau. You're the one aberrant who has had the most contact with her. And since both of you are disaster class, only you can keep her under control. So for now, you'll stay with her in Tianhai, keep her company, and make sure she doesn't cause trouble. I don't want to see that stupid wolf." Xiaoyu turned her head away, unhappy. "Is that so?" Lindsay narrowed her eyes, then pretended to sound regretful. "Shame. I was actually trying to help you. Seems Hattie has taken an interest in Li Muhan. If she's left free, she might dig up a lot about him." Li Muhan stared blankly at Lindsay, as if saying, "Why are you dragging me into this again?" But the moment those words fell, Xiaoyu suddenly shot up from her chair. "Where's that stupid wolf? I'll send you her location right away. I'll be counting on you." Without another word, Xiaoyu stormed out of Lindsay's office, killing intent all over her. A little shaken, Li Muhan asked, "Can that really work? You're sending one gas tank to watch another gas tank?" Lindsay looked completely confident. Stirring her coffee, she said calmly, "Don't worry. Put 2 powder kegs together, and as long as no fire is added, they won't explode." "And what if there's fire?" Lindsay took a sip of coffee and looked at him. "You're about to go on a mission. You won't have time to light any fires." Li Muhan was speechless. Lindsay was reliable, sure, but why was she always so fond of stirring the pot? The next day at noon, Li Muhan drove Su Shui and Yin Qi toward Mushan Orphanage on the northern outskirts of Tianhai City. "It's been a while. After Captain Huatian left, I thought our 7th squad was going to break up." Lin Ziyu's voice came through the car's intercom. "Shut up, you're distracting me from driving." Li Muhan gripped the steering wheel tightly, eyes fixed on the road ahead. The orphanage didn't look far, but it was in the suburbs. On this weekend, they had already been stuck in city traffic for over an hour. For someone like him, a new driver who'd just gotten his license and didn't drive often, safety was more important than speed. So a 3-hour drive turned into 5. On the highway, countless cars overtook him, honking in disdain. Even Su Shui, normally such a gentle girl, was starting to lose patience. But Li Muhan just shook his head, speaking like an old hand. "My instructor said, once the door is closed, safe journey ahead, once the engine starts, gold flows in. Never drive in a hurry in traffic." Su Shui wanted to curse him out, but in the end, she swallowed the words and only said one thing. "Fine." Maybe it was because she was used to Huatian's efficient, sharp style before, but with this new captain, even from his driving it was obvious he was slow-paced. Yin Qi's phone battery had already died from overuse. Several times, Li Muhan glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the petite girl curled up in the back seat, glaring at him with venomous eyes. Can't this car charge phones? Finally, Yin Qi couldn't hold back anymore. "No. This model's too old." It was Lin Ziyu who answered. "Then why not apply for a new car?" Yin Qi asked again. "My instructor said, a car doesn't need to be good, if it has lights, that's enough, a girlfriend doesn't need to be many, if she's gentle and caring, that's enough." Yin Qi gave Li Muhan the kind of look you'd give an idiot, but in the end it was Lin Ziyu on the comms who came to his rescue. He sighed and said, "Hey, you know Captain Huatian's driving habits. Even if you gave him a tank, it'd probably break down in a month. Director Lin already did us a favor by approving this old wreck. The car really deserved to be called an old wreck. It was probably older than Li Muhan, rattled and groaned after running for a while, and didn't even have air conditioning. Xiaoyu and Inchi were so cold they wrapped themselves in blankets. Captain, according to the GPS, we should have arrived an hour ago. Why are we still on the highway? Relax, I'm watching the map. We'll exit in half an hour. My God. You and our captain who really are like the crouching dragon and young phoenix. Neither of you can talk. My driving instructor said, there are 1,000 roads, but safety comes first. If you don't drive properly, your family will gree. Shut up. Su Shui and Yin Qi shouted in unison. Li Muhan almost lost control of the steering wheel from fright, the car fishtailing wildly, making the cars behind curse nonstop. An hour and a half later, the old wreck finally shuddered to a stop in front of the orphanage gate. Surrounded by trees, the Mushan orphanage looked beautiful. Compared to the place where he had grown up, it felt like heaven. I'll talk to the director, Muhan. After they got out of the car and were waiting to be received, Su Shui spoke to him. Huh? Why? Li Muhan was puzzled. Did Su Shui think he'd offend people by talking? No need for that, Yin Qi was the one to worry about. Well, it's a long story. I have some ties to this orphanage, so I can probably get some information for you. So that was it. Li Muhan guessed Su Shui might have been an orphan here herself. Sigh, fellow sufferer. Looking at this cheerful girl, he felt a little closer to her. But when they were invited into the director's office, his mouth twitched. Miss Su, you came to inspect the orphanage? Why didn't you notify me in advance? Look, I wasn't prepared at all. A middle-aged woman spoke to Su Shui with great respect. That word, inspect, made Li Muhan feel like he had misunderstood something earlier. This orphanage was built with Sister Shui's family funds. You could say she's the largest shareholder. Over the headset, Lin Ziyu explained everything. What the hell? All Li Muhan's earlier sympathy vanished instantly. Class enemy. Absolute class enemy. Yin Qi, however, paid no attention to their conversation. As soon as she entered the office, she started scanning her surroundings, already switching into mission mode. They didn't reveal their true purpose, using Su Shui's identity as cover for a routine inspection. The director didn't suspect anything. The director then showed them around. The orphanage had 2 buildings. One was 3 floors, classrooms and workshops on the first 2 floors, and dorms on the third. The other building was the cafeteria and staff dorms. At present, there were 2 cooks, 3 teachers, and 25 children. The aberrant registered with the bureau was one of those 3 teachers. These 4 teachers are Teacher Zhou for academics, Teacher Wang for crafts and art, and Teacher Zhang for physical and mental health. Li Muhan had already received intel beforehand. The aberrant, file number 590, went by the human name Zhou Ling, and she was the one who reported the incident. When they passed a classroom, the children were in class. A young woman in a white turtleneck sweater was at the podium teaching. She was tall, not exactly a beauty, but pleasant-looking, with an intellectual air. The director opened the door and said to her, Teacher Zhou, these guests are. Leave. Before the director could finish, the teacher cut her off coldly. The director seemed used to it, smiled, apologized for disturbing, and stepped back. Sorry. Teacher Zhou is just like that. She's strict with teaching. The kids are scared of her too. They all nodded in understanding, but glanced at the teacher again through the window as they left. After the tour, they returned to the office. Sorry, Miss Su. I didn't know you were coming. The children are all napping now. That's fine. Let them rest. But, director, can I take a look at the student roster? Su Shui's question surprised the director. Huh? Oh, sure. She turned and took a register from the drawer, handing it over. All the children are listed here. The 3 of them flipped through it together. Most of the kids were between 5 and 10 years old, orphans after accidents took their parents. The orphanage seemed to care for them well. The photos showed happy, smiling children. But, director, have there always been 58 students? Su Shui asked. The director froze for a moment, then smiled. Yes, Miss Su. After the last 2 children arrived 3 months ago, the number hasn't changed. You were there at their welcome party, weren't you? Su Shui nodded slightly. She remembered. If her memory wasn't wrong, then indeed no children had gone missing. All right. Thank you for your time, director. We'll be leaving. Just as they were leaving, the director called out to her. Miss Su. Did you come because of that rumor? Rumor? It's... She hesitated, then finally spoke. The rumor that children have gone missing. You've heard about it? I'm the director. Of course I've heard. I don't know who spread it, it's nonsense. The children here are all fine. As the director, wouldn't I know if one of my kids went missing? She looked wronged, as if she had endured a lot of criticism lately. Don't worry, director. If no children are missing, the rumors will collapse on their own. After Su Shui comforted her a bit, they left in the car. But Li Muhan didn't drive far. He looped around and parked at a corner not far from the orphanage. What do you two think? He turned to look at Su Shui and Yin Chi in the back seat. On the surface, the orphanage looks proper. No signs of abuse. Yin Chi said. I've known the director for years. She wasn't here from the very start, but she has worked hard for this place. Su Shui added. Then we'll have to talk to Zhou Ling. Li Muhan said, then asked Lin Ziyu over comms. How's your digging going? Lin Ziyu sighed, sounding a little disappointed. Nothing useful. I hacked into all the orphanage's student records whenever they took in new children. No inconsistencies. Always 58. Li Muhan nodded. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number. When he picked up, a cold female voice said, I know where you are. I'll come find you in 2 hours. After that, the call was cut off directly. Li Muhan was puzzled. How did Zhou Ling know his number? But since Su Shui had said she could contact the bureau directly, it wasn't strange that she could also get his number. Since she wanted to come find them herself, they didn't need to panic. This orphanage, Sister Shui, was it funded by you? Li Muhan turned to look at Su Shui and asked. It was built by my family, but I personally supervised its construction and management. A month after it was completed, I joined the bureau, so I handed it over to others to run. After hearing her answer, Li Muhan once again sighed inwardly at the huge difference in class. Some people did good deeds by donating blood. Others built an orphanage. But good deeds, no matter the size, deserved recognition. Shouldn't the strange thing be why this orphanage hired an aberrant as staff? Yin Chi said while staring at her phone. She had left it to charge in the director's office earlier and now was back at full battery. Xiao Qi, don't put it like that. Some aberrants who don't harm humans are allowed to work. Su Shui said. But Yin Chi just gave a cold snort. That's how people like Zhou Zhigua happen. In her attitude toward aberrants, Yin Chi was actually just like early Hua Tian, believing all aberrants should be locked up, so humans could be safe. Over this time, Li Muhan had learned a bit more. He knew that many aberrants under the bureau supervision were working hard to integrate into society, holding all sorts of jobs. Of course, only under strict supervision and with regular check-ins at the bureau. Those who couldn't guarantee safety and had no guarantors were absorbed into the bureau itself, like the nightmare Li Muhan had brought back earlier. He'd heard she had already been absorbed, though he didn't ask which department. As for extremely dangerous aberrants, they were suppressed in special facilities. The Tianhai Bureau itself was underground, and beneath it was a place built specifically for aberrants to live. Those living there were the ones too dangerous to release, but also impossible to dispose of. All right, let's wait until we meet her before arguing more. Seeing Su Shui and Yin Chi about to keep bickering, Li Muhan quickly smoothed things over. During those 2 hours, the three of them analyzed the situation in the car. The children were most likely missing. Aberrants had strong perception, maybe something could take children away silently from humans, but not escape Zhou Ling's eyes. So the question was, why didn't Zhou Ling stop it, but instead went to the bureau for help? There could only be one reason. She could sense it, but couldn't stop it. Of course, besides that guess, there was another possibility. And it was far scarier. That the orphanage was already under Zhou Ling's control, and she was the one who took the children. But then came the contradiction: if she did it in complete secrecy, why report it to the bureau at all? 2 hours later, a young woman in a white turtleneck and black coat walked up to their car. She tapped lightly on the window. Li Muhan unlocked the door and let her sit in the passenger seat. Once inside, she immediately lit a cigarette. Li Muhan quickly rolled the window down for her. She should be Zhou Ling. She looked about 25 or 26, with fair skin and a calm, intellectual face. Her eyes, however, were icy cold. She couldn't compare to beauties like Xia Yu or Su Shui, but she was still striking. Right now, though, she looked worn out, with dark circles under her eyes, giving off the air of a lifeless woman. It was as if she were shrouded in a shadow. Hello. Li Muhan greeted her. Zhou Ling tilted her head slightly, glanced at him, and said coldly, Captain Li of the 7th Squad, right? I'm Zhou Ling, file number 590. I'll be direct, there's something wrong with this school. Check it out tonight. She tossed a key to Li Muhan, then blew out a smoke ring. Check it out at night? You mean sneak in? Su Shui asked. Zhou Ling didn't answer her. Instead, she pulled out a photo and handed it to Li Muhan. This is the class photo I kept. Li Muhan looked at it and felt his scalp prickle. Because this class photo was different from the one in the director's office, the photo showed 60 children. And the 2 boys at the edge weren't in the album in the director's office, nor in the news photos Lin Ziyu had found. What's going on? Su Shui suddenly didn't know whether to trust her own memory or the photo in front of her. Because in her memory, there had always been only 58 children. But when she looked carefully at the 2 boys in the photo, she suddenly remembered. I remember now. Those were the 2 who enrolled 3 months ago. Li Muhan was shocked. So there really were 60 kids here? What kind of aberrant is powerful enough to mess with all our memories? Zhou Ling sneered. If it were really that powerful, I'd be fooled too. It can tamper with minds, yes, but only within this orphanage. At that moment, Lin Ziyu's voice came through the comms. But the records I pulled show 58 kids. I wasn't on site, so I shouldn't be affected. Zhou Ling blew another smoke ring and said flatly. Check if the website backend has edit logs. Her words woke Lin Ziyu up. How could she forget something so simple? Right. All it had to do was deceive those inside the orphanage, then replace the official records everywhere else. Sure enough, when Lin Ziyu checked the backend code, she found the files had been overwritten. Now that the disappearances were confirmed, they pressed Zhou Ling for more information. I first noticed something was wrong 2 months ago. The 2 new kids would come crying to me every day, saying a shadow stood by their bed at night, grinning at them. They couldn't move or make a sound. Sleep paralysis? At first, that's what I thought. The scientific explanation is stress causing nerve suppression. I gave them counseling every day. Until one day, he stopped coming. Li Muhan had thought Zhou Ling would be a cold, strict teacher kids avoided. But now she seemed surprisingly caring. So I asked the other children. They all looked blank. Then I asked the director. She told me that child never existed. It was eerie. Overnight, everyone except Zhou Ling acted as if the child had never been there. That was beyond human ability. Only an aberrant could do that. Zhou Ling pulled a small clay figurine from her coat pocket. What's this? Li Muhan asked. It's a clay doll from crafts class. That child made it, then gave it to me. Ugly thing. I don't know how he could even give it. Her words were harsh, but as she looked at the doll, a faint, almost hidden smile softened her face. Su Shui took the doll and examined it. Crude, yes, but clearly made with care. He made it to look like you, didn't he? Su Shui asked. Zhou Ling froze, then glared at her. You saying I'm that ugly? She didn't seem inclined to join their investigation. I'm not obligated to find those kids. That's your bureau's job. Good luck. She crushed her cigarette underfoot, waved her hand, and turned to leave. Could it be her? Li Muhan asked, watching her back. Steal the kids herself, then report it to shift suspicion. He continued, looking at Su Shui and Yin Qi. What do you think? Something's off. Yin Qi said. Both missing children have one thing in common. Before they vanished, they both went to Zhou Ling. Su Shui added. Right. I noticed that too. Just her word alone isn't enough to trust. With Zhou Zhigua's case still fresh, Li Muhan knew not to jump to conclusions. But then Lin Ziyu spoke. Unlikely. Why? They all asked. Because I just requested her full file from records. File 590, her original form is a Guhuanyao. Guhuanyao. A demon bird from Chinese legend. First recorded in Xianzhongji, also called the Heavenly Emperor's Maiden, or the Wandering Night Woman. Her main traits were her brilliant feathers, and her love for children. Gu Huanyao couldn't bear children, but adored them. She would raise abandoned infants as her own. By that, she was indeed not the type to harm kids. And most importantly, Gu Huanyao has no ability to tamper with human minds. Lin Ziyu concluded. This orphanage likely has another aberrant hiding in it. Gu Huanyao, huh? I remember in one game, that monster was the newbie's best friend. Don't know how many rookies grew thanks to her. Truly could be called the mother of all beginners. Li Muhan said, only to be mocked by Yin Qi. Sorry, my childhood belonged to Ibarakidoji. Damn lucky whale. Li Muhan cursed in his heart. He reported the situation to Lin Zhe. At this stage, it could be confirmed that children had gone missing from the orphanage. The details still needed to be checked by sneaking in at night. Infiltrating an orphanage isn't a small thing. If you're caught, the social impact will be huge. Erasing collective memories also does serious damage to the human brain. On the video call, Lin Zhe smoked as she spoke. But considering how urgent this is, I'll allow it this time. Don't screw it up. Li Muhan, this is your first time leading a mission, show me what you can do. Do your best to finish it without disturbing the kids. If the other side refuses to cooperate, you're allowed to act, but don't harm the children. Got it. After hanging up, Li Muhan was puzzled. I heard from 9th Squad's Captain Huang Zizai that our 7th Squad is for hard fights. Why does this feel like detective work? Maybe before it was because we had no aberrant members. Now it might be because you just took over, Brother Muhan. Director Lin probably wants to let you practice. Su Shui said with a smile. Practice or not, this was about 2 children's lives. Li Muhan didn't feel the burden on his shoulders lighten at all. The sky darkened. The once beautiful forest grew eerie and cold. The orphanage in the distance went dark too, standing in the woods like something sinister. Can't we just apply for an open investigation? Su Shui asked timidly. Li Muhan had almost fallen asleep. Woken by her voice, he said. Huh? Sister Shui, don't tell me you're afraid of ghosts? Su Shui didn't try to hide it. Sorry. I've always been scared of supernatural things. Brother Muhan, you're a demon, right? You shouldn't be afraid of ghosts, right? Li Muhan gave a bitter smile. Was he really a demon? At most, he was a demon's vessel. Bale just lived inside his body. He wasn't dead. How did that make Li Muhan a demon? But to reassure Su Shui, he said. Don't worry. Before, Captain Huatian protected you all. Now I'll take over. Yin Chi snorted coldly, saying nothing. But Lin Ziyu and Su Shui were touched, showering him with sappy words. Li Muhan scratched his head. Su Shui he could understand, she was a pampered young lady. But Lin Ziyu? A brat? What was she even chiming in for? And she wasn't even there, she was at bureau headquarters. What was she afraid of? And she still had the nerve to add. Captain, don't you know? Some things like to target people who are alone. Even through the phone, they can harm you. Li Muhan's mouth twitched. He even considered shutting off her comm channel. They kept analyzing, but found no new clues. They didn't dare turn on the headlights, afraid of being seen, so they sat in the pitch-dark car. In the winter forest, the night wind was bone-chilling. The 2 girls in the back shivered non-stop. Whenever they managed to doze off, they were woken by Li Muhan snoring. Yin Chi kicked the back of his seat. Startled, he tried to spring up, only to bang his head on the roof, grimacing in pain. After stumbling through the night, around 11:30 p.m., Li Muhan shook Su Shui awake. Let me sleep a bit more. Surprisingly, the young lady looked so cute when woken, which almost tempted Li Muhan to play a prank. But one glare from Yin Chi made him straighten up quickly. Cough, cough. Time's up. Let's move. They didn't take the car, but crept on foot to the orphanage's back gate. The cold wind turned their faces pale. This isn't right, so cold. Li Muhan's teeth chattered. Maybe it's because it's a forest. The humidity's higher here. Su Shui stammered back. All 3 wore coats, hats, and masks. They didn't look like investigators, more like a family of Northeasterners going home for New Year. Except Yin Chi stood out. She wore a thick jacket on top, but her legs were barely covered. Li Muhan glanced at them, shocked. Holy crap, girl, you came out in this cold wearing sheer tights? Yin Chi glared at him fiercely and walked ahead without replying. Cough. Brother Muhan, those aren't tights. They're lined leggings with tigress mountain goat cashmere. Warm and good for moving around. Su Shui whispered an explanation. Then it clicked. She chose them for mobility. Thoughtful. Meanwhile he looked like a dumpling wrapped up tight. If a fight broke out, a demon in a puffy coat would be quite a sight. As they drew close to the orphanage, Li Muhan tried to avoid cameras. But Su Shui strolled right under them. Relax. Director Lin arranged for a blackout tonight. The cameras can't see us, she said. Li Muhan once again sighed at how powerful the bureau was, it was practically omnipotent. The 3 of them crept to the orphanage's back door. Li Muhan was about to unlock it with the key, but the moment he pushed it into the lock, there was a snap. What the fuck? His heart sank. Because of the cold, the key had turned brittle and snapped clean off, half of it stuck inside the lock. What do we do now? He asked, shivering. Move. Yin Chi pushed him aside, pulled a pair of pliers from her waist pouch, and simply cut the lock off. Amazing, next time we play Rainbow Six, why you're on my team. Li Muhan gave her a thumbs up, then was kicked inside by her. They entered the orphanage's backyard. By day it had seemed warm and quiet. Now it looked terrifying. Every flower, every blade of grass, every tree seemed alive, with unseen eyes watching their every move. At the main building's door, Li Muhan asked. This one isn't a padlock. We don't have a key. What now? Again, Yin Chi stepped up. She took out an L-shaped flat tool from her bag, then crouched on the ground, switching hands constantly against the cold floor. She slid the tool under the door, fiddled a bit, click, the main entrance swung open. Fantastic, even the ads in apartment stairwells can't compete with you. Once again, Li Muhan was kicked inside. Keep your voices down. Security patrols every 2 hours. If you see flashlights, stay quiet. Lin Ziyu's voice came through the headset. And, what's going on over there? Are you sure you're indoors? My monitoring shows it was -10 just now, but now it's -20. Wait, that's domain power. Shit, I knew it, this isn't normal. Maybe it's because of the forest. What forest, damn it? -20, in November? I don't know either. Brother Muhan, why you don't look that cold, and maybe give me your coat? What the fuck, Sister Shui, you trying to kill me? By now they understood, the drop in temperature meant an aberrant had activated its domain. There was only one possibility. This thing knows we're here. Looks like it set up a surprise party. They moved deeper into the main building. Under the dark and cold, the halls felt like a morgue. To be blunt? I feel like we're in a mortuary. Li Muhan walked in front. Su Shui, frightened, clung tightly to his arm. Shut up, don't say things like that. Can you two be serious? Are you here to ghost hunt or investigate a case? Lin Ziyu complained. This brat, can we bring him to the front line next time? Yeah, it's time Brother Ziyu learned to handle things on his own. Next time let him investigate solo. What the fuck? I'm logistics. Finally, the two of them trembled their way up to the second floor. If it were daytime, this place would have been filled with the cheerful laughter of children and the sound of reading aloud. But now, the classrooms felt like morgues, making one's skin crawl. This aberrant's domain is kind of terrifying. Li Muhan, shivering, shone his phone flashlight forward. The reason he hadn't opened his domain yet was because he didn't want to disturb the children. This time, they couldn't use a domain decree, because they had no way of knowing what this aberrant was. If they set up the decree around the orphanage, it might drag the children into another space as well. Anyway, let's go to the third floor first, and make sure the kids are safe. The comms device was already malfunctioning, and now their phones were completely useless. Lin Ziyu couldn't support them anymore. Now the two of them could only rely on themselves, groping their way forward. As long as they could catch that aberrant, both Li Muhan and Su Shui could open their domains, 2 against 1. There's no way they should lose. At this moment, Li Muhan had taken off his coat and wrapped it around Su Shui behind him. Because he saw that Su Shui was so cold she couldn't even speak. Just as Li Muhan turned to put the coat on Su Shui, he froze. Then a cold chill crept up his back. What's wrong, Brother Muhan? Seeing Li Muhan's expression, Su Shui suddenly got nervous too. Sister Shui. Li Muhan lowered his voice as much as possible, as if afraid something would hear them talking. What is it? Say it. How many of us came this time? How many? Su Shui paused, then thought for a while and said, it was just the two of us. Brother Ziyu is logistics. With you, our team 7 has 3 people total. 3 people? Li Muhan froze. But thinking carefully, that did seem right? No. A strange feeling suddenly surged through Li Muhan's body. 3 people. 3 people? Team 7 only has 3 people? Sister Shui, I remember the backyard gate and the main building's door at this welfare center were both locked, right? Li Muhan asked. Su Shui shivered and nodded. Yeah, they were locked. The key that Gu Huanyao gave us, I remember it broke, right? Yeah, it broke when we opened the backyard door. Li Muhan and Su Shui seemed to sense that something was off, but that feeling was stuck on the tip of their tongues, unable to come out. To put it crudely, it was like getting interrupted during picture, and you just can't pull out, utterly frustrating. Sister Shui, maybe you know how to pick a lock? Me? No way. Brother Muhan, do you? Li Muhan shook his head. The two of them both freaked out. Then who the hell opened the lock? Li Muhan couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of golden light. Thunder Abyss, open. Without hesitation, he abruptly opened his domain. But he controlled its size, just like when he first tore open the narrow nation's domain. Now Li Muhan's domain only surrounded himself and Su Shui. Lightning formed a barrier, protecting the two of them. And in that very instant, the two of them suddenly remembered something. Holy shit! Sister Shui. Our team 7 has 4 people. I remember too. This time we came with 3. The two turned their heads at the same time. But aside from the darkness, there was not a single trace of anyone. Where's Yin Chi? Right then, a strange noise suddenly came from the bathroom between 2 classrooms. Su Shui got so scared she grabbed Li Muhan's arm and let out a cute whimper. Goddamn, I wasn't even scared by the noise in the bathroom, but your scream almost sent me off. Li Muhan had originally planned to have Su Shui stay put while he checked the bathroom himself. But Su Shui believed that in horror movies, splitting up was the biggest taboo. The one left alone always gets attacked. So she followed Li Muhan into the men's bathroom. Do we really have to check, Brother Muhan? Maybe it's just, like, a rat or something? A rat wouldn't make that kind of noise. Even though the domain was active, the horror of the atmosphere couldn't be easily dispelled. Li Muhan pushed open each stall door one by one. Su Shui stuck tightly to his back, chanting Umitba with her eyes closed as she walked. Sister Shui, we're dealing with an aberrant, not a ghost. What's the point of chanting Umitba? Thanks to the domain's protection, Li Muhan, now in a half-demon form, no longer feared the cold. But he didn't actually take his pants off and give them to Su Shui. After all, pride matters. Didn't you run into a ghost before in that tower? Maybe it's the same this time. That was different. That time, a nightmare was messing around. Finally, the two of them reached the last stall and found that the door was locked. Which meant, someone was likely inside. Li Muhan raised his hand and knocked on the door. Excuse me, is anyone in there? Yes. A soft female voice replied from inside. It's real. The bathroom ghost girl? Su Shui got so scared she hugged Li Muhan's back. Sister Shui. Sister Shui. Ow. You're stepping on my tail. Calm down. Ow. Li Muhan lost his balance because of her and slammed his head into the stall door. He had a demon horn on his head. The impact punched a hole in the door. His head went in, his body stayed outside. If a kid walked into the bathroom right now, they might be traumatized for life. But the one suffering more was the girl inside. Already terrified, she heard voices, familiar ones, and was about to scream for help. But out of embarrassment, just said, yes. Then suddenly, a hole burst open in the door and a head came through. The head had a mask, and a horn. That was it for the girl inside. She foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Huh? Yin Chi. Li Muhan also realized the one hiding inside was Yin Chi. Just as he was about to tell Su Shui. Brother Muhan. Get out. It's gonna eat you. Your brain's gonna get chewed up by a zombie. I'll save you. Su Shui started pulling on Li Muhan's tail, trying to yank his head out of the door. No, no. Wait. Ow. Sister Shui. It hurts. Li Muhan braced himself on the door, but with Su Shui pulling his tail so hard, his neck kept smacking back and forth into the hole. Yin Chi slowly opened her eyes again, saw the scene, and passed out once more. Meanwhile, in the dark hallway on the second floor, a figure in a black trench coat and hood twitched the corner of her mouth. This is the Special Authority Bureau? They look more like a comedy troupe. Guess I overestimated them. Then she showed an evil smile. After pulling his head out, Li Muhan explained to Su Shui that it was Yin Chi inside, and she seemed to have fainted. Su Shui quickly carried Yin Chi out, carefully checking her pupils and physical condition. She's fine, just fainted from fear. Wow, I didn't expect Yin Chi to be afraid of ghosts. Su Shui originally wanted to say that maybe it was you who scared her unconscious. But considering the dignity of Captain Li Muhan, she held back. After that, Li Muhan carried Yin Chi on his back, and together with Su Shui, found a classroom to rest in for a while, and to wait for Yin Chi to wake up. About 10 minutes later, the girl finally opened her eyes. You're awake. The first thing she saw was Li Muhan's half-demon, masked face. Ah? The girl suddenly raised her hand and punched Li Muhan square on the chin. With tremendous force, she sent Li Muhan, despite having his domain open, flying backwards. He spun 3.5 times in the air before slamming hard into the blackboard. Yin Chi. Calm down, it's us. Su Shui quickly rushed over and hugged Yin Chi. Just now, you both suddenly disappeared. I. Yin Chi was completely different from before. Now she curled up in Su Shui's arms like an injured kitten, shivering. Li Muhan supported himself on the desk as he stood up, rubbing his chin and clicking his tongue in amazement. Good thing he was in demon form now. Even so, it still hurt like hell. If it were an ordinary person taking a punch from this girl, they'd probably be dead on the spot. That aberrant's domain must have the power to affect memory or perception. Once Yin Chi calmed down a bit, Li Muhan began analyzing the situation. Not only that, Su Shui added, but it can create this kind of low-temperature environment and make people disappear suddenly. This aberrant won't be easy to deal with. Achoo! Yin Chi suddenly sneezed. Only then did Li Muhan notice her curled up on a chair, rubbing her legs nonstop. Heh, your Tigress Mountain Goat's not working anymore, huh? Li Muhan blurted out the sentence without thinking. Both girls shot him a cold glare. Sorry. Wait, what are you doing? Don't come over. Wait. 1 minute later. Li Muhan, who had already given his thick coat to Su Shui, now had even his thermal pants stripped and put on Yin Chi. Seems a bit too big, but it's fine. As long as it keeps you warm. Su Shui watched Yin Chi roll up the pant leg several times, finding it both cute and heartbreaking. Did any of you consider how I feel? Li Muhan now wore only a sweater and boxer briefs on his lower half. What was once an imposing and cool demon form now looked hilariously ridiculous. Not that he felt cold, thanks to his domain's energy, Li Muhan could use electricity to regulate his body temperature. But the look was seriously comical. Brother Muhan's boxers look really stylish. Super hot. Su Shui stared at Li Muhan's briefs and snapped a photo with her phone. Click. Hey! No! Delete that. Hurry up and delete it. Let Big Sis admire it a bit more, don't be shy. At that moment, with a creak, the classroom door slowly opened. The sound startled them, and the three gathered together. Stay behind me. Li Muhan didn't care what he was wearing anymore. He stood in front of the two girls, his hand reaching back for the demon-suppressing sword. But walking in from outside was a beautiful young woman in professional attire. Who are you? What are you doing here? The girl looked at them cautiously. Ah, hello, we're. Li Muhan stepped forward to explain. But Su Shui pulled his wrist. Something's wrong. Su Shui warned him, then looked at the girl and asked. Who are you? Why are you at the welfare center this late? Me? I'm a teacher at this welfare center. A teacher? They exchanged glances, clearly confused. We didn't see you in the staff photo at the orphanage. Who exactly are you? Li Muhan was already beginning to draw the demon-suppressing sword. But just then, the girl slightly raised her head, and an eerie red glint flashed in her eyes. Su Shui's pupils contracted slightly. Oh, I remember now. There was a dance teacher, right? She had to take time off recently because of family matters. That was you, right? Yes, I've taken care of things at home, so I came straight back tonight. You must be Miss Su, right? The director told me you'd be visiting the orphanage today. I came back late and didn't get to meet you. Sorry for speaking so rudely. And your friend? The woman looked at the half-demon Li Muhan, showing a trace of confusion. Oh, this is cosplay. These tails and horns are just props. Halloween's coming up, you know? We're rehearsing a show for the kids. Su Shui responded quickly, covering for Li Muhan. To make it more convincing, she even tugged on his tail. Rehearsing in that little clothing? That's dedicated. The woman glanced at Li Muhan's boxers and gave an awkward smile. But Li Muhan still felt something was off. He leaned close to Su Shui and whispered. Really? I remember the director said this orphanage only. Yes, I remember clearly. She took time off recently, that's why. She's a new teacher. Maybe the director just forgot to mention her. I remember too, said In-chi. She was in the photos Lindsay you showed us today. Only then did Li Muhan relax. Oh, I see. In that case, Miss Teacher, let's leave together. There's something wrong with this welfare center right now. Li Muhan loosened his grip on the demon-suppressing sword and started walking toward the woman with a relaxed expression. Problem? Well, if you're Miss Su's friends, I'll go with you. But just as Li Muhan reached her, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed her by the throat, lifting her up. Brother Muhan. What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me go. Sister Shui, think carefully. If she's really a new teacher, why would she need to inform you, a sponsor, about her leave? Do you have her contact info? Su Shui froze, trying hard to come up with an explanation. I remember she. Don't forget the aberrant's ability, Sister Shui. Don't trust your memory too easily in here. Then Li Muhan looked at the woman again. It's freezing in here. You said I'm underdressed, but you don't seem to be shivering at all, miss. Not even once. Help me. Brother Muhan, just put her down first. Let's figure this out so we don't. Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly blasted from Li Muhan's hand, directly striking the girl he was holding. Su Shui and In-chi were both stunned. They didn't expect Li Muhan to act so fast. They were still worried, what if they killed the wrong person? But in the next moment, they saw Li Muhan's hands were now empty. And at the classroom door, the girl had completely changed appearance. She now wore a seductive smile, 3 tails extended from under her skirt, and on her head. A pair of fox ears stood tall. So the Special Authority Bureau does have some skill after all. I guess I won't be bored anymore. She licked her lips, eyes filled with desire as she stared at Li Muhan. This woman wasn't pretending anymore. Li Muhan and the others no longer needed to be polite either. Su Shui, now fully aware, was terrified by the false memories she had just experienced. This aberrant is really powerful, might be a cholera-level aberrant. In-chi also got ready for battle. Upon hearing cholera, the woman let out a mocking laugh. Cholera? What an insult to me. I was once a 6-tailed fox. If it weren't for that damn vampire who injured me, I wouldn't be hiding in this place. Now I've finally cultivated 3 tails again. As long as I absorb the essence of these children, I'll return to my peak. Su Shui pulled a handgun from her waist and said to Li Muhan. Careful. She's a rogue aberrant from the bureau. File number 215, Six-Tailed Fox. Wait, vampire? Don't tell me the one who injured her was Xia Yu. Su Shui nodded. At the time, Miss Xia Yu had just joined the bureau and was sent to a village on a mission. All the men in the village seemed to be charmed by a woman. Not only did they kill their wives, they worshipped that woman like an empress. Hearing this, the woman became even more excited. You know that vampire? Humph. I'll tell you what, you'd better surrender now, Six-Tailed Fox. The man standing in front of you is that vampire's boyfriend. If you hurt him, then, swish. Before Su Shui could finish, a claw radiating cold energy swept across horizontally. Watch out! Li Muhan suddenly raised the demon-suppressing blade. The intense cold nearly devoured the lightning. He did everything he could to block the strike, but the woman suddenly spun and swept her tail. Bang! With a loud noise, Li Muhan was sent flying. This was the second time he slammed into the blackboard. This time, he smashed straight through it and was flung into the next classroom. Brother Muhan. Su Shui tried to shoot, but her gun was suddenly frozen into a solid block of ice. Inchi launched a swift side kick, but the six-tailed fox tilted her head slightly and dodged it. Then she grabbed Inchi's ankle and slammed her hard onto the ground. After hitting the floor, Inchi immediately felt numb in the leg where she'd been grabbed. Looking down, she saw her entire right foot was frozen solid. No. No way, this power, isn't something a cholera-level aberrant should have. Su Shui could already feel the cold getting stronger. A blizzard seemed to be surrounding the entire welfare center. Yes, I'm very strong. Think about it, maybe my current strength has already reached calamity level. Calamity? That's impossible. Su Shui was frozen in place, unable to move a single step. Her mind began to imagine. If this fox demon really was calamity level, then stop imagining. A voice suddenly came from outside the window, followed by a fierce wind that blasted through, shattering all the classroom windows. Her power isn't what's strong is your perception. This fox demon merely specializes in confusing minds, making you see what you imagine. The voice continued from outside, but the speaker remained unseen. After that gust of wind, Su Shui gradually felt that the surrounding cold wasn't so intense anymore. You damn birdman. But those girls are already beyond saving. You can't save them. And you can't save the children either. The fox demon glanced coldly out the window, then suddenly raised her claw and slashed fiercely at Su Shui's neck. But at that moment, a bolt of lightning shot out from the classroom next door. The blade of the demon-suppressing sword swept past the fox demon's cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. Think about it, when you had 6 tails, you couldn't beat Xia Yu. What are you acting all cocky for with only 3 now? Li Muhan stepped out shirtless through the hole he had smashed earlier. And with all the noise we've made, the kids upstairs still aren't awake. That can only mean everything happening right now isn't real. Am I right, Vixen? He pointed at the fox demon, his face full of mockery. You dare scratch my face? Huh? Aren't you so powerful? Heal it yourself. Isn't this your domain? Just imagine your beautiful face and it should be fine, or could it be? As Li Muhan spoke, he stepped toward the fox demon. And in the next second, he was already in front of her. Or could it be, in this domain, your own perception has no effect? Bang! Li Muhan punched the fox demon hard in the face, sending her rolling across the floor several times before she slammed heavily into the wall. Damn it! Why is it always my face getting hit? The fox demon completely lost it. She went crazy, stretching out her claws. Just as she tried to get up from the ground, Li Muhan jumped up and stomped her face. My face again! The fox demon screamed in pain, then waved her claws wildly upward. But missed. Li Muhan landed behind her, grabbed her long, beautiful hair, and yanked her down onto the ground. Then he straddled her and raised his fist. What are you doing? Human. Wait. It took me so long to cultivate this face. Wait. Just wait. Wing Chun. Li Muhan. Bang 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 bang. Li Muhan's fists rained down on the fox demon's face like bullets. Her body kept trembling under the blows. Behind them, Su Shui and Yin Qi shivered, fear rising in their hearts, along with a bit of pity for the fox demon. Stop, don't hit me anymore. After a flurry of punches, Li Muhan lifted his fists. The fox demon beneath him had already been beaten into a pig head. Her mouth was wide open, barely any teeth left, tears streaming down as she begged him for mercy. I give up. Don't hit me. Please. Think about it, your ability is indeed strong. If it weren't for that voice just now, I might have really believed you were as powerful as Xia Yu. Alright, now tell me, where are the two missing kids? The fox demon's face looked like it had been stung all over by wasps, utterly miserable. She opened her mouth slightly, then suddenly spat out a gust of cold air. The icy breath sprayed right into Lee Muhan's face. Damn it. Sneak attack. You've got no honor. When Lee Muhan wiped the cold mist from his face, the fox demon was already fleeing out of the classroom. Trying to run? Humph. Lee Muhan grabbed the demon-suppressing sword stuck in the ground and chased after her. Sister Shui, take care of In-chi, I'm going after her. But just as he stepped into the hallway, there was no trace of her at all. Lee Muhan held his sword cautiously and checked the classrooms one by one. When he reached the corner near the stairs, he suddenly bumped straight into someone. Ah! You scared me to death. Who are you? The person seemed startled by Lee Muhan. When he looked closely, it was the headmistress. Headmistress? Why are you here? You're the gentleman who came with Miss Su today? Why haven't you left yet? And why aren't you wearing clothes, and you've taken off your pants too? And holding a knife? This behavior is completely unacceptable. Lee Muhan scratched his head, he hadn't expected to run into the headmistress. He quickly hid the sword behind his back. Sorry, headmistress, I'm just looking for someone. Looking for someone? You need to leave immediately. Or I'll call the police. To avoid trouble, Lee Muhan quickly forced a smile and agreed. Okay, I'll go right now. But as he turned away, he seemed puzzled. Then he sighed and said, such a beautiful girl, how could she run off so fast? I just wanted to see her face one more time. What a pity, looks like we'll never meet again. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said that, the headmistress behind him suddenly blushed. Sir, do you really think that? That I'm beautiful? Lee Muhan turned around, and his smile instantly turned sinister. You're fucking gorgeous. Then, he slashed down with the blade. At the moment the blade slashed down, the headmistress quickly retreated, but her chest was still cut by the strike. Ah! Mr. Lee. Why are you trying to kill me? Drop the act, old fox. You can hide your tails, but you can't hide that stench of yours. Lee Muhan raised the demon-suppressing blade in his hand, a faint smile on his face as he looked at the old headmistress. Seeing there was no way to deny it, the headmistress slowly lowered her head and let out a cold, eerie laugh. I underestimated you, you demon. Just like that vampire, you disgust me. If I were still in my prime, how could I let you be so insolent? As the headmistress slowly morphed back into the pig-faced girl's form, Lee Muhan couldn't help but chuckle a little, but still said, so you mean, even if you're defeated now, you still won't admit it? Of course. In my prime, I had 6 tails. Now I only have 3. Even if you win, I won't accept it. And I absolutely won't tell you where those 2 kids are. Lee Muhan scratched his head, looking a little troubled. All right then. With that, he slowly lowered his raised hand. The blade gently scraped the floor, and then the fox demon saw Lee Muhan close his eyes. What are you doing? The fox demon looked confused. But the next second, her pupils shrank instantly, and her face gradually returned to that of a beautiful young girl. What are you trying to do? First, I'll help restore your appearance. And now, I'll help restore your power. Lee Muhan still had his eyes closed, as if visualizing something. And in front of him, the girl's body began to change. She started trembling, the corners of her mouth slowly lifted, revealing an extremely sinister smile. My power, my power. At last, her tails became 5. Is this enough? Lee Muhan asked, still with his eyes closed. Not enough. Not enough. This still isn't enough. I need more. More. I want to be even stronger. The girl's scream rang in his ears. Lee Muhan clicked his tongue in annoyance. Fine. He continued imagining, putting all his effort into visualizing the fox demon's full strength. Finally, her 6th tail grew back. Though it was only temporary, just to feel the power of her peak again moved the fox demon almost to tears. Finally, my power? I feel it again. A single tear slid down from the corner of her eye. That enough now? Lee Muhan slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the woman in front of him, now several times larger than before, he showed no surprise at all. Because this was exactly what he had imagined the fox demon looked like at her peak. Human. Human. Do you see it now? My power. This is the real me. The fox demon roared at Lee Muhan. So what you're saying is, if I beat you in this state, you'll have no excuses left? Beat me? You think you can? Even if I faced that vampire again now, I definitely wouldn't lose. Cut the crap. I'm asking you, if you lose, will you obediently hand over the 2 kids? The fox demon slowly crouched down, squinting her eyes at Lee Muhan. Her face had already turned into a fox's, her mouth filled with sharp fangs. Of course, human. If you defeat me, I'll agree to any request you make. Li Muhan slowly raised the demon-suppressing blade. It's a deal. After the fox demon let out a furious roar, she charged at Li Muhan with a swirling blizzard. Thunder abyss. Li Muhan placed his hand on the blade, then roared. The lightning that had been coiling around his body suddenly burst outward. Good. Good. Ha 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 ha. Human, you're strong. But not strong enough. The blizzard expanded again. The fox demon had already arrived in front of Li Muhan, and a huge fox claw came slashing through the snowstorm at him. Li Muhan raised his blade to block, but the force of the claw strike forced him into a half squat on the ground. Ha 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 ha. How is it, human? My power. How is it? Not bad. Li Muhan knelt on one knee, holding the blade in one hand, and with the other he swiftly slid across the blade's surface. Wreathed lightning. Countless bolts of lightning gathered on the blade of the demon-suppressing sword. With a thunderous blast, the fox demon was shaken back by the lightning. But she wasn't hurt at all. Instead, she looked at Li Muhan with a mocking gaze. You helped me restore my power, even if just for a short while, but after tasting this power again, I crave it even more. All the children in this orphanage will become my food. And it still won't be enough. I want more. I will become a true nine-tailed celestial fox. Gotta admit, you are strong. Li Muhan slowly stood up from the ground. He stared at the fox demon, without a trace of fear. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. But that's about it. No wonder Xiaoyu one-shot you. What did you say? I said your level ends right about here. The smile on the fox demon's face turned twisted. Then her whole body transformed into a massive demon fox covered in ice and snow. You're quite the interesting human. I really want to keep you by my side, make you serve me forever. No thanks. My girl's got a sensitive nose. You stink too much. I'll pass. Li Muhan smiled, both hands gripping the hilt of the demon-suppressing blade. Then go die. The fox demon roared and charged toward Li Muhan. Li Muhan closed his eyes. He began to imagine Hua Tian's final battle, the final slash, and the golden-armored giant that appeared behind him. Lightning began gathering behind him. The fox demon's blizzard had already frozen both of Li Muhan's legs, and the ice was spreading upward. I'll tear you to pieces. The fox demon opened her giant mouth, leapt high into the air, and lunged at Li Muhan. At that exact moment, Li Muhan suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils shining with golden light. Behind him, a golden figure formed from lightning appeared. This figure wasn't large, about the same size as Li Muhan, and it didn't wear golden armor. But Li Muhan smiled with confidence. Avatar! Li Muhan shouted, and at the same time, his tang blade was ready to strike. The lightning-formed avatar of Bale behind him also held a long lightning blade. Their movements were perfectly in sync. Finally, Li Muhan raised his head and glared at the fox demon, who was now right in front of him, and swung his blade. Cut all! Bale's avatar also swung its blade at the same time. The two blades of lightning merged, instantly suppressing the fox demon's blizzard. No! Wait! Wait! What is this power? Erga! The fox demon realized something was wrong, but it was too late to escape. Thunder and lightning began devouring the storm. Eventually, all the snow and ice vanished, and the ice that had frozen Li Muhan shattered with a crack. The fox demon reverted back to her three-tailed form and fell from midair to the ground. No, impossible, this is impossible. I was in my perfect state. She crawled weakly on the ground. A gleaming tang blade stabbed down in front of her, stopping her in her tracks. The fox demon flinched in shock, shrinking back. Now, do you yield? Li Muhan walked up to the fox demon and crouched in front of her, staring at her with a bored expression. I yield. Human, no, demon. You're strong. As strong as that vampire. You flatter me. Li Muhan scratched his head. Just thinking about Xiaoyu's terrifying strength, how he couldn't even fight back, made him shiver a little. When I was just a little fox, my mother was killed by humans, and skinned. That's why I hate humans. I wanted to become strong, so I could survive. Li Muhan sighed and looked at the fox demon. But what you're doing now isn't survival, it's hurting others. What you're doing now, how is it any different from the humans who killed your mother? What do you know, human? You've always grown up with care and protection. And me? I've lived my whole life in fear, never knowing when danger might strike. I'm not here to preach. And I won't ask you to forgive humans either. If you haven't suffered someone else's pain, don't tell them to be kind. But at least you had a mother. You felt her warmth. I didn't. To me, the word mother is as cold as your ice and snow. The fox demon was slightly stunned by Li Muhan's words. You Forget it, let's not talk about this. A bet's a bet. Hand over the children you took. But the fox demon just lowered her head and let out a bitter laugh. You still don't get it, human. Huh? What? I wasn't the one who took those kids. The fox demon's words made Lee Muhan's mind explode with a loud buzz. It wasn't her who took them? The disappearance of those 2 children? I was just helping that woman erase the memories of the people in this orphanage. As for where she took those kids, I really don't know. That woman? A terrifying thought suddenly popped into Lee Muhan's mind. There wasn't just one aberrant in this orphanage. If this fox demon didn't do it, then it could only be. That woman wanted to use the hands of the Special Authority Bureau to eliminate me, so she could have all the children here to herself. What a clever plan. Swish. Just then, a strange object shot out from the dark hallway, piercing straight through the fox demon's chest. Son of a bitch. The fox demon cursed, her body slowly collapsing backward. Lee Muhan saw that the object piercing through her chest was a feather. He immediately drew the demon-suppressing blade and cautiously looked toward the direction the feather had come from. From deep in the darkness, footsteps echoed closer and closer. You should have killed her sooner. Zhou Ling emerged from the shadows, her gaze cold. A chilling aura radiated from her entire body. So you're the one behind this? You're the one who took those 2 children. I won't hurt them. Zhou Ling spoke coldly. I just want to give them a home. I'll be their mother. Gu Huanyao had another characteristic. Lee Muhan suddenly remembered what Lin Ziyu had said earlier. They take other people's children and raise them as their own. From a certain perspective, such aberrants are unsafe and shouldn't be allowed to work around children. This Special Authority Bureau, what a mess. Lee Muhan cursed under his breath and raised his blade at Gu Huanyao. The fox demon next to him wasn't dead yet. Barely breathing, she weakly warned. Human, be careful, that woman, she has some strange power, she's strong. Actually, Lee Muhan didn't need her to say it, he could already feel it. Gu Huanyao was a cholera-level aberrant. But the aura she was releasing now had clearly reached annihilation level. It reminded Lee Muhan of Zhou Zhigua, an aberrant who was supposed to be chaos level but displayed cholera-level strength when fighting Hua Tian. This Gu Huanyao was the same. They had all gained power far beyond their original level in a short time. This was definitely not normal. At least, Lee Muhan had never seen anything like it in any previous bureau case file. Alright, shut your mouth and get some rest. The temperature around them had returned to normal, meaning the fox demon's domain had been deactivated. She was now collapsed on the ground, extremely weak. Though she had used ice to seal her wound, her condition was still very poor. Lee Muhan didn't expect her to fight anymore. I have no intention of clashing with the bureau. The only one I want to kill is that fox demon. Zhou Ling walked toward Lee Muhan step by step. She was part of your mission objective anyway. So hand her over to me. Our target is the aberrant who took the children. Which means, right now, you're the only one I'm after. Lee Muhan stepped in front of the fox demon, making Zhou Ling frown slightly. Then she sighed. Then there's no choice, human. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Ling suddenly spread her arms. In that instant, her hands turned into colorful wings. Under the moonlight, the wings shimmered with a spiritual glow. A raging wind immediately swept through, tearing every window in the hallway to pieces. The wind carried shards of glass straight toward Lee Muhan. Lee Muhan raised the demon-suppressing blade. A shield of lightning formed in front of him. The glass shards pelted the lightning shield like rain, producing crisp, sharp sounds. Lightning clashed with the storm winds, releasing piercing howls. Lee Muhan frowned. This power was overwhelmingly intense. It seemed that in the fight with the fox demon earlier, he had used up too much energy. Now, there wasn't enough lightning in the domain to support another use of the avatar form. So this is the power of an annihilation-level aberrant? Hey! Human! Enough already. Just hand me over. The fox demon noticed that Lee Muhan was running out of strength, so she grabbed the edge of his underwear and said, Don't pull on my boxers. Alright, stay quiet back there. Lee Muhan was startled, his boxers almost got yanked off. Because of that, a small gap appeared in the barrier, and shards of glass slipped through, cutting his cheek. Damn it! You're making things worse. I'm trying to sacrifice myself for you. What kind of attitude is that? Just as Lee Muhan could no longer hold the barrier, another domain burst open. Domain 0 space, activate. Bang! A sniper shot rang out. Zhou Ling's body suddenly jerked to the side, as a bullet pierced cleanly through her chest. At the far end of the hallway, Su Shui crouched on the ground, holding a sniper rifle. Her eyes were empty, like all emotion had been drained from them. Zhou Ling looked at her chest but didn't feel any pain. She raised her hand, and a feather shot toward Su Shui. But just as the feather was released, another sniper bullet came. It pierced through the feather with precision and punched a hole through Zhou Ling's abdomen. In my domain, no matter how fast something is, it can't escape my eyes, Su Shui said calmly. Just as Zhou Ling opened her mouth to speak, another wave of domain energy unfolded behind her. Domain, slaughter zone, activate. Then, two daggers silently pressed against her throat from the shadows. Even Zhou Ling, an annihilation-level aberrant, hadn't noticed it at all. Sister Shui? Yin Qi? It was Li Muhan's first time seeing both of their domains up close. He couldn't help but be surprised. With the two of them joining the battle, the situation shifted. But Zhou Ling still didn't react. She glanced at Su Shui in the distance, then at Li Muhan, and finally lowered her gaze to the daggers on her throat. Don't move, Yin Qi said coldly. You're all too weak. Zhou Ling let out a cold laugh, then suddenly spread her wings again. In that moment, countless feathers and gales howled forth. Yin Qi tried to slit Zhou Ling's throat, but suddenly realized that wasn't Zhou Ling anymore. It was clearly a monster with a bird's head and a human body. She slashed with all her strength, but couldn't even cut a single feather on the creature. Bang! Another sniper bullet screamed through the air, but still failed to pierce Gu Huanyao's feathers. Now it's my turn? Zhou Ling flapped her wings. Countless feathers and wind blades surged toward the group. At that moment, a door at the end of the hallway opened. Mom? A little boy, rubbing his sleepy eyes, walked out. Instantly, all the wind and feathers vanished. Zhou Ling returned to her human form in an instant. She ignored Yin Qi behind her and calmly walked toward the boy. Mom, I had a nightmare? I couldn't sleep. The boy looked at Zhou Ling with a slightly aggrieved expression. Zhou Ling's cold demeanor completely disappeared. She crouched down and gently stroked the boy's head. Don't be scared. Mommy is here. Then another child came out from the room. Mom, what's all the noise? Who are these people? He pointed to Li Muhan and the others. It doesn't matter, kids. We're leaving this place now. Mom, where are we going? But Mom, we still have friends here. Gu Huanyao gently held the two children in her arms. Mommy will help you meet new friends. We'll always be together. And Mommy will protect you forever. As long as I'm with Mom, anywhere is fine. Me too. I love Mommy the most. Su Shui deactivated her domain, and her sniper rifle disappeared as well. Brother Muhan, those are the two missing kids. She walked over and whispered to Li Muhan. Li Muhan nodded. Watching the scene, he felt something strange. The children truly seemed to believe Gu Huanyao was their mother. And they trusted her completely. That woman used my power to completely twist those kids' minds, damn it. The fox demon, with Li Muhan's help, slowly stood up. Gu Huanyao turned and looked at Li Muhan and the others, then bowed. I only wanted to give these two kids a home. I won't cause any other trouble for the Bureau. Where did your power come from? Li Muhan asked coldly. It was part of a deal. I can't tell you. But please understand the situation. Officers of the Bureau, I let you live. Don't go seeking death. As she said the last sentence, a flash of killing intent flickered in her eyes. Li Muhan understood, her current strength was indeed overwhelming. In his current state, he couldn't fight her head-on. You won't get away, Gu Huanyao. Yin Qi said coldly. Maybe not. Gu Huanyao stroked the two children's heads, her gaze full of affection. But not today. Officers of the Bureau, let me give you a word of advice. A force you cannot see is quietly changing the aberrance of this world. Very soon, none of your files or data will be worth relying on. Why not just tell us directly who's behind it? Li Muhan asked. It's part of the deal. I'm sorry. Goodbye, everyone. With that, Gu Huanyao spread her arms, her hands turned into wings again. She wrapped the two children in an embrace, and a fierce gust of wind surrounded them. When the wind faded, Gu Huanyao and the children had vanished. When the first light of dawn touched the earth, the Mushan orphanage seemed to return to its original state. Everything that happened the night before felt like a dream. After everything settled, personnel from the Bureau quickly arrived to take over. Li Muhan felt uneasy. After all, the two children were taken, and Gu Huanyao had vanished. More troubling were the words she left behind. Someone was secretly changing the aberrance of this world. From the narrow nation to Gu Huanyao, their powers had grown drastically. This was a serious threat. But Lindsay only smiled and reassured him. This world changes every moment. Humans change, and so do aberrants. Everyone evolves. Don't worry, the Bureau will handle it. As for the kids, Gu Huanyao won't hurt them. They already lost their parents. Maybe she really can give them the love they were missing. That kind of reasoning was just self-comfort. The truth remained, this mission had failed. As the fox demon was escorted to a Bureau vehicle, she insisted on seeing Li Muhan. He agreed. Hey, human. Why did you save me back then? Huh? When that woman tried to silence me, why did you save me? Lee Muhan scratched his head and smiled bitterly. I didn't really think about it. Just felt like, maybe you're not that bad. I asked Director Lin, when you took over that village, you only confused the men. As for what Su Shui said earlier, that the men killed their wives and daughters, it wasn't true. The fox demon had altered their perception. As for why? It made me look more ruthless. More powerful, right? I've gotta say, even though you're a fox demon that's lived for hundreds of years, your mindset is like a child. So immature. The fox demon turned away awkwardly but still peeked at Lee Muhan. Human, I lost to you this time. I admit it. I'll train under the bureau supervision properly. But next time, I won't lose. Lee Muhan nodded. Seeing the slightly exhausted but still beautiful fox demon being led into the vehicle, he smiled and said one last thing. But I think you look best just like this now. Maybe, don't train too hard, yeah? The fox demon's face suddenly turned slightly red. She opened her mouth slightly, as if wanting to say something to Lee Muhan, but in the end, it only turned into one sentence. Go to hell, you damn human. Then the vehicle drove off. Lee Muhan was randomly cursed for no reason, leaving him completely confused. Lindsay sighed, patted Lee Muhan on the shoulder, and said, Can you stop raising favorability with these aberrants? The Special Authority Bureau is not your personal harem. Meanwhile, at Tianhai City University, Guruashi was fixing her makeup in the restroom. After checking herself and confirming she looked perfect today, she made up her mind. I'll go look for you one last time. If you ignore me again, I'll never give you another chance to win me back. She talked to herself in the mirror, as if trying to encourage herself. Then she went straight to Lee Muhan's class. But she found out that Lee Muhan had taken a leave of absence today. Lately, Muhan's been taking a lot of time off, his attendance is almost below standard. In the hallway, Luo Yang was also puzzled when answering Guruashi's question. To be honest, right after you broke up with him, he was really down. But lately, he looks like he's doing better than ever. Luo Yang naturally knew that Guruashi had wronged Lee Muhan. As his bro, he was only saying this to annoy her a bit. And Guruashi was indeed pissed off. She couldn't imagine how Lee Muhan could be living so well without her. Just because of that delinquent girl Xiaoyu? He must have been bewitched by that woman. That woman is only after his money. Luo Yang snorted and said, Miss Gu, don't think the world revolves around you. Old Lee didn't do anything to wrong you, you're the one who abandoned him. Now that he's got someone new, if you really regret it, you better lower your head and apologize. Though honestly, I don't think you even have a shot anymore. You. Guruashi's face turned red with anger, but she couldn't find any words to refute him. Just then, as whispers spread through the hallway, a tall figure walked up beside them. Excuse me. The two turned to look at the speaker, and both froze. Because it wasn't just anyone. It was the current campus sensation, the transfer student from the Northern Kingdom, Hattie. Hattie still maintained that cold arrogance like frost. This arrogance wasn't an act, it was a kind of aura that came from deep within. Even Guruashi didn't dare to meet those deep and icy eyes that resembled a cold pond. Excuse me, is Lee Muhan here? Hattie acted as if she didn't see Guruashi at all and directly looked at Luo Yang as she asked. Well, Muhan, he took the day off. Luo Yang had always thought he could handle girls smoothly. Even with Guruashi, he could mock her without hesitation. But in front of Hattie, he was even stumbling over his words. When she learned that Lee Muhan wasn't there, Hattie looked a bit disappointed. She took out her hand from behind her back, holding a finely wrapped gift box. I see. Then it looks like I can't give him this present. You and Lee Muhan, what's your relationship? Guruashi couldn't hold back anymore. One Xiaoyu was bad enough, what was this beautiful foreign girl's deal? Lee Muhan never had much luck with women, so why had everything changed in just a few months? She was completely confused. Only then did Hattie finally turn her gaze toward Guruashi. A very close relationship, I suppose. That light remark made Guruashi so angry her eyes went wide. What do you mean? You haven't even known him long. Do you know he has a girlfriend? Guruashi was so flustered, she forgot that she and Lee Muhan had already broken up. It was only after yelling this sentence that she realized how awkward it sounded. Hattie thought for a moment and said, You mean Xiaoyu? Doesn't matter. She can't beat me. Xiaoyu? I'm his girlfriend. Guruashi was desperate now and shouted at Hattie. Hattie leaned closer and sniffed Guruashi. The sudden move startled her, and she took a step back in confusion. There's no scent of him on you. Hattie said calmly. Scent? Are you a dog? Seeing the two about to argue, Luo Yang quickly stepped in and blocked Guruashi, speaking to Hattie. This is Muhan's ex-girlfriend, don't take it to heart. Obviously, Luo Yang said it on purpose. More and more people were starting to gather around. The namely Muhan had been coming up a lot lately, especially with all the school's prettiest girls. Guruashi, Xiaoyu, and now a transfer student. Just who exactly was this Li Muhan? Ex-girlfriend? A look of disdain clearly appeared in Hattie's eyes. What do you mean by that? Let me tell you. I was the one who dumped Li Muhan. I didn't want him. If I wanted to, he'd come back to me immediately. In the face of Guruashi's hysteria, Hattie only shrugged and then turned and walked away like no one else was around. With no one left to vent at, Guruashi turned on Luo Yang. What was that just now? Why did you say I was Li Muhan's ex-girlfriend? Luo Yang shrugged and couldn't be bothered to deal with her. Am I wrong? Do yourself a favor and stop clinging to Li Muhan. As you can see, he's busy, he really doesn't have time for you. After saying this, Luo Yang went straight back to the classroom. Guruashi was left standing there in shock, frozen in place. The whispers and mocking from others around her felt 100 times louder, stabbing at her pride like icy needles. Her carefully applied makeup now seemed like clown paint. She couldn't take it anymore and ran off from the university like she was fleeing. At the hallway window, Hattie watched Guruashi running away and revealed a faint, subtle smile. Guruashi ran until she was completely exhausted, finally finding a bench on the side of the road to sit down. She didn't know when tears had filled her eyes, but now her delicate makeup was a complete mess. She covered her face, not wanting anyone to see her like this, then began to think about how it had come to this. Was it because she wasn't attractive enough? Or was it because she betrayed Li Muhan and was now paying the price? You really think I'd look up to someone like you? If I wanted to, I could find happiness in seconds. She muttered this, but the image of Li Muhan with Xiaoyu and the transfer student twisted her heart with pain. And when she thought of how Li Muhan had been the first to show up when she was in danger, she didn't know how to face her current self. A flower worn on the head, yet never blooms in all 4 seasons. Longing for its bloom, yet the flower picker never comes. At that moment, a girl's voice spoke from beside her. Guruashi looked up slightly and saw a cute girl, about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a rather strange Taoist robe, holding a flag, standing in front of her. What do you want? Guruashi asked weakly. Dear lady, are you troubled by your love fate? Don't worry, don't fret. One fortune reading, and you'll see clearly and never be lost again. So it was a street con artist. Guruashi sneered. So young and already out here scamming people? She waved her hand. No reading, no reading. I'm in a bad mood. Go away. The girl didn't give up. Instead, she sat down next to Guruashi, put her flag aside, and took Guruashi's hand, studying her palm on her own. Your skin is soft and delicate. You've lived a comfortable life. Little friend, you're a rich girl destined for luxury. What are you doing? Guruashi pulled her hand back, clearly annoyed by the strange behavior of this cute but odd girl. Go away. I'm not in the mood to deal with you. But the girl didn't leave. Instead, she squatted in front of Guruashi and carefully examined her face. What a pity. Impatient for quick success, now your luck is broken. You were meant to go smoothly through life with riches and honor, but now. She smiled slightly and then casually picked up the flag. Now what? What are you trying to say? Guruashi found the girl more and more suspicious. Now, you have a calamity of blood ahead. Heh, what a cliché scam. Just as Guruashi was about to ridicule her, the girl suddenly stabbed her flag behind Guruashi. Ah! A man screamed. Guruashi turned around. A tall man had somehow appeared behind her. The flag had stabbed right into his eye. Damn it! Brothers! Get them! Big Brother Zhao has a reward! The tall man shouted while holding his eye. A van suddenly pulled up by the roadside, and 5 or 6 men jumped out, rushing toward Guruashi. Who are you? What do you want? Didn't I say already, little friend? You're facing a bloody disaster. And this is the result of your impatience. So? Want a reading? I can help you survive this. For some reason, Guruashi truly felt that this little girl was the only one who could help her now. She nodded hard. Please. Save me. You're welcome, you're welcome. The girl swung the long flag behind her. 2 of the rushing men were immediately knocked down by a powerful force. Then she slung the flag over her shoulder, stepped on a man who was trying to get up, and smiled at the others. Taoist Yulong of Zhenwu Daoist Temple, Tsuiwei Mountain, is here. Evil and wicked ones, retreat, all of you. The girl who called herself Yulong Daoist not only had great strength but was also incredibly agile. In just a few moves, she took down those big, burly men. At first, the men still wanted to rush forward. But after all, this was on a public street, and by now, people had started to gather and watch. Their plan to kidnap someone and flee had already fallen apart. The man who was stabbed in the eye glared viciously at Guruashi. Damn it, count yourself lucky. But I wonder if your mom and dad will have the same luck. After saying that, the group of men jumped into the car and sped away. Guruashi's face turned pale. She didn't feel safe at all. What do I do? They'll hurt my parents. What should I do? Yu Linglong patted Guruashi's shoulder, then flagged down a taxi and pulled her inside. Quick, tell me your home address. Yu Linglong was no longer acting playful, she looked genuinely nervous. She didn't expect to run into something like this just coming down from the mountain for a break. Earlier, she had noticed that man following Guruashi the whole way. He clearly wasn't a good person. At first, she thought it was just a random criminal act. But now it seemed like a long-planned conspiracy. Guruashi stammered out the address of the apartment she was renting. Her parents had stayed in Tianhai City a bit longer out of concern for her. If something happened to them because of her, she would carry the guilt for the rest of her life. Hello, yes, there may be a home invasion at Lavoie Apartments, 12th floor, Unit 4 on XX Street. Please get there quickly. Yu Linglong used Guruashi's phone to call the police, while also trying to calm her down. The police are already on the way. It'll be fine. The taxi driver realized how serious the situation was. He floored the gas and even ran 2 red lights, getting them to the destination as fast as possible. Luckily, Guruashi's apartment wasn't far from the university. In less than half an hour, the car arrived downstairs. Several police cars were already parked outside, and a crowd had gathered. It's okay. It'll be okay. Don't worry. The police are here. Yu Linglong continued comforting the terrified Guruashi, who was still trembling and barely able to walk without help. They took the elevator to the 12th floor. As soon as the doors opened, Yu Linglong's eyes turned sharp. She pulled Guruashi behind her and raised the small flag in her hand. The flag, with the character Ling printed on it, moved without wind, pointing directly at Unit 1204, Guruashi's apartment. There was demonic energy, and it was thick. Yu Linglong began to regret not reporting to the Special Authority Bureau instead of just calling the police. But who would have thought this would be connected to monsters? At that moment, a police officer stepped out from Unit 1204 and looked at them. Are you residents here? Where are my parents? Seeing the police officer, Guruashi couldn't hold it in anymore. She walked over trembling, dreading what bad news she might hear. The officer glanced at her and said, You live here, right? You made the report? I did. I'm her friend, Yu Linglong answered, still on high alert. This demonic aura belonged to a blood clan. But it was different from Xiaoyu. This blood clan made no effort to hide her aura, as if wanting everyone to know she was there. Don't worry. Your parents are safe. There was a gang trying to break in, but luckily your friend was visiting and subdued them. The officer looked into the apartment. Speak of the devil, here she comes. When the tall figure appeared beside the officer, Guruashi was stunned. She was a beautiful girl with a cold and exotic look, wearing a black cropped jacket, slim jeans, and black boots. Her long silver hair was tied into a ponytail, looking both sharp and capable. Who are you? But Guruashi didn't know this woman at all. Huh? Isn't she your friend? The officer was confused too. Yu Linglong, however, didn't lower her guard. She knew clearly that the strong demonic aura came from this woman. I'm a friend of Li Muhan. I owed him a favor. Now it's paid back. After saying that, the woman walked past Guruashi, preparing to leave. Wait, miss, you need to come with us and make a statement. The officer tried to stop her. But the woman just glanced back with eyes that pierced the soul. The officer felt a chill down his spine and couldn't say another word. Li Muhan's friend? Guruashi froze, then rushed into the apartment. Inside, 7 or 8 men were squatting in the corner under police orders, holding their heads. They all had varying injuries, clearly caused by that woman. Her parents were unharmed but seemed frightened. Dad. Mom. Are you okay? Guruashi rushed to them. They were sitting together on the sofa. Seeing their daughter helped them finally relax. We're fine, Ruashi. Thanks to your friend. Those men broke in and tried to take us away. If not for her. Mom, that's not my friend. She's Li Muhan's friend. Guruashi cut her off. Aunt Jiang paused, then sighed. Sigh. Our family owes Muhan too much already. Uncle Gu was calmer. He noticed something odd. Those men didn't come to steal or kill. They said nothing, just tried to take them away. Ruashi, did you offend someone? Guruashi looked back at the squatting men. One of them had his head lowered, but his body looked familiar. Suddenly, she recognized him. It's you. Guruashi pointed at the man and shouted. The man seemed frightened, shrank back further, and stammered. And no, it wasn't me. It's him. He's the security guard from Yunchang restaurant. Mom. Dad. Don't you remember? After Guruashi said that, her parents also recognized that the man was indeed the security guard from Yunchang restaurant where they had dined that day. It really is. Aunt Jiang said, still shaken. At this moment, a police officer walked over. You know this man? No, but he's the security guard at Yunchang restaurant. We had a bit of a conflict when we were eating there. Upon hearing the name Yunchang restaurant, the officer gave Guruashi a suspicious look. You were dining at Yunchang restaurant? The meaning behind those words was obvious. He was looking down on her. Why can't I eat at Yunchang restaurant? Are you looking down on me? No, miss, I didn't mean that. Okay, please come with us to make a statement. Your parents should come too. When the police took Guruashi, her parents, and the criminals out of the apartment, the silver-haired girl sneered coldly in a nearby alley. Then she turned her head toward a figure in the shadows. I don't owe him anything anymore. The figure wore a student uniform, and her long legs wrapped in black stockings were extremely alluring. It was none other than Hattie. But you should still remember, Qian Gongyu, don't cause trouble for Li Muhan again. Hattie's tone was icy when speaking to the silver-haired girl, making her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar. Why do you care so much about that human? Because he's special. I like special people. That includes your master, Xiaoyu. Hattie gently touched Qian Gongyu's cheek. The coldness from her fingers seeped into the girl's beautiful face. Qian Gongyu stood frozen, too afraid to react. I need you to help me investigate something. I don't know him, and I don't know you either. Qian Gongyu stepped back, but Hattie's hand suddenly turned into a wolf-like claw and clamped tightly around her neck. The vampire girl's body was lifted off the ground. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't move an inch. Watch yourself, Blood Clan. I have zero interest in you. The only reason you're still alive is because I'm not ready to fall out with the China Special Authority Bureau. What do you want me to investigate? There was a defection incident involving an otherworldly being at the Tianhai City Special Authority Bureau recently. I need you to investigate it. You want me to investigate that otherworldly being? No. I want you to find out what their last mission was before defecting. Meanwhile, in the alley's corner, Yu Linglong was secretly watching everything. Just as she was about to hear something crucial, a hand suddenly patted her shoulder. Little Taoist, eavesdropping isn't a good habit. Hattie was standing behind her. Yu Linglong was stunned. Hadn't she just seen her in front of her? When she turned back again, Qian Gongyu was already standing before her. Surrounded on both sides, Yu Linglong instinctively tried to raise her long flag, but Hattie immediately grabbed her by the collar and lifted her off the ground. I won't kill you. You're with the Special Authority Bureau. But I hope you won't get in my way. I'm just doing my job. You're Hattie from the Northern Special Authority Bureau? All your actions should be under the command of the Chinese Bureau? Forget everything, child. Before Yu Linglong could finish, Hattie's eyes emitted a faint green glow. When their eyes met, Yu Linglong suddenly stopped struggling. Her gaze went blank. The flag in her hand fell to the ground, as if she were hypnotized. Should I kill her? Qian Gongyu asked. That's why I have no interest in you at all, Qian Gongyu. You've lived this long and still don't know how to use your brain. Qian Gongyu didn't like that comment, but the overwhelming power difference made her too scared to say a word. Go do what you need to do. I'll take care of this kid. An hour later. When Yu Linglong came to her senses, she found herself at the foot of Tsuiwei Mountain. She looked around as if waking from a long dream but couldn't remember anything that had happened that day. Oh well, time for dinner. Let's go eat. When Guruashi and her parents came out of the police station after giving their statements, it was already 7 p.m. Father Gu insisted that Guruashi call Li Muhan to thank him, and also ask if he knew anything about what had happened today. At first, Guruashi didn't want to, but then she thought, if Li Muhan actually had someone protect her family at all times, he must still have feelings for her. So she decided to give Li Muhan a chance and took out her phone. But to her surprise, Li Muhan's phone just wouldn't go through. She then opened WeChat and sent him a message. Why can't I get through to your phone? A red exclamation mark popped up. Guruashi stared blankly for a few seconds before suddenly remembering, Li Muhan had deleted her in front of her face before. That sense of humiliation made Guruashi feel very upset. Aunt Jiang noticed something was wrong with her daughter, so she walked over, gently patted her shoulder, and asked, Sweetheart, what's wrong? Nothing, Mom. She didn't answer. Maybe she's busy. Guruashi didn't dare tell her mom that Li Muhan had blocked her. Before this, she always acted superior in front of her parents. Whatever she said, Li Muhan didn't dare disobey. Even Father Gu had privately advised her multiple times. He told her not to be so harsh with Li Muhan. He said if Li Muhan ended up with someone else, she'd regret it. At the time, Guruashi thought that was impossible. Li Muhan was just an orphan with no support. Without her and her parents' help, he couldn't even finish middle school or high school. And he was head over heels for her. No matter how bratty she was, he'd still put up with it. Worst case, he left, so what? Honestly, she didn't even like him that much. There are so many good men in the world, and she's so pretty, who was Li Muhan to her? But now? Li Muhan had Xiaoyu, who was even prettier than she was. Add that transfer student into the mix, and Guruashi suddenly felt like her looks weren't all that impressive anymore. If it was just Xiaoyu, she could still comfort herself by thinking that bitch was just leeching off Li Muhan now that he had some skills. But what about the transfer student? She'd heard the rumors, that girl was supposedly royalty from the Northern Kingdom. And that kind of person actually gave Li Muhan a gift personally? Guruashi felt an unspeakable pain, like her favorite childhood doll had been taken away by someone else. How about I call Xiaohan then? Father Gu pulled out his phone, but Guruashi stopped him. Hey, Dad, it's fine. He's really busy right now. You two head home first. I want to be alone for a bit. Don't worry, I'll talk to Li Muhan and figure this out. It's not about figuring it out. The most important thing is to thank that friend of his. If that lady hadn't been there today, who knows what would have happened. Thinking about those thugs, Aunt Jiang still felt a bit shaken. She even suggested they move to a new place. But Guruashi shook her head. It's no use. We just rented this place, and they already found us. If they're really after us, no place is safe. Dad, Mom, I'll buy you plane tickets. You two should leave tonight. While saying this, she opened a ticket booking site on her phone. But then she remembered, she only had about 1,000 yuan to her name. That wasn't even enough to buy her parents' tickets. Thinking about this made her nose tingle with sadness. As if sensing what her daughter was thinking, Aunt Jiang grabbed her hand. Xiaoxi, Mom knows times are tough for you now. We already bought the tickets. We're leaving tomorrow morning. But before we go, I want to talk to Xiaohan. I want to ask him to keep you safe. Mom, don't worry. Li Muhan won't give up on me that easily. Didn't he send someone to protect you both? Guruashi still believed that the silver-haired woman was someone Li Muhan sent. As for how he knew in advance about the kidnapping, she figured he must be somehow involved in the whole mess. Thinking about it, she even started to resent Li Muhan for dragging her into this weird trouble. Dad, Mom, I want to walk by myself for a bit. You go back first. I'll take you to the airport tomorrow morning. Xiaohan left some money for you in the cabinet in your room. Mom left it for you. We're old now, we don't need much. You must take care of yourself, eat well, dress well. If Xiaohan still has feelings for you, then make sure to sincerely apologize. But if he's really given up on you, then Mom advises you, don't bother him anymore. Guruashi looked at her mother, her eyes red. She sniffled, forced back the tears, and managed a smile. Mom. Got it. You guys go rest. I'll be back soon. After that, she walked aimlessly along the street. Tianhai City was huge. She still remembered when she first arrived, full of ambition, determined to make a life for herself here. Back then, Li Muhan was still by her side, promising to work hard and make enough money so she could live well and dress well. But she only scoffed at him at the time. Though she hadn't hooked up with Xiao Qiankuan yet, she already looked down on this childhood friend who was nothing more than a bootlicker. His love had already become cheap and worthless in her heart. As she walked forward, she scrolled through her phone. That red exclamation mark on the Li Muhan chat just stood out more and more. Humph, even if you beg me to add you back, I won't agree. Who do you think you are? She muttered to herself, tears rolling down her cheeks. Guruashi? At that moment, a familiar female voice called from behind. Guruashi turned around to see a short-haired girl with delicate features running toward her. It really is you, Guruashi. It's been so many years. Guruashi froze for a moment before finally remembering who the girl was. Chen Sihan. The short-haired girl wore a hoodie, a denim miniskirt, black leggings, and high-top sneakers, lively and cute. You recognized me? I'm so happy, Guruashi. Do you know? It's been almost 4 years. You've gotten even more beautiful. I'm so jealous. This cheerful girl in front of her was Chen Sihan, Guruashi's best friend from junior high. After graduation, Chen Sihan had moved away because of her family, and they'd lost touch. Guruashi never expected to meet her again here in Tianhai. Sihan, you've changed so much. Guruashi still had tears on her face, but her smile showed the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Back in school, Chen Sihan was short and chubby. Hardly anyone talked to her except Guruashi. Even then, Guruashi mostly treated her like a tool, slightly higher in status than tool number 1, Lee Muhan. I really worked hard to lose weight. Working out can totally change your life, Chen Sihan said with a confident, bright smile. Guruashi couldn't help but feel amazed. If someone is truly determined to change, they really can transform completely. And what about Lee Muhan? Has he changed like that too, especially when it comes to how he feels about her? 10 minutes later. After finding out that Guruashi hadn't eaten yet, Chen Sihan brought her to a stylish, high-end restaurant. Guruashi had been here before with Xiao Qiankuan, so she knew exactly how expensive it was. She was no longer the future daughter-in-law of the Zhao family. Now, every penny she spent had to be carefully calculated. She absolutely couldn't become a burden to her retired parents. Sihan, how about we eat somewhere else? This place is too expensive. When she said this, Guruashi blushed a little. She hadn't expected that one day she'd lower her head in front of Chen Sihan. Because back in middle school, Chen Sihan had been her little follower, the lonely girl who carried her backpack and did her homework. Guruashi was like a savior to her. If not for her, Chen Sihan might have developed social anxiety. But now, looking at the sunny smile of the confident girl sitting across from her, whose looks weren't better than hers, but who radiated self-assurance, Guruashi found it hard to face. It's fine, Ruashi. We're old friends reuniting. I'm treating you to dinner today. Order whatever you want. Oh right, how's your little wolf dog? Are you two still together? Little wolf dog? Guruashi was stunned for a moment, not understanding who Chen Sihan was referring to. I mean Lee Muhan. Back in middle school, he followed you around like a loyal wolf dog, always trying to protect you. Chen Sihan knew Lee Muhan too, even though they hadn't been in the same class in middle school. But every day after school, Lee Muhan would wait for Guruashi outside her classroom. Even when she scolded him or ordered him around, he never complained. Over time, people started saying Guruashi had raised a little wolf dog. Why a wolf dog? Because Lee Muhan fought like a beast. I remember a third-year senior tried to mess with you once and ended up getting 2 front teeth knocked out by Lee Muhan. Ha ha ha, didn't your parents have to pay money for that? Chen Sihan laughed while eating dessert, recalling the past. To her, these memories were amusing. Her life was better now, so reminiscing about the past was just a sweet reminder of how far she'd come. But Guruashi couldn't laugh. She remembered it too. That senior had cornered her and tried to kiss her. Lee Muhan came charging in and kicked him to the ground. Then he grabbed the guy by the hair and dragged him from the 3rd floor down to the playground, where he beat him up. In the end, her parents had to come forward, apologizing and paying compensation to settle things. Lee Muhan was scolded harshly by her parents. It was the first time they had treated him that way. And it was the first time Guruashi had ever said, thank you, to Lee Muhan. Ruashi? Are you crying? Chen Sihan's voice brought her back to reality. Guruashi realized that her tears had already dripped onto the tablecloth. I am fine. Sorry, my eyes are a little irritated, She couldn't hold it back anymore. She covered her face and started crying. Chen Sihan realized she must have said something wrong. She quickly paid the bill and pulled Guruashi out of the restaurant. The two of them sat down on a bench by the sea. Chen Sihan handed her a can of hot coffee. After Guruashi had cried enough, she asked, you and Lee Muhan, did you break up? Guruashi held the coffee and nodded slightly. Her carefully done makeup was ruined, and her face looked haggard. Did he fall for someone else? Men. No, Guruashi couldn't bring herself to say it. She had dumped Lee Muhan for a rich guy. Now that Chen Sihan was the only person she could confide in, she didn't want her to look at her like she was an idiot. But in the end, Guruashi couldn't find the courage to tell her the truth. After sitting for a while, Chen Sihan walked Guruashi back to her apartment building. Watching her enter the elevator like a lost soul, Chen Sihan pulled out her phone. She called Luo Yang. Luo Yang, Guruashi, Chen Sihan, and Lee Muhan had all been classmates in middle school. Though Chen Sihan had lost contact with Lee Muhan and Guruashi, she had stayed in touch with Luo Yang. That's why she still had his number. Hello, Luo Yang? Yo, isn't this the fitness girl? What's up, calling me at night to confess your love? Shut up. I need to ask you something. Chen Sihan asked about what had happened between Lee Muhan and Guruashi. Luo Yang hesitated for a while, but after being pressed several times, he gave her a rough explanation of how Guruashi had dumped Lee Muhan. I don't know all the details. Lao Han won't talk about it, so I'm not too sure. Fine. Give me Lee Muhan's number. Sihan, maybe you shouldn't get involved in this. Guruashi is my best friend. I can't just stand by when she's like this. But Lao Han is the one who was wronged here, not her. Still, Whatever, just give me his number. Left with no choice, Luo Yang gave her Li Muhan's phone number. Chen Sihan walked to a quiet corner near Guruashi's building and dialed Li Muhan. Hello? Who is this? On the other end came a voice, familiar, yet unfamiliar. Familiar because it still had traces of the Li Muhan from middle school. Unfamiliar because it sounded much more cheerful than before. Li Muhan? Yeah, who's this? I'm Chen Sihan. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, footsteps could be heard. It seemed Li Muhan had moved to another place to take the call. Chen Sihan from middle school? Who else would it be? You sound different now. I remember back in middle school, you'd struggle half a day just to get one sentence out. Li Muhan's tone had a teasing hint. After all, they were middle school classmates, and through the connection with Guruashi, they were fairly familiar back then, even if they hadn't talked much. Don't worry about me. I'm asking you, Li Muhan, what's going on between you and Ruashi? The moment Guruashi was mentioned, Li Muhan's tone seemed to cool down. That has nothing to do with you. She's my best friend. How can I not care? Do you know how sad she is right now? What does that have to do with me, Chen Sihan? We were classmates back in middle school, so I won't say anything too harsh. If you called to catch up, I'd be glad to. I can treat you to a meal, drinks, karaoke, whatever. But if you're here to fight someone else's battle, sorry, I've got things to do. Wait a second. Don't hang up. Chen Sihan realized that Li Muhan really didn't want to talk about Guruashi, so she calmed herself and said, I just want to know, what happened between you two? You used to be so close. Why did things turn out like this? Go ask her. At that moment, a woman's voice could be heard on the other end of the phone. What are you doing, standing outside making a phone call in the middle of the night? Nothing, just a middle school classmate. Male or female? Female, female. Why are you looking at me like that? Just a middle school classmate. I'm hungry. Wait a minute, I'll come feed you in a second. Go back inside, hurry. Then came the sound of a door closing. Chen Sihan was stunned. Who are you with, Li Muhan? That's even less of your business. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Since you're in Tianhai City, let's meet up sometime. Luo Yang misses you too, we can grab a meal together. Eat, eat, eat. Eat what? I'm already in Tianhai City. Are you coming to see me or not? Do you dare? Are you really Chen Sihan? Why do you sound like a completely different person? Just tell me, are you with a woman right now? Yeah. What's your relationship with that woman? Chen Sihan's voice grew louder and louder. A few late-night passers-by overheard and shook their heads in sympathy. Probably another poor girl dumped by a guy. Chen Sihan, are you crazy? I've said so much only because we were classmates. Are you doing a background check on me or what? You. Knowing she was in the wrong, Chen Sihan still refused to back down, but her tone softened a bit. Do you know Guruashi was almost kidnapped today? She said it was your friend who saved her. She mentioned this to make Li Muhan feel concerned. And sure enough, his tone changed. Huh? My friend? Who? I don't know. She said it was a very beautiful girl with silver hair. Probably a wig. At that moment, the sound of a door opening came from the phone again. Are you still not done? Damn. Don't transform. Someone might see you. Go back inside first. I'm really hungry. And how long are you going to keep talking to another woman? Li Muhan? Are you listening to me? Ruashi was almost. Alright, I got it. I'll look into it. Hanging up. Beep, 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 beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Chen Sihan was furious. Damn it. Damn it. Flirting with another woman. Li Muhan, you bastard. After hanging up the phone, Li Muhan was almost dragged into the room by Xia Yu and thrown onto the bed. Wait. I remember you already fed today. Li Muhan suddenly remembered that after reporting the orphanage incident to the bureau, he had let Xia Yu feed on his blood when he got home. Why did she want to feed again? Was this vampire's appetite getting bigger? But Xia Yu pinned Li Muhan to the bed, her blood-red eyes staring straight into his. Tell me. This time, though, she didn't immediately bite his neck like before. Instead, she asked a question that left Li Muhan totally confused. Do you often bring girls home? Huh? Li Muhan was dumbfounded. What kind of question was that? Answer me. Answer what? Do you bring girls home whenever you see them, like you did with me? Li Muhan didn't know what kind of crazy idea had gotten into her, but judging by her expression, if he didn't answer this right, this vampire might actually go for flesh tonight. What nonsense are you saying? I'm not some pervert. Why would I bring girls home just like that? Then why were you chatting so happily with that girl just now? Suddenly, Li Muhan realized. Xia Yu misunderstood. And badly. Was she also someone you brought home before? Did you do strange things to her too? No, hold on, what strange things? I didn't do anything strange to you either. You saw my body. No. That's because you suddenly took off your clothes and said I could do anything to you. Any guy would have a hard time resisting that. Xiaoyu frowned slightly, as if she was thinking. She didn't really understand this kind of thing, but felt annoyed, which led to her current almost childish stubbornness. But you resisted. Yeah. Pretty impressive, right? Am I not attractive to you? Killer question. Li Muhan suddenly felt a wave of danger. Well, even if you're attractive, I still can't do things to a girl I just met, right? You're not a man? Hey, are you insulting me now? But you said any man couldn't resist, and you did. So you're not a man? I meant I'm a gentleman. Then, if I take off my clothes again in front of you, will you still be able to resist? Thump, thump. Li Muhan could feel his heart pounding. And Xiaoyu's hand really reached for the collar of her loose, cute pajamas and slowly began to undo it. Li Muhan swallowed hard, his face flushing. He wanted to stop her. But his limbs were tied down by a force called desire. This time, the devil took over his mind. Just like Xiaoyu said, the first time they met, the only reason he held back was pure willpower, practically superhuman. The odds of that happening again? Practically zero. Back then, Li Muhan had just been dumped and had no hope left for the future, only that kind of despair could have let him resist her charm. But now? As more of Xiaoyu's pale skin was slowly revealed, Li Muhan couldn't help but gulp. Smack. In the end, a slender finger flicked his forehead. A soft smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face. Just kidding. Damn it. Li Muhan cursed in his heart. Sometimes he thought Xiaoyu was like a blank sheet of paper, pure and clueless. But then again, who knew how long this woman had lived? Could she really not understand? Even if she lacked common sense, she definitely wasn't stupid. He had clearly underestimated her. Watching Xiaoyu sit up from on top of him and tie her messy hair back into a ponytail, Li Muhan felt a little unwilling. So she's allowed to mess with me, but I can't fight back? She had once complained to Lindsay that whenever Xiaoyu got angry, she would pin him down and start sucking his blood, and that kind of feeding felt totally different from before. It was as if Xiaoyu was doing it on purpose, trying to make it hurt. So Lindsay told Li Muhan a chant that could temporarily restrain a vampire. Now, with a devilish smile like Light Yagami executing a perfect plan, Li Muhan looked at Xiaoyu. Little bat, you forced me into this. Just as Xiaoyu was about to get off of him after fixing her hair, she suddenly realized her body couldn't move. Curse of no taboos, freeze. Li Muhan chanted an ancient Chinese spell while forming a sword shape with his fingers, and lightly tapped her abdomen. The little vampire instantly froze. Her arms were still raised behind her head, fixing her hair, chest slightly arched with her breathing, the only movement in her wide, surprised eyes. Holy crap, awesome. This must be how the Monkey King froze the 7 fairies back in the day. What are you trying to do? Xiaoyu could still speak, and her delicate face was filled with surprise as she looked at Li Muhan. After biting me every day, now you think you can just leave? Time for me to get some payback. As Li Muhan reached toward her, Xiaoyu grew nervous. But deep down, she felt a hint of anticipation and shyness. Her long lashes trembled slightly, and her eyes shimmered like rippling water. Wait a second, Li Muhan. Hang on. That spell, it's from that woman Lindsay, isn't it? I'm warning you, this spell only lasts 3 minutes on me. I'm warning you. Li Muhan placed his hands on Xiaoyu's slender waist. Her waist was so narrow that he could almost wrap his hands completely around it. What are you doing? Xiaoyu's petite body trembled slightly. For a vampire, his body heat was intense. As it spread through her waist from his hands, her cheeks flushed pink. You said it yourself. If I wanted to, I could do anything to you. Well then, I'll show you what I've got. Li Muhan grabbed her waist, lifted her onto the bed, laid her down, and climbed on top of her. But, please be gentle. I'm scared. And no, wait, I'm not ready yet. Too late. Just when Xiaoyu thought something serious was going to happen, she realized. Li Muhan was just poking her waist and tickling her underarms. Her teary, bashful eyes froze. Slowly, clarity returned. She looked at Li Muhan in confusion. Ha 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 ha. Even vampires must be ticklish. Today I'm going to show you what it means to wish you were dead. Huh? Huh? Wait, why aren't you reacting? Li Muhan kept tickling her so-called human laugh zones, but Xiaoyu just stared at him with eyes full of disappointment, as if watching an idiot. I'm very disappointed in you. Huh? No way. He started poking the soles of her feet, tickling her ears. Well? Is it ticklish? Beg for mercy. Beg a human for mercy. Xiaoyu looked at him with the gentle eyes reserved for the mentally challenged. Hey, seriously now. You vampires, you're not ticklish. In the end, it was Li Muhan who was left panting and exhausted. Had enough fun? Huh? Xiaoyu slowly lowered her hands and adjusted her slightly disheveled pajamas caused by Li Muhan's antics. I really thought you'd. I guess I overestimated you. 3 minutes are up. Now it's my turn. Wait. No, I was just joking. A joke. A joke. Help. Help me. And so, for the rest of that night, Li Muhan's screams echoed through the room. God only knows what he went through. By the next day, the neighbors had filed complaints, and Li Muhan's entire body was covered in tiny bite marks. When the two of them came out of the property office, it was already 10 a.m. So sleepy. Xiaoyu said weakly. Li Muhan was a little annoyed. You still know what sleepiness is? You tortured me all night. Just thinking about being hung upside down and tickled by Xiaoyu in various ways until after 2 a.m. made Li Muhan feel completely drained. I'm hungry. Xiaoyu tugged on Li Muhan's sleeve, trying to pull him outside. We're going home to wash up first. Brush your teeth before eating. Ignoring Xiaoyu's dissatisfied look, Li Muhan forcefully dragged her back home. After they finished washing up and were about to head out, they suddenly found a girl standing at the door. Li Muhan? The girl seemed unsure and asked cautiously. And you are? Li Muhan felt she looked both familiar and unfamiliar. Until the girl spoke her name. I'm Chen Sihan. What the hell? Li Muhan was shocked. Because in his memory, wasn't Chen Sihan shaped like a ball? How did her figure become so good? Food. Xiaoyu poked Li Muhan's back from behind. At the same time, she gave Chen Sihan a hostile look, like a territorial animal. Chen Sihan noticed Xiaoyu too, and immediately had a guess in her mind. This girl was way prettier than Guruashi. She never expected Li Muhan to end up with such a cute girl. Oh, this is Xiaoyu. She's kind of my roommate now. Roommate? Luo Yang said she's your girlfriend. Food. Li Muhan rubbed Xiaoyu's head and said quietly. Hold on a second. Then he said to Chen Sihan. You know how Luo Yang talks. He says anything. Chen Sihan looked at Li Muhan and Xiaoyu's interaction suspiciously. She didn't believe for a second that two people this close were just roommates. Just then, the neighbor's door opened. An old lady from next door came out carrying a bag of trash. Seeing Li Muhan, she walked over with a stern face. Young man, I know you're young and full of energy, but could you keep it down at night? You were making noise until 2 a.m. last night. Can people sleep or not? Sigh, kids these days. Without waiting for Li Muhan to explain, the old lady left, shaking her head. Now Chen Sihan didn't believe a word from Li Muhan. But Li Muhan didn't care what she believed. What he wanted to know was, why was Chen Sihan at his place? Did you need something? Yeah, it's about Guruashi. Just like last night, the moment Guruashi was mentioned, Li Muhan's expression turned cold. Then there's nothing to talk about. Let's go eat. He grabbed Xiaoyu's hand and started to leave. As they brushed past each other, Xiaoyu, previously expressionless, even stuck her tongue out at Chen Sihan, making her cheeks flush with anger. You wait. Li Muhan. What? Li Muhan had already reached the stairs but stopped and looked back at her. Can you at least talk to Guruashi properly? She's in a really bad state right now. She'll be fine after a while. Trust me. Li Muhan waved his hand and went down the stairs. Chen Sihan still wouldn't give up and tried to catch up. But just as she rounded the corner, suddenly, she saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Those eyes looked soaked in blood, exuding a terrifying, bone-chilling aura. Her body trembled, heart racing, breath unstable, like prey frozen under the gaze of a predator. She couldn't even run. The elevator's here. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? At the elevator, Li Muhan turned and called out to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu blinked. The red in her eyes disappeared, and her gaze returned to normal. Coming. She didn't say a word to the terrified Chen Sihan, just turned and walked into the elevator. Once the doors closed and the elevator started descending, Chen Sihan finally let out a long breath and collapsed to the floor. Even though it was winter, her palms and back were soaked with cold sweat. Her heart was filled with fear and unease. Who is she really? 20 minutes later. At a breakfast shop, Li Muhan looked at Xiaoyu sitting across from him and said, Xiaoyu. What? Still chewing, the cute girl looked up at him like a chipmunk. That girl earlier, my old classmate, she's not a bad person. Weren't you a bit too harsh? I just didn't want her clinging to you. It's not really clinging, whatever, forget it. About the thing I mentioned before, about the opium. Got any clues? Li Muhan was still thinking about the two missing children. Even though Lindsay said opium wouldn't harm children, he still couldn't relax. Xiaoyu thought for a bit and shook her head. I haven't seen that kind of creature before. Li Muhan sighed. Xiaoyu had only dealt with the fox spirit before, so she knew nothing about Ubium. But she did find it strange that Ubium suddenly became powerful. Gaining that much power in such a short time, that's really odd. It reminds me of something. Li Muhan quickly asked what it was. There was a defector from your Special Unit 7. That creature wasn't very strong originally, but after defecting, he defeated every other creature sent to catch him. He didn't kill anyone, but his strength had become frightening. Li Muhan had checked the records on that defector, but there was almost no info, almost like someone had erased everything on purpose. Could it be related to that vampire from back then? Li Muhan asked. He'd heard from Hua Tian that the defector turned during a vampire-related case. Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't know. Usually, only one vampire is allowed in a city. Why? Because vampires turn humans and create more. Don't look at me like that, I told you, I don't need subordinates. Noticing Li Muhan's strange look, Xiaoyu glared at him. Also, I already told you, the way to turn someone into a vampire is special. It needs. Her face turned a little red. Li Muhan immediately became alert. You really haven't turned anyone? Look me in the eyes. Don't lie. Now it was Li Muhan's turn to feel uncomfortable. He looked at Xiaoyu suspiciously. I said I haven't. What's with that look? Humph. You'd better not be hiding anything. If I find out? Li Muhan imitated Sherlock Holmes as he stared at her. In return, Xiaoyu dumped a bowl of hot porridge on his face. You idiot. Blushing, she stood up and stormed off. Realizing he'd said something wrong, Li Muhan quickly got up and chased after her. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner of the breakfast shop, a man in a black leather jacket was watching them leave, with a strange expression in his eyes. At the same time, in the second basement level archives room of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, the staff member on duty yawned after filing a stack of documents and sat down at the desk. A shadow silently flashed past him and entered the archive room. After successfully sneaking in, Qian Gongyue began searching for the documents she needed. The incident of the non-human member from the 7th Squad defecting. This matter was like a taboo in the entire Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. After it happened, all the files related to that non-human vanished. It seemed someone was deliberately trying to cover it up. Right now, she was under the control of Hattie, the woman from the northern country whose mood was unpredictable. One moment she might speak kindly, and the next she could bare her fangs. Just this once. After this, I'll never get involved with that woman again. Actually, she could have turned to Xiaoyu for help. Although Xiaoyu treated her coldly and didn't acknowledge her as a follower, it was Xiaoyu who had saved her life back then. To Qian Gongyue, Xiaoyu was undoubtedly her master. Li Muhan. While searching through the files, she suddenly found a familiar name. The face of the human who always stayed beside Xiaoyu popped into her mind. Non-human name, Li Muhan. Type, demon. Class, chaos extreme. Inner demon, Bale. Class, world destroying. Danger level, SSS. Qian Gongyue swallowed hard, a chill creeping up her spine. A world-destroying level demon, this wasn't a joke. Even though she wasn't part of the Special Management Bureau, she had dealt with them through various cities over the years. If such a being really existed in a city, it would absolutely be placed under tight surveillance. If possible, its freedom would be restricted. According to what she knew, the Special Management Bureau of Huaxia had imprisoned a total of 5 world-destroying level non-humans. 2 of them had shown a strong inclination to destroy humanity and were now under special confinement. The other 3 didn't care much about humans, so the Bureau was just closely monitoring them. But now, a potential world-destroying level demon existed in Tianhai City, and no measures had been taken? She slowly closed Li Muhan's file. The contents weren't many, but every sentence made her feel terrified. That human was too dangerous. He couldn't be allowed to stay by her master's side any longer. Enjoying the read? Just as she closed the file, a voice suddenly came from beside her. Qian Gongyue spun around, her eyes flashing with the blood-red glow unique to her kind. But when she saw who it was, she immediately gave up the thought of opening a domain. Not because the person was a companion, but because if they fought, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for her. Lindsay smiled as she took Li Muhan's file from Qian Gongyue's hands and returned it to the shelf. Don't worry. Everything about him has already been reported to the Huaxia Special Management Bureau. There's nothing illegal. Otherwise, this file wouldn't be left here for you to see. Because the shelf was tall and Lindsay was rather short, she struggled to reach it even on tiptoes. So she smiled and looked at Qian Gongyue. Could I trouble you to give me a hand? Qian Gongyue was momentarily stunned, then quickly stepped up and returned the file to the shelf. Just as she was about to speak, Lindsay interrupted her. While brushing dust from her hands, Lindsay smiled and said, What are you looking for? Surely you didn't really come here just to flip through Lee Muhan's file. I can't say. Cold sweat was already seeping down Qian Gongyue's back. In her heart, she was cursing Hattie nonstop. That damned woman, she clearly said Lindsay wouldn't be at the bureau at this time. Wasn't she sending her to her death? I can probably guess. Hattie sent you, didn't she? Qian Gongyue didn't say anything. Sigh, that little wolf cub really is impatient. Tell her to wait a bit longer. The Special Management Bureau has been quite busy lately, but we've all been helping her look for clues about Skoll in private. As for what she suspects, that Skoll's disappearance is related to the defector from the 7th Division, I can only say, no comment. Actually, Qian Gongyue understood that sentence very clearly. No comment basically meant, yes, it's related, but we can't tell you. You're not qualified to know. So she stiffly nodded her head. Want to have a cup of coffee in my office? It's too dusty here. Lindsay said to Qian Gongyue. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Qian Gongyue didn't know what Lindsay was going to do, but at times like this, apologizing first is always safe. Am I really that scary? Lindsay gave a bitter smile, as if feeling a bit hurt. Of course you are. Qian Gongyue wasn't like others, she had personally witnessed Lindsay in action 10 years ago. 15 years ago, a terrestrial dragon had awakened under the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Even though its strength wasn't at its peak, it was still at a natural disaster level. That time, because of the emergency, if the dragon had stirred, the entire Tianhai City would have been reduced to rubble. So Lindsay acted personally, and Qian Gongyue just happened to witness it. That woman, with her bare hands, without even opening a domain, dragged the old dragon out from underground, and then sealed it using an incredibly powerful domain in the pond behind Jinwu Dojo on Tsuweiwei Mountain. That old dragon was literally beaten senseless. As long as Lindsay remained alive, it wouldn't even dare sneeze. Now, this terrifying monster was standing in front of her and inviting her for coffee in her office. Qian Gongyue just felt dizzy, her stomach was cramping, and she was nauseous. Then I won't insist. Qian Gongyue, we've known each other for a while. For the sake of your master, I won't pursue this matter. But remember what I say, if you want to stay in Tianhai City, behave yourself and don't show your fox tail. Always remember what I said, one city can only have one vampire. Yes, I understand. Qian Gongyue was as obedient as a child. Then go. Tell Hattie not to do anything stupid again. If that little wolf girl is feeling unruly, I can discipline her for her father. After leaving the Special Management Bureau, Qian Gongyue's legs went weak. She collapsed to the ground, gulping down air, her whole body soaked in cold sweat. I thought I was going to die. After a long while, she slowly stood up with the help of the wall and disappeared into the night. The next day, summoned by a phone call from Lindsay. Li Muhan and Xiaoyu once again arrived at Lindsay's office. These days, Li Muhan had been going in and out of the bank a lot. The bank staff were starting to give him strange looks and even gossiped privately, wondering if he was some VIP client. Why else would he always use the back entrance? It wasn't like Li Muhan wanted this. The nearest entrance to the underground special bureau happened to be through the bank. Why do you look so unhappy to see me? Lindsay sat at her desk, tapping on the keyboard. She had her hair in a ponytail, taken off her blazer, and was only wearing a white shirt. Her frame was petite, and her figure was delicate, like a little bird relying on people. At this moment, she was wearing glasses and looked like a typical office worker. There was a bit of that uniform temptation vibe. But her typing speed was unbelievably slow. Even elderly folks might type faster than her. Whenever you call me over, it usually means there's work. What kind of corporate slave wants more work? Li Muhan said helplessly. Ever since working part-time for the bureau, he was starting to forget what college life even felt like. As for attendance? Whatever, graduating smoothly would already be a win. Lindsay's face peeked out slightly from behind the computer screen. After glancing at Li Muhan, she still had that faint smile on her face. Don't be so tense. This time the mission is more like a government-paid vacation. With that, she stood up, took off her glasses, and rubbed the bridge of her nose. After all these years, I still can't get used to screens. Even though computers are one of humanity's greatest inventions, they're just too hard to get used to for antiques like us. Stretching, she walked over to Li Muhan and Xiaoyu. Seriously, don't be nervous. This assignment is really easy. It's a good one. Li Muhan remained skeptical. He hadn't been with the bureau for long, less than 2 months, and had already been on several life-threatening missions. The first one involved a cheat-like girl from Xia country. Even though he hadn't done much, Hua Tian had paid with his life. The second mission with the nightmare had him reliving his childhood trauma at the orphanage. Then that orphanage mission almost cost the lives of Li Muhan, Su Shui, and Yin Qi. This kind of fighting above your level stuff, please, never again. Seeming to read his mind, Xiaoyu quietly reached out and held his hand. Seeing this, Lindsay picked up her coffee cup and smiled faintly. You two have a really sweet relationship. I'm happy for you. But don't stay up so late at night, young people should rest more. That one sentence instantly turned Li Muhan and Xiaoyu's faces bright red. How do you know? You've got a disaster-class demon living in your body, and she herself is a disaster-class non-human. How could I not monitor your data in real time? Li Muhan figured there were probably special bureau agents even among the property management staff. Once that thought entered his head, he couldn't stop. From now on, even taking a shower would require checking for hidden cameras. The vehicle had been on the road for about 5 hours. From the moment they passed through the third tunnel, the scenery became increasingly desolate. If at first Li Muhan was excited about going on a rare long trip, now, looking at the barren mountains on both sides, he felt nothing but torture. Not to mention the composition of the people in the car. Li Muhan was sitting in the middle of the back seat. On his left was Xiaoyu. At this moment, she was tightly clinging to his arm. And on his right was another girl, tall, elegant, with curves in all the right places, and an incredibly beautiful face. Her cold, proud expression was calm and unmoved, and her bright eyes sparkled like stars. Her beauty had a kind of keep-away aura. In this, she reminded Li Muhan a bit of Xiaoyu. Sorry to trouble you three this time. The one sitting in the passenger seat was an old man in his 60s. He was also the main person Li Muhan and the others were assigned to protect for this mission. That's right, this was a protection mission. The old man's name was Zhang Wenlin, Deputy Director of the Cultural Relics Protection Department of the Special Management Bureau. He wasn't from the Tianhai City branch but from the Provincial Bureau. That's why Lindsay and the others placed importance on this assignment. Even though it was just a relic recovery escort mission. What Li Muhan couldn't understand was why the leader of this mission was Hattie, a non-human from the Northern Country's Special Management Bureau. Lindsay's explanation was, she's already here. We can't let her sit idle all day. Give her something to do, otherwise she'll stir up trouble everywhere. It was clear Lindsay was also rather helpless with Hattie, not afraid of her, but still cautious. After all, Hattie wasn't just any non-human, she was also a member of the royal family of the Northern Country and apparently held a high status. Offending her might affect diplomatic relations between Huaxia and the Northern Country, and that would be a big problem. Hattie agreed to the mission, but on one condition, that Li Muhan accompany her. Because she knew very well why Lindsay gave her such a simple task. This is Huaxia's territory. You're under Huaxia's bureau now. If you don't want trouble, behave. Hattie's response was clear, bringing Li Muhan meant saying, if you won't help me find Skull, then I'll start with this demon. If it all blows up, no one will benefit. So this seemingly simple task had hidden tensions. As for Xiaoyu, she was Li Muhan's guarantor. She couldn't let him out of her sight for 24 hours. Lindsay originally said an exception could be made this time, but Xiaoyu insisted on coming. Lindsay struggled with it but finally got permission from Changyu after a call, allowing both non-humans to accompany Li Muhan on this mission. When they were leaving the bureau, Li Muhan heard Lin Ziyu complaining. Chief Lin. What's going on? The captain's out on another mission with 2 beauties. I want to go too. Then next time you can be the front line with your captain. No, Chief Lin, I was just kidding. Now, staring out the window, Li Muhan was cursing Lin Ziyu in his heart. He's all for enjoying the perks, but never shares the pain. The destination was a small town in another province, over 2,000 kilometers from Tianhai City. As for why they weren't flying, that's due to an unwritten rule in the Bureau. Bureau missions often come with danger. If conflict with a non-human breaks out on a plane, civilian casualties could be catastrophic. So unless it's an international mission or absolutely necessary, Bureau personnel are not allowed to fly. I didn't expect to be escorted by Miss Hattie of the Northern Country. I've heard much about you and your father. I'm also very interested in the myths of your country. If possible. Zhang Wenlin's words were cut off by Hattie. No need for formalities. I'm now technically an external officer of the Huaxia Bureau. Just treat me as one of your own. As for her country's mythology and her father, yes, the legendary Fenrir. Hattie had no desire to say another word. Zhang Wenlin clearly sensed her resistance and gave a few awkward laughs before falling silent. Our trip will take 2 days and 2 nights by car. We're heading to a small town in Yulong City to recover a newly unearthed relic. It's related to a non-human, so we might encounter some attacks along the way. I'll have to trouble the 3 of you. No worries, Deputy Director Zhang. We're all on the same team, no need to be polite. You're technically our superior. Li Muhan joked. And Xiaoyu? She just kept hugging Li Muhan's arm, staring fiercely at Hattie, as if worried Hattie would eat him if she looked away. The car was being driven by a seasoned driver from the bureau. His skills were excellent, but no matter how good, he was still human. After 5 to 6 hours of driving, Zhang Wenlin suggested he stop for a smoke break. But the driver insisted on reaching the rest area first. This was the northwest, rest areas were sparse. Zhang Wenlin understood. Stopping in the wild could mean being attacked unexpectedly. So he didn't say more. They arrived at a rest area around 11 p.m. Li Muhan was nearly asleep, Xiaoyu was already snoring while hugging his arm, and only Hattie showed no sign of fatigue. She hadn't spoken much during the trip, occasionally turning her head to glance at Li Muhan with a faint, unreadable smile. Whenever their eyes met, those dark green pupils made Li Muhan feel completely uneasy, yet he couldn't look away. In the end, he just closed his eyes and rested. This rest area was in an undeveloped part of the northwest. It had only one rather old motel, though at least it was clean. Li Muhan went to the front desk to get rooms. To protect Zhang Wenlin, Li Muhan was going to share with him. The driver got a room, and Hattie and Xiaoyu another. But the front desk said only 2 rooms were left. After some discussion, the final decision, Li Muhan, Zhang Wenlin, and the driver shared 1 room. Hattie and Xiaoyu shared the other. But Xiaoyu clearly wasn't happy about it. She clung to Li Muhan's sleeve, unwilling to head to her room. Hattie, on the other hand, didn't mind. She wrapped her arm around Xiaoyu. It's been so long since we've had a good talk. Come on, big sis won't eat you. We don't even know who's older. Let go of me. Let go. Thud. Watching the 2 girls enter their room, Li Muhan breathed a sigh of relief. Hattie and Xiaoyu might have their issues, but surely they wouldn't fight on a mission. Everyone was exhausted, especially the driver. He didn't eat much, just smoked a cigarette and passed out on the bed. His loud snoring made it impossible for Li Muhan, who was stuck on the sofa, to sleep. Old Zhang Wenlin, on the other hand, seemed unaffected. Maybe older people really do sleep better. Unable to sleep, Li Muhan decided to step outside for some air. After putting on a coat and heading out the door, he saw a figure standing in the moonlight. Long golden hair shimmered in the moonlight, cascading down her slender waist. The dreamy scene made it hard to tell whether this girl was even real. As if disturbed by the sound of the door, Hattie slightly turned her head. Those deep green eyes sparkled, and her lips curled into an unbelievably beautiful smile directed at Li Muhan. Now that he had been discovered, Li Muhan didn't plan to hide. But he really didn't have much to say to Hattie, so he just smiled and greeted her, then turned to go back to his room. However, just as he turned around, Li Muhan suddenly felt his hand being grabbed. The next moment, he was pulled into the moonlight, and in front of him were a pair of eyes glowing faint green. Ha ha, ha ha ha, the moonlight is really beautiful tonight. Hattie was slightly stunned, tilting her head, then said to Li Muhan, I love you too. This time it was Li Muhan who was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Hattie suddenly said that to him, until she took out her phone, searched on Baidu for the meaning of the moonlight is beautiful tonight, and showed it to Li Muhan. Li Muhan was completely stunned. No, I didn't mean that, I was just saying it casually. It's okay, I wasn't saying it casually. Hattie spoke softly, her bright eyes staring into Li Muhan's, filled with a hint of mischief and tenderness. Li Muhan's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to step back, Hattie's hand landed on his neck. Don't move. Let me take a closer look at you. Now Li Muhan really didn't dare move, because he could feel Hattie's fingers resting on his neck. Sharp claws had already extended, teasingly brushing against his skin. We're not enemies, right? Li Muhan looked up with a wry smile at Hattie. How could we be enemies? I told you, I love you. Hattie's finger gently tapped Li Muhan's neck, and a tiny streak of blood trickled down along her finger. Don't mess around, Hattie. I'm technically a government person now, and also a squad leader. This is. Before Li Muhan could finish his sentence, Hattie suddenly leaned in and hushed him with a shoo. Don't worry, I won't kill you. But I really want to taste what your blood is like. As she spoke, Hattie hooked her arm around Li Muhan's neck and pressed her face against his neck. But instead of biting down like Xiaoyu would, she gently extended her tongue and licked the trace of blood. I see now. No wonder Little Moon is so into you. Hattie let go of Li Muhan and took a step back, as if savoring the taste of the blood. Li Muhan knew the difference in strength between himself and Hattie. Fighting head-on was not an option. He had to wake Xiaoyu. It's rude to just suck someone's blood, you know. And I didn't think you were into blood, either. While talking, Li Muhan slowly moved his body toward Xiaoyu's room. It's not random. Hattie's eyes sparkled with desire. She licked her finger and looked at Li Muhan. It's that I've long wanted to eat you. You're unbelievable. Lee Muhan said, clearly annoyed. Just as he was about to rush toward Xia Yu's room, the girl suddenly grabbed the back of his collar and slammed him against the wall. Would you come with me? Hattie pressed closely against Lee Muhan's back and whispered seductively into his ear. Go with you? Yes. Leave Shalia. Come back to the northern country and marry me. Everything I own, I'll give it all to you. After Hattie said this, Lee Muhan's hair stood on end. Not because he didn't like being proposed to by such a beautiful woman, but because these non-humans really love randomly confessing, proposing, and showing off their bodies. Do they all lose their shame after living long enough? This is my first time proposing to a human. I'm actually feeling a bit shy. Hattie gently touched her cheek, but her expression was full of excitement. There was no shyness at all. She slowly leaned in toward the back of Lee Muhan's neck. Her breath made his whole body tingle. So, human, this condition shouldn't be hard for you, right? Humans are best at discarding the old for the new. And besides, you get to live. She stepped forward, gently lifting Lee Muhan's chin with her finger, pressing her full chest against him. I promise to bring you more pleasure than Shalia ever could. The kind of happiness you've never experienced. I'll give you lots of children. We'll be so happy. You're insane. Domain, expand. Lee Muhan didn't hesitate this time. He instantly activated his domain powers, but only around himself. The lightning energy made Hattie take a small step back. Don't underestimate humans, okay? Even though Xia Yu and I aren't in the kind of relationship you think we are, sorry, but I'm just not the least bit interested in you. Even if you want to kill me, I'd never go with you. With that, Lee Muhan turned and walked back to his room. Before, I didn't really understand why you kept saying weird things to me. But now I think I get it. Standing at the door, he turned and looked at the stunned girl in the moonlight. You just want to steal what Xia Yu cares about. You want to see her panic, see her hurt. Like me? No, you don't even know what that means. You're way too childish. Compared to you, Xia Yu is like a mature, sensible older sister. After the door closed, Hattie finally came back to her senses. Had she just been rejected? No, wait, did he just say she was childish? For the first time, an expression of embarrassment and anger appeared on Hattie's face because someone had seen through her thoughts. He actually said I'm more childish than that vampire? No one had ever said that to her before. This human, really interesting. The anger on Hattie's face slowly turned into excitement and desire. I will definitely make you mine, executor of the demon. After all that mess, Lee Muhan actually fell asleep. He slept soundly without dreams until daylight. When he came out with the old director and the driver, they happened to see Xia Yu and Hattie arguing at the hotel entrance. Where did that smell on you come from? Xia Yu was gripping Hattie's wrist tightly, staring at her with a scrutinizing gaze. You found out. Hattie's face turned slightly red. When she saw Lee Muhan walk out, a subtle smile appeared on her face. Lee Muhan immediately felt something was wrong. This woman was definitely up to something again. Speak. Why does your body have the scent of his blood? Xia Yu kept pressing, but Hattie gently pointed at Lee Muhan and said in a slightly shy tone. Neither of us could sleep last night. You know, full moon nights make me emotionally unstable, so I tried a bit of your little boyfriend's taste. What the hell? What nonsense are you spouting? That didn't happen. It didn't. I'm innocent. Xia Yu's pupils quaked violently. She stared at Lee Muhan with shock and rage. Believe me. I didn't. I really didn't. Really? The things he does with you. I also did them with him last night. Our bodies still carry each other's scent. Hattie lowered her head, pretending to look hurt. The old director and the driver were completely confused. Do these non-humans now act out soap operas in the morning? That's not true. Xia Yu. Nothing happened between us. Am I that kind of guy? She seduced me. But the redness in Xia Yu's eyes only deepened from the scent of Lee Muhan on Hattie. She wasn't listening at all. How many girls had this man provoked already? She seduced you, so you lost control? Then why is it that you always control yourself with me? Xia Yu's eyes turned blood red, staring intently at Lee Muhan. Her vampire fangs were already showing, as if she might pounce and kill him any second. Standing to the side, Hattie could hardly contain her excitement. Yes, Shalia. That's it. The pain of having your beloved stolen. Hopefully, you'll lose your mind and kill him yourself. When you come to your senses, you'll be consumed by eternal regret. I can prove it. Come. Lee Muhan shouted, then stepped forward and hugged Xia Yu, bringing his neck close to her fangs. Even in her anger, Xia Yu didn't reject his embrace. Bite me. Go ahead. Quickly. Just bite and see. Check if there's even a trace of her in my body. Do it. Xia Yu froze, her expression softened slightly. But seeing Hattie standing nearby and smelling the wolfish scent on Lee Muhan's neck, she still bit down hard. Ah, that hurts. This doesn't feel like before. It hurts. Red light glowed in Xiaoyu's eyes. The old director and driver quickly explained to the scattered onlookers. Oh, it's nothing, just a little lover's quarrel, nothing serious. Please don't watch. But Xiaoyu wasn't just drinking his blood, she was sensing every inch of it flowing through his body. If she found even the slightest trace of Hattie's fluids, she was terrified. What if she really found it? What would she do? Thinking of that, she began to sob. Big tears rolled down her cheeks, and her fangs remained sunk in Li Muhan's neck. Her tears fell on his neck, making Li Muhan's heart ache. Li Muhan seemed to sense her emotion. He stopped struggling and instead hugged her even tighter, letting her inspect every part of his body. If this was what it took to calm this silly girl's heart. Sigh, Xiao Han, maybe you should just admit it. Save yourself some pain. Yeah, bro, we're all men. I get it. But the driver and the old director already looked like they had reached a verdict, which annoyed Li Muhan. He had to prove his innocence. Finally, the inspection ended. Xiaoyu let go, sobbing. Li Muhan gently patted her head and wiped away her tears. Well? Do you feel better now? Great. Now I can finally prove I'm innocent. But when Li Muhan sat up and was ready to declare his innocence, he realized that the old director, the driver, and Hattie were already walking toward the hotel cafeteria. So hungry. Let's get some breakfast before we hit the road. Li Muhan couldn't help shouting. Don't go. Don't leave. Come back. Look. Can't you at least count how many bowls of noodles it was? Only Xiaoyu was still tightly hugging Li Muhan, as if the boy in front of her would disappear forever the moment she let go. They grabbed a quick breakfast in the hotel cafeteria, filled the gas tank, and resumed their journey. If there are no delays on the road, we should arrive in Yulong City tonight. The local special authority will receive us, said old Chief Zhang Wenlin from the passenger seat, glancing at the map while speaking to the three in the back seat. But the atmosphere in the back seat was tense, like a powder keg. This time, Li Muhan was sitting on the left side. Xiaoyu and Hattie were seated together. Xiaoyu kept glaring at Hattie with hostility, while Hattie looked completely indifferent, even occasionally flashing a scornful smile at her. Sigh. Old Chief Zhang sighed. This reminds me of my younger days. Seems like I've been through something like this too. Chief, you were in a relationship with a non-human back in the day too? The driver asked in shock. Hell no. I meant I used to have a bunch of girls chasing me at the same time. The day's drive was uneventful. Around 2 p.m., they stopped for lunch, refueled, and rested for about an hour before continuing. Finally, by evening, they arrived in Yulong City. Unlike Tianhai City, Yulong is a small border town in the northwest. Of course, it also has a special authority bureau, but it's small. From the outside, it looked just like a regular 3-story office building. The director of the Yulong City Bureau was a slightly chubby, balding man, exactly how Li Muhan imagined a government official should look. Finally, someone who fits the stereotype. Apparently, the balding director and Chief Zhang were old acquaintances, and he was very respectful toward Zhang. Teacher, it's been so many years. You still look so strong and healthy. But Zhang's response was cold. You've changed quite a bit. That belly looks about 3 months along. Cut back on the greasy food before the top of your head becomes a desert. The balding director kept smiling awkwardly and invited them inside. Li Muhan immediately noticed how different this place was from the Tianhai Bureau. Most of the staff looked lazy and unmotivated, some were even playing games during work hours. Of course, once the director entered, they all straightened up. Sorry for the mess. Out here on the northwest border, conditions aren't great. There's not much to do, so it's hard for the staff to stay motivated. Conditions? Looks more like a great place to fatten up. Zhang didn't spare the director any words. Li Muhan quickly changed the subject. Are there no non-humans here? He looked at the director and asked. Oh, young man, you must not be familiar with this place. There's no way anything like that would appear around here. Li Muhan was confused. Normally, remote areas like this were more prone to supernatural events. Xiao Han, you might not know. Zhang pulled him aside and whispered. Yulong City's bureau might not be strong in most things, but in one area, they lead the whole country. Li Muhan was even more curious. That is, there has never been a single supernatural disturbance here. Why? Because we have the Ghost General of Human Pass. The balding director sighed and took over the explanation. There's a checkpoint leading out of Yulong City called Human Pass. 30 years ago, it was overrun with supernatural forces, hurting many locals. The previous bureau director, although physically weak, was a master in summoning and controlling spirits. He used his own life as a medium to invite a ghost general from the underworld to play a chess match at Human Pass. The ghost general was obsessed with chess and accepted the challenge. During the match, the director asked him to keep the area peaceful while they played, so they wouldn't be disturbed. The Ghost General figured he'd win in a few moves and agreed. But the director's skill was extraordinary. He created complex traps, turning the game into a deadlock. The Ghost General, enraged, vented his anger by slaying evil spirits and ghosts nearby, each time returning to continue the match after a killing spree. In this way, the director stretched the game for a whole year. By the time the Ghost General had cleansed the entire region of evil, even the 2 registered non-humans in the bureau barely escaped with their lives. After that, they were transferred away. There may be no evil within the pass, but outside, evil is endless. Still, as long as the Ghost General is there, no malevolent force can step past human pass. But the director knew his end was near. He could barely stay conscious. So, in his final move, he used everything he had to create an unsolvable but not unwinnable chess layout. It neither allowed the Ghost General to win nor lose. After that final move, the director passed away, leaving behind the Ghost General, now stuck, endlessly battling the chessboard and slaying spirits. Awesome. That was all Lee Muhan could say after hearing the story. Director Xie Chengtian was once a member of the Tianhai Bureau too. Because of his health, he wasn't given much responsibility and was sent to this remote area, like a dragon stranded in shallow waters, unable to show his strength. The balding director personally made tea for everyone inside. He was my senior and the person I respected most. I always wonder, if he had been healthy, would he have been a key figure in the bureau? Humph. And this is how you repay him? By getting fat and giving up on yourself? Zhang snapped. I'm just an ordinary man, not someone like him. This city's peace was bought with Director Xie's sacrifice. What can I possibly do? Hattie sat by the window, chin resting in her hand, gazing toward the northwest. Under the shroud of night, a powerful aura seemed to pulse in the distance. As expected of an ancient Chinese ghost general, that killing aura is truly terrifying. It was the highest praise Hattie had given so far. Teacher Zhang, actually, I have a request. The balding director came over with tea and said, I'd like to ask you all, when passing human pass, could you please bring back Director Xie's body? Smack. Zhang slammed the table, glaring at the director. It's been all these years. And you just left Xie Qingtian's body out there to rot? The director panicked, bowing in apology. Please don't be angry, sir. Think about it, we're all ordinary people. Who dares go near that ancient building? And after all these years, the Ghost General still hasn't cracked the chessboard. He's probably gone mad. Now he might attack anyone he sees. The Ghost General guards human pass, so no evil spirits can cross. But that also means human pass is now soaked in killing intent. All the spirits are trapped inside. Human pass is now a forbidden zone. Anyone who approaches risks death. When you think about it, the director wasn't wrong, but Zhang couldn't decide. Their mission was beyond the pass, and it was clearly to retrieve a relic, not to recover Xie Qingtian's corpse. This isn't up to me. I'm just an escort from Tianhai. Zhang looked to Hattie. This young lady is the team leader. Ask her. The balding director turned to speak, but one glance from Hattie's aura made him bow his head in fear. Director Xie was a true hero. Using his own life to lure the Ghost General into the game, he deserves admiration. Hattie spoke flawless Chinese, even quoting ancient phrases. Li Muhan found it impressive. In truth, he also leaned toward retrieving Xie Qingtian's body. After all, that man had protected Yulong's peace alone. Such a hero shouldn't be left to rot in the wild. When Hattie said that, the bald director thought she had already agreed, so he excitedly said, thank you all for being willing to help. On behalf of all the members of the Yulong City Special Authority Bureau, I sincerely thank you. Tonight, dinner's on me, we'll. Hold on a second. But before he could finish, Hattie raised her hand and interrupted him. Originally, Xiaoyu's eyes had lit up when she heard someone mention a free meal, but now she looked at Hattie with clear displeasure. I'm just a guest consultant. I'm only in charge of this escort mission. I can't make the decision on this matter. Ah, then what should we do? The bald director immediately deflated like a balloon and lowered his head. Chief Zhang, please contact Tianhai City's special authority. This matter needs upper-level approval before we can intervene, Li Muhan suggested. Zhang Wenlin nodded, but the bald director looked reluctant. Everyone, maybe we should just forget it, don't trouble yourselves. You're really willing to let Xie Qingtian's body continue to rot out there? Zhang Wenlin immediately got angry, pointing at the bald director and scolding him harshly. It was clear they used to have a very close relationship, only that would allow him to speak to another bureau chief like this. Now the bald director didn't dare talk back at all, only sweating profusely. Li Muhan found it strange, why didn't the bald guy want them to contact Tianhai's bureau? Since we already know about this, we can't just ignore it. The Ghost General may be guarding human pass now, but it's not an ordinary entity. If you won't let us contact Tianhai, then I'll contact the Provincial Bureau myself. Zhang Wenlin was clearly determined, leaving the bald director no choice. He sighed and said, "At this point, I won't hide it from you. You've seen it yourselves, Yulong's bureau has no combat personnel, no non-humans. If this gets reported to Tianhai or the province, the mission won't just be about recovering Director Xie's body anymore." At this point, everyone understood the bald director's concern. Indeed, if they reported it to higher-ups, those authorities would treat the Ghost General as a threat. And if the Ghost General were removed, the evils outside human pass would return. Those evils are different from non-humans, ordinary people can't even see them, but they can bring disease and disaster. 15 years ago, Yulong City was constantly covered in yellow dust. Disease wiped out nearly half the population. That was the result of the evil's power. Even the non-humans dispatched by the higher special authority back then had a hard time dealing with them. If Director Xie hadn't sacrificed himself to summon the Ghost General, the situation might never have been resolved. And if the Ghost General were expelled, Yulong's bureau would be left to face the evils directly. That was the bald director's greatest worry. "Aren't you guys just here to recover some artifacts? How'd you end up getting dragged into all this trouble?" Lin Zhe's voice came from the other side of the screen, clearly tired. She kept rubbing her temples, and it seemed that Chief Chang's return hadn't made things easier for her, only more exhausting. "Director Lin, long time no see." The bald director eagerly leaned toward the camera. Lin Zhe glanced at him, and after thinking for a moment, said, "You're Wei Xingqiang, right?" Wei Xingqiang beamed when Lin Zhe called his name. Yes. Director Lin, you still remember me. The last time we met was 2 years ago at that work report meeting at headquarters. I remember you still had hair last time. You even looked pretty handsome. What happened in just 2 years?" Lin Zhe propped her chin with her hand, looking at Wei Xingqiang with disbelief. Wei Xingqiang scratched his already thinning hair and smiled bitterly. Well, nothing I can do. It's too quiet here, easy to gain weight. I can't compare to Director Lin, who works tirelessly every day. Only someone like you. All right, enough nonsense. I get the gist of the situation. The Ghost General may be holding off the evils, but it didn't come through proper channels, and we're not even sure what it really is. Leaving it there could be a big risk. Plus, Director Xie Chengtian was once part of our Tianhai team. Just for the sake of that connection, we can't let his corpse keep rotting out there. Wei Xingqiang's smile slowly faded. He knew what those words meant. Sure enough, Lin Zhe quickly gave the orders to Li Muhan's group. New directive: assist Yulong City Special Authority in recovering the former Director Xie Chengtian's remains, and expel the Ghost General. After the call ended, the dejected Wei Xingqiang arranged accommodations for everyone. Since they were staying inside the bureau building, Li Muhan didn't have to room with the old chief anymore. Lying in bed, now that the earlier heroic spirit had faded, he felt nothing but quiet sorrow. Damn it. I got tricked again. They said it was a free trip. Said it was an easy job. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, the door was knocked. Li Muhan immediately sat up, his hand grabbing the tang sword next to his bed. Who is it? He stood by the door with his weapon, asking cautiously. Even though this was the Yulong Bureau, like Director Wei had said, they had no combat personnel. And Li Muhan still didn't feel safe around Hattie. That woman had said she wanted to eat him last night. Though Hattie's eat wasn't quite the same as what Li Muhan thought. Still, being cautious was necessary. It's me. It was Xia Yu's voice outside the door. Li Muhan let out a sigh of relief. He opened the door and saw Xia Yu in her pajamas. He asked, "Something happened?" "Yeah, something happened." "What happened?" Li Muhan started to get a little nervous. After all, this wasn't Tianhai City, he wasn't familiar with Yulong City. Even though there were no demons or spirits here now, public safety wasn't great either. But man-made disasters weren't under the special authorities' jurisdiction. I couldn't sleep. Li Muhan was dumbfounded. Looking at the slightly shy girl in front of him, he stared blankly for a while before putting away the demon-suppressing sword and said, "Well, come in then." After entering, Xia Yu didn't say a word. She went straight under Li Muhan's blanket, leaving him at a complete loss. "What are you waiting for? We've got a mission tomorrow morning. Hurry up and sleep." Surprisingly, it was Xia Yu urging Li Muhan. Since the girl wasn't bothered, Li Muhan figured there was no point acting shy either. "Wait a sec, I'll go get another blanket." "Rustle." Xia Yu lifted a corner of the blanket. "Get in, it's cold." This northwestern border town was terrifyingly cold at night. Even though it wasn't officially winter yet, it was enough to make someone shiver uncontrollably. Li Muhan had slept under the same blanket with Xiaoyu before at home, but that was always when she sneaked in after he had already fallen asleep. This was the first time something like this had happened. Lying flat on the bed, Li Muhan stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, not daring to move a muscle, afraid of accidentally touching the girl next to him. Who? Xiaoyu really seemed sleepy. A few seconds after Li Muhan got under the blanket, she began breathing softly. Gulp. Li Muhan swallowed hard and thought about moving to the side. But just then, Xiaoyu suddenly rolled over and threw both an arm and a leg over him, hugging him tightly like a body pillow. What was worse, her soft, pale leg ended up touching the place it really shouldn't have. Oh hell no. Li Muhan felt his blood rush to his head. If he didn't react, he'd practically be a eunuch. Still, he tried to use every ounce of his self-control to keep his brother in check. But another thought started pushing him. Now's the time to act. You're not some moral saint. Do it. This time, Li Muhan didn't want to hold back anymore. He took a deep breath and turned, wanting to press the girl beneath him. But as soon as he turned, her beautiful face was already right in front of his. Their noses were practically touching. Their breaths tangled in an atmosphere heavy with intimacy. Li Muhan could hear his own heart pounding. The sweet, warm scent from the girl's breath wrapped around his body like a spell. Sensing his gaze, Xiaoyu half opened her eyes. In the darkness, the two stared at each other, as if time had frozen in this silent, endless night. Xiaoyu. Li Muhan broke the silence, feeling he had to say something. But the girl lightly pressed her lips against his, as if words were no longer necessary. Li Muhan gently wrapped his arm around her slim waist. Just as their feelings were about to break through the final barrier. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked. Who is it? Li Muhan jumped up in shock. Xiao Han, I saw your window wasn't closed. The northwest gets windy and dusty at night. Don't catch a cold, alright? Old Director Zhang Wenlin's voice rang out from the door. Oh, okay, thank you, Director Zhang. Thanks my ass. Thanks your whole family. The mood was completely ruined. Lying down again, Li Muhan and Xiaoyu lay flat on the bed side by side. Sleep? Xiaoyu asked. Yeah, better sleep. And so, that night, once again, nothing happened. Before dawn the next day, everyone had already packed up. Speaking of packed up, it was really just a more suitable off-road vehicle provided by the Yulong City Special Authority Bureau for driving in the Gobi Desert, along with some dry rations. As for personnel, the Yulong City Special Authority Bureau clearly didn't plan to send a single person. Wei Xingchang? What do you mean by this? We're helping you clean up this mess, and you're not even sending a single person. Zhang Wenlin was furious and started yelling at the front gates of the bureau early in the morning. Director Wei didn't even dare to come out. He just stayed in his room and had someone deliver a message saying he caught a cold last night and wouldn't be seeing them off. Forget it, Director Zhang. Director Wei isn't a combat type either. Even if he went, he wouldn't be much help. Li Muhan tried to console him. Zhang Wenlin let out a long sigh, then snorted and got in the car. Yulong City was about half a day's drive from Yumengguan, so they were expected to arrive around noon. Even though they weren't near Yumengguan yet, both Hattie and Xiaoyu could clearly feel the heavy dark clouds looming in the sky. If it really comes to a fight, our side shouldn't be weaker, right? Li Muhan saw the serious expressions on everyone's faces and couldn't help but ask. This may not be something we can resolve with brute force. Hattie responded. Her face was still calm, but when her eyes looked toward the cloud-covered Yumengguan, her brows furrowed slightly. Once they left Yulong City, the wind and sand of the Gobi immediately reminded them of the northwestern climate. Even their phone signals started to drop in and out. Xiaoyu, who had been playing Candy Crush, let out a dissatisfied sigh. When Li Muhan asked what was wrong, she handed him her phone. It's broken. Li Muhan took it and saw it really wouldn't turn on. Later, Zhang Wenlin explained that the magnetic minerals in the sand disrupted the phone, making it basically unusable. Fortunately, the driver sent by Lindsay was highly skilled. Even in this dust storm, he could still drive the vehicle accurately to the destination. Finally, around 11 a.m., the vehicle stopped in front of the towering gates of Yumengguan. It was said this had once been an ancient battlefield. Generals from many dynasties of Huaxia had resisted foreign invasions here, leaving behind countless epic stories, along with countless corpses buried beneath the yellow sand. As soon as he got out of the car, Li Muhan felt an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to even lift his head. Just as expected. Zhang Wenlin frowned tightly. After all these years, the evil spirits the ghost general killed have all turned into murderous energy. This complicates things. Why is it complicated? Can't we just use force to drive the ghost general away? Li Muhan asked. Hattie shook her head. In our country's mythology, there's a hall where only warriors who died bravely in battle can enter, Valhalla. This tower now resembles such a place, but instead of warriors, it houses the souls killed by warriors. The Ghost General is its sole guardian. Once he leaves, the evil spirits will flood the surrounding areas, including Yulong City. This Ghost General, kills but doesn't bury? Li Muhan said with annoyance. Since brute force wasn't an option, they had to find another way. At that moment, an off-road vehicle arrived from behind. They thought it was a tourist and were about to wave them off, but the person who stepped out was none other than Wei Xingchang. Even though he was clearly terrified, he came fully geared up and forced himself to come. Sorry, everyone, I forgot to tell you something important. Wei Xingchang said timidly. If you want to enter Yumengwen, you'll need to disable the barrier we set up. Once it's down, all the evil spirits and ghosts will rush out. Not even the Ghost General will be able to contain them all. What the hell? You didn't think to tell us that earlier? Li Muhan was visibly upset this time. Sorry, I was afraid you'd be too scared if I said it. Just thinking about the thousands of evil spirits made Li Muhan recall what the nightmare had shown him in the tower. And now, it would be even worse, those were merely the wrongful dead. But here, in Yumengwen, the battlefield contained the vengeful spirits of ancient soldiers brimming with murderous intent. You came now, do you have a solution? Zhang Wenlin looked coldly at Wei Xingchang. No. Once the seal is lifted, someone must stay outside and inside the gate to stop the evil spirits. The others can go deal with the Ghost General. Hearing that, everyone fell silent. Then Wei Xingchang suddenly pulled out a pistol. Don't worry, everyone. I, Wei Xingchang, am not just talk. I'll stay here. These evil spirits bear a deep grudge against the Yulong City Bureau. We're the ones who imprisoned them, so I should be the one to. I'll stay with Little Moon. Hattie cut him off. Xiaoyu blinked. Huh? She turned toward Hattie. Why me? Can't you do it alone? These are ancient war spirits, and there are a lot of them. Out of all of us here, maybe only you and I can stop them. But I can't hold them back alone. You guard the inside, I guard the outside, deal? I'm not listening to you. Xiaoyu turned her head in a huff. Finally, it was Li Muhan who gently patted her head and said, all right, she's the squad leader right now. Just listen to her. When we get back, I'll buy you something tasty. I want an extra-large sundae and a fruit boat. Sure, whatever you want. Wei Xingchang stared blankly at the two girls and asked. You two, can you really do it? Zhang Wenlin snorted and said. Even 10,000 of you wouldn't match a single finger of either of them. But after saying that, he softened his tone a bit and added. But since you're still willing to stand up now, Wei Xingchang, it seems you're not completely hopeless. After all, Senior sacrificed himself to protect all of Yulong City. If I don't step up now, wouldn't I be worse than a dog or a pig? And so, with the roles now clearly divided, Wei Xingchang pulled out a talisman. Are you all ready? Once I lift the barrier, you'll need to enter the ancient tower atop Yumengwen immediately. At that moment, the evil spirits and vengeful ghosts will also be released. Ladies, are you really sure you're up for this? So much nonsense, just hurry up already. Xiaoyu, who was already unhappy about having to work with Hattie, became even more annoyed hearing him babble on. Alright, okay. Wei Xingchang began silently chanting an incantation. Then the group saw a barrier slowly appear around Yumengwen. Break! With a loud shout, the talisman ignited, and as it burned to ash, the barrier covering Yumengwen began to shatter. Finally, with a sharp, piercing wail, countless vengeful ghosts and evil spirits began pouring out from the tower of Yumengwen. We're counting on you. Xiaoyu, Hattie. Li Muhan turned to the two and said. Hattie cracked her neck, her expression relaxed and carefree. It's been a long time since I've had a proper fight. Then her body suddenly began to swell, transforming into a giant white wolf. I won't let a single evil spirit get through. Xiaoyu also transformed into her vampire form. Domain, Crimson Hunt. Domain, Frost Devours Snow. Unleash. The two of them spoke almost in unison. At that moment, swirling snow replaced the yellow sand, and a crimson moon replaced the sun. Hattie, now in her wolf form, howled toward the sky and leapt, clearing the wall in one bound, landing at the main gate of Yumengwen. What are you all waiting for? Get moving. Xiaoyu gave Zhang Wenlin and the others a glare, then readied herself for battle. Let's go, Director Zhang, Director Wei. Let's get this done. Li Muhan urged them, then took the lead up the wall. They rushed straight up to the top of the city wall. Li Muhan used his body to smash open the doors of the ancient tower. With a loud bang, the wooden door flew open, and a gust of eerie wind blew out, making it almost impossible for them to keep their eyes open. Accompanying the wind were countless cries and wails. All of the voices were pleading for mercy, begging the ghost general to let them go. Li Muhan knew these voices were from the evil spirits that had been slain, now turned into murderous energy. Because they were too close to the tower, even with the seal broken, they couldn't escape. Then the towering figure of the ghost general appeared before them. He wore black and gold armor. His face beneath the helmet was pitch black with no visible features, and his body radiated a bluish ghostly aura. A long black blade leaned against the wall beside him. In front of him stood a massive chessboard, with each piece almost the size of a fist. The ghost general didn't care at all about the intruders. All his rage seemed focused in one direction, at the dried-up skeleton seated directly across from him. "That's my senior? Director Xie Chengtian." Wei Xingqiang's voice trembled slightly. For some reason, seeing Xie Chengtian's remains stirred up a deep sorrow in Li Muhan's heart. This director was a man of extraordinary talent, but due to his poor health, he had no opportunity to shine. Even after being sent to a small bureau like Yulong City, he still gave his all, going so far as to sacrifice his life to protect it. Li Muhan silently resolved that he would see this chess game to a proper end. "Has it not noticed us?" The driver, puzzled by the ghost general's lack of reaction to their entrance, asked. Zhang Wenlin frowned deeply. After all, underworld ghosts and gods weren't his area of expertise. If only someone from the paranormal management division were here, things would be much easier. "No, that's not it." Li Muhan walked up to the ghost general, tapped on his armor, then looked up and said, "Its soul isn't here." Now things were getting strange. Could it be that the ghost general has already returned to the underworld? Li Muhan raised a possibility. Seeing that nothing dangerous had happened, Director Zhang and Wei Xingqiang also came closer. Having lived so long, it was the first time either of them had seen a god from the underworld. Even without a soul, just the body alone was awe-inspiring. Then Wei Xingqiang looked at Xie Chengtian across the table, and at the chessboard. "His soul is in this game." "His soul is in the chessboard?" Li Muhan asked. Wei Xingqiang nodded. "My senior specialized in ghost and spirit arts, while I only know a little about soul arts. But I can feel it now, the ghost general's soul is inside the board. A real chess fanatic. In order to win, he split his own spirit and entered the game himself to battle his way through." Zhang Wenlin sighed. "So, can I just beat him up now?" Li Muhan asked. But the others quickly stopped him. No, brother. The ghost general has been trapped here for over 10 years and is already filled with resentment. If you beat him up now and interrupt the game, you'll just be adding fuel to the fire." At that moment, Zhang Wenlin looked at Wei Xingqiang and asked, "Can you enter the game?" I can, but I can't guarantee it'll work. Still better than just standing around here." The old director nodded, then looked at Li Muhan. "Captain Li, can you go in with Wei Xingqiang? I'm afraid he can't handle the ghost general alone." Li Muhan nodded. "Director Wei, can you take my soul in with you?" Wei Xingqiang hesitated at first. This spell was unstable. If something went wrong, these were people from Tianhai's Special Administration Bureau. "It's fine, I trust you." Li Muhan patted Wei Xingqiang on the shoulder with a smile. Only then did the bald director nod. "Okay, I can take you in. But if something happens, don't blame me." "Sure. What do we need to do?" Wei Xingqiang pulled out a talisman, then took out an incense stick. He stuck the talisman onto Li Muhan's back and lit the incense, handing it to Zhang Wenlin. "This talisman is called the Soul Departure Charm. It allows your soul to temporarily leave your body. And this incense is the soul-guiding incense. When you want to return, just follow the scent." Then he looked at Zhang Wenlin. "Remember, Director Zhang, don't let the talisman fall or the incense go out. Otherwise, this brother may never come back." Zhang Wenlin nodded heavily. "Don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to the incense or the talisman." "In that case, let's begin." Wei Xingqiang closed his eyes and pulled out a small bell. Raising his hand, he began to shake it while chanting incantations no one could understand. Li Muhan closed his eyes too, and as he listened to the chanting, his consciousness slowly began to slip into a deep sleep. The next moment, Li Muhan's body suddenly stiffened, his eyes stared upward, and he collapsed to the ground. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in the middle of an ancient battlefield, with deafening war drums and shouting all around. The ground beneath his feet trembled constantly. After steadying his mind, Li Muhan looked ahead. Holy crap, masses of soldiers and horses filled the view, and standing against them was the towering figure of the ghost general. "Kill!" The ghost general roared and charged into the ranks with his long blade. Within moments, he was swinging his sword through the crowd, and no one could get near him. Wherever the blade passed, countless soldiers fell dead. But even though the ghost general was ferocious, he couldn't break through the army. Because as fast as he killed, the soldiers regenerated even faster. The moment he cut one down, another would immediately take its place. Li Muhan was stunned. What the hell is this? This is the chess match. Wei Xingqiang suddenly appeared beside him, frowning as he watched the scene, silently analyzing it. Finally, he sighed and came to a conclusion. This game can't be won. What? You're giving up before we even start? It's not about giving up. Wei Xingqiang sighed and gave Li Muhan a look. Then he raised his chubby hand and pointed at the battlefield. Look closely. These soldiers are the chess pieces. The battlefield is the board. The ghost general is trapped in a deadlock. Even with unmatched strength, there's no way for him to break out. Li Muhan couldn't understand any of that. All he saw was the ghost general fight until exhausted, then collapse into a shadow, only to reappear at his starting position. Kill! And the cycle began again. Holy hell, he's really been doing this for 15 years? What now? If the game can't be won, why not just talk him into giving up? He's a chess fanatic. If he hasn't given up after 15 years, he's not likely to listen to us now. Wei Xingqiang stroked his chin, deep in thought. Then he floated up into the air, observing the battlefield from above. You! Hold the ghost general back. He's charging around aimlessly, I can't make sense of the board like this. Me? Li Muhan instantly felt like a grunt being told to fight the final boss. I'll give it everything I've got to break the deadlock set by my senior, but I need time. Just make sure the ghost general doesn't rampage again and ruin my analysis. Hearing this, Li Muhan sighed. Alright, so it's another fight. He'd never believe Lin Zai's so-called easy job again. Domain, Thunder Abyss Strike, activate. Li Muhan's demon tail slammed the ground, triggering a burst of lightning. He reached behind his back, only to grab nothing. Oh, right. This was the spirit realm. His usual sword wasn't here. With another sigh, he raised his hand again. Thunder Blade. A giant blade, nearly as tall as Li Muhan himself and crackling with electricity, appeared in his hand. Then he dashed straight toward the ghost general at high speed, swinging his blade just as the ghost general was about to charge again. The ghost general froze for a second, then raised his own blade in response. Who dares disturb my match? Your time's up. Take a damn break. Lightning met ghostly steel. Demon versus ghost god. With a thunderous boom, both were knocked backward. Monster! How dare you trespass on sacred Huaxia soil? Today, I shall end you. Damn, he's strong. Li Muhan shook out his numb arms. This ghost general hadn't even activated his domain, yet he was already this powerful? Now the ghost general raised his blade to strike Li Muhan's head, but Li Muhan rolled away, then whipped his tail, sending the ghost general crashing to the ground. But just as he prepared to follow up, the fallen ghost general swung his sword and struck Li Muhan's leg, knocking him aside. Both got up at the same time. You're a tough foreign monster. I'm made in China. Look closely. You're Chinese on the outside with a foreign engine. Disgrace. Traitor. Take this. Damn it. Li Muhan didn't expect the ghost general to be into trends and even know about cars. He was caught off guard and got slapped in the face by the ghost general, spinning several times. Are you done yet? He lay on the ground, yelling up at Wei Xingqiang. I'm being used like a spinning top over here. But Wei Xingqiang ignored Li Muhan's cries. He kept overlooking the motionless soldiers. As long as the ghost general didn't charge, they wouldn't react at all. This chess game is beyond saving. 2 moves at most, the ghost general is doomed to lose. Senior, oh senior, why didn't you leave yourself any retreat? This game can't be broken, you'll never move on. Wei Xingqiang was sweating all over in panic. From the battlefield below came more wailing from Li Muhan. Hey, are you done yet? Li Muhan threw the ghost general over his shoulder, panting from exhaustion. Just as he looked up to shout at Wei Xingqiang, the ghost general grabbed his tail. Ah shit. Don't grab the tail. It's sensitive. But the ghost general didn't care. He swung Li Muhan by the tail like the Hulk smashing Loki, spinning him silly. Bro. I'm Chinese. I'm made in China. If you don't believe me, listen to me sing. The horse gallops southward, the man looks northward. Bang. The ghost general punched Li Muhan square in the face. But just then, Li Muhan wrapped his tail around the ghost general's neck. Take this. Using the momentum, he slammed the ghost general to the ground. Horrible. Just horrible. Your singing is truly awful, you damn androgynous freak. The ghost general tossed away his weapon, got up, and came at Li Muhan again. You can insult my singing. But you can't insult my gender. Li Muhan was pissed too. He snapped his fingers and summoned lightning around himself. Thunder bind. Now both were cloaked, one in lightning, the other in ghostly energy, and started grappling again. Because they were equally matched, the fight wasn't exactly elegant. Deadlock, deadlock, still a deadlock. No matter how much Wei Xingqiang racked his brain, all roads led to defeat. 2 moves, that's all. After that, the ghost general would fall. Senior, what exactly do you want me to do? Suddenly, Wei Xingqiang seemed to see, beyond the army, a man in a simple robe, handsome but sickly, looking up at him with a smile. Senior, tell me, how do I break this? There's no way. In that moment, Wei Xingqiang felt like he was back in the old days, when he and Xie Chengtian were young, and no matter how many times they played, he never won. Unbreakable. Every time, Xie Chengtian would trap him in a 2-move defeat. Wait. Suddenly, Wei Xingqiang noticed something odd about the game. 2 moves, the ghost general loses in 2 moves, His eyes widened in realization. Brother, are you still alive? He shouted down to Li Muhan. Still alive. Barely. You got something? Li Muhan's face was all bruised. The ghost general wasn't doing much better, his helmet had been knocked off, revealing a pitch-black head. I found the key to breaking Senior's game. Great. Hurry up, Doryman. Do something. I'm gonna die here. This game can't be broken. When Wei Xingqiang shouted that with all his might, Li Muhan stared at him in despair, then gave him the middle finger. Next second, the ghost general yanked him back, and they resumed their brawl. You fat bastard. This ain't over between us. I know you're in a rush, don't rush. Wei Xingqiang floated down slowly and walked over to the 2 of them wrestling. He ignored the fight and muttered to himself with excitement. If you only think about breaking through, the ghost general is doomed in 2 moves, no matter what he does, he'll lose. Then shut up and go away. I'll just beat this ghost back to hell. Ow. Not the face. Wei Xingqiang looked at the 2 of them tangled on the ground and sighed. Never thought. Senior, I never thought I'd break your game like this. Or maybe this was your intention. You're still impossible to read. You bastard. You figured it out and you're still being dramatic? This ghost dude is a damn war machine. He's hitting me like he wants to kill me. Wei Xingqiang walked over to the ghost general, looking at his pitch-black face. General, your chess is terrible. Not even as good as my matches with Senior. What? Who the hell are you, filthy fatso? How dare you say my chess is bad? The ghost general was steaming with black smoke. Wei Xingqiang flinched, but seeing that Li Muhan still had him pinned, he felt bolder. Oh, now I can't criticize you? Look at your moves. Flaws from the first step? You walked right into my Senior's trap. And you call yourself a chess freak? With a temper like this, you're nothing but a lousy player. You damned pig. I'll kill you. The ghost general blasted Li Muhan away and grabbed Wei Xingqiang. Ah? Brother. Why didn't you hold on? Screw you. You try holding on. Just tell him the damn solution. This relationship is gonna break beyond repair if you keep stalling. I don't want to get hunted by this guy in the afterlife. Terrified, Wei Xingqiang stuttered. This game, it's not about what's in the board, but what's outside the board. The ghost general froze for a second, easing his grip slightly. Explain clearly, you fat pig. Or I'll drag you to hell and deep fry you into pork cutlets. You think about it. Who are you playing against? Wei Xingqiang's legs were shaking. The ghost general jumped up in rage. Xie Chengtian. The greatest chess player alive. Only he could trap me. He used his life as bait to trick me. Once I return to the underworld, I'll make him pay. Oh come on. Director Wei. Stop being cryptic and just tell him. Li Muhan was practically screaming from the side. Wei Xingqiang suddenly slapped the ghost general's hand and shouted. Exactly. Let me ask you, where's Xie Chengtian? He's dead. Then who the hell are you playing against? This sentence stunned the ghost general. He's dead? I'm playing chess with a dead man. That's right. That's what I meant, the key to this game isn't in the board. It's outside the board. After seeing the ghost general let go, Li Muhan also relaxed a bit. It had to be said, this ghost general truly lived up to being an underworld spirit. If he hadn't been charging around here for nearly 15 years and drained much of his original soul, Li Muhan's current demonic power probably wouldn't have been able to fight him to a standstill. What's going on exactly? Li Muhan didn't quite understand what Wei Xingqiang had just said, but looking at the ghost general, it seemed like he had figured something out. Little brother, we just need to watch now. Although he didn't fully understand, Li Muhan chose to trust Wei Xingqiang. The 2 of them kept quiet, silently watching the ghost general. They saw him pick up his long blade and step-by-step walk again toward the army of thousands. Isn't this exactly the same as before? Li Muhan panicked, and Wei Xingqiang was so anxious he scratched his head hard. Could this be what they call, stubborn as a mule? But just as the ghost general reached the army, he suddenly stabbed his long blade into the ground, then cupped his fists in front of the soldiers and bowed. This move, I forfeit. Then he didn't pick up his weapon again, he just turned and walked back toward Li Muhan and Wei Xingqiang. As he passed the two of them, the ghost general let out a long sigh. After that, they watched his figure disappear from the battlefield. Where did he go? He returned to his body. Wei Xingqiang sighed in relief. So what exactly just happened? Li Muhan scratched his head, still confused. Senior set up a deadlock, a life and death trap. Within 2 moves, no matter what the ghost general did to break the game, he would surely lose. So now what's he planning? He chose not to fight. He conceded. Li Muhan was even more confused. After thinking hard but getting nowhere, he had to ask again. But didn't you say that no matter how he played this move, he'd definitely lose within 2 steps? Wei Xingqiang sighed helplessly and turned to look at Li Muhan. Little brother, let me ask you, does Senior have a next move? Shit. Li Muhan suddenly understood. That army of thousands seemed to surround the ghost general, but it left him a narrow retreat path, so he wouldn't be defeated in just one turn. If the ghost general only focused on attacking and breaking through, he would never be able to escape the game. So the real solution wasn't inside the board but outside, meaning that people are the key. Li Muhan finally got it. Even if the ghost general retreated, the next move would still be one where Xie Chengtian defeated him completely, a hopeless situation. But Xie Chengtian would never have another move. Victory without honor. Li Muhan sighed. That's why he walked away without saying a word. He believed he lost. Lost to Senior, and also to himself. So what do we do now? Let's leave. After speaking, Wei Xingqiang began chanting. The game had ended, and there was no longer any force binding the souls here. But in the final moment before leaving, Li Muhan looked toward the place where those soldiers had stood. In a daze, he saw among the thousands a slender, gentle-looking, handsome man bowing toward him with hands clasped. Director Xie, it was an honor to meet you. When Li Muhan opened his eyes again, he was already back in his own body. Finally you're back. If you didn't come back soon, this vampire was about to tear down Human Pass. Seeing Li Muhan wake up, Section Chief Zhang Wenlin let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who had been holding Li Muhan's body the whole time, glanced at Hattie, and after confirming he was conscious again, she casually let go. Xiaoyu, why are you here? What about the evil spirits outside Human Pass? Li Muhan asked. Just now, the ghost general returned to his soul and took all the vengeful spirits and evil forces back to the underworld with him. Wei Xingqiang, who had apparently awakened earlier than Li Muhan, was also sitting on a chair resting. Li Muhan turned to look, and sure enough, where the black ghost general had once sat, there was now no trace left. With that, everything could be considered perfectly resolved. After the ghost general disappeared, the yellow sand ceased, and the sky cleared up. Everything seemed to have gone through a rebirth. After noticing the change in weather, the Yuliang City Special Administration Bureau also dispatched personnel. Director Wei Xingqiang personally led the team to handle the aftermath. After finishing the handover work, Wei Xingqiang walked over and sat next to Xie Qingtian's remains. Like chatting with an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time, he spoke in a calm tone. Senior brother, was it really worth it? You could have had a much better life. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and all that's left is this pile of bones. You really were foolish, senior brother. You solved Xie Qingtian's game, Wei Xingqiang. Maybe you're not as stupid as I thought. Zhang Wenlin's attitude toward Wei Xingqiang softened a little. But Wei Xingqiang only gave a bitter laugh. Solved? Hee, does this count as solving? Senior brother, senior brother. With his back to the others, his fat body trembled, and his hand slowly rested on the dry bone's shoulder. Senior brother, I'm just a good-for-nothing. Why did you leave this mess for me? Zhang Wenlin still wanted to say something, but Li Muhan tightly grabbed his hand and shook his head at him. No struggle, no fight. Senior brother. My good senior brother. At this moment, time seemed to return to 20 years ago. That year, Wei Xingqiang had just turned 20, and Xie Chengtian was only 25. I quit, senior brother. I'll never beat you. Ah Chang, you can't beat me because you always only know how to retreat. If you keep being like this, how can you ever accomplish anything? Hee, senior brother, you don't get it. I call this enjoying peace and ease. There are already so many powerful people in this world, one less me won't make a difference. And you, senior brother, are one of them. Nonsense. That's just laziness. The young, handsome Wei Xingqiang looked at his senior brother and laughed heartily. Senior brother, this isn't nonsense. This is the great way. No struggle, that is the great way. No struggle. For example, look, senior brother, if I step back, you capture one of my pieces. But if I leave the game entirely and never play the next move, you can never win. Xie Chengtian sighed. You rascal, always trying to play smart. You don't have your feet on the ground. Senior brother, remember this line of mine. Maybe one day, it will help you. You rascal. No struggle, no struggle. After saying farewell to Wei Xingchang, the group continued driving away from Yumen Pass. There was still 1 day's journey left to their destination. At this moment, Li Muhan looked out at the now clear sky and the increasingly distant Yumen Pass tower, lost in thought. In the final game, Xie Qingtian's senior brother did not uphold his lifelong principle but instead used an ending that only his junior could see through. The reason he did this. What are you thinking about? Xiaoyu noticed Li Muhan had been staring out the window in silence and asked with some concern. I was thinking. Maybe Xie Chengtian believed that only his junior brother was the one who could break the game. After Li Muhan said this, the car fell silent. Sigh. Zhang Wenlin let out a sigh. Maybe this was also Xie Qingtian's gamble. Fortunately, he bet right. Then Li Muhan asked in detail about the battle that Hattie and Xiaoyu fought outside and inside Yumen Pass. The driver was extremely excited. He had witnessed almost the entire thing. Miss Hattie's fighting style was extremely wild. She was like the embodiment of snow and wind. No matter how the vengeful spirits howled, they couldn't get near her. And those that she approached were instantly scattered. As for Miss Xiaoyu, the driver hesitated but eventually said. Maybe because Miss Hattie was too strong, almost no evil spirits got past Yumen Pass, so Miss Xiaoyu's battle looked a bit like she was slacking off? You mean I'm not as good as that stupid wolf? The conversation ended abruptly with Xiaoyu's icy voice. The journey that followed went smoothly. After successfully receiving the artifacts from the archaeological team, the group returned to Yuliang City, planning to rest there for 1 night before heading back. Wei Xingchang warmly received them, but Li Muhan and the others all felt that Wei Xingchang had changed. He no longer liked to smile, and his brows were constantly furrowed, as if burdened with countless unresolved worries. Give him some time. Now that the Ghost General is gone, the Yuliang Special Administration Bureau must shoulder the responsibility of defending this place on their own. Although Zhang Wenlin never liked Wei Xingchang, there was nothing he could do now. He planned to apply to the Central Special Administration Bureau after returning, to transfer a few combat personnel and non-humans to Yuliang City. That night, while eating, Li Muhan received a phone call. Seeing that it was from Luo Yang, he didn't bother to avoid it and answered it in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end was a woman's. Li Muhan. Huh? Luo Yang? Are you messing with me using a voice changer? Li Muhan thought Luo Yang was joking, but something felt off. That woman's voice sounded really familiar. It's me, Chen Sihan. Li Muhan instinctively wanted to hang up, but as if she had predicted it, Chen Sihan quickly spoke. Hey. I'm not calling to talk about Guruashi. It's just that some of our middle school classmates are planning a reunion, so I wanted to invite you. What's your middle school reunion got to do with me? I wasn't even in your class. In fact, Guruashi, Chen Sihan, and Luo Yang were in the same class, but Li Muhan was not. It's just that you were close with many people in our class, so we'd like to invite you too. Chen Sihan spoke sincerely, and Luo Yang seemed to be saying something in the background. Li Muhan felt annoyed, but it was hard to refuse. Fine, I'm out of town right now. I'll let you know when I'm back. The reunion is this weekend. You must come, okay? After hanging up, just as he was about to continue eating, Li Muhan noticed Xiaoyu giving him a very displeased look. That woman again? Your hearing's that good? I didn't even have it on speaker. She just wants me to attend a class reunion this weekend. This weekend? Xiaoyu paused, and her expression turned cold. No matter what Li Muhan said after that, she didn't reply. She finished eating and went straight back to her room. At first, Li Muhan didn't understand what was going on. But after dinner, lying in bed and thinking about it over and over again, he still couldn't figure it out. It wasn't until the TV started playing a segment about a new Northwest-themed amusement park in Yuliang City that he suddenly remembered. Crap! I promised to take her to Tianhai City's amusement park this weekend. Meanwhile, in Hattie's room, the cold and aloof girl sat by the window, fiddling with a Luban lock she bought at the market today. She had to admit, these little Chinese toys were pretty interesting. Just then, her door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, startling her so much that the Luban lock in her hand flew out the window and smashed on the ground. She looked at the broken toy on the ground without expression, then turned her icy gaze toward Xiaoyu, who was walking in. Though I know you don't like me, I didn't expect you to lose patience so quickly. Are we fighting now, little moon? Hattie stood up, excitement surging in her heart at the thought of a fight with Xiaoyu. But just as she got ready to attack, the vampire lowered her head slightly and said in a soft voice, "I feel awful." Hattie froze, unsure what Xiaoyu meant. "I feel really bad right now. Can you check if I'm cursed?" Xiaoyu clutched her chest. Hattie looked her over and cautiously asked, "Did you take the wrong medicine?" "No, I just feel awful. I can't sleep. I'm irritable. I feel really annoyed." Xiaoyu was like a child throwing a tantrum in front of her big sister. But Hattie didn't throw her out. Instead, she sighed and let Xiaoyu sit on the bed, while she leaned back against the window again. "When did this start? Have you been exposed to anything like vinegar clove recently?" Although she had no obligation to care, especially given their past, but something about Xiaoyu's state made it impossible to ignore. "For the past 2 months. It happens often. I feel terrible." "So is it random, or triggered by specific situations?" "Every time Li Muhan gets too close to another girl, I feel bad. Really bad." "Do you think I've been cursed by the demon inside him?" Hattie almost cursed out loud. If it weren't Xiaoyu saying this, she probably would have hit her already. "Little Moon, this is what people call being in love." "Love? I'm not human. I don't have that kind of feeling. Never had." "You've lived among humans too long, it's normal to pick up some of their emotions. And who says only humans can fall in love?" Xiaoyu looked down at her hands. "Tell me, when Li Muhan got that call just now, did you feel bad?" "But it wasn't just the call, he forgot our promise too." Hattie really didn't want to become some kind of love advisor, but the more she thought about it, the more special Li Muhan seemed. She had known Shalia for over 100 years, and had never seen this vampire develop feelings for a human. Yet after just a few months, Li Muhan had this bloodsucker wrapped around his finger. She suddenly wondered the same thing Lindsay had before: was there a succubus inside Li Muhan too? "Anyway, I'm not an expert on this stuff, but I think you two are both too restrained. That's why your relationship can't move forward." "Restrained? Honestly, I think Li Muhan is intentionally avoiding what you two have now. He can't be that oblivious to how you feel." Sigh. "Little Moon, let me give you some advice: the one who takes the initiative in love is the one who gets hurt." "I'm not afraid. I just need to know what to do." Hattie didn't answer directly. She picked up another Luban lock from the bedside. "This kind of thing can't be taught. It's a feeling. Like this toy, you need to work at it. If someone just tells you how to solve it, then where's the fun in that?" Xiaoyu stared at the Luban lock, lost in thought. "Want to try?" Xiaoyu stood up, walked to the window, and took the Luban lock. "Incredible, Little Moon. I thought when we came to China, even if we didn't fight, we'd be on edge the whole time. Never thought we'd end up talking about love troubles like normal girls. As long as you don't go near him, I won't fight you." Xiaoyu eyed Hattie warily, who responded with a mocking sneer. "Well, who knows? I might be starting to get interested in him too." Just as Xiaoyu took the Luban lock. Bang! The door was kicked open again. "Hattie! Something's wrong. Xiaoyu is missing." Clatter. The noise startled Xiaoyu, and the Luban lock in her hand fell out the window again. Downstairs, the gatekeeper shouted. "What the hell? Again? One wasn't enough, now it's 2. Not afraid of hitting someone?" As for Li Muhan, seeing Xiaoyu and Hattie standing together at the window, he was completely confused. "What's going on? What are you two doing?" Hattie's face was cold, her eyes filled with a hint of murderous intent. "Though I can't tell you what we were doing, I can tell you what's going to happen next." That night, in the streets of Yuliang City, a boy with a bruised face could be seen wandering around asking where to buy a Luban lock. Heavy rain poured down, washing over the night in Tianhai City. With thunder and lightning flashing, inside a room on the 7th floor of a hotel, a young couple was under the blanket, and the bed was shaking constantly. It was obvious they were doing something indescribable. From under the blanket, the sound of a woman's moaning could be heard from time to time. Boom! A loud thunderbolt lit up the room, but in an instant, darkness returned. Slow down, slow down." The girl's voice grew more excited, filled with lust. Boom! Another bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky. But this time, in the flash of light, a shadow suddenly appeared in the room. It came from outside the window, gradually stretching, and it turned out to be the head of a woman with long messy hair. This was the 7th floor, yet the woman seemed to be standing right at the window, staring intently at the shaking bed with a pair of blood-red eyes. Crash! The window was suddenly pushed open. Rain and wind burst into the room. The woman smiled in a terrifying way. Her neck began to stretch, and her head moved into the room, leaning toward the bed. He, let me see what you're doing." At that moment, the blanket was thrown off. The monster woman froze. Under the blanket were 2 women? Only now did the monster realize she had been tricked. Earlier, she had only heard a woman's moans, there hadn't been any sound from a man. Target confirmed. Begin capture. Inchi pulled out a special pistol from her waist, a weapon issued by the Bureau, and aimed it at the woman's head. Bang! The gun fired, but the woman twisted her head in an unnatural way and dodged the bullet. Liars! You liars! I'm going to kill you! The monster flew into a rage, opened her bloody mouth, and lunged toward Inchi. Su Shui rolled off the bed and shouted toward the wardrobe. Your turn, Muhan! Bang! The wardrobe door was kicked open, and Li Muhan, already in his demon form, charged out and grabbed the monster's long neck. Peeping isn't a good habit. He slammed the woman's neck to the floor and punched her face. Black smoke puffed out of her head as she let out screeches. Still not giving up? Li Muhan punched her again and again until the monster completely gave up. Ah! Stop! Please stop! I surrender! I surrender! Click! Su Shui turned on the lights. Just then, the door opened, and Lin Ziyu came in holding a metal collar. He went straight over and snapped it around the woman's long neck. The moment the collar was fastened, her neck started shrinking. Her body slowly climbed in through the window. What the hell is this thing? So abstract. Li Muhan looked at the monster, a bit speechless. Don't look at me, I'm begging you, don't look at me. The monster, now back in the form of a normal-looking woman, covered her face and cried. This thing's called a gaonu, Lin Ziyu explained while dragging the woman off the floor. A type of yokai that smuggled in from Japan. They say she killed herself because she couldn't get married, and after death, turned into a ghost that spies on people having sex. You've got quite the hobby, Li Muhan said to her. I'm just jealous, the woman sobbed. Jealous of those pretty people. Why? Why do they get love? Why am I so ugly? Why does no one love me? Li Muhan walked up and brushed aside her messy hair. Wait, isn't this the hotel maid? He recognized her. No wonder this hotel's been haunted lately. Turns out the threat was from within. I'm sorry, I never hurt anyone. I just scared them, that's all. I'm sorry. She turned her face away, clearly not wanting anyone to see what she looked like. Huh? But you're actually pretty, Li Muhan said. And he wasn't just being polite, there was no need to be polite to a captured yokai anyway. She really was quite good-looking. Delicate features, clean face. Although she had a gloomy vibe, she could definitely be called beautiful. Huh? Gao Nu froze. Slowly, she turned her head and looked at Li Muhan. You think I'm pretty? There were still traces of tears on her face, which made her look even more tragically beautiful. Yeah, Li Muhan said. I don't get why you'd ever kill yourself. Gao's eyes showed a faint glimmer. She looked at Li Muhan and said softly. Thank you. Gao was taken away, and the hotel investigation was successfully completed. Although the couples who were spied on might be left with some psychological scars, like people say, time will heal everything. At least no one got hurt, and that was a blessing. This time, the ones who lured Gao in were Yin Qi and Su Shui. Su Shui, your acting was really good. On the way back in the car, Li Muhan couldn't help but praise her. In the wardrobe, the sounds she made had already left him blushing. But then Su Shui, sitting in the front passenger seat, said casually, But I wasn't the one making those sounds. Huh? Li Muhan was stunned. Back then, under the blanket, it was only Su Shui and Yin Qi. So if it wasn't Su Shui, then it must have been. Ahem. Yin Qi, sitting next to him, coughed a few times. Her cheeks were also a bit red. Holy shit. Li Muhan exclaimed in his head, could this girl be secretly wild? What are you looking at? Want me to gouge your eyes out? Yin Qi noticed Li Muhan sneaking glances at her and immediately glared at him. Li Muhan got so scared he quickly turned to look out the window, pretending nothing happened. When they were transferring Gao to the containment site, she looked at Li Muhan with reluctance and finally asked. After this, will I still be able to see you again? Li Muhan didn't think too much about it. Since he was a member of the Special Management Bureau, it was likely he'd see her again. Probably. I'll wait for you. After saying that, Gao lowered her head slightly and thanked him. Once she was contained, Lin Ziyu let out a sigh. Captain, we've got to keep another secret for you again. What secret? Li Muhan looked at Lin Ziyu, confused. Sigh, I really don't know if you're clueless or doing this on purpose. Whatever, anyway this mission was a success. Want to have a celebration dinner tomorrow? Tomorrow won't work. I've got plans. Oh? Lin Ziyu raised an eyebrow, then smirked like he'd figured something out. He patted Li Muhan's shoulder and said, Enjoy life, Captain. The next day, Guruashi got up early, not for any particular reason, just to dress herself up carefully. She used every trick she knew to make herself look flawless. She put in a lot of effort picking out clothes, and the whole time she felt a nervousness she couldn't explain. Even when she had just started dating Lee Muhan, she hadn't felt this way. Funny how now that they were no longer together, she was starting to feel this way about him. Ding ding ding. Her phone rang. Guruashi, don't forget about the class reunion tonight. It was a call from Chen Sihan. Guruashi was going to say she was already getting ready, but then thought that would sound too obvious, like she was dressing up just for Lee Muhan. She cleared her throat and said lazily. Yeah, I know. Still in bed. Still in bed? It's almost noon. How are you going to make Lee Muhan regret losing you if you don't get all dressed up? Guruashi acted surprised. Lee Muhan? He's coming too? It's our class reunion, what's it got to do with him? Ruashi, he used to come to our class every day to see you. Everyone knows him well, so I invited him. But if you're not okay with it, I'll tell him not to come. Now Guruashi panicked a little. I didn't mean that. Humph. If he wants to come, let him. I don't care. Chen Sihan laughed on the phone, feeling a bit helpless with her friend who never says what she really means. 6 o'clock tonight, at Dihua Hotel. I've already made a reservation. Be on time. Dihua Hotel? That place is expensive. Don't worry. I'm organizing the reunion, my treat. After hanging up, Guruashi let out a long sigh. That little chubby girl who used to come running whenever she called had now turned into a rich, beautiful woman. And herself? Looking up at the face in the vanity mirror, Guruashi felt like she didn't even recognize the person looking back. On a weekend morning, Lee Muhan stretched lazily as he stepped out from the back elevator of the bank. He had worked overtime last night at the special bureau, though there wasn't much going on. A few researchers from the scientific council wanted to run some tests on his necklace. The results pleased them, and then they dragged him into reporting the full details of his last mission. By the time everything was done, it was already 2 a.m. So he just slept in one of the rooms the bureau had prepared for its staff. Of course, during that time, he made sure to call Xiaoyu to explain the situation. After all, she was his guarantor. With Lindsay's confirmation, Xiaoyu barely believed that he was working overtime at the bureau and not fooling around elsewhere. They had agreed to meet directly outside around noon. When he woke up, it was already 11 a.m. After quickly washing up, Lee Muhan left the bureau and headed straight to their meeting spot. This year, Tianhai City had built a large new theme park. With its massive scale and complete range of attractions, it became a favorite among locals of all ages. And since today was the weekend and the weather was good, the park entrance was already packed with people. I'm here. Where are you? Lee Muhan called while looking around for Xiaoyu's petite figure. Left side of the entrance. Following her directions, he arrived at the entrance's left side, in front of a staff office. There he saw Xiaoyu, wearing a white dress with a light beige coat. Today she looked stunning. Her carefully styled hair and perfectly matched hair accessories made her stand out, almost enough to make any man fall for her. Sorry, I woke up late. The taxi ride was also stuck in traffic. It's fine. Xiaoyu replied coldly. But then, as if remembering something, she hesitated for a while before shyly saying, waiting for you was kind of nice. Lee Muhan doubted his ears. He looked at her closely. It was Xiaoyu, no doubt. And she really just said that? Did you take the wrong meds? Shut up. Looking at the crowd, Lee Muhan sighed. Damn, if I'd known it'd be this crowded, I would have come earlier. Who knows how long this line will take. But Xiaoyu tugged at his sleeve and pulled him back toward the staff office door where she had been standing. Then Lee Muhan saw her knock on the door. It opened, and the one peeking out was Yu Linglong from Team 9. Sis Xiaoyu. And brother Lee Muhan. You're here. Wait, you Taoist folks are running businesses in theme parks now? Are there ghosts here too? Lee Muhan was surprised, but when he noticed Yu Linglong wasn't wearing her usual self-made Taoist uniform, just normal clothes, he understood. You work here? Yu Linglong shook her head. This theme park was funded by our temple. So my master often sends me here to keep an eye on things. Damn. That Jinwu temple on Suiwei Mountain really had something going. Investing in a theme park? That old Taoist Huang Zizai was seriously off track. Xiao Linglong, can you let us in directly? Xiaoyu asked. Of course you asked me yourself, how could I refuse? Come on in. Yu Linglong led them into the office, then through the staff passage into the park. Tada, welcome to Tianhai City Theme Park. She spread her arms like a little tour guide. Lee Muhan and Xiaoyu were both stunned by the scale of the park. From the outside, you'd never guess it was this grand inside, it felt like a small city. There weren't just attractions, but also full commercial facilities. Shopping streets, bar streets, even luxury hotels. It was basically a complete industrial chain inside. These are VIP tickets, you can enjoy everything here. But if you want to shop, that's on your own dime. Yu Linglong gently pushed the two, who were still in awe. Go enjoy yourselves, I'm heading back to work, call me if anything comes up. After she left, the two finally snapped out of it. Shall we go? Today, I'll follow your lead. You decide. Xiaoyu lowered her head, blushing a little. Li Muhan felt more and more like something was off about Xiaoyu's behavior today. What neither of them noticed was that, not far away, two people in disguise were watching them through binoculars. These two are a real match. Like dragon and phoenix, made for each other. Director Chang Yu, wearing a trench coat, hat, and sunglasses, looked more like a creepy stalker than the detective he was probably going for. Next to him was Hattie, dressed like a staff member. Didn't expect the famous director Chang to be so nosy. Hey, I'm just showing concern for my subordinates. That's not gossip. And you, curious foreigner, you seem pretty into this too. I stayed up all night dressing her up and changing outfits. Can't I come see the results? Chang Yu lowered his binoculars, glancing at Hattie suspiciously. I remember you're single too. Giving dating advice, blind leading the blind? I don't mind reporting to your deputy director that you're slacking off here. Ha ha ha, let's just enjoy the gossip, alright? Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Li Muhan were strolling through the theme park, chatting. But their conversation had zero substance. Ha ha ha, nice weather today. Look, it's an elephant. Amazing, an actual elephant. This is a theme park. Of course they have elephant shows. Wow, a clown. It's a clown show. Trying so hard to find something to talk about, Li Muhan didn't realize he was kind of the clown himself now. Just then, a wave of people rushed from behind, almost separating the two of them. Hurry! The signing event is just ahead. If we're late, the author's gone. The crowd was heading for some kind of book signing, and Li Muhan and Xiaoyu were pushed forward along with them. Xiaoyu. Li Muhan quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her close, then wrapped his arms around her to shield her from the crowd. Only after the wave of people passed did he slowly let go. Damn, what's the rush? Is the King of Hell signing the Book of Life and Death or something? He shouted at the crowd. Xiaoyu was still leaning against him. Her cheeks were red, her eyes flickering with emotion. Something unspoken was overflowing in her heart. After wandering around aimlessly for a while, their mood shifted from the excitement of Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden to a state of complete despair. There were simply too many attractions, and each one had an extremely long line. Yu Linglong could sneak them in through the entrance. But for rides where everyone was lining up to play, even she was powerless. This does not feel like a theme park. It feels more like a crowded fair. Li Muhan let out a sigh. At that moment, Xiaoyu suddenly raised her hand and pointed somewhere. That one seems to have no people. Li Muhan looked in the direction she was pointing. It turned out to be a large, themed haunted house. Our daily work is already scary enough. Going into a haunted house might not feel like anything. Li Muhan scratched his head as he spoke. But there is nothing else to play right now. Xiaoyu replied. That made sense. Since they were already here, they could not just stand around wasting time. Maybe by the afternoon, the number of people in line would decrease. With that thought, the two of them walked over to the haunted house entrance. As expected from a large-scale theme park, even a relatively niche attraction like the haunted house was massive, 3 full stories high. Each floor had its own distinct theme. According to the staff at the entrance, the first floor told the story of a protagonist exploring an abandoned house and encountering the tragic deaths of an entire family. Scare rating, 2 stars. The second floor told the story of a protagonist in a photo studio who must follow a ghost's guidance to uncover a terrifying secret buried for over 100 years. Scare rating, 3 stars. The third floor told the story of a girl who was killed by the protagonist in a past life. Her vengeful spirit now returns as a fierce ghost to claim the life of the protagonist in this life. Scare rating, 5 stars. According to the staff, these themes are updated weekly. For couples, the first floor is recommended, since the mild horror experience can help enhance emotional bonds. That is too simple. It would not be fun at all. Li Muhan looked at the poster for the third floor and asked Xiaoyu. You are not afraid of ghosts, are you? No, I am not. As soon as she said that, she suddenly remembered Hattie's advice, show some vulnerability and give the guy a chance to protect you. So Xiaoyu leaned her body against Li Muhan and wrapped her hand around his arm. I am scared. At that moment, Li Muhan had the expression of an old man staring blankly at a phone on the subway. He had no idea what was going on with Xiaoyu today, but he still chose the third storyline. With the guidance of a staff member, they took the elevator to the third floor. As soon as they stepped out, they heard wave after wave of shrieks and wails coming from inside. There are currently 3 groups experiencing the story. Please wait a moment. Once one group exits, you may enter. There were 3 identical setups on this floor, allowing 3 groups to experience it simultaneously. Hearing the screams, even Lee Muhan started to get nervous. Who is not afraid of ghosts? Even someone as cold and detached as In Chi had been scared to tears at the orphanage. He had lived for over 20 years as a human being, how could he not be scared? Finally, when the group of 3 men and 2 women came out, their legs were weak. One of the girls was crying nonstop, yelling at the guy next to her. You said you would protect me, but you actually pushed me forward. You bastard. We are done. I am breaking up with you. The man hung his head, clearly also badly frightened. The staff then signaled that it was Lee Muhan and Xia Yu's turn to enter. Lee Muhan grew even more nervous. Haunted houses were mysterious places. If done well, they could trigger the suspension bridge effect and deepen romantic feelings. But if done poorly, like the couple just now, it could completely shatter trust. Following the staff's instructions, Lee Muhan and Xia Yu put on black blindfolds. The staff then led them into a small room. When the blindfolds were removed, the room was pitch dark, but their eyes could still see perfectly fine in the darkness. Lee Muhan noticed that the room contained a wardrobe, a television, and a bed. I have a suggestion, Lee Muhan said to Xia Yu. To make the experience feel more authentic, could we suppress our abilities, like night vision? I can use my domain power to temporarily block both of our vision. Xia Yu cast a domain over them, tightly enveloping the two. Immediately, everything around them became truly dark. The effect will last 1 hour. Is that enough? Plenty. If it took more than an hour, the haunted house probably would not be able to stay in business anyway. Lee Muhan took the somewhat hesitant Xia Yu by the hand and led her to the edge of the bed to sit down. At that moment, a voice came through the speaker above them. The game will begin in 5 minutes. Please lie down on the bed. Lee Muhan noticed that Xia Yu's hand was trembling. He gently stroked her hair and said, "It is all right. All the ghosts here are just actors. No, I am not afraid of ghosts. But right now, I cannot see you. I cannot see your face. You are right in front of me, but I really, truly cannot see you." Lee Muhan suddenly felt a twinge of regret for having asked Xia Yu to block their vision. It was the first time he had ever seen her this uneasy. He gently held her shoulder and laid her down on the bed, then lay down beside her. "It is fine. You can feel me, can you not? I am right here. Do not worry, I will not leave you. All right." Xia Yu finally calmed down a little. Just then, the 5 minutes were up. The television suddenly turned on. The screen filled with static and the room echoed with the sound of white noise. Fuck. Lee Muhan jumped in surprise, but Xia Yu actually let out a sigh of relief, now able to see him thanks to the light. At that moment, a woman's eerie voice came from the television. "I found you." Click. The television shut off by itself. As Lee Muhan tried to figure out what was happening, he suddenly heard a sound. It was coming from the floor. What the fuck is that noise? Lee Muhan turned his head to look at the floor, when suddenly, a ghostly face appeared right next to the bed. At the same time, the built-in shock rods and chains of the haunted house went off with a burst of screaming sounds. Holy shit! Lee Muhan flinched violently. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still scared out of his wits when it actually happened. He, ha ha ha. The twisted figure of the monster retreated under the bed again. Do not be scared, I am here. Lee Muhan tried to muster up his courage to comfort Xia Yu, but realized she was completely expressionless. Why be scared? That was just a person. Xia Yu looked at Lee Muhan with a strange expression. All right then. Looks like this haunted house cannot scare this girl after all. Immediately afterward, the shrieks and giggles of ghosts began echoing all around. Lee Muhan knew the game had already begun, and they had to act. He rolled off the bed first and went to open the door, but it was locked. Xia Yu tried to force it open with brute strength, but Lee Muhan immediately stopped her. We are in a haunted house now. We need to follow their rules. At the same time, heavy footsteps and the sound of chains came from outside the door. That was the cue, they had to hide. Something big was coming. Lee Muhan scanned the room and spotted a wardrobe. He pulled on the door, and sure enough, it opened. Get in, quickly. Why do we need to hide? Xia Yu asked in confusion. Lee Muhan pulled her straight into the wardrobe and shut the door. Have you never done a haunted house before? Try to immerse yourself. Just as the wardrobe door closed, the room's main door was kicked open. Good lord, these NPCs were really committed. But if someone had been standing right by the door, would the part cover their medical expenses? The wardrobe was intentionally designed with a small slit, just the right size for someone inside to peek outside. Through the gap, Lee Muhan saw a monster, soaked in blood and dragging chains, holding a machete and breathing heavily as it entered the room. It roared furiously and began searching every corner of the room. Of course, it would not skip the wardrobe. The monster approached the wardrobe, slowly lowering its gaze to look inside. What Lee Muhan saw were a pair of blood-red eyes. Even knowing it was fake, fear still crept in. Humans are strange creatures. No matter how mentally prepared you are, real fear always catches you off guard. Bang! Bang! The chain slammed against the wardrobe doors again and again. Lee Muhan shrank back in fear, but Xiaoyu remained completely unmoved. After holding the monster's gaze for a few seconds, she turned to Lee Muhan and said, "This is a human. I know. Ah, stop ruining my sense of immersion." At first, Lee Muhan had hoped Xiaoyu would not get too scared and fight back. Now, he just wanted her to stop ruining the experience. The monster did not intend to open the wardrobe. After making some noise, it eventually left. Once Lee Muhan was sure the coast was clear, he opened the wardrobe. But the moment he did, he saw a dark figure standing at the door the NPC had kicked open earlier. From the silhouette, it appeared to be a petite young girl. "A human," Xiaoyu said, pointing at the girl. "Shut up, shut up." Lee Muhan took a deep breath and told Xiaoyu to stay where she was while he slowly walked toward the girl. "Excuse me, are you looking for us?" The moment he asked that question, a green light suddenly illuminated the girl's face. Her features twisted, covered in blood, and a piercing scream came from her mouth. "Oh my fucking god!" Lee Muhan stumbled back several steps in fright. The girl turned and ran into the darkness while still screaming. Only when Xiaoyu supported him from behind did he manage to avoid falling. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Lee Muhan felt like crying. Was this not the wrong dynamic? What followed was all by the book. Solve puzzles, retrieve key items, and finally escape from the place. Throughout the process, the thing Lee Muhan heard the most was, "A human. Still a human. There are only humans here. What are you afraid of?" By the end of it, Lee Muhan was no longer afraid at all. When it came time for the grand escape, he was like a deflated balloon, dragging his feet slowly forward. Then, a female ghost floated over. Seeing that the two of them were not running, she let out a sharp wail and charged at them. "Sigh. Thank you for your hard work, but we are really not scared anymore," Lee Muhan said weakly to the NPC. But then Xiaoyu said, "That one is not human. That is a real ghost." "What the fuck?" Lee Muhan was caught completely off guard and reflexively punched the ghost right in the face. 10 minutes later. Inside the staff break room of the haunted house. Lee Muhan was being sternly criticized. "How could you hit such a cute girl? Look, you made her cry. You are a man. How can you be so cowardly?" In the end, Lee Muhan paid 200 yuan to settle the matter. But as he was leaving the haunted house, the girl he had hit came up to him and returned the 200 yuan. "I am sorry. You two are from the special bureau, right? I am just working part-time here. Please, I beg you, do not report this to the bureau." It turned out she was a ghost still under supervision. Because she had been too bored, she came to work at the haunted house. Only here could she fully use her talents. After promising the girl not to report the incident, Lee Muhan and Xiaoyu walked out of the haunted house. Looking up at the sun above, Lee Muhan let out a sigh. "That was fun." Xiaoyu tugged at the hem of his shirt and said, "As long as you think it was fun." Lee Muhan felt like crying but held it in, forcing a gentle smile toward Xiaoyu. But less than 2 minutes later, Xiaoyu pointed at a staff member dressed in a popular children's character costume and said, "There is a man inside." The staff member was stunned on the spot. He had been performing for the children, and the children were stunned too. Because they truly believed it was the real character from the cartoon. Xiaoyu's words clearly shattered their fantasy, and several children burst into tears. "No, no. There is no one inside. It is not a person. It is real." Lee Muhan hurriedly joined the staff member in trying to explain to the children. Finally, after barely managing to comfort the kids, Lee Muhan grabbed Xiaoyu and quickly fled the scene. "Stop saying random things." Lee Muhan pinched Xiaoyu's cheek as he said it. "Okay." Then the two went to watch the dolphin show. Lee Muhan got splashed all over, and afterward, they went to eat ice cream and desserts. By the time they came out of the dessert shop, it was already 7 p.m. Winter nights always fall quickly. By now, the sky had already begun to darken. At this time, many of the attractions no longer had lines. Most people had gone to eat dinner, so there were many rides now available to choose from. But Xiaoyu looked toward the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel at Tianhai City's theme park was said to be the tallest structure in the city, second only to the TV tower. When the gondola reached the highest point, visitors could look out over the entire city. "Do you want to ride that?" Lee Muhan asked. Xiaoyu nodded. So the two went to the Ferris wheel's queue. Since the Ferris wheel's main appeal was at night, there were still people lining up. About 10 minutes later, the two entered a gondola. As the gondola slowly rose into the sky, the night view of Tianhai City unfolded before their eyes. Xiaoyu looked out beyond the glass, the colorful neon lights reflected in her pupils. Sitting across from her, Li Muhan quietly watched her, captivated by how stunning she looked in that moment. Bathed in the glow of the night and the city's neon, Xiaoyu's figure seemed almost dreamlike, like a spirit from another world. Her carefully chosen outfit fluttered gently in the breeze, perfectly complementing the surrounding lights. It all felt unreal. Noticing Li Muhan's gaze, Xiaoyu slowly turned her head to look at him. She gently tucked a strand of hair, blown loose by the wind, behind her ear and revealed a faint smile. "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Her features, veiled in the interplay of light and shadow, resembled an unfinished oil painting, impossible to resist. "Xiaoyu." In that moment, Li Muhan was driven by a sudden impulse. He decided to say the words he had always avoided. "I think I." But just as he was about to speak, the girl stood up, walked over to him, cupped his face in her hands, and kissed him. Their lips touched, and at the same time, the gondola reached its highest point. All the lights of the city and the vast night sky seemed to witness that moment. After the brief kiss, the girl took a small step back and softly spoke the words Li Muhan had just tried to say. "I think I have fallen for you."
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.